The rain in Jinghai city raged uncontrollably. Thunder exploded overhead, shaking the asphalt itself. In Yunding Manor, an affluent residential enclave, a dilapidated little yellow electric bike struggled desperately in the downpour, like a drenched fowl lost among a pack of wolves. Zhang Yan wiped the water off his face, leaving his vision blurred. This delivery order was for Supreme Crossing Bridge rice noodles with a delivery fee of 50 yuan. The note felt like a death knell. A single drop of spilled soup earns a bad review, 1 minute delay a bad review. With only 3 minutes before overtime, in a maze-like complex where was Building 9 an area, his raincoat had long become mere decoration as icy water trickled down past his collar onto his spine, stealing the last vestiges of warmth. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Yan, relying on the security guard's directions from memory, floored the throttle. Ahead stood a solitary villa surrounded by high walls with a copper plate engraved A09. He had arrived. Just as he reached for the brakes, the front wheel encountered a slick patch of moss. The vehicle tilted violently. Bang! Both man and bike crashed into puddles. A searing pain shot through his knee. Ignoring his injured leg, Zhang Yan scrambled to reach the insulated box for protection. When he opened the box, his heart sank. A rich aroma of chicken soup mingled with the stench of mud struck him. The rice noodles, valued at 381 yuan, had toppled over the bottom, with golden broth spilling everywhere, and only a few pieces of chicken clinging to the edge. It was over. That sum was 3 days' worth of his living expenses. Standing frozen in the rain, Zhang Yan stared at the puddle of broth. As an orphan newly admitted to Jiang University, 381 meant he'd have to subsist on steamed buns for the next half-month. Flee. That would result in account suspension and cut off his sole income. Swallowing his bitterness, Zhang Yan grabbed the still-dripping bag and limped toward the massive carved wooden door. Even if it meant paying up, he had to apologize first. His fingers, numb from the cold, pressed the doorbell. Ding dong. No one answered. He pressed again. Just as he thought his trip would be in vain for the night, the heavy wooden door creaked open with a click. A waft of warm air intermingled with the refined scent of aged wood and agarwood instantly enveloped him. Instinctively, Zhang Yan bowed his head, and his voice rough, said, "Sorry, I'm the delivery person." "Why so slow?" A lazy, sultry female voice carrying the huskiness of just awoken sleep floated down from above. The sound sent a tingling shiver through the ears. Zhang Yan slightly raised his head. His gaze fell upon a pair of bare feet treading on an expensive Persian carpet with round, rosy toes. Looking upward, he saw dazzlingly white long legs. Further above, Zhang Yan abruptly halted, his gaze too intimidated to move on. The woman wore nothing but a black lace nightgown. It was so sheer that vast swathes of snow-white skin peeked from under the black lace, the low-cut neckline rising and falling with each breath, a sight dangerously captivating. She swirled half a glass of red wine in hand, her long hair casually tied up with a few damp strands clinging to her neck. Those subtly upturned fox-like eyes carried a blend of inebriation and nonchalance. Nie Qingcheng, known in Jinghai's business circles as the dreaded Zhu Yiqing, now stood utterly defenseless before a delivery man. Zhang Yan's cheeks blazed as he anxiously stared at his own feet. Here's your delivery," he mumbled timidly. Nie Qingcheng made no move to accept it. Leaning against the doorway, she sipped her wine and appraised the drenched, disheveled youth before her with a playful air. Yet those eyes, they shone brilliantly, clear and pure like a startled fawn. In the calculating streets of Jinghai, such eyes were a rarity. "What? Is my delivery meant to be rained on?" Nie Qingcheng raised an eyebrow as her gaze fell on the bag that still dripped water from his hand. Zhang Yan stiffened and pulled the bag back. "I'm truly sorry," he said through gritted teeth, confessing honestly the rain was too heavy and the road too slippery. I accidentally fell and the rice noodles spilled. Only the roar of rain filled the air as Zhang Yan awaited the inevitable scolding, while Nie Qingcheng frowned at the dripping bag. Her mood was sour. After a full day of board meetings, the clamor of those old men had left her with a splitting headache. All she craved on returning home was a hot meal, only to find it ruined. Normally, she would have slammed the door and lodged a complaint. But today, as she looked at the youth before her, his cheap delivery uniform clinging to a slender yet resilient frame, accentuating broad shoulders and a narrow waist. Rainwater trickled along his jawline and seeped into his collar, subtly revealing his collarbone, a sight that was oddly pleasing. "Spilled." She laughed softly, her tone inscrutable. "So what do you intend to do?" "I've been starving all day." A sinking feeling gripped Zhang Yan. Of course he had to compensate. He had no choice, that was a matter of principle. "How about?" Zhang Yan lifted his head with a determined gaze. The cold made his teeth chatter and his words slur as he added, "I will compensate you with a bowl." Nie Qingcheng was taken aback. Her fingers clutching her wine glass recoiled slightly as her gaze turned peculiar. "This kid, he's bold. Delivering food and spilling the soup without money to compensate, and now suggesting a bodily trade. Accompany her for one night." Men eager to climb into her bed could line up as long as the Huangpu River. Why did this kid presume he was entitled? Yet looking at Zhang Yan's anxious expression, he seemed less an experienced player and more a respectable man driven to desperation. How amusing. The irritation within Nie Qingcheng dissipated, replaced by a playful Catan mouse amusement. She leaned forward, and an ephemeral fragrance enveloped Zhang Yan. Are you sure? Her lips curled into a breathtaking smile. Do you know who I am? Do you know the price of a cup? Zhang Yan didn't truly grasp what price meant. Wasn't it just a bowl of rice noodles? At worst he'd spend the week hauling bricks. Nodding resolutely, he said, I understand, though I have no money now. I will certainly satisfy you. As long as his account wasn't suspended, he was willing to run himself ragged. Satisfy me. Nie Qingcheng laughed uncontrollably, her bosom a tumultuous landscape. Her tone was brazen. Countless affluent young masters had strived to make her smile, yet none succeeded. Fine. With that, Nie Qingcheng stepped aside and opened the door. She drained her red wine in one gulp, her fox-like eyes flashing with a dangerous glint. Then come in, she said. Since you put it that way, if tonight fails to satisfy me. Her slender fingers tapped on Zhang Yan's soaking chest. Don't even think about leaving this door, she warned. Zhang Yan froze. Enter. Go in. Wasn't he meant to compensate by scanning a code and leaving? No, I'm too dirty. Oh, I'd only stain the carpet, he stammered. Glancing at the mud beneath his feet, he instinctively stepped back. Nie Qingcheng's smile faded as she reverted to an icy demeanor. If I let you in, then just do so, no more babbling. Or are you playing with me? The oppressive tension was overwhelming. Zhang Yan's throat convulsed before he finally muttered, all right. I'm in. Clutching his delivery bag, he cautiously stepped over the threshold. Behind him, with a resounding bang, the door closed. The storm was shut out, and inside only their breathing broke the silence. Zhang Yan stood in the foyer, hesitant to step on the priceless-looking carpet. Nie Qingcheng ambled over to the sofa, sinking into it with her long legs crossed. She pointed toward the open-plan kitchen and said, go ahead. Don't keep me waiting too long, she added. Zhang Yan was bewildered. Where to? What are you waiting for? Nie Qingcheng impatiently urged. Didn't you promise to compensate me? The kitchen is over there. The refrigerator is stocked. If you fail to cook, well, you'll earn a bad review. Kitchen. Food. Cooking. Zhang Yan suddenly looked up, his eyes widening in disbelief. So the compensation was to cook, not to pay money. Phew. He exhaled a murky breath, his legs trembling. It was just cooking, nothing insurmountable. All right, I'm on it. Zhang Yan felt as if granted reprieve, placing the ruined delivery bag beside a trash can, removing his mud-caked shoes and striding barefoot toward the kitchen. Nie Qingcheng watched his determined expression with a slight curl. He was stunned. M9 Wagyu beef, black truffles, foie gras. This was the mark of a rich man's refrigerator. Zhang Yan stood at a loss. Not to mention cooking these ingredients, he had never even seen them before, and any mistake would be beyond repair. Just as he hesitated, wondering if he could simply cook instant noodles, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind, detected that the host is in an extremely distressing state. Perfect life assistance system activated. Beginner's gift package granted, divine culinary skills specialized in home cooking. Task: prepare a bowl of Yangshan noodles that will satisfy Nie Qingcheng. Reward 2,000 yuan in cash. Zhang Yan stood frozen, holding a scallion in his hand. System. An overwhelming stream of information flooded his mind, as if the timing, knife skills, and seasoning were etched into his muscle memory. He stared at the scallion in his hand, and his gaze shifted. Gone was the confusion and distress, replaced by an unprecedented focus. After all, it was just a bowl of noodles, wasn't it? Zhang Yan turned and pulled the master chef's knife from the knife rack. A flash of cold light gleamed. In the living room, Nie Qingcheng, idly scrolling on her phone, perked up at the sound. The rhythmic sound of chopping echoed from the kitchen. Tap, 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 tap. Swift, steady, and with a musical cadence. Nie Qingcheng set her phone aside and looked over in surprise. The previously hunched figure now stood erect. That kid. How had he suddenly transformed into someone? Zhang Yan gripped the chef's knife, his wrist sinking slightly. The sensation was uncanny. A heartbeat ago, he had still been a delivery boy who could not even chop scallions evenly. In the next, the muscle memory in his body had been forcibly rewritten. 10,000 ways of working with dough seemed to be etched into his very bones. His gaze swept over the refrigerator. M9 Wagyu black truffles, 5J Jamon. Too expensive, too heavy. Debts of favor are hardest to repay. He only wished to settle things cleanly. Zhang Yan shut the fridge, rummaging in the corner until he found a bag of high-gluten flour and 2 free-range eggs. It would be enough. He rolled up his soaked sleeves, revealing a stretch of firm forearm. Flour on the board, eggs cracked, salt added, water poured. The instant his fingertips touched the flour, his eyes changed. He was no longer that timid, soft-spoken poor student. In this moment, he was the king of this tiny stretch of stovetop. In the living room, Nie Qingcheng's bare feet sank into the long pile carpet, the glow of her phone screen illuminating a delicate yet exhausted face. Quarterly reports, deficits, the board's nitpicking. Irritating. She needed the space between her brows, listening to the sounds drifting from the kitchen. She had expected a chaotic symphony of clattering pots and pans. Instead, the sound was very soft. Talk, talk, talk. It was the crisp ring of a blade kissing the cutting board. Extremely fast, extremely dense. Like rain on banana leaves, every note landing with precise, identical rhythm. Nie Qingcheng's finger froze mid-swipe on the screen. Something about this rhythm was off. As if drawn by an invisible hand, she put down her phone and walked barefoot across the cool floor toward the kitchen door silent. Leaning against the doorframe, she let her gaze drift inward. The young man stood with his back to her. His soaked t-shirt clung to his spine. With each motion of his arms, the lines of his shoulder blades rose and fell with a tension unique to a young male body. He was slicing scallions. His wrist trembled in controlled vibrations, the gleam of the blade almost merging into a trail of afterimages. On the board, the scallion shreds were fine as hair, their green, so vivid it almost hurt the eyes. Kneading the dough, letting it rest, stretching it out. That lump of dead dough seemed to come alive in his hands, pulled, reshaped until it transformed into countless silvery strands tracing graceful arcs through the air. Nie Qingcheng watched a little dazed. She had seen too many men. In this circle, men were either merchants reeking of money or good-for-nothing spendthrifts who knew only how to burn it. Never had anyone made cooking look like playing the piano. A man wholly absorbed in what he does is indeed a little lethal. Zhang Yan remained unaware of the gaze on his back. Pan on oil heating. A spoonful of snowy white lard slid into the hot wok and melted in an instant. Scallion segments fell in after it. A sharp sizzle burst out like some kind of signal. Overbearing meaty aroma entwined with the charred fragrance of scallions rammed through the air without courtesy, filling the cold emptiness of the entire villa in an instant. This scent did not play by the rules. It offered none of the layered buildup of haute cuisine. Just the most primal, most direct temptation. It struck straight at the soul. Nie Qingcheng's throat bobbed. She had not eaten all day. The greedy creature in her stomach, whipped into frenzy by the smell, began to revolt. A loud gurgle erupted jarringly clear in the quiet air. Nie Qingcheng's body stiffened, the tips of her ears flushing scarlet in an instant. Damn it. She, the president of Qingcheng Group, the famed bamboo leaf green of Jinghai, had actually let her stomach growl over a mere bowl of scallion oil noodles. Fortunately, Zhang Yan was busy fishing out the noodles and did not turn around. Steam billowed. The noodles left the pot and sank into a white porcelain bowl. Clear, bright broth was poured over them, followed by a ladle of scalding scallion oil. At the end, he scattered a pinch of emerald scallion on top. Complete. Holding the bowl, Zhang Yan turned around, only to meet a pair of foxy eyes at the doorway, still laden with undisguised hunger. Their gazes locked. Nie Qingcheng quickly rearranged her expression, chin tilting up as she tried to reclaim a trace of queenly composure. But her eyes, treacherously honest, remained glued to the bowl of noodles. She simply could not tear them away. It smelled too good. The rising heat seemed to grow hands, clawing insistently into her nostrils. Just plain Yanshan noodles. Zhang Yan set the bowl down on the six-figure rosewood dining table, his tone even. I hope it can offset that bowl of rice noodles. With that, he stepped aside, hands hanging straight at his sides. Task completed, he stood awaiting inspection, ready to leave. Nie Qingcheng sat down. She had intended to pick up a single strand with elegance, take a taste, and offer a barely passing evaluation. Yet the moment her chopsticks stirred the noodles and the aroma exploded at close range, her reason snapped. To hell with elegance. She lifted a full chopstick of noodles and brought them straight to her lips. Boom. Her taste buds detonated. The noodles were springy and toothsome, carrying the lingering sweetness unique to wheat. The broth, seemingly plain, was in truth rich and savory. The essence of ingredients simmered to their limit. Most sublime of all was the layer of scallion oil. It locked in the heat, and the umami rampaging freely through her mouth. A warm current slid down her esophagus into her stomach, chasing away the chill of the stormy night and smoothing out a whole day's worth of anxiety. This was the taste of home. Since her mother's passing, this vast hollow mansion had never again known such a breath of cooking smoke. She slurped noisily. Nie Qingcheng no longer cared about her image. She inhaled mouthful after mouthful, her red lips shining with oil. She was eating so fast that a few drops of broth splashed onto her collarbone, and she did not even notice. Zhang Yan stood to the side, staring dumbfounded. Was this really the same domineering CEO, whose aura had just measured 2 meters 8? Why did she look like a starving ghost let loose? 3 minutes. Noodles and broth alike, not a drop remained. Nie Qingcheng put down her chopsticks and stared at the bowl's pristine bottom, even feeling a strange urge to lick it clean. She was still unsatisfied. Her body was warm and languid, every pore unfurling. Leaning back against the chair, she exhaled a long breath, her eyes turning slightly hazy. This craftsmanship was downright incredible. If she could eat like this every day. Wait. Nie Qingcheng snapped back to herself, suddenly aware of the odd look in Zhang Yan's eyes. She quickly pulled out a tissue and wiped the oil from the corner of her lips. The satisfaction and languor on her face vanished in an instant, replaced by her usual mask that warned strangers away. Her eyes narrowed slightly, fingertips tapping lightly on the tabletop. The noodles were so-so. Her voice was cool, betraying none of the ravenous gulping from moments earlier. Zhang Yan let out a breath. Then may I leave? Leave? Nie Qingcheng's red lips curved faintly, her eyes rippling with a touch of calculation and a hint of playful mockery. The noodles do offset the rice noodles. But you dirted my carpet, frightened me, and made me wait for so long. She leaned forward, fixing Zhang Yan with a gaze that pressed down on him like a weight. That tab has yet to be settled. Zhang Yan had not yet fully exhaled when Nie Qingcheng's words froze him in place. Not settled yet. Following the slender jade-like finger she extended. The entrance hall. Upon that intricate, opulent Persian rug lay a small damp stain, evidence of his cheap sneakers left behind just moments ago. Tiny, nearly invisible without a magnifying glass. Come silk rug, custom woven for the Iranian royal atelier. Nie Qingcheng's voice was soft as a feather brushing against the ear. 6 months to weave insurance alone for air freight amounted to 6 figures. She paused, then parted her crimson lips to utter a number: 1.2 million, full payment. A low hum resonated in Zhang Yan's eardrums. 1.2 million. Even if he were dismantled and sold piece by piece, he couldn't cover the tassels alone. And Nie Qingcheng showed no intention of letting him off. Her gaze drifted, then settled upon herself, that sheer black lace nightgown. Zhang Yan's eyes followed involuntarily. His heart thundered. With delicate precision, Nie Qingcheng traced her fingertip across her flat abdomen, her tone laced with refined disdain. The rain you brought in just now splattered here. It's dry now, but it unsettles me. Italian Vervel haute couture, unique one vacant. She lifted her gaze, a faint, enigmatic smile playing on her lips. Compensation for psychological distress and depreciation. Little brother, do the math yourself. Zhang Yan stood rigid, rooted to the spot. Is this truly the world of the wealthy? A few raindrops, and a garment sentenced to oblivion. I'll wash it for you. His voice was parched, clinging to one last thread of hope. Wash it. Nie Qingcheng seemed to have heard a fairy tale. She rose to her feet. Barefoot upon the floor, she advanced step by silent step. No sound, only the intoxicating blend of red wine and elite cold perfume enveloping him like a finely woven net. My garments never touch ordinary water, nor are they ever washed twice. She halted half a pace before him. The height difference forced Zhang Yan to bow his head slightly. His eyes met hers, those bewitching fox-like eyes. The rug, the nightgown, and the shock I endured. Nie Qingcheng leaned forward just a fraction. Oppression crashed over him like a tidal wave. Present your proposal. Silence. A suffocating absolute silence. Zhang Yan clenched his fists, knuckles whitening as they gripped the hem of his shirt. An astronomical sum, money no blade at his throat could conjure. After a long hollow pause, he ground out 3 words through gritted teeth, raw, defiant, utterly powerless. I have no money. Nothing but crumpled bills in his pocket and a meager living allowance in his bank account. Let her call the police, if she dared. He'd accept prison, without hesitation. Nie Qingcheng had been waiting for those very words. A flicker of cunning flashed in her eyes, before her expression swiftly hardened into icy detachment. Strictly business, no mercy, no sentiment. No money. She circled him slowly, her gaze appraising him like a commodity awaiting auction, every inch scrutinized from crown to sole. Finally she stopped before him. Her crimson lips brushed his ear, warm breath stirring his skin. Then pay in flesh. A jolt surged through him, blood flooding his skull. Zhang Yan recoiled as though struck by lightning, every hair standing on end. Pay in flesh. He stumbled back, a hard thud as his spine hit the cold wall. Trapped, arms crossed defensively over his chest, eyes wide with alarm and disbelief. You don't get to do this. I'm an upright man. This is a law-governed society. Poor he might be. Indebted, yes. But some lines, even death wouldn't let him cross. Seeing the boy's fierce, unyielding stance, as if about to be defiled by a demoness, Nie Qingcheng could no longer sustain the charade. Puffed, the glacier shattered. She laughed until her frame trembled, her silhouette breathtakingly voluptuous. What on earth were you thinking? She tapped his forehead lightly with one finger. Zhang Yan froze, face burning, mortified beyond measure. He'd been duped. This woman, pure sorcery. When her laughter subsided, she lounged back onto the sofa, languid as a sated feline. Starting tomorrow 6 o'clock sharp. Come cook for me. She swayed one slender leg, elegant and deliberate. Until I deem your culinary skill sufficient to settle the debt. Ingredients are on me. The debt clears the moment I grow bored or satisfied. Cook to repay debt. Zhang Yan's mind spun halfway around. No prison. No 1.2 million yuan. And certainly, not selling his body. The whiplash sent him reeling as if snatched from hell and flung into heaven. Hesitating, Nie Qingcheng arched a brow, voice edged with danger. Or would you prefer option 1? In that case, I'll summon my lawyer, right now. I agree. The words burst from Zhang Yan. No hesitation, no calculation. He'd lick the villa's floors clean if it meant escaping that crushing sum. Compared to that astronomical debt, cooking felt like divine grace. Good sense at last. Nie Qingcheng nodded, satisfied, and crooked a finger. Hand over your phone. Let's add WeChat. Zhang Yan pulled out his second-hand Android, screen shattered like a spiderweb, embarrassment tightening his throat. Beside Nie Qingcheng's latest model iPhone, immaculate fingerprint-free, it looked like an artifact from another. Nie Qingcheng didn't sneer. She took it, scanned, confirmed, fluid, effortless. Done. She tossed the device back into his arms. Zhang Yan glanced down. A new contact appeared, pure black avatar nicknamed stark and simple, Qingcheng. Her label for him, however, stung like salt in a wound. Young chef, debt pending. His mouth twitched. This wasn't friendship, it was indentured servitude. Off you go then. Nie Qingcheng waved dismissively, as if shooing a well-fed puppy. Tomorrow 6 sharp. 1 minute late, and your debt doubles. Understood. Zhang Yan exhaled as if pardoned. Snatching up his still-dripping sneakers, he bolted for the door. He wrenched it open. Wind and rain slammed into him. Cold. Yet his entire body burned with heat. He glanced back once. The villa blazed with light, a magnificent slumbering beast in the storm. Beautiful, perilous, and impossible to resist. Utterly absurd. Delivering takeout. And walking away indebted, even sold himself. Zhang Yan chuckled bitterly, riding his scooter half submerged in muddy water. Just as he swung a leg over the seat, a cold mechanical voice pierced his thoughts. Ding. Random event: the CEO's ordeal completed. Verdict: perfectly executed. The host has successfully established a stable long-term connection with an steer target, using minimal cost. Reward issued: cash, 2000. A vibration pulsed in his palm. The cracked phone lit up with a banking alert. Your account ending 6688 has received 200000. Current balance, 2235.50. Rain fell relentlessly. Zhang Yan wiped water from his face, stared at the figure, and broke into a wide, genuine grin. 2,000 yuan. That was a month's worth of scorching summer food deliveries. This system might just be extraordinary. Rain mixed with mud trickled down his pant legs. Zhang Yan rode on his little electric scooter, feeling like a piece of tattered cloth just pulled from the water. The cold wind stung his face, yet his heart was ablaze. The bank message on his phone screen was like a flame ignited in the dark, dispelling all coldness and fatigue. 2,000 yuan. To him, this was a fortune. It was the assurance that he wouldn't have to worry about 3 meals for the next 2 months, the hope of replacing his worn-out shoes. And the price? Merely cooking. That woman, named Nie Qingcheng, was domineering and dangerous, like an elegant fox playing with him at her whim. But she offered too much. Zhang Yan squeezed the brake, gazing at his disheveled reflection in the rearview mirror, a complicated smile emerging on his face. What is this? Being kept by a rich woman? No, it's earning a living with skills. Zhang Yan found a way to rationalize it in his mind. Yes, it's about skills. Jian University Boys Dormitory 404. As soon as he opened the door, a complex smell of instant noodles mixed with sweaty feet rushed towards him. Damn. Yinzi, did you fall into the river? A head popped out from the upper bunk. It was Zhang Yan's roommate, Wang Hao, a joyful, chubby guy weighing 200 pounds. At this moment, he was holding up his phone, the screen displaying a colorful game interface with half a sausage in his mouth. Delivering food took a tumble. Tisk, what a mess. Wang Hao smacked his lips, his gaze returning to the phone screen. Hurry, we're taking down the big dragon. Oh right, Yinzi, have you heard? Our department's flower Su Wanqing was confessed to at the library today by the finance department's top guy. The scene was quite grand. 999 roses. Wang Hao spoke animatedly, but his hands never paused in the game. Zhang Yan responded absently with a hum. The department flower. What flashed through his mind was the bare feet stepping on the Persian carpet, that diaphanous black lace nightgown, and the fox-like eyes slightly intoxicated. Compared to Nie Qingcheng, the so-called department flower suddenly seemed bland and flavorless. Hey, what are you thinking? Your soul seems to have flown away. Wang Hao finished a game round and jumped down from the upper bunk, shaking the floor 3 times. He leaned closer, sniffing mischievously. Yinzi, what smell are you wearing? It smells fragrant, not like you fell into a mud pit, but rather like you rolled into some rich woman's bed. Zhang Yan's heart skipped a beat, but his face remained expressionless. Chicken soup scent spilled takeout. He didn't want to explain too much, quickly walking into the narrow bathroom and shutting the door. Hot water gushed from the shower, washing away the fatigue from his body. Zhang Yan leaned against the cool tiles, closing his eyes and silently reciting. System. A pale blue light curtain instantly unfolded before his eyes. Perfect life assistance system. Host Zhang Yan, physique 5, average charm 6, slightly above average skill, God level culinary arts, home cooking specialization items, none, funds 2235. 5 yuan. The interface was as simple as a no-name product. Zhang Yan's attention fell on a flashing red gift pack icon in the lower right corner. Daily fortune bag pending. Can I open one every day? Zhang Yan wondered in his mind. The system didn't respond, but the gift pack icon flashed more joyfully. He tried to point at it with his mind. The gift pack burst open, transforming into a stream of golden. There was a line of small text below. Description: a gene optimization product from a higher dimension capable of slightly improving the host's physical quality. There was a line of small text below. Description: a gene optimization product from a higher dimension capable of slightly improving the host's physical quality and expelling impurities from the body. No side effects. Tastes like mint soda. Zhang Yan looked at the small test tube, his heart racing a bit. Improve physique. He grew up in an orphanage. Malnutrition was the norm, and his physical foundation had always been weak. Though he got into college, years of part-time jobs made him look more fatigued than his peers. The hesitation lasted only half a second. Fortune favors the bold. Having already borne a debt of 120,000, was he still afraid of a bottle of soda? He focused his mind and chose use. The test tube appeared in his hand out of nowhere, its touch icy. Unscrewing the cap, a burst of fresh mint fragrance wafted towards him. Zhang Yan tilted his head and drank it all. The taste was indeed like soda, cool and smooth as it slid down his throat into his stomach. At first he felt nothing. About 3 minutes later, a surge of heat rose from his lower abdomen, rapidly engulfing his whole body. His skin began to itch and fine fishy black sweat droplets seeped from his pores. Damn, Zhang Yan cursed under his breath, quickly turning on the shower to blast himself with cold water. Yinzi, did you fall into a latrine? What smells so bad? Wang Hao's complaints came from outside, pinching his nose. Zhang Yan had no time to pay him any mind. This purifying process lasted a full 10 minutes. When he finally washed off the last trace of grease, he felt as if he had shed a layer of skin. He felt much lighter. The fatigue vanished, replaced by an unprecedented surge of energy. He dried off, walking to the water-stained mirror. The person staring back was still him, but something seemed different. His skin appeared more delicate, less rough from years of wind and sun exposure. The contours of his face seemed clearer and more defined. Most notably were his eyes. Originally clouded with fatigue, his pupils now shone clear like a spring in the mountains, distinct in black and white. The enduring sense of impoverished exhaustion had been washed away by more than half, with youthfulness rushing forth. Is this an illusion? Zhang Yan touched his face, a bit uncertain. He changed into a clean t-shirt and shorts, stepping out of the bathroom. All done, you can use it now. Wang Hao, about to climb into bed, turned to glance, freezing in place. He looked Zhang Yan up and down, scratching his head. Weird. What is it? Zhang Yan's heart tightened. You little brat. Seem to have become a bit handsome. Wang Hao squinted, a face full of suspicion. Can taking a shower really work like subtle surgery? Zhang Yan sighed in relief, casually finding an excuse. Maybe the hot water opened up my face. He lay down on his hard wooden bed, sleeping without dreams. The next day, Zhang Yan was awakened by the sound of birds outside the window. He opened his eyes, feeling refreshed, the best sleep he had since entering university. In the dorm, Wang Hao was still. Zhang Yan quietly finished washing up, changed into a faded t-shirt, and stepped out of the dorm. The morning campus was fresh with air. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows. Walking towards the cafeteria, Zhang Yan felt a distinct difference. Previously, when he walked down the street, he felt like a stone thrown into water, causing no ripples whatsoever. But today, girls passing by instinctively glanced at him twice. Even 2 senior girls whispered to each other as they brushed past. That guy just now, which department is he from? Quite clean. Yet his eyes are so bright, like a little puppy. Zhang Yan's hearing had also improved quite a bit. He lowered his head, quickening his steps, but his ears felt a bit hot. This feeling of being observed was strange, yet novel. It seemed that the effect of that potion was no illusion. His hardware had been upgraded, and he felt more confident about eating soft rice hard. Zhang Yan sat in a corner of the cafeteria, eating a 5 yuan breakfast set, a steamed bun, an egg, and a bowl of congee. He ate slowly, mentally planning the menu for tonight. That woman Nie Qingcheng was very picky. Ordinary meals would definitely not suffice. Just then, his broken phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. The screen lit up. A WeChat message popped up. The note was those 3 glaring words. Creditor, Nie Qingcheng. The message was simple and blunt, filled with the oppressive aura of a capitalist. I'm hungry. 6 o'clock tonight, late arrival will incur a deduction. It was 5:30 in the afternoon. Zhang Yan unlocked a shared bicycle, the chain stiff and creaking. The setting sun stretched his shadow long, leading westward toward the precious Yunding Manor. The car logos on the road grew more luxurious, transitioning from Mercedes-Benz and BMW to Bentley and Rolls-Royce. Zhang Yan, wearing a faded white t-shirt, pedaled the bicycle worth 500 yuan, feeling like an ugly duckling lost among a flock of swans. Out of place. Finally, the heavy, intricately carved iron gate stood before him. What do you want? The security guard's window swung open abruptly. A middle-aged security guard poked his head out, his uniform crisp, scrutinizing Zhang Yan as if he were a thief. His gaze lingered for 2 seconds on the shabby bicycle and cheap canvas shoes. Finally, his eyes settled on Zhang Yan's overly youthful face. A poor student. Assessment complete. Looking for someone, Zhang Yan said, squeezing the brake and planting his feet on the ground. Owner of building A09. The security guard chuckled, a trace of mockery curling at the corners of his mouth, as if he had heard the biggest joke of the year. A09. Do you know who lives there? He pointed to a nearby sign, his tone disdainful. No reservation, no owner's phone number, not even a license plate. Do you think this is a market? Hurry up and leave, don't block the cars behind you. Zhang Yan remained still. He didn't want to argue. He quietly took out his cracked phone. He opened WeChat and found the pure black avatar. I was stopped by the security guard. The guard watched his actions, sneering as he crossed his arms. Pretending. Continuing to pretend. This kind of poor kid trying to sneak in to take photos for social media, he could stop 10 of them in a month. In less than half a minute. Ding ding ding. The red internal line in the guard booth rang out of the blue. The security guard's expression changed. This phone directly connected to the core owners and rarely rang more than twice a year. He hurriedly answered, his waist bending instantly, his voice obsequious like a eunuch. Hello, Southgate booth. There were no pleasantries on the other end. Only a lazy, slightly hoarse female voice tinged with sleep. The boy on the bicycle at the gate. The guard's scalp went numb, cold sweat trickling down his temples. That voice belonged to the esteemed Nie, known as Bamboo Leaf Green. Yes. Don't worry, Miss Nie, I will drive him away immediately, ensuring he doesn't dirty your. Let him in. The voice on the phone interrupted him, teasing in tone. He is my invited private chef. Beep. The call. The security guard stood frozen, nearly dropping the receiver. A private chef. Niece private chef. This student riding a shared bicycle wearing clothes worth just a few dozen yuan. He mechanically turned his head to look at Zhang Yan, who appeared calm outside the gate, his throat going dry. This was no poor student. This was clearly a prince going incognito. Open the door. Quickly. The security guard fumbled with the remote, rushing out of the booth, his face breaking into a wide smile. Oh, young brother. No, sir. He rushed in front of Zhang Yan, bending at a 90-degree angle, hands wanting to hold the handlebars, yet hesitating to touch. I'm truly sorry, I was blind. Please don't take it to heart. I will watch your bike. Park it in the best spot. His demeanor shifted from arrogant to humble, changing like flipping a page. Zhang Yan observed the sweat on the guard's forehead, his expression indifferent. This was the taste of power. Nie Qingcheng didn't even need to show herself, a single sentence could open this seemingly unattainable door for him. Thank you. Zhang Yan parked the bicycle, not wasting more words, and walked straight through the door. Behind him, the security guard maintained a bowing posture until that slender figure vanished around the corner, before daring to straighten up and wipe his sweat. Building A09. Zhang Yan stood before the familiar carved wooden door, not yet having raised his hand. Click. The door opened. A wave of high-end cold fragrance mixed with wood notes rushed out first. Zhang Yan instinctively looked up. His gaze froze instantly. Gone was the deadly lace nightgown from last night. But the sight before him was even more striking. Nie Qingcheng wore a silver-gray silk cheongsam. This color is extremely picky, any flaw could make one look older, but on her it flowed with a breathtaking sense of high-end elegance. The fabric clung closely, every inch of tailoring seemed to grow from her skin. The shaped curve was highlighted vividly, the voluptuous parts almost threatening to burst from the fabric, yet her waist was so slender it seemed one could grasp it with a single hand. The most striking feature was the slit. It extended all the way to her thighs. As she leaned against the door frame, a blindingly white long leg became subtly visible. Her hair was styled up, revealing her long swan neck, and the tear mole at the corner of her eye exuded charm under the light. Have you arrived? Her voice was lazy, tinged with allure. If last night she was an untamed wildcat, today she was a beautiful serpent, seductive and deadly. Zhang Yan swallowed hard, quickly lowering his head to stare at the tips of his canvas shoes. He dared not. One more glance would be a sin. Come in. Do I need to invite you again? Nie Qingcheng turned, her high heels clicking crisply against the floor. Zhang Yan changed into slippers, trying to avoid glancing sideways. Yet the entrance was simply too narrow. Nie Qingcheng didn't hurry to the living room, but paused by the entrance cabinet, seemingly searching for something. Strange, where's my pen? She mumbled, suddenly bending down. This action was practically criminal. The cheongsam's fabric tightened instantly, the curve of her back pulled into an exaggerated arc. The fabric at the slit slipped down. A large expanse of creamy skin unabashedly crashed into Zhang Yan's peripheral vision. The fragrance in the air seemed to intensify, filled with her body heat arrogantly invading his nostrils. Zhang Yan felt the blood rushing to his head, his cheeks burning, his breathing completely out of rhythm. He frantically recited recipes in his mind. Scallion oil noodles, first fry the scallion whites, then fry the scallion greens. Found it. Nie Qingcheng straightened up, holding a pen in her hand, turning with a smile that was neither a smile nor a grin. Her fox-like eyes were filled with mockery. She was doing it on purpose. She had seen countless men and was accustomed to the greed and desire in their eyes. But this boy before her, his ears were clearly flushed to the point of almost bleeding, his fists clenched tightly, yet he still forced himself to maintain that line. This youthful composure, this awkward struggle on the brink of desire. 1,000 times more interesting than those men who immediately made a move. Little chef. Nie Qingcheng stepped closer, closing the distance to Zhang Yan. The faint scent of alcohol wafted over his face. Why are you blushing? Zhang Yan suddenly stepped back, his back hitting the door. There was no retreat. It's hot in here. He gritted his teeth, his voice dry. Is it? Nie Qingcheng chuckled lightly, her fingertips lightly tapping on his burning cheek. Then go to the kitchen quickly, it's cooler there. As if granted a reprieve, Zhang Yan almost awkwardly turned sideways like a frightened rabbit diving into the kitchen, until the sliding door closed, cutting off that scorching gaze. Only then did Zhang Yan lean against the countertop, gasping for breath. His heart raced violently and his chest pounding painfully against his eardrums. This woman was undoubtedly a devil. In the living room, Nie Qingcheng looked at the tightly shut kitchen door, her mood soaring. She walked over to the sofa and sat down, crossing her legs, the hem of her cheongsam sliding down, revealing boundless allure. She picked up her phone and sent a message to her secretary. Check the shops near Jiang University. Her fingers paused momentarily as a domineering smile curved at the corners of her mouth. Get the closest and the best one to the school. Buy it. Riding back and forth on the bicycle every day was too slow. It would be better to set up a shop right at the school gate and keep him close. After all, he was her private chef. In the kitchen, Zhang Yan leaned against the cold countertop, his chest rising and falling violently. The mingled aroma of alcohol and body heat seemed to linger at the tip of his nose, making his cheeks flush with heat. A prodigy. This woman is definitely a prodigy who has cultivated for 1,000 years. He took a few deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down, and focused all his attention on the ingredients before him. The god-level culinary skills bestowed by the system flowed through his mind like a clear spring, quickly extinguishing the fire of anxiety in his heart. He opened the refrigerator. The M9 Wagyu beef, black truffles, foie gras. These top-tier ingredients lay quietly there, radiating a glow of wealth. Zhang Yan simply ignored them. He just wanted to finish cooking, quickly settle his debts, and escape this place of troubles. His gaze searched the cold storage, and soon he found his target: a piece of rosy pork ribs, a few plump vegetables, and a live crucian carp swimming slowly in the water tank. That would be enough. Zhang Yan tied on his apron, and his whole demeanor instantly settled down. Outside the kitchen, Nie Qingcheng lazily leaned against the glass door, casually crossing her arms. She was curious to see what other skills this young chef who piqued her interest had besides his stunning yanchun noodles. Zhang Yan swiftly scooped out the crucian carp and cleaned it. Then he drew his knife and chopped the ribs. Thud! The blade met the bones with a dull, forceful sound. With each strike, the ribs broke apart evenly, as if measured by precise instruments. Blanched the ribs, skimming off the foam. In another pot, he heated oil and added rock sugar. Zhang Yan flicked his wrist, transforming the sugar from tiny bubbles to an inviting amber color, the entire process flowing smoothly, without any hesitation. The ribs hit the pot with a sizzling sound, and the aroma of meat and caramel exploded at once. It was an aggressive, domineering sweetness that rushed into Nie Qingcheng's nostrils, causing her to swallow instinctively. This villa was too large, too empty. Since her mother passed away, there had been no warmth of home here, no bustling atmosphere. Over the years, she had eaten nothing but cold business meals or Michelin dishes that were as exquisite as artworks, but devoid of soul. She had never thought that one day she would stand here watching a man prepare a meal for her. Moreover, she was captivated. In the pot, the ribs rolled in the sauce, gradually taking on a glossy sheen. Meanwhile, Zhang Yan plunged the pan-fried crucian carp into boiling water and covered the pot. Moments later, the milky white fish soup began to bubble, with steam releasing strands of fresh flavor. Finally, he stir-fried a plate of vibrant green vegetables over high heat. In just 40 minutes, 3 dishes and a soup were neatly arranged on the mahogany dining table. The sweet and sour ribs shone with oil, exuding a fragrant aroma. The crucian carp tofu soup was milky and rich, garnished with bright green scallions. The stir-fried vegetables were crisp and tender, preserving the truest flavors of the ingredients. All done, Zhang Yan untied his apron and stepped aside, preparing to wait for this creditor to finish her meal before tidying up and leaving. Nie Qingcheng walked over gracefully, pulled out a chair, and sat down. She picked up her chopsticks and first grabbed a piece of rib. The moment it entered her mouth, her fox-like eyes lit up. The sweet and sour flavor was just right, with no trace of artificial sweetness. The meat was tender and fell off the bone, yet retained a slight chewiness. It was delicious. She took another sip of the fish soup. It was fresh and rich, a warm flow sliding down her throat into her stomach, soothing her fatigue from the entire day. Nie Qingcheng comfortably squinted her eyes, resembling a cat that had been groomed. She looked up and saw Zhang Yan still standing like a door god beside her, his brow slightly furrowed. What are you standing there for? Waiting for you to finish eating so I can clean up. Zhang Yan answered as if it were a matter of course. Sit down. Nie Qingcheng pointed to the chair opposite her, her tone leaving no room for argument. Zhang Yan was taken aback. This isn't appropriate, right? Eating together. This was beyond the scope of a chef's job, too intimate. What's inappropriate about it? Nie Qingcheng raised an eyebrow, crossing her long legs beneath her cheongsam and shifting to a more comfortable position. I'm not used to eating alone. Looking at Zhang Yan's awkward demeanor, she found it amusing and added a reason he couldn't refuse. Having dinner with me is part of your job duties. If you don't sit, it's considered a breach of contract. Zhang Yan. What else could he say? In the face of money and power, he had no room to negotiate. Silently, he pulled out a chair and sat down opposite. Nie Qingcheng picked up his bowl and chopsticks, bowed his head to eat without a word. The atmosphere was somewhat delicate. In the large dining room, only the gentle clinking of bowls and chopsticks remained. Nie Qingcheng enjoyed her meal, but most of her attention was actually on the young man opposite her, who was engrossed in eating. He ate quietly and gracefully, unlike the gluttonous roommate in the dormitory. Not bad at cooking. Nie Qingcheng set down her chopsticks, wiped her red lips with a napkin, and casually asked, "Your name is Zhang Yan?" A freshman from Jiang University. Their conversation was brief with few words exchanged. Nie Qingcheng was not annoyed. Instead, she found his cool and taciturn demeanor far more pleasing than those who tried too hard to please her. She poured herself half a glass of red wine, gently swirling at the scarlet liquid, leaving beautiful trails on the glass wall. "From your accent, you're not a local." "I'm from Jinghai." Zhang Yan finally spoke a few more words, picking up a piece of tofu and putting it in his mouth. "From Jinghai." Nie Qingcheng was a bit surprised. "Then your parents?" Zhang Yan's movement of picking up food paused for a moment. He raised his head calmly, meeting Nie Qingcheng's probing gaze. "I have no parents. I'm an orphan raised in an orphanage." He spoke as if it were a matter of little consequence, as if discussing something unrelated to him, and then lowered his head to continue eating. Nie Qingcheng's grip on the wine glass tightened suddenly. On her face, which usually bore an expression of amusement and laziness, something flickered momentarily. It was astonishment. It was shock. Deeper still was a sudden sharp pain that pierced through her. She had seen him in awkward situations, seen him blush, and seen him focused and serious. She had always thought he was just an ordinary college student from a poor background who came out to work and study. But she had never considered that beneath his clear and clean exterior lay such a heavy past. An orphan. No wonder he carried a maturity and calmness beyond his years. No wonder his gaze was so pure, because he had never been enveloped in the warmth of a family, so he did not understand the worldly wisdom and shrewdness. The atmosphere in the dining room suddenly froze. Nie Qingcheng looked at his slender shoulders and suddenly found the plate of enticing sweet and sour ribs somewhat glaring. She quickly reined in her exposed emotions, raised her wine glass, took a sip, and used the alcohol to suppress the unfamiliar bitterness deep within her. When she spoke again, she had returned to her high and mighty queen persona, but her voice bore a little less sarcasm and a little more softness that she herself was not aware of. "Eat more." She used the serving chopsticks to place the largest rib into Zhang Yan's bowl, still commanding. "You're too thin, or it affects my appetite just looking at you." The sweet and sour ribs in the bowl were steaming, the tangy scent piercing Zhang Yan's nose, yet it failed to stir his appetite. As the words fell, the delicate sounds of chewing and clinking utensils in the restaurant seemed to be cut off by an invisible hand. Nie Qingcheng's fingers tightened around the stem of her wine glass, knuckles turning pale. The crimson liquid in the glass swayed violently, nearly spilling. She stared at the boy across from her. He continued to lower his head and eat his back straight like an inflexible ruler. His tone was too bland when he spoke, as if he were merely commenting on the pleasant weather. Such excessive calmness was more piercing than a hysterical display of misery. Nie Qingcheng had seen countless men weaving tales of sympathy before her. But in Zhang Yan's eyes there was only serenity and an indifference that had long become accustomed to licking his own wounds. That clarity which seemed out of place in this restless city stemmed from the fact that he had never been immersed in the warmth of worldly affection. Her throat felt a bit constricted. Nie Qingcheng tilted her head back and downed half a glass of red wine. The alcohol was sharp, yet it couldn't suppress the inexplicable bitterness rising from her heart. The remainder of the meal was oppressively quiet. Zhang Yan finished the last bite of rice, set down his chopsticks, and deftly stood up to clear the table. He cleaned the bone plates, sorted the utensils, and placed them in the sink. The sound of rushing water was loud as he bent slightly, the faded t-shirt clinging to his back. Due to the sweat, the fabric became transparent, outlining the contours of the boy's thin, yet toned shoulder blades. Nie Qingcheng leaned against the chair, her gaze drifting over that silhouette. Her eyes caught the neckline, already washed loose and misshapen, the edges frayed, revealing a small patch of skin beneath the collarbone. It was glaring. This outfit was unworthy of the focus he had shown while cooking, and even less suitable for the style of this villa. An inexplicable irritation surged within her. She wanted to do something to fill the void left by hearing the word orphan. "Stop." Nie Qingcheng's voice broke the monotony of the flowing water. Zhang Yan turned off the tap, foam still on his hands, and looked back in confusion. "Miss Nie." The sharp sound of high heels struck the floor, producing a crisp tap-tap noise. Nie Qingcheng stopped half a step behind him. A rich, cold fragrance mixed with the scent of wine rushed in, causing Zhang Yan to instinctively want to retreat, only to be stopped by the countertop. "This shirt." Nie Qingcheng raised her hand, her long fingers drawing an imaginary circle in the air, pointing at the old t-shirt, with her usual tone of dominance and scrutiny. "Too old, too worn, too unsightly. It severely affects my appetite." Zhang Yan paused for a moment, looking down. This was his most presentable piece of clothing, free of holes and very clean. His fingers instinctively tightened around the hem, knuckles whitening with strain. Being poor was not shameful, but being pointed out by a billionaire female CEO was a kind of embarrassment that scorched his cheeks like fire. "I'm sorry." Zhang Yan's voice was a bit tight. "This is all I have." "Then replace it." Nie Qingcheng turned and strode toward a pile of shopping bags prepared in the living room. She picked up several bags with understated logos, turned back, and directly threw them into Zhang Yan's arms. "Change into these." From now on, when you come here, this will be your work uniform. The bags were heavy, landing with a muffled thud. Zhang Yan glanced down. There were no obvious brand labels, but the thick texture of the packaging exuded an air of "I am expensive." He placed the bags on the countertop, his expression returning to calm. "No gain without effort, Miss Nie. I'm here to repay a debt, not to sell myself." His refusal was decisive and clean. Nie Qingcheng laughed in anger. This kid's backbone was tougher than she had imagined. She stepped forward, her captivating fox-like eyes narrowing slightly, staring at Zhang Yan with a hint of dangerous intent. "Selling yourself? You wish." She extended her index finger and poked Zhang Yan's chest with more force. "Understand your position. You are my private chef. Your every move represents my taste. Letting you wander around looking like a refugee. If we have guests, whose face would that embarrass? This is work attire company property." Nie Qingcheng's logic was impeccable, not allowing Zhang Yan a chance to refute. "If you dirty it, the company will wash it. If you damage it, the company will replace it. You won't spend a dime, and it won't be considered a benefit. Now go upstairs, second bathroom on the left." She pointed to the stairs, her chin slightly raised, exuding a queenly aura. "Or should I help you take it off myself?" Zhang Yan. That last sentence was too damaging. Watching Nie Qingcheng's eager expression, as if she was truly prepared to take action, the last bit of his resistance crumbled in an instant. Arguing with this woman was purely self-inflicted pain. He grabbed the bag and dashed towards the stairs. Second floor bathroom. The sound of the door locking was particularly clear. Zhang Yan leaned against the door, his chest rising and falling. That elusive cold fragrance seemed to still linger at the tip of his nose. After calming his breath, he opened the bags. A pure cotton white t-shirt, well-tailored black casual pants, even undergarments and socks. There were no tags, clearly cut off in advance. Zhang Yan paused. This detail made something hard within him soften slightly. Was she trying to consider his meager pride? He took off the wet, cold old clothes and changed into the new outfit. The feel was undeniable. The top-grade long staple cotton fit against him like a second skin, light and breathable. Zhang Yan stood before the full-length mirror. The person in the mirror made him momentarily dazed. The system's physical improvement was not mere words. His previously somewhat frail frame was now perfectly outlined by the fitted t-shirt. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, slightly prominent chest muscles. The lines were smooth and full of explosive power. The black casual pants elongated his leg proportions, making him stand tall like a pine tree. The sense of despair brought on by life's burdens was swept away, replaced by the sharpness and nobility belonging to an 18-year-old boy. Clothes make the man indeed. The ancients did not deceive me. In the living room downstairs, Nie Qingcheng poured herself another glass of red wine, sinking into the sofa. The television was on, showing something she wasn't really paying attention to. Her ears were perked up, listening for any movement at the stairway. Actually, she had been too harsh earlier. But if she hadn't been so assertive, that stubborn fool would undoubtedly not have accepted it. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps approached. Very light, yet steady. Nie Qingcheng instinctively turned her head, casually glancing over. That glance, however, made it impossible for her gaze to shift away. The wine glass paused at her red lips, forgotten. The soft, warm light illuminated the stairway. The boy walked down slowly, one hand in his pocket, dressed in a simplified black and white ensemble, like a battle robe tailored just for him. With no unnecessary embellishments, it magnified the clean and clear aura to the fullest. Especially against this backdrop of luxury, his black and white contrast was strikingly brilliant. If the previous Zhang Yan was a piece of dust-covered jade, then now he was a rare gem, freshly polished, revealing its sharp edge. Nie Qingcheng felt her throat dry. A certain heated emotion surged within her, stronger than the red wine she had just consumed. She thought she had only adopted a pleasing little cat. Unexpectedly, after being cleaned, it turned out to be an undeveloped little leopard. Zhang Yan approached the sofa, awkwardly tugging at the hem of his shirt. Miss Nie changed. Nie Qingcheng came back to her senses, quickly masking the fleeting surprise and greed in her eyes. She took a sip of wine, using the glass to shield half of her face deliberately, keeping her voice flat, though a hint of delight escaped in her tone. It's acceptable. Barely tolerable, not enough to ruin my appetite. Yet inside she was shouting, this is not this was practically inviting a crime. Damn it. This deal seemed to be a bit of a loss. This was not merely finding a chef, it was clearly finding herself a troublemaker, exuding hormones at all times. Jiang University, third stairwell classroom. The public class at 8 in the morning is always noisy like boiling water. Zhang Yan slipped in through the back door, habitually walking towards the corner of the last row. It is a blind spot for surveillance, a sanctuary for loafing, the best place to contemplate whether to use rock candy or brown sugar for tonight's sweet and sour ribs. Today feels a bit off. As he stepped into the aisle, the previously buzzing conversation abruptly cut off, as if someone had choked it. Dozens of eyes turned to him in unison. In the past, Zhang Yan could have been lost in a crowd. Today, dressed in a white t-shirt and black long pants, he exuded a refreshing aura of youth despite the simplicity of his outfit. That outfit was chosen by Nie Qingcheng. It was from a top Italian cashmere brand devoid of any logos, yet the soft drape and slightly luminous fabric were enough for discerning eyes to recognize its quality at a glance. Coupled with the effects of the body improvement potion, his previously dull complexion had become translucent, his back was straight, and he resembled a poplar that had just been rained on. Who is that? Zhang Yan. No way, isn't he always wearing that yellow delivery outfit? This aura. Did he get plastic surgery? Whispers buzzed around him like flies. Zhang Yan didn't even lift his eyelids. Trouble. Becoming handsome is also a burden. He just wanted to sit down quickly and mentally rehearse the recipe. His path was blocked. A foot clad in limited edition AJ sneakers was planted squarely in the middle of the aisle. Zhao Yu leaned back in his chair, a well-known rich second generation in the class whose family had profited from a demolition project practically covered in logos of luxury brands. He was fiddling with a Porsche car, his gaze sweeping over Zhang Yan before finally resting on his white t-shirt, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Oh, isn't this our class hard-working student? Zhao Yan's voice was loud enough for half the classroom to hear. Haven't seen you for a few days, hit the jackpot. That outfit from Brunello must cost 5,000 or 6,000, right? He paused deliberately, and a chorus of gasps filled the air. 5,000 or 6,000 for a t-shirt. For most students, that was half a year's living expenses. Zhao Yu was satisfied with the reaction. He stood up, reaching out to touch Zhang Yan's sleeve, a mocking smile plastered on his face. But Yanzi, we know each other well. Your monthly allowance can't even buy a sleeve. Where did you get this fake? Pinduodo 9 yuan and 9 for The cut is quite good, but this thread. He didn't even see the thread, merely trying to disgust him. Laughter erupted. The spectacle of a poor man flaunting a fake brand being exposed was always a crowd pleaser. Zhang Yan sidestepped Zhao Yu's hand. He looked at Zhao Yu, his gaze as calm as a still pond. There was no anger, no embarrassment, just a hint of annoyance at being interrupted. This person was too noisy. It was affecting his contemplation of the boiling time for the ribs. Excuse me. Zhang Yan said only 2 words. Such utter disregard was more painful than being insulted directly. Zhao Yu's smile froze and anger surged up within him. He hated that look from Zhang Yan the most. Clearly a pauper, yet always wore an air of indifference, as if no one could catch his eye. What are you pretending for? Zhao Yu stepped forward, completely blocking the aisle, raising his voice, wearing a fake and still acting superior. Believe me, I can search for the same model right now and let you. Tap, tap, tap. The crisp sound of footsteps interrupted Zhao Yu's tirade. A figure in white entered the classroom. The crowd that had been watching instantly fell silent, their gazes heating up. Su Wanqing, the belle of the art department, also recognized as the goddess of Jiang University. Today she wore no makeup, her face bare, yet she was still stunningly beautiful, making it hard to look away. Zhao Yu's eyes lit up, instantly changing his expression as he put on a self-proclaimed gentlemanly smile. Wanqing, over here. I saved you a seat in the front row. The view. Su Wanqing ignored him. Not even a glance. She walked straight past Zhao Yu and stopped in front of Zhang Yan. Her usually cool eyes were now fixed intently on the t-shirt Zhang Yan wore, her gaze filled with a professional curiosity and amazement. As a fashion design student, she was most sensitive to fabrics. This sheen, this fluid texture that appeared under the light, was definitely not ordinary. Classmate. Su Wanqing spoke, her voice crisp and melodious like the sound of wind chimes. The entire class fell into silence. Zhao Yu's smile had not yet faded before it froze on his face. Zhang Yan was forced to stop frowning at the girl blocking his path. Another one. Is there something? His tone was. Su Wanqing seemed unfazed by his indifference, instead stepping closer, her fingertip lightly pointing at his shoulder. May I ask, is this outfit the Cucinelli Autumn Haute Couture collection for this year? I've been looking for this fabric for a long time. Only their special technique can create this diamond dust effect. Can you tell me which boutique you ordered it from? Boom! The classroom erupted. No mockery, only shock. Who is Su Wanqing? The local rich girl from Jinghai with a keen eye for fashion. Her personally certified haute couture could not be false. Diamond dust effect. Just hearing it sounded exorbitantly expensive. Zhao Yu's face turned a deep shade of purple. One moment, he was mocking Zhang Yan for wearing a 9 yuan fake. The next, he was publicly slapped in the face by the goddess. That slap was too loud, too crisp. He felt the gazes that had previously mocked Zhang Yan all turned into needles piercing into him. The clown turned. Everyone awaited Zhang Yan's reply. Would he admit to being an invisible rich kid? Or would he seize the opportunity to flirt with the school beauty? Zhang Yan looked at Su Wanqing's expectant eyes and felt a headache. A boutique. This was just something Nie Qingcheng had randomly tossed out from her wardrobe. A gift. Zhang Yan bypassed Su Wanqing, his tone still devoid of emotion. No links, no stores, don't know. As for Su Wanqing's astonishment, Zhao Yu's resentment, and the class uproar, it had nothing to do with him. Ding. A mechanical voice resonated in his mind at the right. As for Su Wanqing's astonishment, Zhao Yu's resentment, and the class uproar, it had nothing to do with him. Ding. A mechanical voice resonated in his mind at the right moment. Detected host's mindset is calm and unperturbed, perfectly ignoring low-level provocations. Reward, Aura 1. Zhang Yan's fingers holding the phone paused slightly. Is that all I get? The sunlight poured in through the window, casting over his profile. In that moment, Su Wanqing, who had wanted to ask a few more questions, suddenly forgot what she wanted to say as she gazed at the side profile focused on the phone screen. This boy seems a little special. In the lecture hall at the back corner, the leaves of the phoenix trees outside were fluttering in the evening breeze. The old professor on the podium spoke passionately, spitting out words with fervor. Zhang Yan bowed his head. The cracked screen of his phone reflected a pure black avatar. Debtor Nie Qingcheng, his fingertip hovered over the input box. 6 o'clock. This was the deadline set by that woman. Being late would result in a deduction of pay, and absenteeism would double the penalty. It was unreasonable and tyrannical. Zhang Yan pressed his lips together. If it were in the past, he might have skipped class for that exorbitant debt. But now things were different. The system gave him confidence and allowed him to regain a long-lost rhythm. He was here to repay his debts, not to sell himself. His studies were the foundation of his existence. His fingers tapped on the screen. No explanations, no flattery, only statements. Tonight there is a required professional course, taking a day off. I will arrive on time tomorrow. Send. Lock the screen. Stuffing the phone back into his pocket, Zhang Yan opened macroeconomics and calmly jotted down a line of notes. It was as if he had just rejected not a billionaire heiress, but a card salesman. Yunding Manor Building, A0. The setting sun dyed the living room floor a bright orange. Nie Qingcheng was barefoot on the carpet. She had just taken a shower. She changed out of that decisive professional outfit. She wore a winered silk slip dress with a minimalist cut that accentuated her curve breathtakingly. She even deliberately sprayed a bit of no man's land rose, cold yet tinged with an imperceptible desire. Her gaze swept across the wall clock. 5:55. Just 5 more minutes. That little chef should be ringing the doorbell. Just thinking about the steaming soup and the tall figure busy in the kitchen eased the stomach that had been irritated all day by those old men on the board. Ding. The phone vibrated. A slight smile appeared on Nie Qingcheng's lips, and the tear mole at the corner of her eye became more vivid. He was quite perceptive. Her slender fingers slid across the screen. In the next second, the smile at the corner of her mouth froze. Taking a day off. Those few short words felt like a bucket of cold water poured over her. Nie Qingcheng stared at the screen. She stared for a full 10 seconds. Taking a day off. For attending class. In her eyes, a meal was worth less than those tedious pages of a book. A strange tightness filled her chest. A wave of irritation named being ignored surged up her veins to her head. Good. Very good. Zhang Yan, you can do it. Nie Qingcheng sneered coldly, throwing her phone heavily onto the sofa. It bounced and fell again. What was just one meal? Without Zhang the butcher would she starve to death? She grabbed the internal line phone, her voice as cold as ice shards. Call Whiting Mansion. In half an hour bring over a top-class dinner. Tell the chef that if he can't produce the taste I want, he won't need to work tomorrow. Half an hour later, a Bentley stopped. 2 lines of waiters in tailcoats filed in. The silver cloche was lifted. An enticing aroma wafted. French baked snails, M9 Wagyu Wellington black truffle risotto. Each dish was as exquisite as an artwork displayed in a museum. The plating was meticulous, the ingredients luxurious. This table was worth 6 figures. Nie Qingcheng sat at the head, holding a heavy silver fork. She stared at the table full of delicacies, yet her stomach was in utter silence. No appetite. Not a bit. She speared a piece of foie gras and put it into her mouth. It melted in her mouth, rich and fat. But after chewing twice, Nie Qingcheng frowned. Greasy. Too greasy. Like swallowing a mouthful of congealed lard. The industrialized delicacy was perfect to the point of suffocation, yet it lacked one thing. Humanity. Uncontrollably, her mind drifted back to that bowl of plain noodles from yesterday. It was thin and watery, yet it carried the warmth of that boy's fingertips with the kind of scallion oil fragrance that could steal one's soul. Clang. The silver fork was thrown onto the plate, producing a sharp clattering sound. The waiters trembled in fear, not daring to breathe. Take it away. Nie Qingcheng pulled out a napkin, wiped her mouth as if she had just eaten something filthy. Manager is it? The manager asked timidly. It tastes like chewing wax. Nie Qingcheng stood up, not even looking at the table of expensive dinner one more time. It is all the taste of money, not the taste of food. She walked barefoot on the cold floor, step by step up the stairs. Her stomach was empty, and she was hungry to the point of panic. But her heart was even emptier. That feeling of missing something clawing at her heart made her feel like she was on the verge of exploding. Is this withdrawal? Just 2 days. That boy named Zhang Yan has cast a spell on her stomach. The next day, Qingcheng Building. In the top-floor conference room, the air pressure was low enough to suffocate. A dozen executives hung their heads like prisoners awaiting sentencing. At the head of the table, Nie Qingcheng flipped through the planning proposal in her hand with a blank expression. Bang! The document was slammed onto the table, sliding several meters away, almost hitting the face of the marketing director. Is this what you submitted? Nie Qingcheng's voice was not loud, yet it carried a chilling sense of oppression. The data is perfect, the logic smooth, the layout exquisite. But where is the soul? It's like the plastic flowers produced on an assembly line, looking beautiful, but smelling of glue. The crowd fell. No one knew why Nie Qingcheng was so furious today. Only Nie Qingcheng herself knew. She was venting her anger. This planning proposal was just like the dinner from last night at Whiting Mansion. Exquisite, expensive, yet devoid of sincerity. It was all a trick. She was thoroughly fed up with this monotonously perfect presentation. She wanted that hint of difference. That hint of rawness, yet real enough to burn. Redo it. Nie Qingcheng stood up straight and turned towards the floor-to-ceiling window. I want to see a new proposal before the end of the workday tonight. Otherwise you all can submit your resignations. The conference room was filled with wails. Nie Qingcheng ignored them. She stood before the massive floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the traffic below like ants. Her stomach let out an inconvenient growl. Hungry. Since last night, she hadn't eaten a single grain. That sense of hunger mixed with resentment towards someone was fermenting wildly. She took out her phone, tapping on that pure black avatar. The last message was still stuck on yesterday's leave request. That detestable little boy. Did he really not have a single word of explanation? Not even a polite, "Did you eat, miss?" Yeah. Nie Qingcheng ground her molars. Her fingertip pressed hard against the screen as if trying to pierce someone's face. The living room of Building A09 was devoid of the main lights. Only the city's fading glow outside the floor-to-ceiling windows spread like a thin layer of orange jam across the cold, hard marble floor. As Zhang Yan pushed the door open, he caught a faint scent of alcohol. It was not the passionate aroma of red wine from yesterday, but rather a colder, more refined essence akin to chilled grape juice, mixed with some expensive cool perfume. His gaze traversed the dimly lit entrance hall. At the head of the dining table sat a figure. Nie Qingcheng. Unlike her usual lazy posture on the sofa, she sat upright, her hands neatly folded in front of her. Her long hair cascaded down, partially obscuring her face. The dim light accentuated the sharp lines of her jaw, cold and defined like a queen's statue judging the guilty. Zhang Yan hesitated momentarily while changing his shoes. The air pressure in the room felt exceptionally low, so low that it made him feel like a prey that had wandered into unfamiliar territory. President Nie. His voice echoed slightly in the spacious room, failing to elicit any response. Nie Qingcheng slowly raised her head. Her fox-like eyes, usually filled with a hint of playful mirth, were now entirely dark. There was no bottom to them. Zhang Yan instinctively clenched the hem of his clothes. His straightforward leave request sent yesterday was too abrupt. For someone used to controlling everything, this kind of after-the-fact rejection was likely a grave offense. Absenteeism. The two words slipped from her crimson lips, devoid of warmth. Double the interest. Zhang Yan pressed his lips together. As expected. Yesterday was a core compulsory course. The professor took attendance. I only look at the results. Nie Qingcheng interrupted him. She stood up, the chair scraping harshly against the floor. Her high heels clicked on the ground, step by step, drawing closer until she stopped half a meter in front of Zhang Yan. That sense of oppression accompanied by a cold fragrance enveloped him. You didn't come, and I was hungry all day. She stared into Zhang Yan's eyes, her tone disturbingly calm. So today, besides cooking, you will also have extra hours. Zhang Yan froze for a moment. Extra hours. Nie Qingcheng lifted her chin, the long curve of her neck creating a beautiful silhouette as her gaze swept across the pristine living room. A thorough cleaning. Zhang Yan looked around. The floor was so shiny it could serve as a mirror, and the leather sofa had not a single crease, with not even a speck of dust visible in the air. This place hardly needed cleaning. It was clearly an excuse to find fault. What? Noticing his silence, Nie Qingcheng raised an eyebrow, a dangerous arc forming at the corners of her eyes. Unwilling. Then I'll deduct the absentee fee from yesterday, 120,000. Bank transfer or credit card? Zhang Yan swallowed hard. This was hardly a choice. Where are the tools? Nie Qingcheng's lips curled slightly, pointing towards the— Don't slack off, I will be checking. After saying this, she turned towards the sofa, sinking into the soft leather, casually picking up a finance magazine to shield her face. Zhang Yan sighed, resigned to his fate. Tying on the apron, which was pink and looked somewhat ridiculous on him, yet held a bizarre charm. The hum of the vacuum cleaner shattered the silence. Zhang Yan worked meticulously. Even knowing that the floor was cleaner than his own face, he pushed the vacuum diligently, covering every inch. On the sofa, the finance magazine had not turned a page in 5 minutes. Nie Qingcheng's gaze, peering through the edge of the pages, was shamelessly glued to his figure. Zhang Yan wore the white t-shirt she had chosen for him. The fabric was thin and breathable. As he bent to push the vacuum, the muscles on his back became subtly visible under the material. His shoulder blades tightened with the exertion of his arms, resembling two wings poised to take flight. Fine beads of sweat dripped from his hair tips, soaking the fabric on his back and clinging to his spine. It was the unique scent of youthful male hormones. Fresh and restless. Nie Qingcheng's fingers, gripping the stem of her wine glass, felt slightly warm. She took a sip of the chilled liquid, which slid down her throat, but could not quell the fire igniting within her. This was hardly a punishment for him. It was clearly a test of her own composure. President Nie. The sound of the vacuum suddenly ceased. Zhang Yan stood in the center of the living room, pointing at the massive Swarovski crystal chandelier overhead. Does it need cleaning too? The light hung 5 meters high, sparkling and translucent, each crystal refracting a soft glow. Nie Qingcheng set down her wine glass, adopting a more comfortable position, her long legs crossed. Of course. Her voice was languid, laced with a hint of malicious fun. A thorough cleaning must be absolute, not a speck of dust should remain. Zhang Yan did not retort. He went to fetch a high ladder. As he climbed up, a sharp pain shot through his knee, a bruise from the night of the downpour 2 days ago, still not healed. He gritted his teeth, enduring it, standing at the top of the ladder, stretching his arm. The hem of his t-shirt lifted with the motion, revealing a glimpse of his toned waist, the outline of his abdominal muscles clearly defined. Nie Qingcheng's eyes darkened. Her throat felt a bit dry. This view was far more captivating than the 6-figure chandelier. Zhang Yan carefully wiped the crystal ball with a soft cloth. Sweat dripped into his eyes, causing a slight sting. He instinctively raised his hand to wipe it away. At that moment, the anti-slip pad beneath the ladder seemed to slip slightly. Creak. His center of gravity suddenly lost balance. The sharp pain in his knee prevented him from adjusting his posture in time. His entire body leaned backward. A sensation of weightlessness surged. Nie Qingcheng had been watching him intently. In the moment the ladder swayed, her body reacted faster than her mind. She abruptly tossed aside the magazine, leaping from the sofa to catch him. But the distance was too short and the inertia too great. She failed to catch him, instead becoming the best human cushion. Thud. A muffled sound echoed. Zhang Yan fell solidly down. In that instant the world seemed to press the pause button. There was no pain. Beneath him was an incredibly soft sensation, his nose burying into a rich, cold fragrance. It was the scent of no man's land rose mixed with red wine. So intoxicating it made one dizzy. Zhang Yan propped himself up on his arms, attempting to rise. But he discovered his palm was pressed against an astonishingly soft curve. He froze. He abruptly looked down just in time to meet Nie Qingcheng's eyes, which were mere centimeters away. The distance between them was less than 5 centimeters. He could even feel the warmth of their breaths brushing against each other's faces. Nie Qingcheng's long hair spread across the sofa, her collar slightly disheveled from the impact, revealing a dazzling expanse of white skin. She did not push him away. Instead, she slowly raised her hand, her long, cool fingertips gliding along the back of Zhang Yan's neck, inching upwards. Finally, they hooked around his neck. Little brother. Her voice was hoarse, laced with a hint of breathlessness from the collision and an indescribable stick. Warm air whispered into Zhang Yan's ear, sending shivers down his spine. So eager to throw yourself at me. Were you doing this on purpose? Bang. Zhang Yan's mind completely crashed in that instant. Time, space, and sound were all stripped away. His senses were infinitely amplified. In his nostrils was a domineering scent, a blend of rich red wine and cool roses, like an invisible net wrapping around him tightly. In his nostrils was a domineering scent, a blend of rich red wine and cool roses, like an invisible net wrapping around him tightly. At a loss. Especially his palm, which was resting precisely on that full curve. The sinking feeling in his palm was so hot it made his very soul tremble. And that phrase, "Were you doing this on purpose?" whispered in his ear, each word carrying a warm breath, like feathers repeatedly scratching against his ear. Numb, itchy, tingly. Countless unfamiliar emotions surged like a flooded river, instantly breaking down all the psychological defenses he had built over 18 years. On purpose. If he were doing it on purpose, he should be struck by lightning right now. Zhang Yan opened his mouth, but only a dry syllable escaped his throat. He wanted to spring up immediately, but his body felt as if it were filled with lead, rigid and unresponsive. The hand hooked at the back of his neck applied no force, yet felt like an unbreakable shackle. Nie Qingcheng did not give him a chance to explain. She lay back on the sofa, allowing him to pin her down. Her fox-like eyes, usually covered with a layer of frost, sparkled with unhidden mockery and amusement when viewed up close. She even tilted her head slightly, her red lips almost touching his cheek. Not going to speak. Does that mean you agree? Her voice was lower, huskier, carrying a sticky sensation that made one blush and quicken their heartbeat. Little brother, you really have some guts. And you've learned to take the initiative. This was simply the whisper of a demon. Zhang Yan's cheeks turned crimson from his ears to his neck, as if he could bleed from embarrassment. A wave of heat surged to his head. At this rate, he would spontaneously combust. I didn't. The furious roar of a youth fighting for survival finally broke free from the confinement of his throat. He didn't know where he found the strength, but his arm pushed up violently, and he sprang away from Nie Qingcheng like a cat that had its tail stepped on. Due to the sudden movement, he staggered back 2 steps, and the small of his back crashed heavily against the edge of the coffee table, producing a dull thud. Hiss! Zhang Yan gasped in pain, but couldn't care less. He just covered his front with both hands, staring at the woman on the sofa, his face flushed as he stammered apologies. I'm sorry, Manager Nie. I really didn't do it on purpose. It was that ladder. It slipped. His eager attempts to explain made him look like a schoolboy who had done something wrong, afraid of being scolded by a parent. On the sofa, Nie Qingcheng slowly sat up. She was not angry. The burgundy silk camisole dress she wore had slipped from one shoulder due to the earlier collision, exposing a large area of smooth fair skin. She calmly tidied her disheveled clothing, readjusting the fallen strap. Then she raised her head and looked at Zhang Yan, who appeared flustered and wished he could find a hole to hide in. PFF. The iceberg crumbled. Nie Qingcheng could no longer hold back and burst into laughter, clutching. Initially, it was a suppressed chuckle, but soon it turned into unrestrained laughter, making her double over her lively demeanor, causing her chest to rise and fall spectacularly. Ha ha, you. She laughed so hard that tears almost came out, pointing at Zhang Yan, breathless. What was that expression of yours? I wouldn't eat you. This was the first time Zhang Yan saw her smile, so joyfully, so defenseless. She no longer bore that regal aura nor the icy indifference that kept people at bay, but resembled a mischievous older sister who had just played a successful prank. Shame, embarrassment, and a hint of something even he had not noticed, a racing heartbeat. The laughter echoed in the spacious living room for a long time before gradually subsiding. Shame, embarrassment, and a hint of something even he had not noticed, a racing heartbeat. The laughter echoed in the spacious living room for a long time before gradually subsiding. Nie Qingcheng rubbed her sore cheeks from laughing and stood up from the sofa. Barefoot, she stepped onto the carpet and walked towards Zhang Yan one step at a time. Zhang Yan instinctively wanted to retreat. Stop. Nie Qingcheng's voice still held a hint of laughter, yet it was commanding and left no room for defiance. She approached him and raised her hand, using that long finger which had just hooked around his neck to gently poke at the small of his back, where he had bumped into earlier. Did it hurt? The cool sensation from her fingertip passed through the thin fabric of his t-shirt, causing Zhang Yan's body to tense up instantly. No, it's fine. Your face is so red. Oh, were you scared earlier? Nie Qingcheng leaned in closer, her fox-like eyes filled with mischief. She enjoyed this feeling, watching this innocent and pure boy become flustered and blush at her words and action. This pure reaction pleased her more than any expensive luxury in the world. Zhang Yan felt uncomfortable under her gaze and could only lower his head further. Manager Nie, I'll continue cleaning. He just wanted to find something to do to distract himself from this deadly ambition. No need. Nie Qingcheng, in a good mood, waved her hand, directly exempting him from his duties. Let's call it a day. She turned and walked back to the bar, pouring herself a glass of ice water, drinking half of it in one go. The earlier collision and her laughter left her a bit parched. Zhang Yan felt like he had been granted a pardon and turned to escape. Wait. Nie Qingcheng called out to him. Zhang Yan's body stiffened, and he turned back resignedly. Keep the food in the kitchen and bring it out. Nie Qingcheng leaned against the bar, her legs crossed, returning to a somewhat lazy, queenly posture. Since I'm in a good mood today, I'll allow you to eat with me. Yes. Zhang Yan dashed into the kitchen as if fleeing. It wasn't until the cold metal countertop pressed against him that he felt his heart, which was about to leap out of his chest, calm down a bit. This was terrifying. This woman was simply a walking hormonal bomb. He glanced down at his palm. The astonishing sensation seemed to linger in his hand. Zhang Yan shook his head violently, trying to drive the chaotic images from his mind. Just then a cold mechanical sound abruptly rang in his head. A faint blue light curtain unfolded in front of him. Detected intimate physical contact between host and strength. Target heart rate peaked at 180 beats per minute. Triggered special random event, the Queen's Embrace. Event determination perfect response, though it was passive. Congratulations, host, you have received a random reward massage technique beginner. A book glowing with golden light slowly appeared on the curtain, then transformed into a stream of light and entered Zhang Yan's forehead. Countless pieces of knowledge about human acupuncture points, meridian paths, and massage techniques surged into his mind. From muscle relaxation to bone adjustment, from relieving fatigue to promoting blood circulation. Zhang Yan stood frozen in place. Massage technique. System. Are you malfunctioning? I almost lost my purity just now, and you give me this. Is this reward even serious? In the kitchen, Zhang Yan stood like a stone statue, frozen in place. The golden book titled Supreme Massage Techniques slowly flipped through pages in his mind, with countless diagrams of human meridians, detailed acupoint explanations, and massage techniques pouring into the depths of his memory like a waterfall. From head to toe, 361 acupoints, 12 main meridians, 8 extraordinary vessels. Everything became as clear as instinct. He could even clearly see the direction of every muscle in his body, every heartbeat driving the flow of blood. This reward. Zhang Yan's cheeks began to flush again. System, do you have any other intentions? Just now he almost thought he would be forced to compensate with his body, yet it turned around and sent him such an ambiguous skill. What does this mean? Encouraging him to take the initiative next time. Little chef, are you dead in there? A lazy yet slightly impatient voice from the living room interrupted Zhang Yan's chaotic thoughts. Where's the food? Do you want to starve your creditor? Coming. Zhang Yan snapped back to reality and hurriedly served the dishes that had been warming in the pot. 3 dishes and a soup. The aroma still lingered. But at that moment, holding the plate, his mindset was completely different. Now when he looked at Nie Qingcheng, he saw not just a stunningly voluptuous beauty, In his vision altered by the system, he could clearly see the slightly stiff neck and shoulder muscles beneath her expensive silk camisole due to long hours of desk work. He could see the connection between her 7th cervical vertebra and the 1st thoracic vertebra, the wealth bump, that slightly protruded due to poor posture. Occupational hazard. Zhang Yan silently diagnosed in his mind. At the dining table, the atmosphere had become much more relaxed than before. That unexpected embrace was lightly brushed aside by Nie Qingcheng with a laugh and a few teasing remarks, but Zhang Yan still felt awkward. He buried his head in his food, yet his peripheral vision uncontrollably darted towards her. Nie Qingcheng's eating posture was very elegant, but Zhang Yan noticed that every few bites she would subconsciously furrow her brow, her left hand unknowingly gripping her right shoulder. Moreover, her movements of turning or bending down to pick food were tinged with a slight stiffness. President Nie. Zhang Yan put down his utensils, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke up. Though that moment was accidental, he was still a man, having gained a tremendous advantage. The incredible sensation still lingered in his palm, making him restless. He wanted to do something to offset that offense. Is your cervical spine feeling uncomfortable? Nie Qingcheng paused her movement of picking food. She raised her head, her beautiful fox-like eyes narrowed slightly, carrying a hint of scrutiny. How do you know? Without finishing her sentence, she had already thought of the answer. Just now he had fallen from the ladder and crashed into her, probably aggravating her pre-existing injury. Thinking of this, Nie Qingcheng shot him a glare. Isn't this all your fault? She put down her chopsticks, irritably rubbed her neck. You nearly broke my bones. Actually, it's not that serious, but she just wanted to see him look guilty. Sure enough, a deep sense of apology immediately appeared on Zhang Yan's face. I'm sorry. He looked at her tightly knit brows, and the book Supreme Massage Techniques in his mind automatically flipped to the chapter on cervical and shoulder adjustment. Countless techniques for relaxing muscles and promoting circulation were stirring at his fingertips. An audacious thought uncontrollably emerged. Zhang Yan cleared his throat, his voice somewhat dry. I learned a few days of massage from an old traditional Chinese medicine practitioner when I was at the orphanage. This was the most reasonable excuse he could think of. I know a bit of ancient massage specifically for treating bruises and muscle strains. He raised his head, meeting Nie Qingcheng's inquisitive gaze, and steeled himself to continue. How about I give it a try? The air fell silent. Nie Qingcheng seemed to have heard something absurd, sizing Zhang Yan up from head to toe. That expression seemed to say an 18-year-old kid can do ancient massage. So good at cooking now you can even massage. What other surprises does he have hidden? Are you sure? Nie Qingcheng leaned back against the chair, crossing her arms, her posture filled with skepticism. If you mess it up and cause me some harm, can you afford it? It's just simple muscle relaxation, nothing will happen. Zhang Yan explained, his tone carrying a hint of confidence he wasn't even aware of. That was the assurance granted by the system. Nie Qingcheng stared at him for a full half-minute. The boy's eyes were bright and clear, devoid of any distractions, only pure seriousness and a persistent desire to make amends. Strangely enough, she actually nodded. All right. She stood up and walked over to the large leather sofa in the living room, smoothly lying down. The burgundy silk skirt slid down with her motion, tightly hugging her astonishing waist, hip curve, her long and straight legs swaying in the air, dazzlingly white. Come on. She buried her face in the crook of her arm, her voice muffled. If you mess it up, I'll add a 0 to your Zhang Yan. He took a deep breath and walked to the edge of the sofa. Up close, that smooth back, the clearly defined scapula, and the alluring contours barely hidden beneath the expensive fabric were a visual feast, testing his fragile nerves. He shook his head, forcing himself into the role of a doctor. It might hurt a little, bear with it. Zhang Yan half knelt on the carpet beside the sofa, the height just right. He extended his hand, his fingertips hovering above that smooth and delicate skin, hesitating for half a second. Then he descended. The touch was warm, as fine as the best mutton fat, white jade. The moment his fingers touched Nie Qingcheng's back, the system's skill activated explosively. His mind instantly cleared, all distractions were dispelled. Every inch of muscle texture and every blocked meridian beneath that skin was laid bare in his perception. His fingers stopped trembling, becoming steady and powerful. There were no unnecessary caresses, no hint of lewd probing. His thumb accurately found the shoulder, while acupoint on her right shoulder, applying pressure slowly and steadily. Nie Qingcheng, who had been lazily lying down, suddenly stiffened. A strong, indescribable sensation of soreness and numbness exploded from that point, coursing through half her body like electricity. Pain, both sore and swollen. Yet there was an indescribable comfort. She bit her lip, nearly crying out. This kid, is he serious? Zhang Yan did not stop. His fingers seemed to have eyes tracing her my downwards, kneading, pinching, prodding, each motion precisely hitting the critical points. The fascia that had adhered together due to long-term fatigue was gradually peeled away by him. The blocked meridians were slowly unblocked with his skilled finesse. Nie Qingcheng felt as if she were a piece of wrought iron being hammered repeatedly. All the impurities and fatigue were gradually beaten out under this steady and powerful pressure. Her mind gradually emptied, consciousness began to blur. Over the years, she had been to numerous top-tier spa establishments experiencing the services of massage masters from various countries. But no one could compare to Zhang Yan. His technique was domineering, precise, striking directly at the sore spots, as if it could penetrate the flesh and reach the depths of her soul. Zhang Yan's fingers traveled along her spinal groove, pressing all the way down to her lumbar vertebrae. When he applied force with his knuckles on the most rigid muscle in her lower back, an intense sensation of soreness surged from her coccyx to the crown of her head. Nie Qingcheng could no longer contain herself. A suppressed, contented sound filled with nasal tones escaped her lips. The sound was not loud, yet it was melodious, charming, carrying a hint of a tantalizing tremor. Zhang Yan's fingers paused and his cheeks instantly burned again. Sister, is that sound appropriate? Just then, click. The electronic lock of the villa's main door made a light sound. The door opened. Linda, the chief secretary holding urgent documents, rushed in a hurry. President Nie, that merger case. Her voice abruptly stopped. Linda froze at the entrance like a duck caught by the throat, her pupils shaking. In her line of sight under the dim and ambiguous light, her boss, known as the Ice Queen, was in disarray, lying on the sofa with a flushed face. Meanwhile, that handsome young boy was kneeling behind her, his hands pressing on her. The most fatal part was that soul-stirring "be gentle" perfectly drilled into Linda's ears. Boom! The string of rationality in Linda's mind snapped. Is this something I can see without paying? Is this something I can hear without paying? President Nie, so you actually— Sorry. Linda's face turned as red as blood, nearly throwing the documents in her hand. She turned around abruptly, her movements quick as a startled rabbit. I saw nothing. I heard nothing. You continue. Continue. Bang. The door slammed shut heavily. In the living room, there was a deathly silence. Zhang Yan's hands were still on Nie Qingcheng's waist. The two exchanged a glance. Zhang Yan's mouth twitched, and he closed his eyes in despair. It's over. This time there's really no way to clear his name. The living room was dead silent. Only the faint sound of air flowing from the central air conditioning vent felt particularly harsh. Zhang Yan's palm was still pressed against Nie Qingcheng's skin at her back. The astonishing warmth and delicacy coursed through the lines of his palm, burning into his heart and causing his fingertips to tremble. The door was tightly shut. That loud crash just now seemed to shatter the last remnant of something called innocence in this room. Zhang Yan pulled back his hand, as if shocked, his body bouncing backward, his knee hitting the carpet, a picture of awkward. President Nie, this. He stumbled over his words, his face turning a deep shade of purple, his gaze wandering, not daring to look at the woman on the sofa. An explanation. How to explain? That posture, that sound, that atmosphere. Saying it was a proper massage would be unbelievable. On the sofa, Nie Qingcheng sat up leisurely. She showed no signs of panic. She didn't even bother to pull up the shoulder strap that had slipped down. With her long fingers, she casually ran her hand through her long hair, tilting her head, her fox-like eyes devoid of any shyness. Only amusement filled her gaze, like a lazy Persian cat watching a mouse that had been ruffled by its teasing. What are you panicking about? Nie Qingcheng's red lips parted, her voice still carrying the huskiness from moments ago. I, the victim of your force, haven't complained, and you are the one who's feeling wronged. Zhang Yan nearly choked. A perpetrator. If this label stuck to him, he would be facing a lifetime in prison. President Nie, food can be eaten recklessly, but words cannot be spoken carelessly. Zhang Yan's neck bulged with veins in his urgency. You clearly asked me to massage. And just now it was you. It was you who called out so loudly. He dared not voice that thought. Seeing his flustered face, terrified of his reputation being tarnished, Nie Qingcheng felt inexplicably pleased. The accumulated hostility from days of battling in the business world miraculously dissipated. All right. She extended a finger, pointing at Zhang Yan from a distance. Since I've been misunderstood, let's solidify the accusation. Zhang Yan's pupils trembled. What? Nie Qingcheng lay back against the sofa, her cheek buried in a soft pillow, revealing only half of her stunning profile and smooth jade-like back. I said continue. Her voice was lazy yet carried an undeniable queenly authority. You started this fire, now be responsible for putting it out. If you don't finish this massage tomorrow, I'll have Linda announce in the company that you started and then abandoned me. Zhang Yan. This woman was a devil. Absolutely. He ground his molars, but had no choice but to kneel back on the carpet. This time he dared not entertain even the slightest distraction. In his mind, the book-top massage techniques spun wildly. His fingers fell again. No longer tentative, but precise and steady like a skilled healer. With focused pressure, he pressed deep into her muscles. Nie Qingcheng had intended to tease him some more, but as Zhang Yan's movements deepened, an indescribable sensation of soreness and tension instantly enveloped her body. The long-accumulated aches deep within her shoulders and neck melted away like snow under the blazing sun. It felt so good that she lacked the strength to even speak, only managing a few light sounds through her nose. Gradually, her consciousness began to sink. The deceit and manipulation of the business world, the pressure from her family's forced marriage, all were isolated by this pair of warm hands. 10 minutes later, Zhang Yan ceased his movements, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. The person on the sofa had completely stilled. Her breath was long and tranquil, her sleeping face peaceful. Having shed the cold armor she usually wore at this moment, Nie Qingcheng bore a faint curve at the corners of her mouth, appearing almost docile. Zhang Yan shook his head, casting away that terrifying description from his mind. He stood up, stretching his sore knees. His gaze swept over the nearby coat rack. After hesitating for 2 seconds, he finally took down a cashmere blanket. He moved gently. As the blanket was draped over her, Nie Qingcheng subconsciously nuzzled against it like a satisfied little cat. Zhang Yan looked at her, his emotions complex. This woman was a queen when awake, but when asleep, she was just an ordinary person afraid of the cold. He sighed and turned to leave. Outside the villa, the night breeze was slightly cool. Linda held the multi-billion-dollar merger documents, standing under the streetlight, her expression dazed. She did not leave. As the chief secretary, her professional ethics did not allow her to leave while her boss might encounter danger. Though it seemed her boss was enjoying herself just moments ago. Click. The door opened. Zhang Yan stepped out. Dressed in a white t-shirt and black pants, he stood tall, though his hair was somewhat disheveled, and sweat glistened at his temples. Upon seeing Linda, Zhang Yan paused. Their eyes met. An indescribable awkwardness hung in the air. Zhang Yan opened his mouth, wanting to explain, but found any explanation at this moment to be pale and weak. In the end, he could only nod stiffly and quickly meld into the night. Linda stared at his retreating figure. His steps were unsteady, his expression hurried, and the sweat that hadn't dried. It was confirmed. This was definitely not just a massage. Back in the car, she opened her laptop, her fingers flying across the keyboard. Retrieving personnel files. Zhang Yan, 18 years old, freshman at Jiang University, orphan. Working while studying, food delivery person. Looking at the slightly youthful ID photo on the screen, Linda's worldview was shaken like never before. A poor boy with nothing. Why? Could this be the legendary return to simplicity? A queen accustomed to delicacies suddenly wanting to try plain congee. No. Linda recalled the look in Zhang Yan's eyes when he left. Clear, clean, devoid of any greedy desire to cling to power. In this materialistic city of Jinghai, such a gaze might be the rarest luxury for someone like President Nie. This is no mere affair with a young lover. Linda closed her laptop, murmuring to herself. This is clearly finding a piece of pure land. The next morning, at the top floor of the Qingcheng building, morning light streamed through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, spilling onto the black walnut desk. Nie Qingcheng held a cup of black coffee, standing by the window, looking down at the entire Jinghai. She wore a white professional suit today, her long hair pinned up high, exuding an impressive aura. But Linda keenly noticed that her boss looked remarkably good today. Her skin was radiant, her eyes showed no hint of fatigue, even the usually tense jawline had softened a bit. President Nie, here are the merger documents from last night, along with today's itinerary. Linda carefully placed the documents down. Nie Qingcheng turned around, took a sip of coffee, and seemed to be in a good mood. Yes. The boy from last night is named Zhang Yan. Nie Qingcheng set down her coffee cup, her fingertips lightly tapping on the table, producing a rhythmic sound. Linda's heart skipped a beat. Here it comes. Was it to silence him? Or to offer a hush money? You go check on his situation at school. Nie Qingcheng's voice was calm, betraying no emotion. But the next moment she lifted her eyes, and a chilling protectiveness and dominance flashed in her fox-like gaze. I want to know everything, no matter how trivial. He is my person, and I don't want him to be bullied by any blind fools out. In the top floor of the Qingcheng building, the shredder emitted a buzzing sound as the detailed background check report on Zhang Yan turned into a pile of white paper scraps. Linda stood in front of the desk, her head bowed, staring at the tips of her shoes. Nie Qingcheng didn't even glance at her. She stood before the large floor-to-ceiling window. Below her, the bustling streets of Jinghai City flowed like a river of gold. Yet what danced before her eyes was the image of that youth from last night. It was his swaying figure on the ladder. It was him kneeling on the carpet, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. And those surprisingly clean, yet stubborn eyes. These things could not be captured in the cold, hard data report. Prepare the car. Nie Qingcheng turned around, casually grabbing the trench coat from the back of her chair. Her movements were swift, exuding an air of decisiveness. Linda paused, instinctively glancing at the itinerary. Ms. Nie, there is a multinational video conference in 20 minutes from Europe. Postpone it. Nie Qingcheng draped the trench coat over her shoulders and strode toward the elevator. The sound of her high heels striking the marble floor created a rapid rhythm. She put on sunglasses, hiding her captivating fox-like eyes, revealing only her beautifully contoured red lips. I'm going to check on my private property. Let's see what kind of pigsty he's living in. Half an hour later, at Jiangzhou University on the tree-lined avenue, a completely black Rolls-Royce Cullinan glided silently, like a steel giant invading a flock of sheep. Students riding shared bicycles hurriedly avoided it, their eyes filled with amazement and curiosity. The car radiated an overwhelming aura, completely out of place in this campus filled with youthful sweat and the smell of cheap takeout. A gap opened in the car window. Nie Qingcheng's gaze through her sunglasses swept outside. Finally, her eyes landed on the building nearby that reeked of cooking oil. The second cafeteria. Linda. Nie Qingcheng's voice sounded somewhat cold inside the temperature-controlled car. Can you really eat at a place like this? Well, according to feedback from the student forum, the second cafeteria specializes in large portions for the price, as for hygiene and taste. It's at the level of just good enough to survive. Nie Qingcheng remained silent, her red lips pressed into a straight line. The car came to a halt. She pushed the door open and stepped out. Even while wearing a mask and sunglasses, her exquisitely tailored high-end trench coat and the sharp aura that came from being in power made her instantly the center of attention. Inside the cafeteria, the clamor was deafening. The smell of cheap cooking oil, the mixed heat of food, and the buzzing noise of thousands of people talking at once. It hit her like a wall. Nie Qingcheng's brows furrowed instantly. She was a neat freak. This environment was no different from a torture chamber for her. Just as she was about to turn and leave, her gaze pierced through the crowded room and precisely caught sight of that corner. He sat alone at the edge facing the wall. In front of him, a stainless steel tray held a so-called meal set. A few yellowed leaves of greens lay limp on the rice. 2 pieces of meat, unrecognizable in origin, were coated in thick flour and soy sauce. The rice was somewhat undercooked, the grains glaringly distinct. He ate it bite by bite, his demeanor calm. It was as if he were dining on a Michelin 3-star dish rather than a few yuan's worth of low-quality fast food. Nie Qingcheng, behind her sunglasses, stared intently at that tray. Suddenly, her stomach spasmed. An indescribable rage mixed with a tinge of sour emotion instantly burned through her rationality. That was her person. Those hands had just soothed the pain in her spine last night. The boy who could make the most exquisite Yanshan noodles. And now he was eating this. This was worse than the imported canned food in her dog's bowl. Nie Qingcheng's fingers tightened suddenly, her nails nearly digging into her palm. She wanted to rush over. Wanted to flip that annoying tray. Wanted to pull that foolish boy up and tell him that this garbage was not allowed to enter. But her steps came to a halt. She remembered Zhang Yan's clear yet sensitive eyes. He was like a wounded little, too aggressive. A gesture of charity would only drive him further away. Let's go. Nie Qingcheng suddenly turned and strode away, her back carrying a suppressed low pressure as if on the verge of exploding. Back inside the car, isolating herself from the clamor and the smell of cooking oil outside, Nie Qingcheng took off her sunglasses, her beautiful eyes filled with frost. Call that principal. Linda was fastening her seatbelt when she heard this and trembled. Are we discussing the donation for the library? No donations for buildings. Nie Qingcheng leaned against the leather seat, crossing her long legs. Tell him I want to top up a student's meal card. Top up, eh? Linda was taken aback. How much? No matter what excuse he uses, whether it's a system failure or a lucky draw, this money must be deposited immediately, and he absolutely cannot trace its source. Understood, miss. Yeah. Linda took out her phone, her finger hovering over the screen, cautiously asking, so, how much should I add? 5,000. 10,000. 1,000 yuan for a college student was already quite extravagant. Nie Qingcheng frowned. She had no concept of such low-end expenses. She only knew that her person must have the freedom to eat. Let's start with 100,000. Her tone was flat, as if she were just discussing topping up a phone bill. Linda's hand slipped, almost dropping her phone. 100,000. That was a meal card, not a bank card. Was she trying to buy the cafeteria? What? Not enough. Nie Qingcheng's gaze turned cold, seemingly dissatisfied with the figure. Then make it 200,000. Let him order 2 portions for every meal. 1 to eat, 1 to look at. What? Not enough. Nie Qingcheng's gaze turned cold, seemingly dissatisfied with the figure. Then make it 200,000. Let him order 2 portions for every meal. Zhang Yan swallowed the last bite of rice. Although the taste was average, it was cheap. 6 yuan for a fill. For him, who still had debts to pay, that was enough. He stood up, took the tray, and returned it. His mouth felt a bit dry. He walked to the convenience store window and grabbed a bottle of mineral water for 2 yuan. He pulled out the severely worn campus card and placed it on the card reader. Ding! The crisp sound of the card being read. Zhang Yan habitually glanced at the display screen. Just as he was about to take a step, it felt as if he were nailed to the spot. The surrounding noise seemed to fade away in an instant. In his line of sight, only that row of numbers glowing in eerie green remained. Balance 100,050. 00 yuan. Zhang Yan blinked. Blinked again. A hallucination. It had to be that broken machine malfunctioning. 50 yuan turned into 100,050. Even if it were a system failure, it shouldn't fail like this. He picked up the card, wiped it on his clothes, and reattached it. Ding! Balance 100050. 00 yuan. The numbers were as steady as a mountain. The string of zeros after that one seemed to mock him for not having seen the world. Zhang Yan stood there holding the water, his mind a mess. Who did this? Fraud? Money laundering? Or did the lady in charge of the top-up accidentally press 4 extra zeros? At that moment, a familiar mechanical voice echoed unexpectedly in his mind, laced with a hint of schadenfreude and expectation. Ding! Detected that the host has received a large feeding from the debtor, triggering the only designated task, self-cultivation of living off a rich woman. Task description: as a qualified practitioner of living off a rich woman, facing this kind of insult you should feel delicious. Task requirement: accept it calmly with peace of mind, and use the funds to improve your meals. Task reward: random life skill proficiency 1. Zhang Yan. He looked at the 2 yuan bottle of water in his hand, then at the astronomical number on the card reader, his mouth twitching frantically. Nie Qingcheng. It must be that crazy woman. No one else would do something so insane as topping up a meal card with 100,000. This was not a top-up for a meal card. It was clearly throwing money in his face. At the cafeteria window, a crowd surged. Zhang Yan stood in front of the card reader, clutching a bottle of ice. That cost 2 yuan. The students behind him impatiently urged him on, but he remained oblivious. In his line of sight, only the oil-stained display screen remained. The eerie green numbers emitted a sense of mocking derision. Balance 100,050. 00 yuan. 100,000. A full 100,000. This sum lay on a university meal card, appearing absurd and glaring. No need to guess. In the entirety of Jinghai city, only that woman living in the Yunding manor could commit such a simple, crude, and ignorant act. A system prompt resonated in his mind, laced with a touch of mockery. Ding. Detected that the host has encountered financial humiliation. Task triggered: self-cultivation of a kept man. Task description: the true essence of relying on a wealthy woman is not to refuse her money, but to make her feel that the money spent is worth it, and even want to recharge another 100,000. Option A: angrily refund and chastise the wealthy woman for insulting his dignity. Reward: integrity 1, savings 100000. Option B: accept calmly and convert it into strategic capital. Reward: savings 100000. Zhang Yan stared at the screen, his lips twitching slightly. This system was even more capitalist than Nie Qingcheng. Zhang Yan chose B. After all, who would go against money? He then turned and exited the cafeteria, seeking a secluded spot under a tree's shade. Taking out his phone, the cracks on the screen split that pure black avatar in two. His fingertips quickly typed, "General, Nia, what's going on with the meal card?" The message was sent. A response came almost instantly. Employee meal subsidy. Immediately followed by another message: "Shut up, take it, eat something good. Don't let me feel like my private chef is a refugee." Through the screen, Zhang Yan could imagine Nie Qingcheng's expression at that moment. She must be sitting with her legs crossed, swirling a glass of red wine in hand, chin slightly raised, displaying an attitude of "I bestow upon you." Zhang Yan looked at his phone, and the inexplicable anger he had suddenly dissipated. All right, so it's a meal subsidy. Since it's employee meal subsidy, it must be used wisely. Nie Qingcheng's spoiled palate could not be satisfied with ordinary ingredients. This 100,000 could perfectly be used to buy those exorbitantly priced top-grade ingredients from the import supermarket. With her money, buy the best materials, cook the most fragrant meals, and ultimately lock her stomach up. Wool comes from sheep, but in the end the sheep still needs to be fed. This logic was perfect. Zhang Yan put away his phone, feeling inexplicably more relaxed. This soft life not only needed to be lived, but must be lived with strength and skill. In the boys' dormitory room, 302. As he pushed the door open, a strong smell of instant noodles mixed with foot odor hit him. Wang Hao was bare-chested, furiously typing in front of the computer screen. "Healer, heal me. Damn, this support must be an actor." The screen instantly dimmed. Game over. Wang Hao pushed the keyboard aside, desperately ruffling his messy hair. When he turned around and saw Zhang Yan enter, he immediately wailed, "Yan Ge, brother, help me out, lend me your meal card for some instant noodles. It's the end of the month, and the kids will starve." Saying this, he lunged forward, reaching for Zhang Yan's pocket. Zhang Yan sidestepped to avoid him, and casually tossed the meal card onto the table. "Take it yourself." Wang Hao chuckled, grabbing the meal card and rushing out. His gaze accidentally swept over the inquiry slip stuck on the back of the card. It was the balance receipt Zhang Yan had just printed. His footsteps abruptly halted. Wang Hao looked as if he had been struck by lightning, his eyes nearly bulging out. He rubbed his eyes. Looking again, he counted 10,000, 10,000. What the? 10,000. Yan Ge, did you hack into the school's administrative system? This could land you in jail. Zhang Yan pulled out a chair and sat down, twisting open a bottle of mineral water to take a sip. His expression remained calm. "No hacking, it's legal." Wang Hao rushed over, circling around Zhang Yan 3 times, his eyes wide, as if he were looking at an alien. "Legal? This meal card could buy me half a life." Suddenly he thought of something, inching closer with a terrified, yet lewd expression, lowering his voice. "Yan Ge, be honest with me. Yesterday's outfit worth several thousand, and today this 100,000 meal card. Did you get involved with some wealthy woman?" The dormitory fell silent for 2 seconds. Zhang Yan set down the water bottle, looking at his roommate's face, filled with curiosity. The image of Nie Qingcheng's beauty, capable of causing nations to fall, flashed through his mind, along with her domineering words, "Shut up and take it." He tugged at the corner of his mouth. "I guess that's one way to put it. I found a part-time job and the boss is quite generous." Wang Hao exploded instantly. "Part-time job? What part-time job gives 100,000 in meal subsidies?" "Yan Ge, I also want to improve. I don't want to work hard anymore. Please take me with you." Just then, A scoff came from the doorway. The sound was not loud, but it carried a nauseatingly sarcastic tone. Heh, I was wondering why you suddenly looked respectable. Oh, it turns out you sold yourself. The two turned around. Zhao Yu leaned against the door frame, twirling a Porsche key in his hand, wearing a look of unabashed disdain. He had just passed by, and happened to hear the words 100,000 meal subsidy. In this circle, what part-time job can advance 100,000? Unless it's selling oneself, he could think of no other. Zhao Yu walked into the dormitory, his gaze slicing through Zhang Yan's high-quality t-shirt. Jealousy gnawed at his heart like a venomous snake. Why could a poor fool wear better clothes than him? Why did Su Wanqing look upon this kind of sellout with favor? Zhang Yan, I really overestimated you. Zhao Yu stepped in front of Zhang Yan, looking down at him with a sneer. For money, you've even lost your dignity. But then again, someone like you, an orphan, would do anything for money, even call someone mom, if offered enough, right? Wang Hao suddenly stood up, his fists cracking ominously. Zhao Yu, watch your mouth. Do you believe I? Zhang Yan reached out, stopping the furious Wang Hao. He lifted his head, calmly looking at Zhao Yu. There was no anger, no embarrassment. His gaze was like that of a person observing a wild dog barking madly at a passing tire. It even carried a hint of compassion. Move aside, Zhang Yan said flatly, you're blocking the light. After that, he picked up a book from the table, opened a page, and directly ignored the living person in front of him. This complete disregard was more hurtful than any rebuttal. Zhao Yu's cold smile froze. A surge of unnamed rage shot straight to his head. He wanted to see Zhang Yan humiliated and angry, not like now, treating him as if he were a piece of air. Fine, keep pretending. Zhao Yu gritted his teeth, nodding, his eyes filled with malice. Zhang Yan, at the upcoming welcome party in a few days, all the teachers and students will be there. I hope by then you'll still be this calm. He had already planned everything in his mind. Since you like pretending to be high and mighty, I will strip you bare in front of everyone. Let Su Wanqing see what kind of filthy scum her male god truly is. Zhao Yu snorted coldly and turned to slam the door. Bang! The door shook. Wang Hao trembled with anger. Yinggu, this guy is too arrogant. He will definitely cause trouble at the welcome party. Zhang Yan looked at the text on the book page, not even lifting his head. Yet a faint smile crept onto his lips. Cause trouble. In the dormitory, the air seemed to still carry the gunpowder scent left by Zhao Yu's departure. Wang Hao, furious, paced in circles like a bull trapped in a pen. Yinggu, that guy definitely has bad intentions. The welcome party is under the watchful eyes of the entire school. He will surely make you look foolish in public. Zhang Yan seemed to have not heard. His fingers glided gently across the pages of the book, his gaze focused, as if the dry theories of economics were some extraordinary martial art. Stay calm. He turned a page, his tone flat. If a dog bites you, you can't just bite back. Wang Hao plopped down on the stool, a worried frown on his face. That's true in theory, but if he really plays dirty, we won't be able to guard against it. Zhang Yan remained silent. Causing trouble. He was a bit curious about what tricks this young Master Zhao could pull off. The next afternoon, as the specialized class just ended, class monitor Lu Fei hurriedly caught up with Zhang Yan. Lu Fei was the typical nice guy of the class, smiling at everyone and wearing a pair of black-framed glasses, looking scholarly. Zhang Yan, wait a moment. Zhang Yan stopped, and Wang Hao watched him warily. Class monitor, what's up? Lu Fei adjusted his glasses, a warm smile plastered on his face, though the smile looked a bit stiff. Good news, great news. He produced a program application form from behind him, presenting it as if it were a treasure for the welcome party. In a few days, every class has to present a program. Our class discussed it and unanimously recommended you. Upon hearing welcome party, Wang Hao immediately exploded. You're recommending me, Yinggu? What can he do? Go on stage and perform a meal. Lu Fei's smile became even more awkward as he nudged Wang Hao. Stop joking, we signed up for a piano solo. A piano solo. Wang Hao's voice rose, instantly attracting the attention of passing classmates. Are you crazy, or am I crazy? Yinggu has almost forgotten what a piano looks like, and you want him to do a solo. Do you want him to play Twinkle Twinkle Little Star? Lu Fei shrank back under the shout, looking toward Zhang Yan for help, his voice lowered to a whisper. Zhang Yan, please help out. It's for the honor of the class. Lu Fei shrank back under the shout, looking toward Zhang Yan for help, his voice lowered to a whisper. Zhang Yan, please help. He observed Lu Fei's evasive gaze and glanced at Zhao Yu, who was leaning against a sports car in the distance, laughing with a few friends and occasionally throwing over a mocking glance. Suddenly, everything became clear. This was a scheme. They were using class honor to coerce him, putting him in a difficult position. If he refused, it would be seen as disregarding the collective, selfish and self-serving. If he agreed, a poor student who couldn't even recognize a 5-line staff sitting in front of that expensive Steinway piano would only become the biggest joke in the school. At that time, Zhao Yu would only need to casually say from the audience, look, that's our class soft rice boy relying on the rich woman pretending to be some kind of artist, and he would be nailed to the pillar of shame. What a clever scheme. I can't play the piano. Zhang Yan stated the fact, his voice devoid of emotion. You should find someone else. Lu Fei was so anxious he was about to cry. Yinggu, please. Once it's submitted, it really can't be changed. The instructor will kill me. Just go up and play a little just to get by. Play a little. Wang Hao was so angry he laughed. Do you know the welcome party is live streamed across the entire school? If he makes a fool of himself, it's not just him, but our whole class. Just as the three of them were in a deadlock. Ding. A familiar mechanical sound rang in Zhang Yan's mind. Detected that the host is facing a public challenge triggering main quest show your talents. Quest description: a true powerhouse never fears any stage. Turn slander and mockery into stepping stones for your ascent. Quest requirement at the Jiangzhou University welcome party: complete a stunning piano solo that shocks the audience. A golden light curtain unfolded before Zhang Yan. A heavy, seemingly composed of starlight score appeared out of thin air, slowly flipping open and transforming into countless dancing notes flowing into his brain like a torrent. Chopin's Nocturne, Liszt's Rhapsody, Beethoven's Sonata. Fingering music theory, emotional expression. In that instant, Zhang Yan felt as if his 10 fingers had established some mysterious connection with all the black and white keys in the world. He became the piano itself. The whole process only took a second. Zhang Yan raised his head, and the external clamor seemed to return to normal. This system is quite interesting. It gives rewards before completing tasks. It knows how to handle things. He looked at the class monitor, who was sweating profusely, and then at Zhao Yu, who was smug in the distance. Then he reached out and took the program application. All right. One word: light as a feather. Lu Fei felt as if he had been granted amnesty, thanking him repeatedly before fleeing. Wang Hao, on the other hand, was dumbfounded, shaking Zhang Yan's shoulder. Hard Yan, go. Are you crazy? You really want to go up and embarrass yourself? Zhang Yan casually tucked the application into his pocket and patted Wang Hao's shoulder. Don't worry. He looked at the flashy Porsche in the distance, a subtle smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. The stage has already been set. If I don't go up and perform a great show, wouldn't that be letting down the audience's good intentions? At the same time, at the top-level CEO's office of Qingcheng Group, Linda stood in front of the large desk reporting on today's schedule. That concludes all the work for today. Additionally, regarding the matter you instructed to investigate, there have been some new developments. Mr. Zhang Yan was forcibly signed up to participate in the welcome party the day after tomorrow at school. Linda's wording was very careful. The program is a piano solo. Nie Qingcheng's hand signing the document paused. She raised her head, a hint of confusion flashing in her fox-like eyes. Piano. That kid who doesn't even know how to dress properly can play the piano. According to our investigation, Mr. Zhang Yan grew up in an orphanage and has never come into contact with any musical instrument. Linda added, moreover, it seems that this sign-up is being pushed by that young master Zhao from the Zhao group. The temperature in the office suddenly dropped several degrees. Nie Qingcheng gently placed the pen in her hand on the desk, producing a crisp sound. Zhao Yu. She repeated the name softly, but her tone carried a chilling aura, that nouveau riche who deals with demolitions. Yes, Director. No, it seems he has been targeting Mr. Zhang Yan for some personal reasons. Nie Qingcheng leaned back into the wide leather chair, her fingers intertwined in front of her. She said nothing, merely tapping her fingertips rhythmically against each other. Linda lowered her head, not daring to breathe. She knew this was a sign that the boss was getting angry. A son of a lowly nouveau riche dares to touch someone from Nie Qingcheng's side. A welcome party at a school. Nie Qingcheng finally spoke, her voice languid, as if discussing something trivial, utterly boring. Yes, Director. Nah, it is a complete waste of your time. However, Nie Qingcheng's tone shifted, a dangerous yet charming smile curling her lips. Didn't I just donate a building to their school a few days ago? Yes, it was a library donated in your private name. Then let's go take a look. Nie Qingcheng stood up, walking to the huge floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the city below. Tell the principal that I want to personally inspect the progress of my charity project the night after tomorrow. She gazed at her reflection in the glass, her lips subtly curling into a smile full of interest. She wanted to see how that stubborn kid would wrap things up in front of the entire school faculty and students. Would he panic and mess everything up, then come to her with red eyes seeking help? Or would he bring her some unexpected surprise? Just thinking of that scene made Nie Qingcheng's mood inexplicably lift. She even felt a bit excited. As night fell, the city lights began to shine. Outside the grand auditorium of Jiangzhou University, the crowd buzzed with excitement, the atmosphere so electric it felt as if it could ignite the air. The annual welcome party was a grand event for the entire campus. Tonight, the tree-lined avenue outside the auditorium was congested with luxury cars resembling a miniature auto show. Here, a Mercedes-Benz or BMW was merely an entry-level vehicle. The occasional passing Porsche or Maserati would elicit gasps of astonishment. Zhao Yu leaned against his Porsche 718, basking in the envious gazes around him, though his mood was far from delightful. Several wealthy friends beside him were deep in conversation. Brother, you heard? It seems a big shot is coming tonight. What big shot? Isn't it just the principal and a few school leaders? No, my dad said it's a new school director for our university, someone incredibly wealthy. Even the principal has to serve him like a grandson. Zhao Yu scoffed, dismissively flicking the ash off his cigarette. A school director? No matter how rich he was, could he match the value of the land his family had from the demolition? His only amusement tonight was waiting to see how that poor wretch named Zhang Yan would embarrass himself in front of the entire faculty and student body. At that moment, a deep, distinctive engine roar approached from afar. The sound was not jarring but carried an unmatched heaviness that instantly overshadowed the noise of all the vehicles present. All conversations ceased abruptly as everyone turned in unison toward the source of the sound. A solid black Rolls-Royce Cullinan glided in like a beast lurking in the dark night, silently coming to a stop right in front of the auditorium's main entrance. The surrounding air seemed to freeze. Wow. Someone inhaled sharply, breaking the silence. Everyone was awestruck by the overwhelming aura of this top-tier luxury car, instinctively holding their breaths. Amidst countless astonished, curious, and probing gazes, the driver's side door opened, and the chief secretary Linda quickly exited the car, gracefully moving to the rear to open the door. The first to emerge was a delicate ankle encased in black stockings, stepping out in a pair of dangerously glossy Jimmy Choo stiletto heels. Next, a long, straight leg stepped out. When the woman inside the car stood up completely, the crowd erupted into a series of gasps. She was a woman whose mere silhouette could stop hearts. Dressed in a sharply tailored white suit that accentuated her breathtaking shaped curves, her long hair was elegantly pinned up, revealing a smooth, full forehead and a graceful swan-like neck. She wore oversized sunglasses that obscured much of her face, revealing only her exquisite jawline and a flash of fiery red lips. She did nothing but stand there quietly. Yet the powerful aura emanating from her, like an invisible web, instantly enveloped the entire square. The once proud young heirs around her dulled instantly, as if reduced to mere dust. The principal and several school leaders rushed over, their faces brimming with humble and nervous smiles. Director Nie, your presence is truly the greatest honor for Jiangzhou University. The woman referred to as Director Nie merely nodded slightly, remaining silent. That innate aloofness and nobility made everyone feel inadequate. Zhao Yu stood frozen, oblivious, as his cigarette fell to the ground. He felt his heart gripped by an invisible hand, making it hard to breathe. That woman. He had seen her from a distance at the highest-end financial summit in Jinghai City. The leader of the Qingcheng group, the legendary Bamboo Leaf Green, Nie Qingcheng, who carved her path in the male-dominated business world single-handedly. How could she be here? Inside the auditorium, Nie Qingcheng was surrounded and seated in the central position of the front row. As soon as she sat down, the temperature around seemed to drop several degrees. The boys in the back row went wild, all craning their necks desperately, trying to catch a glimpse of this mysterious female mogul. Oh my God! Who is she? She's more beautiful than all the female stars on TV combined. That aura. I feel weak just looking at her. Quick, take a candid shot. This is enough to boast about for a year. Nie Qingcheng remained oblivious to the commotion around her. She took off her sunglasses, revealing a pair of enchanting fox-like eyes, the tear mole at the corner of her eye adding a touch of cold beauty under the lights. Linda handed her a program. Nie Qingcheng received it, her long fingers slowly gliding over the paper printed with cheap ink, skipping over the dull performances of songs and comedy. Finally, her fingertip stopped at a name. Piano solo, Croatian Rhapsody, performer Zhang Yan, her red lips curled into a faint yet meaningful arc. Backstage. The dressing room was in chaos, filled with the scent of hairspray and cheap cosmetics. Zhang Yan sat alone on a corner chair, resting his eyes. He wore a well-tailored black suit that Nie Qingcheng had sent through Linda 2 days prior. The fabric was top-notch, with every detail exuding understated luxury, accentuating his already tall frame. This outfit made him stand out starkly against the other students wearing rented cheap costumes, all looking anxious. Oh, isn't this our great romantic hero? A sarcastic voice rang out. Zhao Yu, accompanied by several lackeys, blocked the entrance to the dressing room, his face openly filled with malice. He scrutinized Zhang Yan from head to toe, and when his gaze fell on the Patek Philippe cufflink on his wrist, jealousy almost spewed from his eyes. Dressed so well, do you really think you're part of the upper crust? Zhao Yu approached Zhang Yan, looking down at him from a superior height. Zhang Yan will give you one last chance. He lowered his voice to a volume only the two of them could hear. Now kneel and beg me, say you were wrong. Maybe I'll convince the host to say you fell ill last minute and give you a bit of. Otherwise, when you can't play a single note on stage later, it won't just be you who is embarrassed. The atmosphere around them instantly grew tense. Wang Hao beside him was sweating profusely, his fists clenched tightly, but was halted by a single glance from Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan slowly opened his eyes. He didn't look at Zhao Yu, nor did he show even a hint of an excess expression. He simply raised his hand, naturally adjusting the collar of his suit. Then he leisurely adjusted the valuable Patek Philippe cufflink to a more comfortable angle. That calmness, that composure, that utter disregard struck Zhao Yu like a silent slap in the face. Zhao Yu's face instantly turned a shade of purple. All right, you have guts, he gritted his teeth. I'll be waiting to see how you die. Just then a voice from outside called for the next act. Next up we have a piano solo by student Zhang Yan. Please prepare to take the stage. Zhang Yan stood up. He did not glance at Zhao Yu again, walking straight toward the entrance at the side of the stage. As he stepped behind the curtain, the spotlight in the auditorium suddenly illuminated him perfectly. The entire auditorium dimmed, leaving only this beam of light. The host's passionate voice echoed. Next we will have a piano solo of Croatian Rhapsody performed by freshman Zhang Yan from the School of Economics. Applause welcomed him. Sparse claps sounded mixed with confused murmurs. Zhang Yan? Which Zhang Yan? Isn't he the orphan who received financial aid for needy students? Can he even play the piano? What a joke, he's probably just going to fumble around on the keys. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd filled with sympathy, mockery, and anticipation, Zhang Yan took long strides toward the black Steinway grand piano at the center of the stage. He walked steadily. His back straightened, his steps calm, as if he were not approaching a stage that might ruin his reputation, but rather moving toward his own throne. He sat down at the piano. His black suit blended seamlessly with the black piano, only his handsome face glowed under the spotlight. He did not start immediately. Instead, he raised his head, his gaze piercing through the dark audience, landing accurately on the woman in the front row. Their eyes met. Under the gaze of 1,000 people, this was a silent exchange only the two of them could understand. Nie Qingcheng leaned slightly forward, her captivating fox-like eyes holding no encouragement, no gentleness, only an undeniable command. Her red lips moved silently. Zhang Yan understood that lip language. Make me proud. Otherwise prepare for the consequences at home. In that moment, an unusual calm settled in Zhang Yan's heart. He withdrew his gaze and took a deep breath. Then amidst the deathly silence of the audience, he slowly raised both hands, hovering above the row of cold black and white keys. A profound silence enveloped the space. On the stage, a solitary spotlight illuminated Zhang Yan and the black Steinway piano, casting them in a sacred glow. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. The whispers from the audience had long faded, replaced by an eerie calmness, mixed with curiosity, disdain, and anticipation. At the side of the backstage, Zhao Yu crossed his arms, his smirk growing increasingly pronounced. He could already foresee the next scene. Zhang Yan's fingers would awkwardly poke at the keys, producing a few dissonant sounds before he would embarrassingly leave the stage amidst laughter. Just imagining that scene excited him. In the front row, Nie Qingcheng leaned back, slightly sinking into the plush. She appeared languid, her captivating fox-like eyes fixated on the boy on stage, scrutinizing and savoring him, as if admiring a private possession about to be publicly executed. On stage, Zhang Yan slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the last remnants of youthful innocence and nervousness had faded away. In its place was a near-indifference, calmness, as if the 1,000 spectators, the $1,000,000 piano, and the stage that determined his reputation were all irrelevant to him. He was merely there to accomplish a task. Then his hands fell. Without hesitation or probing, bang. Bang, 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 bang. A series of rapid, intense metallic notes erupted from his fingertips without warning. It was not a gentle prelude nor a hesitant exploration, but the most classic and impactful opening of the Croatian Rhapsody. The piano's sound detonated like a thunderbolt dropped into a stagnant pool, instantly reverberating throughout the entire hall. Fast. Too fast. The notes were dense like a torrential downpour, each one precise and clear, filled with a sense of power, as if they were about to tear apart the oppressive air. In the audience, everyone's expressions froze at the moment the first note rang out. Students in the back row who had been dozing off suddenly straightened their backs. The teacher who had been playing with his phone dropped it with a loud thud on the ground. Meanwhile, backstage, Zhao Ye's smile was abruptly extinguished as if struck by a freezing gale, leaving only a face full of shock and disbelief. What is this? This is completely different from the noise, off-key playing and clumsiness he had imagined. On stage, Zhang Yan leaned slightly forward as if he had merged with the piano. In that instant, his demeanor transformed drastically the moment the music began. If he was just a handsome student in a suit moments ago, now he was a king commanding the notes and emotions. His fingers danced over the black and white keys, leaving behind a blur, moving so quickly it dazzled the eyes. He was no longer playing, he was conducting a war. The passionate piano melody painted a picture of a city ravaged by war, depicting the ruins of a homeland. The bright melody in the high notes echoed the unyielding cries of the people amid the ruins. The heavy chords in the low notes mourned the earth during the bombardment. The entire auditorium was swept away by this overwhelming tidal wave of music, unable to breathe, unable to think. They seemed to witness the scars on that land, feeling the tenacity and tragedy of life, fighting against death, even in utter despair. In the audience, several professors from the music academy turned pale, their eyes fixed intently on the young man's hands on stage. This finger technique. Is it Liszt's virtuoso style? No, it's more than that. Look at his left hand, the enormous span of chords, that's Rachmaninoff style. He has merged the two highest level techniques into one. Heavens. This emotional handling, this rhythm control. This is not a student, this is a master. A world-class master. Wang Hao sat among the crowd, his mouth agape, completely stunned. He gazed at the dazzling figure on stage, feeling as if he were dreaming. Is this the roommate who eats a 6 yuan meal every day and runs around for a few hundred yuan in part-time pay? This must be the arrival of the god of piano. And the most shocked of all was Nie Qingcheng in the front row. From the moment the first note sounded, she sat up straight. The languor and amusement had vanished without a trace. She removed her sunglasses, her usually icy fox-like eyes now fixated unblinking on Zhang Yan. The light in her eyes shifted from initial surprise to scrutiny, then to shock. Finally, that bottomless gaze was completely ignited. It was a flame named obsession. She watched him. Watching his long fingers dance on the keys, observing his focused and austere profile, watching sweat trickle down his jawline dripping onto his expensive suit collar. In that moment, he was no longer the shy, flustered, and awkward little puppy in front of her. He was a lion. A young lion freely displaying his talent and hormones in his domain. This deadly charm, filled with a sense of power, hit deeper into her heart than his clear gaze or his clumsy, "This man is hers. This man shining on stage and causing thousands to hold their breath is hers alone." This thought coursed through her limbs like electricity, causing her fingers gripping the armrest to unconsciously tighten, her knuckles turning white from the force. Bang! With the final majestic chord falling, the music came to a sudden halt. The entire world seemed to have been pressed on pause. An oppressive silence enveloped the space. Everyone was still immersed in that musical storm, unable to extricate themselves. On stage, Zhang Yan slowly raised his head, his chest heaving with rapid breaths. His gaze pierced through the stage lights and the dark sea of faces, once again landing precisely on the woman he inquired with his eyes, "Did I earn your respect?" Nie Qingcheng understood. Amidst the stunned silence of 1,000 people, while everyone else remained unresponsive, she slowly stood up from her seat. Instantly, the focus of the entire auditorium shifted from Zhang Yan on stage to this poised and powerful woman in the front row. She stood there disregarding all the gazes around her. In her eyes, there was only the boy on stage who was performing for her. Then her fiery red lips slowly curled into a smile. It was a smile filled with possessiveness, pride, and unmasked hunger. Clap. A crisp, solitary applause rang out in the silent auditorium. The final note fell. The piano keys ceased to tremble. The passionate and tragic sound which could tear the eardrums abruptly ended. The auditorium fell into a terrifying silence. No one was breathing. No whispers were exchanged. Even the hum of the air conditioning vent seemed particularly jarring at this moment. The venue, filled with thousands, resembled a wax museum that had been paused. Everyone remained trapped in the auditory storm of war, ruins, and rebirth, their souls unsettled. On the stage, Zhang Yan slowly retracted his hands. Sweat trickled down his temples, splashing onto the black and white keys, breaking into tiny droplets. He did not look at the audience below. Nor did he glance at Zhao Yu, who was pale as ash beside the side curtain. He lifted his head, his gaze piercing through the blinding spotlight, directly aimed at the front row of the audience. There sat a person. A woman who had been calming his heart since earlier. Their eyes met, separated by dim light and a distance of several meters. Zhang Yan saw those fox-like eyes. The frosty barrier that had once kept people at bay melted away, replaced a blaze that seemed ready to consume him whole. Crack! A sharp sound shattered the silence. Nie Qingcheng, under the gaze of thousands of dazed eyes, this leader of the top financial group in Jinghai city, stood up first like a fervent believer. She did not smile. Her red lips pressed tightly together, chin slightly raised. On her face, which could bring disaster to nations, was an unabashed pride and possessiveness. He was her man, her reclaimed treasure. Clap, clap, clap. The applause was monotonous yet incredibly rhythmic. Each sound struck the hearts of the crowd. In the next moment, boom! The auditorium's dome seemed to be overturned. Thunderous applause mixed with screams and shouts flooded the entire space like a breached dam. Awesome! Is this a god? I have goosebumps. Is this really a rebirth? In the back row, several old professors from the music academy sprang up as if electrocuted. The dean, so excited that he gripped his glasses in hand, pointed at the stage with fingers that trembled wildly, his lips quivering but drowned by the overwhelming wave of sound. All that could be seen was him shouting words like genius and master. In the corner, Wang Hao stood on a chair, waving his coat, his voice nearly hoarse. Su Wanxin covered her mouth, her eyes red as she gazed at the glowing figure on stage filled with twinkling starlight. Yet through it all, Zhang Yan remained deaf to the commotion. He stood up, fastening the button of his suit with one hand. His movements were graceful and composed. Then he made a gesture that instantly silenced the entire audience. He did not take a bow. He did not bend down. Instead, he turned directly and strode toward the steps at the edge of the stage. He was heading off the stage, not to return backstage, but to the audience. Everyone's gaze involuntarily followed his footsteps. 2 steps. The leather shoes thudded against the red carpet, producing a dull sound. He passed by the already slumped Zhao Yu, who wore a face of despair. Not even a glance was spared, as if he were merely an inconsequential puff of air. He walked past the school leaders and professors who attempted to rush forward for a handshake, their faces filled with fervor. His steps did not falter, he merely nodded slightly and passed by. His target was clear, so clear it bordered on obsession. The crowd automatically parted to clear a path. Zhang Yan reached the front row. He stopped. He stood before Nie Qingcheng. The entire venue fell into a strange silence once more. Thousands of eyes were fixed on these two individuals whose powerful auras seemed completely out of place. One was the mysterious newcomer who had just conquered the audience with his piano music. The other was the stunningly beautiful CEO renowned throughout Jinghai with a powerful background. Nie Qingcheng looked at Zhang Yan, who was now so close. He still bore the warmth of the stage and the aggressive hormones released after showcasing his talent. You played quite well, Nie Qingcheng spoke. Her voice was not loud, only audible to the two of them. Her tone carried a hint of lazy huskiness coupled with a hint of reward that only Zhang Yan could understand. Zhang Yan looked at her. He noticed her chest rising and falling slightly due to excitement. He noticed the captivating beauty mark at the corner of her eye. He suddenly smiled. It was a relaxed smile, even tinged with a hint of indulgence. It was completely unlike the expression a poor student should have when facing a billionaire CEO. My hands hurt. Zhang Yan extended his hands toward her, palms facing upward. His fingers were long and slender, the joints pronounced. These hands had just created a miracle. Nie Qingcheng raised an eyebrow. This little rascal. Was he acting spoiled in front of thousands? Or was he asking for a reward? She scanned the surrounding crowd, whose eyes were wide open as if they were watching an alien. A playful curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. Fine. If you want to go crazy, I'll go crazy with you. Nie Qingcheng extended her hand. That hand, adorned with a multi-million-dollar pink diamond ring, gently rested on Zhang Yan's palm. Then, before all the faculty and students, before the various media, and before the still dazed Zhao Yu, she grabbed. Their fingers intertwined tightly. Let's go. Nie Qingcheng's red lips parted, exuding an aura of dominance. Home to give you a massage. Boom. The thunder, seemingly delayed for a full half-minute, erupted with a deafening roar above the dome of the auditorium. Applause. Screams. A whistle. The roaring waves of sound threatened to lift the roof off, turning the building into rubble. Everyone had gone wild. They broke free from the shock of the musical storm, only to plunge into an even more bizarre and exhilarating whirlpool of reality. The mysterious newcomer who had conquered everyone with his music directly approached the stunningly charismatic female CEO in the front row. And that female CEO in front of thousands took his hand. Fingers interlocked. The gesture was intimate and, "Come, let's go home, I'll give you a massage." This sentence amidst the deafening noise was as light as a feather. Yet that domineering yet affectionate tone exploded like a heavyweight bomb, creating tumultuous waves in the hearts of the nearby school leaders and wealthy heirs. My God, what did I just hear? Home. Massage. What kind of wolfish talk is this? It's over. I feel like my worldview has shattered. Zhang Yan stood frozen, feeling the warmth and delicacy transmitted from his palm. Nie Qingcheng's fingers were slightly cold, yet her grip was firm, carrying an irresistible strength. His heart began to race uncontrollably, not from nervousness, but from an unprecedented, recognized, and protected odd sensation. At that moment, a hysterical broken scream pierced through the thunderous applause. It's fake. It must be fake. Zhao Yu sprang up from his chair like a mad dog, his face, contorted eyes. He pointed towards the stage, then at Zhang Yan, using all his strength to scream. How could a poor bastard like him? This must be a fake performance. It's a recording. You've all been tricked by him. His voice was piercing, filled with despair and unwillingness. However, this final struggle seemed so ridiculous and insignificant amidst the overwhelming cheers. People around looked at him as if he were a fool. Who is this guy? Can't take a loss and has gone mad. Exactly, his hand speed is so fast it leaves after images. How could it be fake? It's impossible, even if you thought about it with your toes. Probably just jealous and gone crazy. What a pity. Zhao Yu's screams earned him no recognition, only more disdain and mockery. The color drained from his face little by little, leaving only a deathly gray. He had lost thoroughly. Just then, the host of the evening, a senior from the fourth year, finally snapped back to reality from the overwhelming impact. She lifted her skirt, her high heels clicking as she almost sprinted to Zhang Yan, her cheeks flushed with excitement, barely able to hold the microphone steady. Zhang Yan. Oh my Zhang Yan. Your piano. It's simply unbelievable. The host's voice echoed through the microphone, drawing everyone's attention back again. When did you start learning the piano? Who is your teacher? Your performance just now was world-class. Everyone pricked up their ears, wanting to know who this suddenly emerging genius really was. Before Zhang Yan could respond, Nie Qingcheng gently squeezed his hand. He turned to look, only to see Nie Qingcheng slightly tilting her head, her red lips close to his ear, her breath fragrant. Think carefully before you answer. If you sound too professional, I'll make you play every day. It'll wear you out. The warm breath brushed against his ear, causing a slight tickle. Zhang Yan's heart trembled. He looked at the host's face, filled with admiration and expectation, then at the countless curious eyes around him. He released Nie Qingcheng's hand and calmly took the microphone offered by the host. The entire venue instantly fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Zhang Yan cleared his throat, his voice resonating clearly through the sound system, reaching every corner. I can't say I'm a master, nor do I have any teachers. He paused, a slightly shy yet extremely sincere expression appearing on his face. It's just a hobby. The venue fell into a 3-second silence. Then a more violent uproar erupted. What the hell is that? Then what does that make me who has passed level 10? Kindergarten level. This is killing me. This guy is showing off, so I'll give him 10,000 points. This isn't just a display, it's a celestial being coming down to experience life. The dean of the music academy stumbled, nearly fainting on the spot. A hobby? You call this a performance that could go down in history? A hobby? The host was also stunned, mouth agape, unable to utter another word for a long time. Zhang Yan didn't give them a chance to ask further. He handed the microphone back to the host and took Nie Qingcheng's hand again, as if to leave. Just then the principal, drenched in sweat, squeezed through with an incredibly fawning smile. Director Nie, look, do we have a few students worth showcasing in our school? Nie Qingcheng glanced at him, remaining silent. The principal quickly bowed, making a gesture of invitation. Director Nie, you are the most generous donor since our university was founded, and you are also our newly appointed honorary trustee. On this occasion, could you say a few words to our young students? With this statement, the venue erupted once again, letting this legendary female mogul speak on stage. This was definitely the biggest surprise of the night. Nie Qingcheng looked at the principal, then at Zhang Yan beside her. Zhang Yan subtly nodded. Only then did Nie Qingcheng release his hand, a smile curving her red lips. She stepped forward, making her way to the stage. No support from school leaders, no accompaniment from assistants. She walked up the steps alone. The sound of her high heels striking the wooden stage produced a clear and rhythmic sound. Each step felt as if it were echoing in everyone's heartbeat. As she stood at the center of the stage, accepting the microphone handed to her by the principal, it felt as if all the light in the auditorium focused solely on her. She didn't look at a script, nor did she clear her throat. Holding the microphone, she scanned the audience. Her fox-like eyes carried a sense of omniscience that made everyone who met her gaze instinctively hold their breath. Zhao Yu slumped in his chair, feeling that gaze slice through him like a knife, yet it did not linger for even a moment. That utter disregard felt more humiliating than any direct slap to the face, causing him unparalleled pain. Good evening, teachers and students. Nie Qingcheng spoke. Her voice was cool, yet bore a unique magnetism, resonating clearly and melodiously throughout the venue. I rarely attend such events. My presence here today is purely coincidental. She paused, her gaze cutting through the crowd, landing precisely on Zhang Yan. In an instant, her icy demeanor transformed into a gentle warmth. However, I really like the piece you played just now. The crowd erupted in surprise. She had actually praised Zhang Yan in public. But in the next moment, her words truly showcased the dominance of a top-tier tycoon. Nie Qingcheng turned to the principal at the side of the stage, her tone flat, yet authoritative. So I have decided, on top of my previous donation of a library, I will personally donate an additional art building to Jiangzhou. Let's call it the Rhapsody Building. Boom. If the applause just now was a tsunami, at this moment the entire auditorium felt as if it were struck heated by a nuclear bomb. Everyone's minds went blank. An additional donation of an art building. Just because she liked the piece from earlier. What kind of divine operation was this? To pay for a performance with an entire building. This was beyond extravagance, it was a miracle. The principal trembled with excitement, nearly kneeling before Nie Qingcheng. Thank you, Director Nie. On behalf of all faculty and students of Jiangzhou University, we thank you for your generosity. In the audience, Zhao Yu heard the words Rhapsody Building, and darkness clouded his vision. Unable to bear it any longer, he slid off his chair, collapsing to the ground unconscious. On stage, Nie Qingcheng seemed oblivious to everything. She had finished speaking. Handing the microphone casually to the petrified host, she turned and, amidst the roaring adoration and screams of the crowd, stepped down the stage once again. She approached Zhang Yan once more. This time she did not take his hand. Instead, she extended two slender fingers, gently lifting his chin, forcing him to look up and meet her gaze. In her beguiling fox-like eyes there was a smile full of pride, as if to say, look, I am crowning you. Zhang Yan looked at this woman who, under the spotlight of thousands, had just made a lavish investment for him, feeling a mix of emotions in his heart. He sighed helplessly. This soft meal was too hard to swallow, hard enough to choke him a bit. The clamorous waves still throbbed against his eardrums. It was the roar produced by thousands of people shouting in unison, fervent, even somewhat scorching. Zhang Yan stood in the shadows at the edge of the stage, his brows slightly furrowed. He did not relish the feeling of being under the spotlight. Compared to the attention of the crowd, he was more accustomed to the sound of bubbling water while simmering soup in the kitchen. Turning his head, he saw the woman who had just spent lavishly for him leaning back against her chair. A smile lingered at the corner of her mouth, her gaze hooked onto him, like a fisherman admiring his prized catch. Zhang Yan sighed, retracting his hand. I'm going to change clothes. With that, he turned and walked toward the backstage passage. Behind him, Nie Qingcheng did not stop him. She merely watched the young man's tall, yet somewhat hurried figure, a glint of amusement flickering in her eyes. Run. In this Jinghai city, no one could escape from her grasp. The backstage corridor was narrow and cramped. As soon as Zhang Yan turned the corner, he was blocked. Junior Zhang Yan. I'm from the third-year music department. Can we exchange contact information? Idol. How did you practice that octave leap just now? Can you teach me? Yen Gu. Are you free tonight? I'll treat you to a late-night snack. Dozens of girls instantly filled the passageway. The mingled scents of cheap perfumes and cosmetics fermented in the unventilated space, making Zhang Yan's temples throb. Countless phone screens lit up with QR codes resembling mirrors revealing demons nearly poking at the tip of his nose. Enthusiasm. No, this was a hunt. For the first time in his 18 years of life, Zhang Yan felt like a piece of fresh meat dropped into a wolf pack. He tried to sidestep, but found himself surrounded by soft bodies with nowhere to step. Excuse me, coming through. As soon as the words left his mouth, they were swallowed by the cacophony of excited screams. Zhang Yan's patience was wearing thin. Just as he considered using the combat moves rewarded by the system to carve a bloody path, the noise suddenly ceased. It was as if a duck had its throat gripped. The clamor at the end of the corridor came to a halt. This deathly silence spread inward with astonishing speed. The girls who had been frantically pushing forward seemed to sense some formidable foe approaching. Their excitement faded, rapidly replaced by a panic labeled self-deprecation. The crowd parted like waves. A path appeared out of thin air. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels striking the tiled floor was crisp and rhythmic. Neither hurried nor slow, Nie Qingcheng approached flanked by two bodyguards in black. She didn't spare a single glance at the girls on either side. Her narrow fox-like eyes remained locked onto the young man surrounded in the center. It was a possessiveness that was absolute and unquestionable, as if silently declaring, this piece of meat is mine. Whoever dares to move shall die. The girls who had been practically glued to Zhang Yan moments ago were now so frightened, they even hid their phones behind their backs, lowering their heads afraid to breathe. This was the aura, the primal suppression of a top predator over herbivores. Nie Qingcheng stood before Zhang Yan, her distance very close. Close enough for Zhang Yan to smell the cold, woody fragrance emanating from her, instantly dispersing the vulgar sense of cosmetics around. She raised her hand. Her fingertips lightly brushed against Zhang Yan's collar, straightening his tie that had been slightly askew from the crowd's pressure. The motion was deliberate, akin to polishing her crown. Let's go. Her red lips parted slightly, her voice not loud, but carrying a chilling allure that could make one's knees weak. After speaking, she turned around. Zhang Yan felt as if he had been pardoned, instantly following her. The two walked one behind the other, traversing the silent crowd toward the VIP dressing room deep within the corridor. The two bodyguards emotionlessly turned around, standing like two black iron door gods at the entrance. All gazes, all prying eyes were completely cut off. Bang! The heavy wooden door was pushed shut. Click. The sound of the door locking echoed particularly clearly in this enclosed space. The world finally quieted down. Zhang Yan loosened his tie and turned to grab the casual clothes hanging on the rack. Those girls just now were quite enthusiastic, huh? A light chuckle came from behind him. Zhang Yan paused, about to turn back to explain. A wave of warm breath had already pressed close. He instinctively stepped back, his back hitting the cold wall. With nowhere to retreat, a slender yet strong arm bringing a waft of fragrance pressed directly against the wall beside his ear. Thud! Zhang Yan froze. A wall slam. By a woman. He was forced to look up. In his line of sight, Nie Qingcheng's dangerously alluring face was magnified infinitely. She leaned slightly forward, the collar of her silk shirt dipping low, an expensive diamond necklace swayed between her collarbones, dazzling to the eye. A few strands of long hair fell brushing against Zhang Yan's cheek, tickling as if ants were crawling. What are you hiding from? Nie Qingcheng squinted, the beauty mark at the corner of her eye glimmering under the light like a siren. You were quite bold on stage just now. What's with the meekness off stage? Her voice was low, carrying a unique magnetic resonance like feathers lightly scratching at his heart. Zhang Yan's throat moved. He wanted to speak, but found his throat somewhat dry. Nie Zong, this is the dressing room. Call me Sister Qingcheng. Nie Qingcheng interrupted him. Her other hand lifted, her icy fingertips precisely landing on the man's Adam's apple, which was subtly moving due to nervousness. Her fingertip gently stroked. That sensation was akin to a cold snake gliding down the skin's texture. Chest. Finally stopping at the first button of his suit. The piano skills are master-level, cooking is state banquet level, and I can also perform traditional massages. Nie Qingcheng's fingers traced circles on his chest, her nails grazing his skin through the shirt fabric, barely perceptible. Each touch sent electric currents through him. Little brother, how many surprises are you hiding that sister doesn't know about? Zhang Yan's body tensed, trying to suppress the restless fire within. But he was a normal man. Faced with such a seductive creature, and her aggressive teasing, not reacting would be. Observing the youthful blush rapidly spreading across his ears, and his eyes striving to maintain clarity, yet unable to hide their fluster, Nie Qingcheng smiled. She had won. She had triumphed countless times in the business world, yet none felt as fulfilling as this moment. She slowly leaned closer. Her warm breath cascaded over Zhang Yan's sensitive earlobe, raising a flurry of goosebumps. Her red lips nearly brushed against his earlobe. The words flowed like orchids. You performed well today, you made sister proud. When we get home, sister will reward you. Those words "sister will reward you" felt like a feather carrying an almost imperceptible electric current that brushed from Zhang Yan's ear all the way to his heart. His muscles tensed all over. This woman's level was too high, every word, every breath seemed meticulously calculated, precisely stepping on the edge of his crumbling rationality. No need for a reward. Zhang Yan took a deep breath, forcing himself to break free from that tingling atmosphere. He turned his face away, avoiding her soul-sucking eyes. I should go back. Go back. Nie Qingcheng sat up straight, crossing her arms, looking at him leisurely. Which place are you going back to? To your pigsty-like dormitory, or back to sister's cloud-top manor? Zhang Yan. He realized it was futile to reason with this woman. She simply did not engage in logic. I'll change my clothes first. He gave up on communication and walked directly to the clothes rack to take down his faded casual outfit. Nie Qingcheng did not stop him, leaning against the wall with great interest as she watched him unbutton his suit and take off the expensive coat. The boy's figure was slender, yet not frail. Through the thin shirt, the smooth lines of his muscles could be vaguely seen, full of youthful and vigorous vitality. Zhang Yan felt uncomfortable under her gaze, his movements becoming somewhat stiff. He turned around, facing away from her, and quickly unbuttoned his shirt. Just as he was about to put on the t-shirt, a pair of cool hands suddenly pressed against his back from behind. Zhang Yan's body instantly stiffened. Those hands were delicate and smooth, carrying a hint of a chilling fragrance. Her fingertips precisely landed on a segment of his spine, gently pressing. Here, you played too hard earlier, and your muscles are a bit tense. Nie Qingcheng's voice came from behind him, carrying a hint of professionalism, as if she truly cared about his physical condition. But that warm breath sprayed against his nape. Zhang Yan felt as if the skin on his back had caught fire, burning intensely. Niezong. He almost ground out those two words through clenched teeth. Nie Qingcheng's fingers slid slowly down his spine, kneading neither too lightly nor too heavily. Called it wrong again. Call it wrong again, and sister won't know where this hand will slide to. Zhang Yan. He quickly put on the t-shirt and grabbed the hand that was lighting fires on his back, turning around abruptly. Nie Qingcheng, are you done messing around or not? This was the first time he called her by her full name, his tone tinged with uncontrollable anger. The boy's clear eyes ignited with small flames of shame and anger, his cheeks flushed red. Nie Qingcheng looked at his flustered expression and, instead of getting angry, began to laugh softly. She grasped his wrist and pulled him toward the door. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Let's go home. The two left through the VIP passage, avoiding the crowded backstage. She grasped his wrist and pulled him toward the door. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Let's go home. The event was nearing its end, and many students had left early, gathering in small groups outside, excitedly discussing the phenomenal piano performance they had just witnessed. When Zhang Yan and Nie Qingcheng walked out side by side, all discussions came to an abrupt halt. Under the night sky, the lights were dim. One was a boy in a simple t-shirt and jeans, yet still failing to conceal his refined aura. The other was a stunning queen in a high-end suit, her presence so powerful that it seemed to solidify the air around her. This combination looked strange no matter how you viewed it. No matter how you looked at it, it brimmed with a sense of forbidden storytelling. All eyes were magnetically drawn to them, sticking firmly to their figures. Isn't that Zhang Yan, the one who played the piano? Who is the woman next to him? The one who just stood up to applaud. Oh my, she looks even better up close. How could they be walking together? Amidst countless inquisitive, shocked, and gossiping gazes, Zhang Yan felt his scalp tingle. He wanted to distance himself from Nie Qingcheng, but her grip on his wrist was too tight to break free. Nie Qingcheng, however, seemed oblivious to the surrounding gazes. She held Zhang Yan's hand and walked directly toward the eye-catching Rolls-Royce Cullinan parked in the most prominent position. Linda had long been waiting nearby, respectfully opening the car door. Nie Qingcheng entered first, then turned back to look at Zhang Yan, who was still frozen outside, raising an eyebrow. That expression seemed to say, if you don't get in, do you want to be watched until dawn? Zhang Yan sighed in resignation and bent down to get into the car. Bang! The heavy car door closed, shutting out all the external noise. It also solidified all the speculations of the onlookers. This scene was captured clearly by countless phone cameras. In the next second, the campus forum of Jiangzhou University was directly overwhelmed and crashed. A few minutes later, when the technicians hurriedly fixed the issue, the homepage of the entire forum was completely dominated by the same man's name. In the next second, the campus forum of Jiangzhou University was directly overwhelmed and crashed. A few minutes later, when the technicians hurriedly fixed the issue, the homepage of the entire forum, that's not a curtain call, that's a rush to the front. Shocking. That Rolls-Royce Cullinan with a starting price of $8 million. What did I just see? Confirmed. The truth about Rhapsody building. One song exchanged for one floor. What kind of fairy tale love is this? Below the post, comments were refreshing at an astonishing rate of dozens per second. The entire Jiangzhou University, whether on-site or watching the live broadcast in their dorms, went crazy. So he isn't working part-time, he's going to work. Those upstairs, your mindset is too small. Is this called being kept? This is called a strong alliance. Didn't you see how the big shot looked at him? That's obsession. I declare from today onwards, Zhang Yan is my new male god. Not only does he have looks and talent, but he also walked the path we all wish to walk. Woo, I also want to be picked up by a wealthy sister in a Rolls Royce. I don't want a building, just buy me a game skin. In the dormitory, Zhao Yu had just been helped up from the ground. He was dazedly scrolling through his phone, and when he saw these comments on the forum, his already pale face instantly turned a deep shade of purple. His follower next to him wanted to regain some face, and gritting his teeth posted a comment, how that sounds nice, but isn't he just a duck for sale? What's there to envy? The post had just been sent out. 1 second later. Bro, how much does a duck earn per hour? Can you get picked up in a Cullinan? Please introduce. Exactly, if being a duck comes with this treatment, I'm willing to practice my speech from today. The person in front stopped dreaming. Do you have that face? Do you have that speed? He plays the piano, what do you play? Ladies, breaking news. That wealthy sister is Nie Qingcheng from Qingcheng Group. The richest woman in Jinghai City. Worth hundreds of billions. Holy shit. Holy shit. Seeing this comment, Zhao Yu felt darkness cloud his vision, and his phone went bang crashing to the ground. The screen shattered. He's finished. He wanted to trample Zhang Yan into the mud, but instead, he personally sent Zhang Yan to the altar. He wanted Zhang Yan to be disgraced, but instead Zhang Yan became the envy of all the boys in the school. He lost, losing like a complete clown. Inside the smoothly driving Rolls-Royce Cullinan, a faint fragrance floated in the air. Nie Qingcheng crossed her legs, lazily leaning against the leather seat, holding her phone, thoroughly engrossed in scrolling through the campus forum. She occasionally let out a light laugh, her voice exceptionally clear in the quiet car. Zhang Yan sat beside her, eyes closed, ignoring her. One song exchange for one floor. What kind of fairy tale love is this? This title is quite good, has some level. Nie Qingcheng read the post title, turned her head, and nudged Zhang Yan with her elbow. Hey, they're all saying I'm supporting you. Zhang Yan didn't even lift his eyelids. It seems your reputation has been thoroughly ruined by me. Nie Qingcheng's voice was filled with laughter as she leaned closer, her warm breath brushing against Zhang Yan's cheek. What will you do if you can't find a pure and innocent girl as your girlfriend at school anymore? Zhang Yan finally opened his eyes. He turned to look at the beautiful face filled with teasing just inches away from him, rolling his eyes in annoyance. How dare you ask? Nie Qingcheng looked at his puffed-up expression, laughing even more joyfully as she reached out and poked his cheek. So what should we do? Sister has to take responsibility for you, right? She suddenly leaned down, her red lips close to his ear, whispering in a tone only the two could hear. How about sister gets you a girlfriend? Inside the carriage, the air seemed to solidify into amber, thick and ambiguous. Zhang Yan could clearly hear the pounding of his own heartbeat, one thump after another striking against his chest. How about I get you a girlfriend? That phrase slithered into his ear like a snake, with its tongue flicking, sliding into his heart and igniting a shiver. A warm breath brushed against his cheek, the unique scent of her mixed with a cold, woody fragrance and the warmth of a woman's body domineeringly invading all his senses. Zhang Yan's throat felt dry. He turned his head, his gaze landing on the rapidly retreating lights outside the window, not daring to look at the fox-like eyes that seemed close enough to devour everything. Niezong, don't joke around. His voice was a bit hoarse. Heh. A low, pleasant chuckle drifted into his ear. Nie Qingcheng straightened up, leaning back against the soft leather seat, creating a suffocating distance between them. She fell silent. But Zhang Yan could feel that burning gaze never leaving him. It was an appraisal, an examination, and more importantly, a hunter's delight in observing their prey. This feeling was more unsettling than her direct verbal teasing. The ride was silent. Only when the Rolls-Royce Cullinan smoothly entered the Yunding Manor did Zhang Yan secretly breathe a sigh of relief. The car door opened, and the cool night breeze rushed in, dispersing the ambiguous atmosphere inside the car and clearing his overheated mind. In leaving, Zhang Yan got out of the car and said to the woman inside, "Stop." Nie Qingcheng's voice came from behind, clear and unyielding. She also got out of the car, casually tossing the car keys to the waiting butler, and walked towards Zhang Yan in her high heels. "I'm hungry." She tilted her face up, looking at the boy who was half a head taller than her, boldly declaring, "Zhang Yan, listening to you play the piano stirs my emotions greatly. It consumes a lot of energy." Nie Qingcheng pointed at her flat stomach with her index finger. "Right now this place is empty." This logic was looking at her face that seemed to say, "I'm hungry, you must take responsibility." The fleeting thought of escape in Zhang Yan's heart instantly vanished. Fine. The demands of the financial benefactor were as good as imperial edicts. "What do you want to eat?" he asked resignedly. "Anything." Nie Qingcheng threw out this century's difficult problem, then turned and walked towards the main villa with a sway. "I'll give you half an hour." Zhang Yan looked at her retreating figure and sighed helplessly before heading towards the kitchen. This soft meal not only had to be filling, but also had to cover the late-night snack. The kitchen of the main villa was brightly lit, various top-tier kitchenware gleaming coldly under the lights. Zhang Yan skillfully tied on an apron and opened the refrigerator. Just as he was pondering what to make for a late-night snack, that familiar mechanical voice finally arrived. Ding. Main quest initial display of talent completed. Quest rating S perfect. Quest settlement in progress. A golden light curtain unfolded before Zhang Yan. Basic reward mastery of hall-level piano already granted S-rank excess reward settlement. Congratulations host, you have received extra reward 1 charm aura beginner. Charm aura beginner passive skill. Your words and actions will carry a layer of imperceptible aura, increasing your attractiveness by 10 to the opposite sex, especially to those who have a favorable impression of you. This aura can be upgraded as you grow. Congratulations host, you have received extra reward 2 god level dessert making. God level dessert making. You have mastered the making methods and essence of all desserts in the world, from street food to Michelin 3-star, effortlessly creating desserts that will produce wondrous enhancements on the taste buds and emotions of those who taste them. Another 2 streams of immense information surged into Zhang Yan's brain like gentle tides. Countless knowledge about desserts, precise recipes down to the milligram, the marvelous reactions of butter and sugar at different temperatures, the best state for whipping egg whites, the perfect curve for tempering chocolate. This knowledge and skill seemed innate to him, deeply imprinted in his mind, merging with his muscle memory. Zhang Yan closed his eyes, feeling this wondrous change, a smile unconsciously lifting the corners of his mouth. He glanced at the array of top-quality ingredients in the refrigerator. Valrhona chocolate, Tahitian vanilla beans, safe-to-eat Lanhuang eggs, President brand cream. A thought naturally surfaced. He wanted to make a souffle. The French souffle, known as the queen of desserts, is famous for its cloud-like lightness and fleeting tasting moments. Its difficulty in preparation is extremely high, greatly testing the skills of the pastry chef. But now for Zhang Yan it was as simple as breathing. He took out several small baking dishes, coated them with a thin layer of butter on his fingertips, and evenly sprinkled fine sugar. Then he separated the egg whites from the yolks. The egg yolks were mixed with milk and flour, adding vanilla seeds, and slowly cooked over low heat to create a delicate custard, instantly filling the air with a fragrant aroma. Next came the crucial egg white foam. He poured the egg whites into a copper bowl, holding a whisk, and whisked at a rhythm. Soon the egg whites transformed from a transparent liquid to a pure white foam, then to a wet foam, and finally, when he lifted the whisk, a firm, slightly curved peak stood steadily. Perfect. He gently and swiftly blended the egg white foam with the egg yolk mixture in batches using a cutting and folding technique. The entire process flowed smoothly, filled with an indescribable beauty. He poured the batter into the baking dishes and placed them into the preheated oven. In the waiting interval, Zhang Yan's gaze fell on the wine cabinet. He took out a bottle of fine red wine, paired it with cinnamon cloves and orange slices, pouring it into the pot and simmering on low heat. Soon a warm and rich aroma of spiced wine intertwined with the milky egg scent wafting from the oven, dyeing the air in the entire kitchen a romantic hue. Ding! The oven emitted a notification sound. Zhang Yan put on heat-resistant gloves and opened the oven. A miracle occurred. The soufflés in the baking dishes puffed up like fluffy golden clouds, rising high and trembling as if they would collapse with a mere touch. He carefully took them out and dusted them with powdered sugar. A cup of warm spiced red wine and a freshly baked, the perfect late-night snack. Nie Qingcheng had already changed into a silk robe, leaning against the living room sofa, idly flipping through a financial magazine. When Zhang Yan walked out with the tray, her gaze was instantly drawn to him, not because of the person, but because of the item on the tray. That puffed-up golden cloud-like creation emitted an irresistible sweet aroma. What is this? She set down the magazine, straightened her body, her fox-like eyes filled with curiosity. French souffle. Zhang Yan placed the tray on the coffee table in front of her. Eat it while it's hot. It will collapse quickly. He also handed her the cup of warm red wine. Nie Qingcheng took the wine glass, the temperature of the cup just right, warmly seeping into her palm. She lowered her head and sniffed. The complex aroma of wine, fruit, and spices relaxed the nerves that had been tense all night. She looked at the souffle again. Indeed, it had already started to sink visibly, as if urging her to take action. Nie Qingcheng picked up a small spoon and gently scooped a spoonful. The spoon encountered almost no resistance and sank right in, the texture incredibly light. She brought that spoonful of golden cloud to her mouth. It melted instantly. The warm, airy cake dissolved on her tongue, leaving only a rich flavor of milk, egg, and a hint of fresh vanilla. Sweet, but not the cloying kind of sweetness. It was a perfectly balanced, gentle sweetness that seemed to soothe the soul. Nie Qingcheng was left stunned. She had tasted the most exquisite dishes from Michelin-starred restaurants and countless masterpieces from dessert masters, but none could compare to the sensation on her tongue at this moment. This was no longer just delicious. This was a feeling of happiness. A happiness that could make one feel joy and satisfaction from the depths of their being. She took another sip of the warm red wine. The slightly tipsy feeling, accompanied by the warmth of the spices, quickly spread to her limbs. Her cheeks began to flush slightly. The entire world seemed to become soft and slow. Nie Qingcheng raised her head to look at Zhang Yan, who was sitting quietly on the opposite sofa watching her. The light in the living room was soft, casting a warm glow over his handsome face, gilding his features with a warm halo. His gaze remained clear like a spring that washed away all dust. But for some reason today, this spring seemed to carry a strange magic. A glance was enough to ensnare her. Her heartbeat, catalyzed by the alcohol and sweetness, began to accelerate uncontrollably. A strange, tingling emotion spread from the deepest part of her heart. Charm aura beginner was quietly doing its work. Nie Qingcheng put down her wine glass and scooped another large spoonful of souffle into her mouth, savoring it carefully. Suddenly, she spoke, her voice carrying a lazy hoarseness due to the alcohol. How can it be this sweet? She looked at Zhang Yan, her eyes gradually becoming dreamy as if veiled in a layer of mist. A bit of powdered sugar clung to her red lips, glittering enticingly under the light. Like the taste of the feeling of a hangover is far from pleasant, especially that sweet and cloying aftertaste. When Zhang Yan woke up, the daylight outside was already bright. The room still seemed to linger with the aroma of red wine-infused souffle from last night, mixed with the unique chilly woody scent of Nie Qingcheng, like an invisible net sticky and enveloping his face. With a blank expression, he tossed aside the covers. A quick shower, changing clothes. The cold water cascading over his head forcibly washed away the image of the woman from last night, calling out little brother in a tipsy haze. Heading to school. Only the monotonous economic graphs could allow his rationality to regain its foothold. Jiang University in the early morning. Yan Gu, you are now a living legend. Wang Hao clung to him like an accessory, his mouth never stopping since they entered the campus. The forum server crashed twice last night. Now the homepage is filled with your high-definition photos. I didn't even dare to look at the titles like the celibate god and finger magician. Wang Hao paused, chuckling to himself. And there's one titled The Man Spoiled by the Female Tycoon, which has the highest buzz. Zhang Yan kept his gaze straight ahead, his pace steady. Are you feeling bored? I'm just excited. Wang Hao exclaimed animatedly. You didn't see Zhao Yu was carried out yesterday. I heard he took sick leave today, probably too ashamed to face anyone. Immediately, countless gazes converged upon him like searchlights. Zhang Yan walked towards his seat. He paused. The once empty desk was now piled. Immediately, countless gazes converged upon him like searchlights. Zhang Yan walked towards his seat. He paused. The once empty desk was now piled high with a colorful array of gifts. Pink envelopes. Chocolates tied with ribbons. Imported milk. There was even a thermos with a bow on it emitting wisps of steam. These items aggressively occupied every inch of the desk, leaving no space even for his books. The whispers around him buzzed like flies. Admiration, jealousy, and that fervent desire to take his place. Damn. Wang Hao's eyes nearly popped out as he reached out to poke the seemingly expensive thermos. Yan Gu, have you stirred up a hornet's nest? This must be the heartfelt intentions of all the girls in the department, right? Zhang Yan looked at the pile of items, his brows subtly furrowing. Trouble. He disliked the feeling of being overly scrutinized, especially this cheap, self-indulgent interference. He stepped forward, his movements brisk. The envelope was swept into his backpack. The snacks were pushed towards Wang Hao. He didn't even touch the steaming thermos. Get rid of it. Huh. Yan Gu, this is a love bento. Wang Hao, holding a pile of chocolates, looked a bit dazed. If you don't want to eat it, throw it away. Zhang Yan sat down, pulled out his textbook, and opened it. The entire process was smooth as flowing water, not even casting a glance at the expectant girls around him. Indifferent, yet frustratingly charming. The real disaster began. Zhang Yan, I am Lin Weiwei from the music department. A girl in a white dress blushed as she rushed over, almost shoving her phone's QR code into Zhang Yan's face. Before Zhang Yan could say a word, another person squeezed in. Junior, ignore her, at me. They'll help you level up. Zhang Yan, try my cookies. The scent of perfume. The smell of cosmetics. A mix of various sweet and cloying aromas fermented together in this enclosed classroom, more suffocating than last night's souffle. Zhang Yan sat in the center of the crowd, his expression cold, like an emotionless statue. No adding. No eating. Excuse me. These 3 words blocked all enthusiasm. He stood up and walked straight out of the classroom amidst countless resentful gazes. His back was upright, yet radiated a chill that kept people at bay. At the same time, at the headquarters of Qingcheng Group in Jinghai City, in a top-floor conference room, the projector hummed with noise. A vice president stood in front of the screen, his shirt's back soaked with sweat. He was reporting the quarterly financial statements, his voice trembling like dried leaves. At the end of the long table, Nie Qingcheng wore a black haute couture suit, her long hair neatly pinned up. She did not look at the screen. Instead, she played with a Montblanc pen in her hand, gently tapping the cap against the solid wood table. Tap, tap, tap. The sound was not loud, yet it felt like a countdown to the career of everyone present. Linda stood behind her, glancing down at her vibrating phone. Her pupils constricted. She hesitated for a second, then bent down, her lips close to Nie Qingcheng's ear. President Nie. Her voice was lowered to almost a whisper. News from the school. Mr. Zhang's desk is filled to the brim. Tap. The tapping ceased. The reporting vice president abruptly shut his mouth, almost biting his tongue. Nie Qingcheng showed no expression. The speed at which she rotated the pen slowed down. Continue. 2 words devoid of any discernible emotion. 5 minutes later, Linda's phone vibrated again. It was a photo. In the picture, the cool and aloof youth was surrounded by a group of girls looking like the Tang monk caught in the spider demon cave. Though his face was filled with resistance, the hands of those girls, and their adoring gazes, seemed almost to cling to. Linda felt a chill run down her back. Gritting her teeth, she leaned down once more. President Nie. Someone sent a heart-shaped lunchbox. And dozens of love letters. The air pressure in the conference room instantly dropped to zero. The vice president was about to turn the PPT page, but his hand trembled, causing the remote control to fall to the ground. Clatter. The sharp sound was particularly piercing in the dead silence. Nie Qingcheng lowered her eyelids, her gaze falling on the back of her slender fair hand. There she held the pen. Love letters. She softly repeated these two words, the corners of her mouth even lifting into a faint arc. In the next second, crack. That limited edition pin worth 6 figures snapped in two between her fingers. Black ink splattered everywhere. It splashed onto the back of her fair hand, flowing through her fingers like some black viscous blood. A shocking sight. The vice president's legs went weak, collapsing directly onto his chair. All the executives buried their heads into their chests, wishing they could vanish on the spot. Nie Qingcheng pulled out a wet wipe, methodically wiping the ink off finger by finger. Her movements were elegant, but exuded a chilling severity that made one's scalp tingle. Meeting adjourned. She tossed the ink-stained wipe aside and stood up. Her high heels clicked sharply against the floor, creating a heart-stopping sound. Prepare the car. Go to Jiang University. 5 p.m. The class bell finally rang. For the first time, Zhang Yan found the sound of the bell so pleasant. He packed his things at double the usual speed and dashed out of the classroom before Wang Hao even realized. This day was more exhausting than delivering 100 takeout orders. His backpack felt heavy, stuffed full of envelopes he hadn't had time to deal with. He just wanted to rush back to the dormitory and throw these troubles into the trash can. Just as he exited the school gate, the evening wind dispersed some of the heat. Zhang Yan breathed a sigh of relief, just about to step forward. But his feet were abruptly nailed to the ground. In the very center of the school gate, a massive black vehicle loomed like a dormant giant beast, blocking the way. A Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Leaning against the car was a woman. She had changed out of her rigid black suit into a Wynard-fitted long dress draped with a beige trench coat. The afterglow of the setting sun cast upon her, highlighting her breathtakingly beautiful face. She wore sunglasses and had her arms crossed. She stood there casually, yet within a 10-meter radius of vacuum zone formed. Students passing by frequently glanced over, but no one dared to approach. That kind of aura came from being in a high position for a long time, a natural suppression over ordinary beings. Zhang Yan felt a shiver run down his spine, instinctively wanting to turn around. But that gaze hidden behind the sunglasses had already locked onto him with precision. There was no escape. Zhang Yan steeled himself and walked over. What are you doing here? Nie Qingcheng did not speak. She slowly took off her sunglasses, revealing a pair of narrow, fox-like eyes devoid of any amusement. Only an unfathomably cold abyss remained in her gaze. It moved past Zhang Yan's face and downward, ultimately fixing on the backpack behind him. There, because it was stuffed too full, the zipper was not properly closed. A corner of pink stationery was carelessly sticking out, swaying gently in the evening breeze. Nie Qingcheng squinted her eyes. The tear mole at the corner of her eye glowed alluringly red in the sunset. She extended her hand, lightly pointing at that pink corner. Her red lips parted slightly. Her voice carried a biting sarcasm and a hint of dangerous menace. Looks like you're quite busy with your affairs. Zhang Dekaisi. Zhang Dekaisi. The last 3 words were pronounced slowly by her, each syllable seeming to be squeezed out from between her teeth, carrying a biting chill that could sour one's teeth. The afterglow of the sunset bathed everything at the school gate in a warm golden hue, yet it could not penetrate Nie Qingcheng's bottomless fox-like eyes. Zhang Yan felt a sudden headache. It wasn't fear, but a profound sense of powerlessness. With this woman, reason was forever out of reach, for her reasoning was simply herself. Around them, countless curious eyes had already glued themselves. The students who had just finished class slowed their steps, pricking their ears and stretching their necks, eager to witness a grand family drama unfold. Get in the car. Nie Qingcheng did not say another word, turned around, and opened the rear door of the Cullinan, seating herself inside first. An unrefusable posture. Zhang Yan helplessly shook his head, and under the increasingly shocked and fervent gazes of the surrounding students, he resignedly bent down and climbed into the car. The heavy car door slammed shut with a bang, completely isolating the outside world's clamor and prying eyes. Inside the cabin, silence was terrifying. The chief secretary Linda sat in the front row, eyes observing her, nose observing her heart. Like a lifeless statue, even her breathing had been silenced. The air inside the car seemed to be sucked dry, and the low pressure made one feel suffocated. Nie Qingcheng did not look at him, merely turned her face to gaze at the rapidly receding street scenery outside. Her flawless profile at this moment resembled a visage sculpted from millennia-old ice, devoid of any warmth. Zhang Yan felt that this silence was far more unbearable than her outright anger. He moved his lips, preparing to explain. The backpack. Nie Qingcheng finally spoke, her voice flat, yet it sounded like 2 blocks of ice colliding. She extended her hand towards him, the hand adorned with a pink diamond ring, fingers long and slender, yet exuding an irresistible dominance. Zhang Yan remained silent for 2 seconds, ultimately wordlessly removing the backpack from his back and handing it over. Nie Qingcheng took the backpack, her action lacking gentleness, even somewhat rough. She yanked the zipper open without looking at the textbooks and stationery inside, simply appending the entire backpack. Clatter. Textbooks, pencil cases, and a plethora of colorful envelopes instantly filled the spacious leather seat between the two. Pink, blue, some with lace trim, and even sealed with wax. A riot of colors, spectacular. Nie Qingcheng's gaze swept over the pile of trash. Finally, she precisely pinched the most eye-catching pink envelope that poked out from the seam of the backpack. She did not open it, just pinched it with 2 fingers as if it were a pollutant tainted with deadly poison. She finally turned her head to look at Zhang Yan. In her beautiful fox-like eyes a dangerous emotion surged, one that Zhang Yan could not comprehend, yet felt keenly. I haven't looked at a single one. Zhang Yan met her gaze calmly, stating the fact, I planned to throw them all away when I returned to the dorm. His voice carried no hint of guilt, only frankness. Nie Qingcheng stared at him for a full 5 seconds. Her sharp eyes seemed to penetrate his skin, delving deep into his soul. In the end it appeared she believed him. However, believing did not mean this matter would simply pass. She tossed the pink envelope back into the pile of letters, then with an extremely elegant, yet contemptuous demeanor, gathered all the envelopes into a heap. She didn't even use her hands directly, instead she used the broken pen barrel to push the envelopes together. Yes, Miss Nie, I'm here. Linda in the front row immediately responded. Trash bag. Without a moment's hesitation, Linda retrieved a high-quality black car trash bag from the armrest compartment and respectfully handed it to the back seat. Nie Qingcheng took it, opened it wide. Then with that 6-figure pen, she swept the stack of letters, each one containing countless young girls' secrets, one by one into the black bag, as if cleaning up trash. Throughout the process, her face bore no expression. Her movements were slow and deliberate, yet carried a chilling, extreme sense of humiliation. Finally, she tied the bag shut and casually tossed it onto the carpet at her feet. Listen well. After completing all this, she finally looked back at Zhang Yan, leaning slightly forward, the cold, woody fragrance mingling with a hint of dangerous pressure, enveloping him instantly. From today onwards, your backpack, your pockets, and your phone are all under my control. Her fingertip lightly tapped Zhang Yan's chest. The cold touch through the thin t-shirt made his heart skip a beat. Anything anyone gives you, whether it's food, something to use, or even a piece of scrap paper, must first pass mine. Do you understand? Zhang Yan looked at her, eyes filled with possession and warning, stunned for a moment before managing to squeeze out a single word from his throat. Resistance. Utterly meaningless. It would only provoke her further. Seeing him relent, the ice in Nie Qingcheng's eyes finally melted slightly. She sat up straight in satisfaction, reclining back against the chair, her fingertips tapping absent-mindedly on her knees, seemingly lost in thought. No, wait. She suddenly muttered to herself, the problem isn't with these letters. Zhang Yan's heart skipped a beat, a sense of ominous premonition rising. Nie Qingcheng continued, the root of the problem is that you are too easily accessible to others. Her gaze roamed over Zhang Yan as if assessing the security measures of a rare treasure. Taking the bus, walking around campus. Too dangerous. She frowned, seemingly extremely dissatisfied with such an inefficient mode of transportation. It's like tossing a piece of top-quality sheep fat jade onto the street, letting all the stray cats and dogs gawk at it. Zhang Yan. He thought his metaphor was already outrageous, but hers was even more so. Just then a glimmer of light flashed in Nie Qingcheng's eyes, as if she had found the perfect solution. Linda. Miss Nie, please instruct. We're not going to Yunding Manor anymore. Nie Qingcheng's voice carried a hint of joy and interest. Change the route, go to the Peak Club. Peak Club. Zhang Yan was taken aback for a moment. He had never even heard of this name. Nie Qingcheng turned her head, looking at his bewildered expression, and finally revealed the first genuine smile of the day. That smile was bright and flamboyant, yet carried a hint of mischievous malice. She reached out her hand, naturally helping him straighten out the wrinkled collar pressed by the backpack strap, her actions intimate and entirely reasonable. Peak Club. Zhang Yan was taken aback for a moment. He had never even heard of this name. Nie Qingcheng turned her head, looking at his bewildered expression, and finally revealed, Sister will take you to change your mount. Change to one. That no one will dare to stop you from stuffing things into. The Pinnacle Club. This name may sound cliched, yet it is the most prestigious private club in Jinghai City. It is not located in the bustling city center, but rather perched atop a low hill in the eastern suburbs, covering an astonishingly large area, combining racing, equestrian sports, and golf. Membership fees start at 8 digits and require recommendations from existing members. As the Rolls-Royce Cullinan came to a smooth stop in front of the club's main building, Zhang Yan looked through the car window, seeing only a dazzling array of modern buildings like a steel giant lying in wait within the night. Get out of the car. Nie Qingcheng's voice pulled him back from his momentary daze. The car door opened, and a middle-aged man in a black suit standing tall quickly approached, his face filled with a respectful, yet appropriately warm enthusiasm. President Nie, what a rare guest. Why didn't you give us a heads up? I could have cleared the place out. I'm here to shop. Nie Qingcheng tossed the car keys to the attendant, the flaps of her trench coat elegantly sweeping in the night breeze. She lifted her chin slightly, indicating Zhang Yan behind her. Get him something to drive. The middle-aged man was the club's general manager, surnamed Wang. He followed Nie Qingcheng's gaze, and upon seeing Zhang Yan's faded casual, where his expression momentarily froze, but he quickly resumed his professional smile. This way, sir. Please come inside. Anyone personally brought by Nie Qingcheng, whether wearing a dragon robe or a burlap sack, was beyond his authority to comment. The first floor of the club was a vast exhibition hall. Rather than an exhibition hall, it could be described as a private garage filled with top-tier supercars. The lighting was bright as day, and on the smooth mirror-like floor rows upon rows of mechanical beasts lay quietly, sending pulses of excitement through onlookers. Ferraris and Lamborghinis were merely entry-level models, while Koenigsegg's and Bugatti Veyrons were positioned in relatively ordinary spots. Having lived for 18 years, these objects that only existed in magazines and online pictures now appeared before him densely and vividly for the first time. The air was filled with a blend of high-end leather and cold metal. Feel free to look around. Nie Qingcheng said, her hands tucked into the pockets of her trench coat, exuding a relaxed demeanor as if strolling through her own backyard. Manager Wang followed closely, beads of sweat forming at his temples. He couldn't gauge Nie Qingcheng's thoughts and could only cautiously introduce, President Nie, these are the new arrivals, the Pagani Huayra, a global limited edition, and ours is the only quota in the Asia region. Nie Qingcheng paused, her gaze landing on a striking blue sports car, exaggerated in design and filled with futuristic technology. That car, rather than a vehicle, was more like a work of art. The flawlessly flowing lines of its body, the carbon fiber patterns covering its entire surface, and the iconic quadrupole exhaust pipes all proclaimed its exorbitant price. Zhang Yan had no knowledge about cars, but he understood that even a mere touch of this thing could leave him in debt for life. This. Nie Qingcheng extended her slender finger, lightly tapping the Pagani from a distance, then turned to Manager Wang, asking very seriously, "Is it convenient for grocery shopping?" Manager Wang's smile froze on his face. He opened his mouth, feeling his professional composure, facing an unprecedented challenge. Buying groceries. Using an $80 million Pagani Huayra to buy groceries. Zhang Yan's mouth twitched violently. He stepped forward, tugging at Nie Qingcheng's sleeve, lowering his voice. President Nie, stop joking. I'm not joking, Nie Qingcheng said, looking at him innocently. I'm seriously considering practicality for you. Zhang Yan took a deep breath, feeling it necessary to enlighten this woman on some basic common sense. He pointed at the Pagani's low chassis, explaining earnestly, this car's chassis is too low, it can't even go over the speed bumps at our school entrance. Also, the roads to the market are bumpy, once you drive in you won't be able to get out. Several salespeople nearby who were wiping down cars dropped their towels in astonishment at his words. They looked at Zhang Yan with expressions as if he were an alien. This guy, was he really discussing with Nie Qingcheng the feasibility of using a Pagani to buy groceries at the market? What kind of reasoning was this? Manager Wang's mouth twitched even more violently, feeling as though his worldview was being repeatedly ground into the dirt. Just then a few flirtatious whistles and voices came from the other end of the exhibition hall. Oh, isn't that the piano prince who stole the show at Jiang University last night? It really is him. What's he doing here? That girl beside him. Wow, stunning. TSK Tisk looks like he's found a new sugar mommy. But who knows if this rich lady is as wealthy as President Nie from last night. A few second-generation rich kids dressed in trendy brands and looking flamboyant leaned against a yellow Lamborghini, pointing and whispering at Zhang Yan and Nie Qingcheng. They had also been present at the welcome party, sitting in the back row witnessing Zhang Yan's stunning performance, but they hadn't seen Nie Qingcheng's appearance. If they had just glanced at the campus forum, they wouldn't have said such things. At that moment, they naturally regarded Nie Qingcheng as just another rich lady, caught by Zhang Yan, their jealousy and sourness laid bare. Zhang Yan frowned. Nie Qingcheng, however, seemed not to have heard, withdrawing her gaze from the Pagani, appearing disinterested in the discussions of the second-generation rich kids. She simply shook her head in disappointment, saying the low chassis is indeed a problem. She looked around, and her gaze finally landed on a Rolls-Royce Cullinan in the center of the exhibition hall, the same model as the one they had arrived in, but in a more imposing matte black. Forget it. Nie Qingcheng took long strides towards it. She reached out, tapping the heavy engine hood, producing a... Then she turned around, looking at the whispering second-generation rich kids, as well as all the employees in the exhibition hall, who had pricked up their ears. Finally, her gaze returned to Manager Wang. This one will do. Her tone was as flat as if she were picking out a cabbage at the market. It has ample space, the trunk can hold plenty of groceries, and the chassis is high. She seemed satisfied with her choice, nodding her head before pulling out a card from her trench coat pocket. A card entirely black with no extra identifiers except for a discreet little logo in the corner. When Manager Wang saw the card, his breath caught for half a second. The Centurion Black Gold card. An unlimited top-tier credit card. Nie Qingcheng casually tossed the card to Manager Wang, her movements graceful and decisive. Swipe it full payment. Also wrap up that Pagani and send it to Yunding Manor. While it's not convenient for groceries, it could be used for a joyride now and then. Boom. The entire exhibition hall felt as if a silent bomb had been dropped. The mocking and flirtatious expressions on the faces of the second-generation rich kids instantly froze, shattered, leaving only looks of dumbfounded disbelief. Just moments ago, they had been ridiculing Zhang Yan for finding a rich lady. But this rich lady had shown them what true extravagance meant in a way they wouldn't even dare to dream. Buying a Cullinan was for carrying groceries. Casually buying an $80 million Pagani just for a joyride. What kind of concept was that? This was no longer mere flaunting of wealth. It was trampling all over their proud financial standing, grinding their faces into the ground until they were pulverized. Manager Wang held the thin card in both hands, feeling its weight akin to 1,000 pounds. He was so excited that his voice trembled slightly. All right, President Nie. They'll take care of it right away. Nie Qingcheng ignored everyone else. She walked over to the brand new matte black Cullinan, exuding the scent of ink, opened the door, and took out the car keys. Then she turned around, walking back to Zhang Yan, who was still stunned in place. In the dead silence of the entire room, amidst the expressions of disbelief from the second-generation rich kids, she tossed the heavy Rolls-Royce logo-bearing car key to Zhang Yan as if throwing a stone. Zhang Yan instinctively reached out to catch it. The cool metallic feel of the key pressed against his palm jolted him back to reality. He looked at the car key in his hand, then raised his gaze to meet the woman in front of him, who was smiling like a sly fox, momentarily at a loss for words. From now on, drive this to school, Nie Qingcheng said, extending 2 fingers to gently lift his chin, forcing him to meet her gaze. In her captivating fox-like eyes, there was a blend of triumphant glee and unabashed possessiveness. Her red lips parted, her voice soft, yet like a thunderclap, reverberating in Zhang Yan's ears and in the hearts of all eavesdroppers. I want to see which little vixen dares to casually sit in your passenger seat. The moment her words fell, a familiar mechanical voice resonated in Zhang Yan's mind with precision. The double R logo was branded in the palm of his hand. The unique chill of the metal crawled along the nerve endings, creating a heavy and pressing sensation. Zhang Yan lowered his head. This was not just a car key, it was a gold brick capable of shattering the self-esteem of an ordinary person. The exhibition hall was silent. Manager Wang held the black gold card, his jaw rigidly suspended in midair, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. The rich second generation seemed collectively choked. Their originally mocking expressions cracked inch by inch, leaving behind only a ridiculous blank. Cullinan, fully equipped. Was this merely to let this pretty boy use for school transportation? This was not keeping a mistress. It was clearly worshipping a living ancestor. In the center of vision, Nie Qingcheng's red dress blazed like fire, her arms crossed. She couldn't even be bothered to glance at the dazed faces around her, her gaze fixed solely on Zhang Yan. The possessiveness in her eyes was intense and unyielding. That was her masterpiece. Stunned, she tilted her chin slightly, her voice lazy with a hint of impatient urging. Go home. Zhang Yan rubbed his thumb over the cold texture of the key. That absurd feeling crashed within his chest. He looked up, his gaze colliding directly with her fox-like eyes. I don't have a driver's license. He spoke the truth. At 18, he hadn't even opened the book for the first subject. This statement was like a needle piercing the tension-filled balloon of the exhibition hall. The pig-liver color of jealousy on the faces of the rich second generation faded slightly, replaced by a twisted delight. So what if I give you a mountain of gold? Can you even move it? The smile at the corner of Nie Qingcheng's mouth remained unchanged. She didn't care at all. Her long legs took strides, the sound of her high heels striking the ground crisp and compelling. She approached Zhang Yan. Reaching out, her cool fingertips forcefully squeezed into the gaps between his fingers, prying open his slightly stiff digits, then closing them again, making him grip that key tightly. Who says you don't have one? She leaned in closer. Her red lips nearly brushed against his ear, her warm breath spilling out. I say you have, therefore you have. Domineering. Unreasonable. The moment her words fell, a notification chimed. Ding. Host detected to be in a driving dilemma. Novice protection mechanism activated. Temporary driver's license, globally valid, generated data flowing into the global traffic system. Boom. A flash of white light exploded deep within his brain. Countless streams of information surged in wildly. The biting point of the clutch, the limits of tire grip feedback, the shift of center of gravity, while turning the roar of a fighter jet's engine, the vibrations of a tank's tracks. A plethora of knowledge compressed into muscle memory, violently branded onto every bone and nerve. Zhang Yan's pupils constricted, then quickly regained clarity. The initial awkwardness completely dissipated. In its place was a kind of daunting calm. That was the gaze of a master. He tightened his grip on the key and nodded slightly at Nie Qingcheng. Let's go. Concise and decisive. A trace of surprise crossed Nie Qingcheng's eyes. She had arranged for a driver expecting this little guy to show signs of fear. Unexpectedly, the sudden air of steadiness about him was even more captivating than the Cullinan itself. A trace of surprise crossed Nie Qingcheng's eyes. She had arranged for a driver expecting this little guy to show signs of fear. Unexpectedly, the moment he sat down, his body instinctively found the most comfortable driving posture. He adjusted the rearview mirror, touched the central control, his fingers gliding across the complex dashboard, as skilled as caressing his own arm. Nie Qingcheng settled into the passenger seat. She turned sideways, resting her chin on one hand, her eyes curiously fixed on him, waiting for a chaotic joke to unfold. Or perhaps a surprise. Zhang Yan remained still. He turned his head, his gaze calm. Seatbelt. Nie Qingcheng raised an eyebrow. This was the first time someone dared to command her like this. Buckle up. Zhang Yan's voice was not loud, but the undeniable tone made her momentarily dazed. She did not move. Instead, she leaned forward, her alluring eyes filled with laughter. What? Afraid of throwing your sister out? Zhang Yan did not respond. Click. He unbuckled his own seatbelt. Leaning over the center console, the distance suddenly narrowed. The fresh scent of soap clung to the young man's body forcefully, dispersing her perfume. Nie Qingcheng's breath hitched. Her vision was filled only with the side of his face, so close. His eyelashes were long. His lips pressed into a straight line from concentration. The intense masculine pheromones hit her hard, making her ears flush. Click. The crisp sound of the buckle. Zhang Yan secured her seatbelt. But he did not pull away. The movement paused for a second. He tilted his head, locking her eyes at an extremely close distance. Sit tight. After speaking, he calmly retreated, rebuckling his own seatbelt, as if the earlier aggressive scene was merely a routine task. Nie Qingcheng's fingertips unconsciously tightened around the edge of the seatbelt. Her heart raced erratically. This little brat. Has he learned to turn the tables? Virum. The V12 engine roared to life. The deep growl reverberated through the cabin floor. Zhang Yan's left hand rested at the 12 o'clock position on the steering wheel. Shifting gears. Accelerating. The 2.5-ton steel beast glided out of the exhibition hall like a feather. No jolts. No hesitation. Only 2 crimson taillights were left for the group behind. The evening rush hour on the overpass. The flow of cars was like a weaving tapestry, the red brake lights merging into a flowing river of magma. Inside the cabin flowed the deep bass of the cello. The soundproofing was so good that the world was quiet, leaving only the rustling sound of tires rolling over asphalt. Nie Qingcheng held a cup of freshly bought hot Americano. The surface of the liquid was as smooth as a mirror. She had originally been waiting to see Zhang Yan's awkward maneuvers in the traffic, but what she saw instead was sheer silkiness. This massive SUV was as agile in his hands as a loach. Inside the cabin flowed the deep bass of the cello. The soundproofing was so good that the world was quiet, leaving only the rustling sound of tires rolling. This level of control was even more terrifying than her professional driver, who had been driving for 20 years. The shadows of streetlights flickered across Zhang Yan's face. In the interplay of light and shadow, the outline of his profile was sharp and hard, as if carved from stone. Focused. Steady. The masculine charm of seriously handling machinery was magnified infinitely at this moment. Nie Qingcheng felt a bit parched. She took a sip of coffee, yet her gaze couldn't be diverted. Ahead at the intersection, merging onto the ramp, a bus ruthlessly occupied the lane, leaving only an extremely narrow gap. A slight misstep could lead to a scrape. Nie Qingcheng instinctively tightened her grip on the armrest, and was about to remind him. Zhang Yan moved. His left hand firmly held the steering wheel. His right hand did not assist, but casually rested on the gear lever. One-handed maneuvering. His wrist twisted, the muscles in his forearm instantaneously bulging, embodying a powerful beauty. The huge front of the car traced a strange yet precise arc. Cutting in, straightening up. The car body nearly brushed against the bumper of the bus a hair's breadth away. The entire process was smooth as flowing water, too fast for the eyes to blink. As the car smoothly entered the ramp, Nie Qingcheng still maintained her grip on the armrest. Her mind was filled with that moment. The way he handled the steering wheel with one hand was too enticing. That absolute mastery over power and machinery made her calves inexplicably weak. The temperature inside the cabin seemed to rise a few degrees. Zhang Yan still stared ahead, as if the divine operation just now was merely basic skill. Nie Qingcheng watched him for a long time. Suddenly she reached out. Her cool fingertips gently rested on his right hand, gripping the gear lever. Her nails lightly grazed the veins on the back of his hand, sending a jolt of electricity through her. Little brother. Her voice was hoarse, like it was filled with unmelting honey. These hands, she continued. Excellent at playing piano, great at cooking, and even drives so wildly. She leaned slightly, her gaze dreamy, as if trying to draw him in. Tell your sister. What else is it that you cannot dominate? The V12 beast beneath the hood murmured softly. Inside the cabin, only the sound of breathing remained. Zhang Yan did not answer the question about driving. His palm casually rested at the 12 o'clock position on the steering wheel, long fingers with distinct knuckles. With every turn, the veins on the back of his hand subtly bulged under the pull of his muscles. Powerful yet terrifyingly precise. Nie Qingcheng leaned to the side. The leather seat wrapped around her graceful figure, and the seatbelt created a breathtaking curve. Her gaze seemed glued to Zhang Yan's profile. Outside, the window light flew by the flickering shadows, cutting cold, hard lines across his high nose. At this moment, Zhang Yan was no longer the gentle cooking boy. He resembled a drawn sword. Cold, sharp, in control of everything. Nie Qingcheng felt a dryness in her throat. Having navigated the business world for many years, she had seen countless men drive. Some were showy, some were nervous, some were greasy. But only Zhang Yan. He was conversing with the steel beast. That absolute dominance coursed through the steering wheel and the vibrations of the chassis flowing into her body. It made her toes instinctively curl. Vroom. A beautiful drift into the parking space. The massive Cullinan slid into the parking spot, like a graceful black cat, silent and stealthy. The tires straightened and the engine died. The world fell into silence. Zhang Yan unbuckled his seatbelt, his movements crisp and decisive. We've arrived. The bland tone instantly severed the thick, ambiguous atmosphere in the cabin. Nie Qingcheng was taken aback. Was that it? Did that hormone storm that made her scalp tingle just end? This little rascal said it was over. Zhang Yan opened the door and walked around to the passenger side. He pulled open the car door. Supporting himself against the door frame, he looked down at the woman inside. Aren't you getting out? Planning to spend the night in the car? Nie Qingcheng did not move. She lazily leaned against the back of the seat. Her long legs crossed the hem of her skirt, slipping down, exposing a hint of pale skin that shimmered under the dim garage lights. She lifted her gaze, the mole at the corner of her eye glowing seductively. My legs are weak. She extended her hand, her voice carrying a soft allure as languid as a cat just waking up. That turn was too sharp, it startled me. I can't move. Carry me. Zhang Yan's eye twitched. That turn didn't exceed 40 miles an hour. How could it have startled her? What a lie. He looked at the woman before him who was boldly playing tricks and sighed. Nie, it's time to stop. Call me sister. Nie Qingcheng stubbornly extended her hand, her fingertips gently beckoning in the air. If you don't carry me, I won't get out. This is my garage. I'm not afraid of embarrassment. They were locked in a stalemate for 3 seconds. Zhang Yan gave in. He bent down, one hand slipping under her knee, the other wrapping around her waist, fragile, as if it would break with a touch. With a firm lift, Nie Qingcheng hooked her arms around his neck, her whole body pressing against him like a seductive. The rich, cool fragrance instantly filled his nostrils. It was her unique scent, sophisticated yet deadly. Is it heavy? She whispered in his ear. Zhang Yan kept his eyes forward, carrying her toward the elevator, his arms steady as a rock. Not bad. Much lighter compared to those boxes of advanced math textbooks. Nie Qingcheng. This damn straight man. Weekend. The morning at Yunding Manor was overly quiet. In the study on the 3rd floor, Nie Qingcheng, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, was reviewing the strategic plan for the group's next quarter. Although it was a day off as the captain, her time never fully belonged to herself. But today she was somewhat distracted. Her gaze frequently drifted to the window. What was that little rascal doing? He said he would read downstairs, but there wasn't a sound. Downstairs in the courtyard, Zhang Yan was not reading. He stood in front of the huge, floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the neatly trimmed, yet lifeless lawn outside, his brow slightly furrowed. It was too cold. This manor was much like Nie Qingcheng herself. Beautiful, yet lacking a bit of warmth, a touch of comforting humanity. Since I'm going to stay, I must follow my rules. Zhang Yan muttered to himself. Ding. Your daily lucky bag has been delivered. Congratulations, host. You've acquired a life skill, master-level gardening. Countless knowledge about plants, soil, light, and landscaping surged into his mind like a tidal wave. At this moment, the lawn before him transformed from mere grass into a vast canvas waiting for ink to be splashed upon it. Zhang Yan turned and dialed the intercom. 10 minutes later, all the servants of Yunding Manor sprang into action. Expensive imported flowers, top-quality peat soil, and Roman columns and flower racks that previously existed only on paper were continuously brought into the courtyard. Zhang Yan changed into an old t-shirt. He declined the gardener's help. Rolling up his sleeves, revealing his smoothly contoured arms, he began digging, planting, pruning, and watering. Soil stained the hem of his shirt, and sweat dripped down his chiseled jawline, falling into the black earth. He was focused as if sculpting a rare treasure. Sunlight bathed him, gilding his busy figure. 2 hours later, Nie Qingcheng finally signed the. She took off her glasses, rubbed her sore temples, and stood up to walk to the terrace, wanting to breathe in some fresh air. However, the moment her gaze touched the scene below, her pupils suddenly constricted. The once monotonous green wasteland vanished. In its place was a dreamlike garden that seemed to flow out of a Monet painting. White roses climbed the newly built arch, gently swaying in the breeze. Deep red-black baccarat roses intertwined with pale pink Juliet roses, creating a sea of color arranged in an elegant disarray. White roses climbed the newly built arch, gently swaying in the breeze. Deep red-black baccarat roses intertwined with pale pink Juliet roses, creating a sea of color arranged in. The once cold manor was instantly brought to life by this sea of flowers. Nie Qingcheng stared at the scene, her usually calm mind momentarily blank. Is this magic? At that moment in the center of the flower, the instigator seemed to sense something. Zhang Yan straightened up casually, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He looked up. His gaze pierced through layers of flowers, precisely locking onto the figure on the third-floor terrace. Their eyes met. The sunlight was just right, and the breeze gentle. Zhang Yan suddenly smiled. That smile was clean and warm, dazzling, even more than the blooming garden. He picked up the gardening shears in his hand. Snip! He cut off the most magnificent red rose, its petals still glistening with dew. Then, without saying a word, he raised the rose, gently shaking it at the high and mighty queen. His eyes were clear, yet held a hint of aggression that only a man would understand. As if to say, this entire garden of spring is planted for you. But this most exquisite one can only be picked by me. Thud! Nie Qingcheng clearly heard the thunderous sound resonating from her chest. That heart locked away for years by the deceit of the business world. In this moment it fell completely. The red rose was held aloft by him. The edges of its petals still glistened with moisture, strikingly vivid against the backdrop of blooming flowers and the air. The boy stood under the sunlight, his smile, so pure it seemed almost excessive, like a precisely guided bullet, effortlessly shattering the bulletproof glass of the third floor. Right on target. Nie Qingcheng instinctively took a half step back. Her back pressed against the cold metal railing, a chill seeping through her silk robe and into her skin, raising a flurry of goosebumps. Her fingers tightened around the railing, knuckles turning white. This little rascal. He was not merely planting flowers. He was forcefully coloring her lifeless cloud summit manor within these 2 hours. Then, standing in the territory he had personally cultivated, he plucked the most dazzling bloom and paid homage to the queen in the castle. This was not flattery. This was a declaration of war. It was also flirtation. A gentle yet aggressive overture unique to youth. Nie Qingcheng felt a fire ignite at the base of her ears, spreading down her neck. She awkwardly turned away, not daring to glance downstairs again. Click. The door to the terrace was locked tight. She leaned against the door, her chest rising and falling sharply, the thin silk clinging to her skin with each breath. Damn it. After 24 years in the business world, she had encountered all sorts of men. Yet today she was forced to flee in disarray by a flower from a young boy. Nie Qingcheng sat down behind the massive desk, grabbing a document at random. She had to work. Only the cold reports and complicated betting agreements could cool the heat in her brain. The urgent document regarding overseas acquisitions had remained untouched in her hands for 3 hours, never turning to the second page. The figure wiping sweat amidst the flowers was seared into her retina like a branding iron. As dusk approached, the once bright sunlight was swallowed by thick, heavy clouds. The low pressure made it hard to breathe. The wind outside grew turbulent, swirling the newly planted flowers in the garden, emitting a mournful wail. Nie Qingcheng finally sensed something was amiss. She lifted her head. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, dark clouds loomed over the city as if they were about to collapse. Her fingers gripping the pen went stiff. It was going to rain. Moreover, it would be a torrential downpour. She hated rainy days. More accurately, she feared the stormy nights accompanied by thunder. It reminded her of her childhood, locked away in a dark attic where a small girl trembled in fear at the sound of thunder with no one to respond. Boom! The deep rumble of thunder rolled within the clouds like the growl of a giant beast. The tip of the pen in Nie Qingcheng's hand left a crack on the paper. She forced herself to lower her head, trying to find solace in the dense text. As long as she couldn't see it, as long as she couldn't hear it. Boom! This sound exploded right above her head. The resonance shook the glass windows. The pen in Nie Qingcheng's hand fell onto the desk with a thud. Ink splattered, staining the invaluable jade bracelet. Her complexion instantly drained of color, turning as pale as paper. Splash! The torrential rain poured down, raindrops crashing against the windows like stones, producing a chilling noise. Lightning tore through the dark sky, illuminating the dim study in a ghostly white. Crack! Boom! The thunder struck the ground. Nie Qingcheng finally broke down. She let out a short whimper, a sound only someone with their throat gripped could make. She stumbled away from the chair, wanting to escape, but not knowing where to go. Her legs went weak. She collapsed onto the cold floor, clutching her knees, burying her head in her arms, desperately covering her ears. Her body trembled like a sieve. The bamboo leaf green who commanded the business world, the invincible queen, was now shattered into pieces. Only a helpless child remained. Outside the door, Zhang Yan held a warm cup of milk, his hand just resting on the doorknob. The muffled whimper from within, reminiscent of a dying little beast, made his heart clench. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned the lock and pushed the door open. The study was dim with no lights on, creating a stifling atmosphere. Amidst the continuous flashes of lightning outside, he immediately spotted the figure huddled in the corner. So small, so fragile, completely unable to be associated with the domineering woman who drove a Cullinan and claimed she would support him. Boom! Another bolt of thunder struck. The woman on the floor convulsed violently, her nails digging deep into her own arm. Zhang Yan strode over. He did not ask what's wrong. At such times any inquiry was pointless. He set down the milk and crouched down. With a long arm, he directly scooped the trembling body from the ground, tightly locking her in his embrace. The person in his arms was like a startled cat, instinctively wanting to struggle and scratch. "It's me." Zhang Yan's voice was low and powerful, exuding an undeniable calmness. He did not loosen his grip. Rather, he tightened his arms, pressing her firmly against his chest. His broad palm covered the back of her hand that was covering her ears, applying slight pressure to shield her from the violent sounds outside. Warm, thick, and it bore a faint scent, mingling the fragrance of earth with cheap soap. Not precious, yet filled with the essence of life. Nie Qingcheng's struggles ceased. Her face pressed against his rough t-shirt. The sound of thunder seemed to fade away. In its place was the steady and forceful rhythm of his heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. It was his heartbeat, one after another, like the most solid shield blocking out the celestial deities and the storms of the world. The bone-deep chill began to fade little by little. Nie Qingcheng slowly relaxed her tightly clenched teeth. Her hands slipped from her ears, instead gripping the fabric at Zhang Yan's waist. Gripping so tightly that her knuckles ached. She buried her entire face into this not-so-wide, yet rock-hard. For 24 years, this was the first time. Someone was there for her during the thunder, not letting her endure alone. Instead, they hid her away. The thunderstorm tore apart the dark curtain over the cloud-top manor. The sudden bright arc of white light struck through the floor-to-ceiling window, dividing the study into realms of light and shadow. Boom! The sound of thunder rolled closely over his head. The person in his arms suddenly shrank back, as if having their spine pulled away. Nie Qingcheng buried her head tightly against Zhang Yan's chest, her hands gripping the fabric at his waist. Her knuckles turned pale from the strain, and her nails dug into his flesh through the t-shirt. It hurt. But Zhang Yan didn't move. He merely lowered his gaze, observing the usually decisive empress of Jinghai. At this moment, where was the shadow of the bamboo leaf green? Having shed her haute couture suit and the cold facade, she was merely a trembling mass of soft flesh in desperate need of warmth. The long-lasting scent of cold, woody fragrance on her body was not diminished by the dampness of the rainy night. Instead, it evaporated into a milky warmth. A bit sweet, and a bit salty, the taste of tears. Zhang Yan's palm rested against her thin back. Again, the warmth of his palms seeped through the silk robe. His heartbeat was steady and strong, resonating in his chest, becoming the only anchor in this chaotic rainy night. "It's okay now." Zhang Yan's voice was not loud, nor did it rise in pitch, yet it easily drowned out the rain outside. The trembling in his arms gradually calmed. Nie Qingcheng finally lifted her head. Her face was pale to the point of translucence, with the corners of her eyes a shocking red. Her long hair stuck messily to the side of her cheeks, and her fox-like eyes, usually filled with calculation and allure, were now glistening with moisture. It was all a sense of fragility. Zhang Yan raised his hand, his fingertip brushing against the corner of her eye, taking away a teardrop that was on the verge of falling. His fingertip felt cool and slick. Nie Qingcheng instinctively rubbed against his palm like a cat seeking affection. "Let's go back to the room." Zhang Yan withdrew his hand, his tone leaving no room for argument. "The floor is cold." "I'm not going." Zhang Yan helplessly settled back down. "He'll take you back to the bedroom." "I won't." Nie Qingcheng buried her face back into his neck, her warm breath brushing against his collarbone. "Right here. You hold me." Zhang Yan's Adam's apple bobbed. A lonely man and a solitary woman. In the dead of night, amidst a torrential downpour. Maintaining this position, it would be difficult for him to guarantee he could remain a paragon of virtue. "Nie Qingcheng." He called her by both her name and surname, his tone growing firmer. "Go to bed." The person in his arms stiffened for a moment. After a long while, she reluctantly loosened her grip, but still held onto the hem of his clothing. "Then you hold me." She tilted her head back, her tone unapologetic. Zhang Yan sighed. He bent down, scooped her up, and stood up. The movement was fluid and effortless. The woman in his arms was astonishingly light, as if she were merely a shell made of silk and fragrance. The master bedroom was vast and empty. The 3-meter-wide custom-made bed stood lonely in the center like an island. Zhang Yan placed her beside the bed. Just as his body left the mattress, the hem of his clothing was once again grasped. "Where are you going?" Nie Qingcheng propped herself up the neckline of her silk robe, slipping down, revealing a dazzling expanse of white. She didn't seem to care at all. Or rather, she was doing it intentionally. "The sofa." Zhang Yan pointed to the distant single seat. "I'll stay in the room, not going out." "No way." Nie Qingcheng frowned, her domineering nature resurfacing. She patted the empty half of the bed. "Sleep here." Zhang Yan stood by the bed, looking down at her from above, his gaze inscrutable. "Yeah, I am a normal man. I know that." Nie Qingcheng blinked, the moisture in her eyes still lingering, but a hint of cunning allure had already. She extended her toes, gently kicking at Zhang Yan's calf. "What? Do you have the heart of a thief, but lack the courage?" Provocation. Quite low level, yet very effective. Zhang Yan stared at her for 3 seconds. Then he directly took off his shoes, got onto the bed, and laid down on the outer edge, turning his back to her. A clear divide of a whole meter lay between them. "Sleep." He uttered 2 words, lightly closing his eyes. The room was left with only a dim bedside lamp. The sound of rain filtered through double-glazed windows became a muffled background noise. Zhang Yan adjusted his breathing, attempting to ignore the lingering fragrance wafting from behind. Yet his senses were magnified in the darkness. He could distinctly hear the sound of fabric rubbing together behind him. Rustling. That was her turning over. Then the mattress sank slightly. The source of warmth moved closer. Zhang Yan's body tensed, but he did not move. He was gambling. Gambling on this woman's limits. Suddenly a cool hand stealthily reached over. First the fingertips. Gently tapping on the back of his hand. Seeing that he did not react, the finger grew bolder. It glided along the veins on his hand, as if playing a silent piano piece. At last that slender little finger hooked onto his pinky. A gentle tug. It carried a hint of testing, a touch of appeasement, and an ambiguous tension that was hard to articulate. Zhang Yan suddenly opened his eyes. But he still did not move, nor did he shake off her hand. In the darkness that hand pressed further. From the hooking of the pinky to the entire palm fitting against his. Her 10 fingers forcefully squeezed into the gaps between his, clinging tightly, seamlessly. A satisfied sigh came from behind as her warm body pressed against his back. Good night, little brother. The rain has stopped. The first ray of morning sunlight penetrates the clouds, slanting into the master bedroom, casting a bright warm yellow on the expensive carpet. Zhang Yan's biological clock has always been punctual. His eyelids fluttered and his consciousness surfaced from a deep sleep. He tried to turn over only to find himself ensnared by something, unable to move. The first sensation was the weight pressing on his waist, warm, soft, and surprisingly elastic. Next came the feeling of pressure on his chest, as something was tightly pressed against his back. Finally, there was the humid breath against his neck, ticklish like the whiskers of a small animal. Zhang Yan slowly opened his eyes. He didn't move, merely turning his eyes stiffly to glance sideways. A long fair thigh lay across him, unguarded. The hem of a silk nightdress compressed to the thigh's root, revealing a breathtaking view that quickened his heartbeat. The hand that had entwined his little finger last night was now domineeringly wrapped around his waist, holding him tightly from behind, like a large koala or an octopus. That face, usually captivating enough to turn the world upside down, was now peacefully pressed against his back, long eyelashes occasionally fluttering, pink lips slightly parted, sleeping soundly. Zhang Yan. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, trying to calm his racing heart. Memories of last night flooded back. Thunder, trembling embrace, and that little finger that had proactively hooked onto his. This woman, a queen insatiable in wakefulness, transformed into a clingy creature devoid of security in her sleep. Ding. Detected the host in a high-intensity temptation environment, assessing willpower. Determination successful. Reward mastery of the talent unshaken in temptation 10. The cold mechanical voice in his mind was the only cooling agent at that moment. Zhang Yan cautiously began his escape operation. He first reached out, gently propping up Nie Qingcheng's leg that was pressing against him. The touch was slick and warm, sending tingles through his fingertips. He held his breath, gently moving that leg off him and onto the mattress. Step 1 successful. Next was the arm wrapped around his waist. He attempted to pry her fingers open one by one, but the woman seemed to sense something in her sleep, tightening her embrace, further letting out a dissatisfied murmur. Zhang Yan paused, not daring to make any further rash movements. He listened carefully, and once he confirmed her breathing had steadied, he changed tactics. He no longer tried to unravel her arm, but instead his entire body, like a loach, moved slowly, inch by inch, out from her embrace. The whole process demanded more focus than performing a delicate surgical operation. 5 minutes later, when Zhang Yan finally escaped from the octopus hold and stood at the edge of the bed, a thin layer of sweat had formed on his forehead. He glanced down at the woman sprawled across the bed, her nightdress askew, the blanket kicked aside, her sleeping posture utterly unrefined. He shook his head, bent down, and gently pulled the blanket over her, covering that spring scene thoroughly. After doing all this, he turned and quietly left the bedroom. Nie Qingcheng woke up to a rich aroma. The scent was overpowering, yet not pungent, carrying the warmth and abundance of food weaving its way into her nostrils, stirring the hunger within her. She opened her eyes, her vision still a bit blurred. The space beside her was empty. The warmth lingering in her palm had dissipated, leaving only cold creases. Inside there was an inexplicable emptiness. A wave of indescribable loss surged like a tide. He left. Just like that. Last night, he had held her, and now with the break of dawn. Nie Qingcheng bit her lip, a hint of grievance and a touch of anger surfacing in her fox-like eyes just awakened. At that moment, the aroma of food downstairs became clearer. It was a complex scent, mingling the sweetness of rice porridge, the savory of seafood, and the wheat fragrance from steamed buns. Nie Qingcheng's nose twitched. The feeling of loss and grievance was instantly replaced by a stronger emotion. It was satisfaction, and a hint of something she didn't even realize was called happiness. She threw off the blanket, not even bothering to put on slippers, and dashed out of the bedroom. In the open kitchen on the first floor, morning light streamed through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, bathing the entire space in a soft golden hue. Zhang Yan, wearing a simple white t-shirt with an apron tied in front, stood at the stove intently watching a pot of porridge bubbling away. Beside him, a few bamboo steamers were stacked together, emitting wisps of white steam. The air was filled with an enticing aroma that made one's fingers itch. Crystal shrimp dumplings, crab roast, my black bean chicken feet, and a freshly baked golden crispy molten bun. A feast comparable to a star-rated hotel's Cantonese breakfast. Nie Qingcheng paused at the top of the stairs. She watched the figure busy in the morning light and the smoke of cooking taking in the smooth lines of his forearm, peeking from the rolled-up sleeves. Her heart felt as if gently grasped by a warm hand. She lightened her footsteps like a cat stealthily approaching its prey. 1 step, 2 steps, until she reached behind him. Zhang Yan seemed focused on controlling the porridge's heat, completely unaware. Nie Qingcheng stretched out her arms and gently wrapped them around his waist from behind. Her cheek pressed against his warm and sturdy back. In that moment, the sense of security she felt amidst the thunderstorm last night enveloped her once more. Zhang Yan's body noticeably stiffened for a moment. He was about to speak. Good morning. Nie Qingcheng rested her chin on his shoulder, turning her face, her warm breath brushing past his ear, her voice carrying the huskiness of just waking and a hint of lazy laughter. My little chef. Zhang Yan's hand holding the bowl trembled slightly. Just as the room was filled with warmth, the atmosphere, so ambiguous it felt like it could drip water. Ding dong. The doorbell rang abruptly. Immediately after, without waiting for anyone to respond, the door's electronic lock emitted a soft beep, and the door was opened from the outside. Chief Secretary Linda, in high heels, and carrying a stack of documents that required urgent signatures, rushed in. President Nie, this agreement regarding the bet with North America. Linda's words halted abruptly upon seeing the scene in the kitchen. Her footsteps were abruptly nailed to the floor of the foyer. In her line of sight, her boss, who usually presented herself as an ice queen and regarded men as nothing, was now wearing an outrageously sexy silk robe, affectionately hugging the young man, named Zhang Yan, from behind like a koala. And that young man was still wearing an apron. Sunshine Kitchen apron breakfast, and an embrace from behind. The scene was so heartwarming. It almost made her, an outsider, feel her eyes ache. Linda's mouth hung open, her hands nearly losing grip on the billion-dollar betting agreement. Her brain malfunctioned for 3 seconds, then began to operate frantically. Should I immediately turn around and pretend I saw nothing? Or should I cover my eyes and shout I'm blind? Or kneel and shout good morning, son-in-law. It's over. Having seen this unknown side of the boss, will I be silenced? The sensing light at the entrance flickered on and off. Linda maintained her posture of pushing the door, resembling a statue turned to stone by Medusa's gaze. The heavy betting agreement in her hand made a faint rustling sound, with the tremor of her fingertips even more piercing than the cicadas outside the window. Ahead of her lay the figure known as Bamboo Leaf Green at the negotiation table, who could make opponents break into a cold sweat with just a glance. The formidable Nie Qingcheng, feared throughout the business world of Jinghai. At this moment she was barefoot. A silk robe hung loosely on her body, making her appear like a pool of melted spring water, sticking limply to a man's back. And that man was wearing an apron, holding a ladle. This striking scene brutally shattered Linda's understanding of superior and subordinate, keeping a mistress and the wealthy elite. How could this be a rich woman keeping a pretty boy? This was clearly a seductive consort entangling the imperial chef for a meal. Nie Qingcheng did not let go. She was too lazy to adjust the collar that had slipped to her shoulder. Just slightly tilting her head, with her chin still resting against Zhang Yan's shoulder, her narrow eyes half closed, she glanced toward the entrance. Her gaze was languid, yet carried an annoyance of being disturbed along with unabashed flaunting. Linda. Her voice was hoarse, laced with lingering sleepiness, yet to Linda's ears it sounded like a thunderclap. Have you seen enough? Nie Qingcheng's lips curled into a playful arc, her fingertips lightly swirling around the ties of Zhang Yan's apron. Such internal benefits are not included in your salary. Linda felt a tightening in her throat, unable to utter a single word. She wanted to apologize, to turn around to escape this high-pressure zone, filled with pink debris. But her legs felt like they were filled with lead. Just then Zhang Yan, who had been facing away from her, moved. He seemed to completely disregard the living person at the entrance and paid no heed to Nie Qingcheng's teasing. The fire is off. Zhang Yan reached out and gently patted the delicate wrist encircling his waist. The gesture was casual, as if soothing a mischievous cat. Go wash up. His tone was flat, devoid of negotiation, entirely commanding. Linda's pupils dilated. Had he lost his mind? How dare he speak to Nie Qingcheng like that? However, the scene that unfolded the next moment completely shattered Linda's worldview. The once imperious queen actually complied and released her grip. Oh, Nie Qingcheng pouted, reluctantly straightening up. Barefoot she stepped onto the floor, and as she passed the entrance cast a fleeting glance at Linda. There was no reproach in her eyes, only a disdainful "You're so unnecessary." It wasn't until the sound of running water from the bathroom echoed that Linda jolted back to her senses, realizing her shirt was already soaked, clinging to her skin. In a flurry she placed the documents on the shoe cabinet and deeply bowed to the figure in the kitchen who was serving porridge. She needed to escape. She had to get away immediately. If she stayed any longer, she feared she would be silenced. Bursting out of the gates of Yunding Manor, she jumped into the car. Linda fumbled to start the engine and didn't dare hit the brakes until she had driven 2 kilometers. Her heart was still pounding wildly in her chest. Trembling, she fished out her phone and opened the encrypted group chat only the core elders of the group had access to. Her finger hovered above the screen, hesitating for 3 seconds. She typed alert lifted. Nie has been completely handled. P.S. The future son-in-law cooks deliciously, suggest raising the cafeteria standards. In Jinghai City, the old town. This was a gutter where sunlight could not reach. In the basement of the night color bar, the air was so murky it made one nauseous. The stench of low-quality tobacco, moldy beer, and that decayed odor from years spent without seeing daylight mixed together. In a corner booth, Zhao Yu slumped on the sofa, his tie askew, choking his bloodshot neck. The table was littered with empty bottles. The phone screen was shattered into a spiderweb, but still stubbornly lit up. It was a pinned post on Jiang University's forum. In the photo, Zhang Yan sat at a piano, his side profile cold and radiant. Every compliment calling him a male god felt like a slap brutally stinging Zhao Yu's face. The pain was searing. Zhao Yu grabbed a bottle of leftover liquor and tilted his head back, the liquid spilling down the corner of his mouth into his collar, chilling to the bone. Just yesterday, he was the center of attention. Today he was like a stray dog. His father's voice echoed in his mind. Bankruptcy, debts, liquidation. All of this was because of that delivery bug. And that imperious Nie Qingcheng. Crash. The bottle hit the ground, shattering into pieces. A rough hand pressed down on the table, full of glass shards. Zhao Gongzi, this place does not allow for destruction. The speaker was a bald man, a large gold chain hanging around his neck, a dragon tattoo sprawling across his arm. Brother Long. This area was notoriously merciless. Zhao Yu looked up, his eyes bloodshot, swirling with a black vortex named madness. Money. He pulled out a crumpled bank card from his pocket. It was his last stash of private funds. With a thud, he slapped it on the table. There are 500,000 here. Brother Long raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of greed flashing in his triangular eyes, reaching for the card. Wait. Zhao Yu pressed down on the card, his knuckles turning white from the force. He leaned forward, staring intensely at Brother Long, his voice gravelly, like sand ground from deep in his throat. I want to buy something. What? Brother Long grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. As long as Zhao Gongzi can pay the price, there's nothing I can't get in Jinghai City. Zhao Yu's gaze fell upon the broken phone screen. It landed on Zhang Yan's long, fair hands dancing across the black and white keys. Those hands had ruined everything for him. Those hands had stolen all the brilliance. A twisted sense of pleasure surged from his feet to the crown of his head, making him tremble all over. Hands. Zhao Yu's lips curled into a grimace that was more grotesque than crying. I want Zhang Yan's hand, whether playing the piano or delivering food. He suddenly released his grip, pushing the bank card towards Brother Long. His gaze was venomous, like a cornered snake. I want him to never be able to lift a pair of chopsticks in his life. Brother Long's smile froze for a moment, then became even more radiant and bloody. He picked up the bank card and blew on it. Zhao Gongzi is generous. Rest assured, we are professionals. Brother, we are familiar with disassembling parts. In the dim light, the shadows of the two men were cast on the mottled wall like two demons conspiring to Only on that shattered phone screen, Zhang Yan's fingertips continued to play the Croatian Rhapsody silently. Unaware, in the darkness, the butcher's knife was sharpened and the fangs bared. The atmosphere in the kitchen became subtly nuanced due to Linda's fluster. The pot of seafood congee was still steaming with plump shrimp and distinct slices of scallops. Nie Qingcheng gracefully sat down at the dining table, picked up a spoon, but did not immediately start eating. She merely stared unblinkingly with her misty fox-like eyes at Zhang Yan, who was tidying up the table. You seem not surprised at all. Zhang Yan placed the last steamer into the dishwasher, wiped his hands, and pulled out the chair opposite her to sit down. Surprised about what? Surprised that your secretary barged in, or surprised that she saw us in an embrace? He served himself a bowl of congee, his movements leisurely. Nie Qingcheng was momentarily taken aback by his overly calm demeanor. She pouted, scooped a spoonful of congee, blew on it, and sent it into her mouth. The delicious flavor exploded on her taste buds, instantly soothing her slight gloom. Aren't you afraid she'll go out and gossip? She wouldn't dare. Zhang Yan took a sip of congee and concluded. Oh. Nie Qingcheng became interested, leaning slightly forward. So certain. What if she's a blabbermouth? Zhang Yan raised his eyelids and glanced at her. If she dared to say anything, she wouldn't be driving back to the company now, but on her way to mine for a mining expedition in Africa. His tone was flat, as if stating a physical law. Your people, you know them better than I do. Nie Qingcheng, she suddenly burst into a fit of clear and pleasant laughter, shaking like a flower with the softness in her chest rising and falling. You little rascal, you have quite the knack for reading people. She realized she was enjoying teasing him more and more. Watching him earnestly expose her little tricks, hearing him articulate the most heart-wrenching words in that calm tone, gave her a sense of accomplishment even greater than signing a multi-billion contract. Breakfast concluded in this relaxed yet ambiguous atmosphere. Nie Qingcheng was well satisfied after being served, changing into a sharp, white suit transforming back into the decisive queen. Before leaving, she walked up to Zhang Yan, reached out to adjust the collar of his t-shirt. What do you want to eat tonight? You? Nie Qingcheng gently grazed her fingertip over his collarbone, her red lips near his ear, whispering 2 words. Without waiting for Zhang Yan to respond, she walked away elegantly in her high heels, leaving a trail of fragrance. Zhang Yan stood in place, touching the spot she had brushed against, shaking his head helplessly. Fairy. After finishing his meal, he did not linger at Yunding Manor. He drove the matte black Cullinan back to Jiang University. The V12 engine hummed quietly and smoothly, the massive vehicle weaving through the congested traffic, exuding a peculiar sense of pressure, causing surrounding cars to instinctively keep their distance. Perhaps the thunderstorm from last night had cleansed the sky, as today's sunlight was exceptionally glaring. Zhang Yan put on his sunglasses, one hand resting on the steering wheel, his mind still replaying economic principles. As he drove out of the city and onto the riverside road leading to the university town, he suddenly sensed something amiss. In the rearview mirror, a silver-gray Wuling Hongguang had been trailing his car about 200 meters behind. Not too far, not too close. He accelerated, and it did too. He changed lanes, and it followed suit. The low traffic on this road made the van's behavior seem particularly conspicuous. Zhang Yan showed no signs of abnormality, maintaining a steady speed. However, a third of his attention was already on the rearview mirror. He deliberately signaled a right turn at a junction, only to sharply steer left at the last moment, veering into a small road leading to a country park. The Wuling Hongguang slammed to a halt, its tires screeching against the pavement. After hesitating for less than 2 seconds, it also turned in. The truth was revealed. Zhang Yan's expression remained unchanged. He merely tapped his fingers lightly on the steering wheel. He did not go further, and instead parking at the lot in front of the park entrance. The area was bustling with people, many families visiting for a weekend outing. He got out, locked the door, and casually walked toward the park entrance. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that the Wuling Hongguang had also parked nearby, and 2 men got out of the car. One had a shaved head with tattoos on his neck. The other was tall and thin with a sinister gaze. The 2 did not approach immediately, but followed at a distance like 2 hyenas stalking their prey. Indeed, they were coming after him. Zhang Yan walked into the park, found a bench to sit on, and took out his phone to search for recent security news in Jinghai City. Meanwhile, a cold mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Warning. Strong malice detected again. Threat level medium. Threat type personal harm violent. Threat source has been locked, analyzing its motive. Motive analysis revenge. Zhang Yan's movements froze. Revenge. He could count on his fingers the people he had offended recently. Xiaoyu. That second-generation rich kid who had been crushed by him at the welcome party and was driven to ruin by a single sentence from Nie Qingcheng. It seemed he could not afford to lose. Just then the system's notification tone sounded again. Ding. Your daily fortune bag has been refreshed. Newbie protection period benefits triggered. Quality of the fortune bag has been upgraded. Congratulations, host. You have gained master-level proficiency in Jiqin. Congratulations, host. You have gained body enhancement potion intermediate. In an instant, a torrent of complex yet refined information surged into his brain. Li Xiaolong's figure flashed in his mind with inch punches, finger jabs, and rapid kicks. All the fighting philosophies, force application techniques, and practical applications of Jiqin transformed into primal instincts, imprinting themselves into his muscle memory. Meanwhile, a small vial containing a light blue liquid appeared in the system space. Zhang Yan glanced at the 2 stalkers, pretending to admire the scenery not far away, stood up, and walked towards the public restroom deep in the park. Entering a stall, he locked the door. Without any hesitation, he took out the body enhancement potion and drank it in one gulp. A surge of scorching warmth instantly exploded from his stomach, flowing through his limbs like lava. He could distinctly feel his muscle fibers being torn, restructured, and becoming denser and tougher. The density of his bones was increasing, and the speed of his nervous responses was skyrocketing in an inhuman manner. All the pores in his body opened up, expelling some black impurities carrying a fishy odor. The entire process lasted less than a minute. When that surge of heat subsided, Zhang Yan felt as if the entire world had changed. The dust floating in the air became clearly visible in his sight. He could accurately calculate the frequency of the dripping faucet in the adjacent stall. He clenched his fist. His hand appeared unchanged, but beneath that flesh lay a terrifying explosive power that surprised even himself. Just then a fly buzzed in and circled in front of him through the gap in the partition. It was irritating. Zhang Yan instinctively raised his hand, fingers spread wide, casually swiping through the air. The buzzing abruptly ceased. He opened his palm. The fly had been crushed into a blob of indistinct flesh. His previous movement was so swift that even he could only see a fleeting shadow. Zhang Yan slowly exhaled, walked to the sink, turned on the faucet, and rinsed the dirt off his hands. His appearance remained unchanged, still that handsome and refined visage. But those eyes held something distinctly. Looking at himself in the mirror felt like staring at the 2 oblivious stalkers. Want to play rough? He grabbed a paper towel, leisurely drying his hands. Then let's play along. Zhang Yan emerged from the public restroom, appearing unchanged. He still wore that slightly faded t-shirt, his figure slim, and his features handsome, resembling a harmless boy next door. He accurately tossed the paper towel he had used to wipe his hands into the trash, and then turned and walked out of the park as if nothing had happened. In the parking lot, the silver-gray Wuling Hongguang remained parked nearby like a lurking crocodile. The car windows were tinted, obscuring the view inside, but Zhang Yan could sense that at least two malicious gazes were fixated on him. He ignored them. He walked directly to the matte black Cullinan, opened the door, and sat inside. The engine started smoothly, almost inaudibly. Zhang Yan did not immediately merge onto the main road. Instead, he recalibrated the route on the navigation system. It was a shortcut that would pass through the old town with complex road conditions, narrow alleys, and very few surveillance cameras. A perfect place to dispose of trash. The massive body of the Cullinan merged into the traffic, moving neither fast nor slow. The Wuling Hongguang indeed followed closely like a parasite. 10 minutes later, following the navigation's instructions, Zhang Yan turned into a narrow alley. On both sides were dilapidated old residential buildings with peeling walls and drying clothes fluttering like flags in the wind. The road surface was uneven, barely allowing one car to pass. The Cullinan just entered the middle of the alley. Screech! A piercing brake sound came from ahead. Another identical Wuling Hongguang suddenly dashed out from the corner ahead, completely blocking the alley's exit. Meanwhile, the escape route behind was also blocked by the long-following van. Caught like a turtle in a jar, two cheap vans clamped this top-tier luxury car, worth millions, tightly, and clatter. The sound of car doors opening echoed harshly in the narrow alley. A dozen thugs armed with steel pipes and baseball bats surged out of the two vehicles, each one looking rough with bulging muscles and unfriendly expressions. They spread out surrounding the Cullinan, hitting the palms of their hands with their weapons, producing a menacing thud. The crowd parted. Zhao Yu stepped down from the front van. He was no longer the well-dressed, adored young master Zhao. His hair was greasy, sticking to his forehead, his eye sockets sunken and filled with wild, bloodshot veins, and his expensive clothes were wrinkled, as if he had just picked them from a trash heap. A twisted smile that mixed resentment, delight, and madness was plastered across his face. Zhang Dekaizi. Zhao Yu elongated each syllable, his hoarse voice sounding like two pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. He walked to the front of the Cullinan, extended his hand, and with a nearly lewd gesture touched the statue of the flying goddess made of pure silver. TSK tisk Cullinan, what a fine car. Isn't it exhilarating to drive such a car to school, eh? Being supported by the most beautiful CEO in Jinghai, isn't that even more exhilarating? His voice grew louder, nearly turning into a roar, and his face twisted with jealousy, almost pressed against the driver's window. Inside the car, Zhang Yan observed the mad face outside the window, his expression showing not a hint of emotion. He didn't even raise an eyebrow. He simply sighed lightly, as if annoyed by an extremely troublesome household chore he had to do. He ignored Zhao. Instead, he unbuckled his seatbelt. Then he made a move that no one in the alley expected. He extended his hand, leisurely unbuttoning the casual jacket he was wearing. The jacket was something Nie Qingcheng had taken him to buy a few days ago, handcrafted in Italy, and quite expensive. He carefully removed the jacket. He did not casually toss it onto the seat. Instead, with a nearly reverent gesture, he aligned the shoulders of the jacket, smoothed the sleeves, and meticulously folded it neatly. The motions were skilled and precise, reminiscent of the most professional clerks in luxury boutiques. He was not folding a piece of clothing. It was like placing a fragile work of art. Once folded, he gently placed the jacket on the passenger seat, smoothing out the last wrinkle with his hand. After completing all this, he finally raised his head, looking at the dumbfounded Zhao Yu outside the window. Boom! The heavy, exaggerated car door was pushed open. It produced a muffled thud resembling a warning from a slumbering giant beast. Zhang Yan stepped out of the car. He closed the car door with a motion that was neither too light nor too heavy, yet made the hearts of all the surrounding thugs shudder. He stood there tall and straight. The last rays of the setting sun squeezed through the alley's gap, outlining a golden silhouette around him. He rolled up the sleeves of his white t-shirt, revealing muscular forearms that contained explosive power. Are you done? His voice was calm, as if he were asking, how's the weather today? Zhao Yu was provoked by his excessive calmness, his facial muscles twitching wildly. Do you still dare to act tough with me? He took a step back, pointing at Zhang Yan, and screamed hysterically at the surrounding thugs, get him. Break his hands for me. I want him to spend his life unable to pick up chopsticks. Whoever breaks his hands first will give him 100,000. Under such a heavy reward, the hesitation in the eyes of the dozen thugs was instantly replaced by greed, their breathing becoming heavy. They tightened their grips on the steel pipes, slowly closing in on Zhang Yan from all sides. The encirclement was gradually shrinking. The air was filled with a tense atmosphere, as if a storm was about to break. However, Zhang Yan, at the center of the encirclement, seemed to feel no pressure at all. He even moved his neck, producing a crisp crack. Then he raised his eyes and surveyed the snarling thugs around him. Finally, he beckoned to everyone with a curled finger. The gesture was contemptuous, filled with the utmost provocation. Don't waste time. His voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. You all come at me together. I'm in a hurry, I need to go home and cook. The air in the alley froze for a full 3 seconds after Zhang Yan's words. I'm in a hurry, I need to go home and cook. The greed and ferocity on the faces of the gangsters seemed to have been paused. Go home. To cook. What the hell is this nonsense? Even at death's door he is still thinking about dinner. Such utter contempt ignited fury more than any vicious curse. Damn. Kill him. The closest yellow-haired thug was the first to react, his mind clouded by the 10,000 yuan bounty and Zhang Yan's attitude. He let out a beastly roar, raising the steel pipe high above his head, using all his strength to smash it down onto Zhang Yan's head. The whistling wind created a sharp sound of breaking air in the narrow alley. Zhao Ye's twisted face already bore the anticipated delight of blood splattering. He even raised his phone ready to capture this magnificent first scene. However, the image in his lens did not unfold. Faced with the deadly blow, Zhang Yan did not retreat an inch. He moved, not to evade, but to step forward. One step. With such a simple step, he seemed to shorten the distance in space, directly closing in on the yellow-haired thug. The thug's pupils constricted violently. He felt a flash before his eyes as the handsome young man vanished from the range of his attack and entered his embrace. This is seeking death. A sinister smile flashed in his heart as he prepared to abandon the steel pipe and knee Zhang Yan in the abdomen. But he had no chance left. Zhang Yan's left hand moved, first palm open, not to block the heavy steel pipe, but rather casually pressed against the inner side of the thug's wrist. With a gentle lift and a pull, an exquisitely clever force instantaneously altered the trajectory of the steel pipe's descent. The thug felt a numbness in his wrist as the tremendous force uncontrollably diverted to the side, crashing with a clang against the nearby wall, sending sparks flying. At the same time, Zhang Yan's right fist moved. Without gathering strength, without swinging his arm, it exploded in a sudden burst from less than an inch away. Bang! A dull thud that made one's teeth ache from the impact of flesh. That punch landed precisely on the thug's solar plexus. The sinister grin on the thug's face froze, instantly replaced by extreme pain and confusion. He felt as if he had been hit head-on by a stampeding rhinoceros. The air in his chest instantly evacuated, and his organs were thrown out of place. He opened his mouth, but could not make a sound, his eyes bulging from oxygen deprivation. He felt like a puddle of mud, weakly collapsing backward, the steel pipe slipping from his hand. One strike. Just one strike. A grown man quietly fell down. This bizarre scene caused the gangsters who had just surged forward to freeze in their steps. Everyone charge. Damn it, no matter how strong he is, he's just one person. Someone in the crowd shouted. The remnants of reason were completely devoured by greed, and the remaining 10 or so people crazily rushed in from all directions, waving their weapons and lunging at Zhang Yan. The alley was narrow, and they had nearly sealed off all escape routes. Zhao Ye's camera was locked on the center, his breath becoming heavy. He wanted to see. He wanted to watch how this bastard was beaten into a pulp. But the image in his lens transformed into a scene of an incomprehensible, beautifully violent solo dance. Zhang Yan moved. His steps were small yet swift enough to leave only an afterimage. Facing the baseball bat sweeping in from the right, he did not dodge or evade. His left leg whipped out a swift, low kick, precisely striking the thug's ankle. Crack. The crisp sound of bone fracturing was clearly audible. The thug let out a piercing scream, his body losing balance, toppling toward Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan didn't even look at him, slightly tilting his body, allowing the thug to crash past him, while his elbow descended with force, landing not too lightly or heavily on the thug's nape. The scream stopped abruptly. On the left, a steel pipe shot toward his ribs with the sound of wind. Zhang Yan pivoted on his left foot, his body spinning sharply, his right hand transforming into a knife, accurately striking the thug's elbow joint holding the pipe. The thug felt as if his arm had been clamped in an iron vise. In excruciating pain, the steel pipe slipped from his grasp. Zhang Yan seized the opportunity to snatch the pipe, not even looking, and flung it backward. The thug felt as if his arm had been clamped in an iron vise. In excruciating pain, the steel pipe slipped from his grasp. Zhang Yan seized the opportunity. It took less than 2 seconds to take down 2 people. Zhang Yan's figure darted through the crowd like a slippery fish, like an indestructible blade. His movements contained no unnecessary flourishes. Every strike adhered to the principles of being the simplest, most direct, and most effective in inflicting harm. A jab to the throat caused one thug to clutch his neck and kneel on the ground, retching. A thrust to the heart sent a burly bald man flying, knocking down 2 companions behind him. A dislocation maneuver took out a thug's shoulder in a single exchange, making him scream like a slaughtered pig. This was no longer a fight. This was a one-sided massacre. Zhao Ye's hand holding the phone began to tremble uncontrollably. The image in his lens was completely out of focus. He could not see Zhang Yan's actions clearly. All he could see were the hired thugs he had paid for collapsing, like cut wheat falling down in waves. There was no intense entanglement, no bloody fight. Only the dull thud of impacts and the stifled cries of pain and wails could be heard. The handsome young man strolled leisurely among the crowd. His white t-shirt remained pristine. Even the frequency of his breathing showed no change. In less than a minute, when the last standing thug looked at the countless companions lying around him, and then at the untouched young man whose hair hadn't even been ruffled, his psychological defenses utterly crumbled. Ghost! Monster! He let out a shriek, dropping the baseball bat, and turning to flee. Zhang Yan's expression remained unchanged. He lightly hooked his toes on the ground, and a fallen steel pipe sprang into his hand. With a flick of his wrist, the steel pipe transformed into a dark projectile spinning as it flew out. PFF. The steel pipe precisely struck the escaping thug's knee, causing his legs to buckle as he fell to the ground, unable to get back up. The entire alley fell silent in an instant. Only a dozen men lay on the ground, groaning in waves like a symphony of despair. Zhang Yan stood at the center of the chaos, slowly exhaling a breath of foul air. He turned around and took step after step toward the completely petrified person at the alley entrance. Zhao Yu stood frozen in place. He watched the killing god approach him, his legs trembling as if equipped with a motor, a warm liquid flowing down his pants uncontrollably. Fear. An unprecedented fear like cold seawater completely submerged him. Zhang Yan stopped in front of him. He said nothing, merely extended his hand, effortlessly pinching the phone from Zhao Yu's trembling hand. He lowered his gaze, glancing at the screen. Unlocking it, he found the album and opened that chaotic video lasting only a few seconds. Delete. Then he returned the phone to Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu instinctively reached out to take it. Just as his fingertips were about to touch the phone, Zhang Yan let go. Flap. The phone fell to the ground. Zhang Yan lifted his foot and gently brought it down. Crack. A crisp sound of shattering. The latest model of the fruit phone, both the screen and the body, was crushed under his foot, completely turning into a pile of electronic waste. After finishing all this, Zhang Yan finally raised his head, his clear eyes calmly gazing at Zhao Yu's bloodless face. He reached out and gently patted the face twisted by fear. Slap. Slap. Go back and tell your father. Zhang Yan's voice was soft, but it felt like an icy dagger piercing into Zhao Yu's heart. Tell him to prepare for bankruptcy liquidation. The moans in the alley seemed to be choked by an invisible hand, gradually fading away. The last ray of sunset was completely devoured by the towering old buildings, plunging the alley into a murky twilight. Zhao Yu lay on the ground, his pants soaked through, turning cold in the evening breeze, sending chills through him from the very marrow of his bones. Bankruptcy liquidation. Zhang Yan's nonchalant words echoed in his mind like a death knell, shattering the last remnants of his sanity. It was over for him. Completely over. In this dead silence, a sudden, deep, and concentrated roar of engines came from the direction of the alley's entrance. That was not a single car. That was a convoy. The sound drew nearer, carrying an irresistible sense of oppression, like a tide of steel about to engulf this filthy alley. The thugs lying on the ground, as well as Zhao Yu, who was limp like mud, instinctively turned towards the source. 5 pitch-black Maybachs arrogantly ignored the narrow road conditions, directly blocking both ends of the alley. The headlights lit up in unison, their white beams tearing through the twilight, illuminating every detail. Those bodies lying on the ground, those scattered steel pipes, and the young man standing in the center of the chaos, impeccably dressed. Click. The sound of car doors opening was synchronized. 20 bodyguards in black suits and white gloves emerged from the vehicles in a swift and silent manner. They did not rush in, instead they formed a solid wall of bodies at the alley's entrance, completely isolating this place from the outside world. The atmosphere was so suffocating that the temperature in the alley seemed to drop several degrees. Then the rear door of the Maybach in the center was pushed open. A slender ankle wrapped in black silk emerged first, stepping onto a pair of 10-centimeter-high Jimmy Choo heels, the heels making a crisp sound that struck like a drumbeat against the heart on the rough concrete floor. Nie Qingcheng stepped out of the car. Today she wore a sharply tailored white suit, her long hair pinned up, revealing her elegantly long swan neck. The expression on her face, which always carried a hint of languor and charm, was now completely absent. In its place was a frostiness that could freeze one to the core. Her gaze was like the most precise radar, scanning the entire alley in an instant. When she saw the thugs rolling on the ground, her delicate brows furrowed slightly. When she spotted the 2 Wuling Hongguang vehicles that had crashed into each other, a glint of sharpness flashed in her beautiful eyes. Finally, all her attention focused on the figure standing in the beam of light. He stood there. He was unhurt. Not even a wrinkle in his clothes. At that moment, Nie Qingcheng's heart, which had been tightly wounded due to the sudden stillness from the GPS locator in the car, suddenly relaxed. The panic that had nearly suffocated her receded like a tide. However, what followed was not relief, nor was it. Instead, it was a wrathful fury that could scorch the heavens. Her man. The treasure she feared might melt in her palm. How dare someone set such a vile trap for him in this filthy place? Nie Qingcheng's jaw tightened, her narrow fox-like eyes narrowed dangerously. The tear mole at the corner of her eye was as red as if it might bleed. She moved. Stepping in her high heels one step at a time, she walked deeper into the alley. The sound of her heels striking the ground was neither hurried nor slow, yet it resonated like a countdown to death, precisely echoing the heartbeat of everyone present. She did not look at Zhang Yan. Her gaze passed over him and locked directly onto the pale-faced Zhao Yu behind him. Zhao Yu looked at the woman approaching him, feeling like an ant targeted by a deity. He wanted to run, but his legs were as weak as noodles, completely unresponsive. He wanted to beg for mercy, but his throat felt as if it were blocked by cement, unable to utter a single syllable. Nie Qingcheng walked up to him and stopped. She looked down at him from above, her gaze devoid of any emotion. No anger, no contempt. Like she was looking at a lump of mud stuck to the sole of her shoe. Linda, who was following her, held a tablet, her face pale, but her professionalism forced her to maintain her composure. Linda. Nie Qingcheng's voice was soft and gentle, yet it sounded unusually eerie in this gunpowder-scented alley. Miss? Nie. Linda bowed slightly. Nie Qingcheng did not glance at Zhao Yu again as she lifted her head and looked at the sliver of sky, which was barely visible due to the old residential buildings. It's getting cold, she slowly spoke, uttering 3 words. Linda's body trembled slightly, almost. Nie Qingcheng turned her head, her gaze falling on the tablet in Linda's hand, which displayed all the data on the Zhao family group. Jinghai, we no longer need the Zhao family. With those words, a buzzing sound filled Zhao Yu's mind. The last thread of rationality completely snapped. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted from sheer fright. Nie Qingcheng didn't even bother to lift her eyelids, as if she had merely crushed a bug. She dealt with that trash. Yet the violent anger in her heart showed no sign of abating, instead it grew fiercer. Because she saw that a bit of dust which did not belong to him had smeared Zhang Yan's cuff. She turned around, intending to walk towards Zhang Yan and personally brush off that bothersome stain. At that moment, a warm and dry hand gently grasped her wrist. Zhang Yan had somehow moved to stand. He said nothing, only looked at her with his clear eyes. There was no fear, no excitement, just a tranquility that could calm all restlessness. He held her hand, applying slight pressure to pull her half a step closer away from that filthy place. Nie Qingcheng's body stiffened, the rage that had filled her dissipated the moment it touched his warmth, miraculously beginning to calm. Let's go. Zhang Yan's voice was low, tinged with a hint of helplessness. He raised his other hand, gently brushing his fingertip across the corner of her eye, as if something unclean had touched there. Then he looked into her eyes, speaking clearly word by word. Let's go home. I'm hungry. Let's go home. I'm hungry. Zhang Yan's voice was like a basin of perfectly warm water pouring over Nie Qingcheng, who was on the verge of erupting like a volcano. The ominous aura around her, which could almost freeze the entire alley, dissipated at a visibly rapid pace. The warmth from the wrist he held felt like a sturdy anchor, slowly pulling her back from the depths of her furious ocean. Nie Qingcheng looked at him, her clear pupils reflecting her own image. Suddenly she felt that her earlier desire to uproot the Zhao family was somewhat ridiculous. He had clearly done nothing wrong. Yet she felt like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, fur standing on end, claws bared, ready to tear the world apart. All right. All the words she had in the end condensed into just one. Nie Qingcheng relaxed her tense jaw, allowing Zhang Yan to lead her towards the black Maybach. She did not look back at the writhing garbage on the ground. Linda immediately understood, gesturing to the wall of people behind her, then quickly followed. In the alley, the 20 bodyguards in black withdrew into the car like a receding tide. The engine roared back to life as the 5 Maybachs silently turned and sped away. Only a mess remained on the ground, along with a heavy atmosphere named despair. On the way back to the Yunding Manor, the car was excessively quiet. Nie Qingcheng leaned against the soft leather seat, eyes closed, her long eyelashes casting a faint shadow on her eyelids. She did not speak, but her tightly clenched fists revealed her still unsettled heart. Zhang Yan remained silent as well. He simply changed the position of the hand he had been holding since the alley, now intertwining their fingers. His palm was dry and warm, with distinct knuckles exuding a comforting strength. Nie Qingcheng's tight fists gradually loosened. She turned her hand, gripping his more tightly. By the time they returned to the manor, it was completely dark outside. Zhang Yan released her hand and walked straight to the kitchen. As he walked, he unbuttoned his shirt cuffs, rolling the sleeves up to his forearms. Nie Qingcheng stood at the entrance, watching him navigate his territory with ease, and the last bit of gloom in her heart dissipated. She took off the high heels that had been hurting her feet, went barefoot, and followed him. What do you want to eat? Zhang Yan opened the refrigerator full of various ingredients. Anything. Nie Qingcheng leaned against the kitchen doorframe, arms crossed, quietly observing him. Watching him select ingredients, wash vegetables, and tie on the apron she had bought for him. That feeling was quite wonderful. As if the blood, rain, and storm outside were blocked by this door. Here there was only the aroma of food and the down-to-earth warmth this man brought. Zhang Yan moved swiftly, washing and chopping the vegetables with fluid motions. When he twisted the faucet to rinse off the foam from his hands, his movements suddenly paused. His gaze fell upon the back of his left hand. There was a very fine, almost negligible red scratch. It was probably from being scraped by someone's clothing zipper in the chaos earlier. Just a bit of skin was broken and no blood had even oozed out. Zhang Yan didn't think much of it, and was about to continue rinsing his hands. "Don't move." A sharp, tremulous cry erupted behind him. In the next second, Nie Qingcheng rushed over, gripping his wrist with an astonishing force. Her face was pale, devoid of any color. Her beautiful fox-like eyes widened, staring intensely at the small scratch, as if it were not a wound, but a giant python, devouring his life. "How did this happen?" Her voice trembled. "When did this happen?" Zhang Yan was somewhat bewildered by her panicked "I might have accidentally scraped it earlier." Accidentally? Nie Qingcheng's voice suddenly spiked an octave, filled with uncontainable fear and anger. "You call this an accident?" She didn't allow him to finish, directly pushing Zhang Yan out of the kitchen. "Sit still. Don't move. Don't touch water." She dashed upstairs like a whirlwind, and moments later, she rushed back down, just as quickly. In her hands was a military-grade first aid kit. With a loud bang, the box was opened. Iodine, alcohol, hydrogen peroxide, cotton swabs, gauze bandages. Various sizes of band-aids filled the table. It was such a scene that anyone unaware would think they were about to perform an amputation on site. Zhang Yan. Nie Qingcheng took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. She pulled out 2 cotton swabs, dipped them in iodine, but the hand that usually signed contracts worth millions trembled uncontrollably. The cotton swabs missed the tiny wound several times. "Let me do it." Zhang Yan found it somewhat amusing. "Shut up." Nie Qingcheng growled, her eyes reddening. She simply discarded the cotton swabs, using her hands instead, holding her breath carefully, as if treating a priceless treasure, gently applying the iodine to the scratch. A cold sensation swept over. Zhang Yan watched her tense to the point where beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, and somewhere deep in his heart, he felt utterly soft. Disinfection complete. Nie Qingcheng picked up a roll of fresh gauze, starting to wrap it around his hand, circle after circle. Zhang Yan. Actually, a band-aid would have been enough. "All right." Nie Qingcheng finally tied a beautiful bow, letting out a long sigh of relief, as if she had just completed a highly difficult surgery that took more than 10 hours. She did not release her hold immediately. Instead, she carefully cupped the dumpling with both hands, bringing it to her lips. Then she lowered her head. Gently, she blew warm air over the thick gauze. The warm breath, carrying her unique sweet fragrance, brushed over Zhang Yan's hand. "Does it still hurt?" She raised her head, her eyes glistening with tears, filled with unreserved concern and fear. In that moment, Zhang Yan's heartbeat missed a beat. The living room was quiet, with only the sound of their intertwined breaths remaining. The light shone down from above her head, casting a halo over her soft hair. She tilted her face up while he lowered his head. The distance between them was mere inches. Breaths were audible, their noses almost touching. This time there was no ladder, no torrential rain, no accidents. Something in the air was quietly fermenting, becoming thick and hot. Nie Qingcheng looked at him, seeing the small, flustered version of herself reflected in his clear pupils. Suddenly she smiled. That smile carried a hint of mischief, a sense of relief, and an impulsive disregard for everything. She held his hand, applying a bit of force, bringing him a fraction closer to her. Then she slightly raised her chin and leaned in. The soft, warm touch landed precisely on Zhang Yan's lip. It was very light, very soft, with a hint of tremor and a trace of an overly sweet fragrance. A quick touch, then apart. Nie Qingcheng pulled back slightly, her flushed cheeks under the light stunningly beautiful. She looked at Zhang Yan, who was completely frozen, her eyes flowing with emotions, the beauty mark on her face enchanting enough to captivate souls. "This is a reward." Her voice was soft and light, tinged with a sense of triumph. "A reward for taking good care of yourself." The soft, warm sensation on his lips was like a dragonfly skimming the water, touching only to part again. Zhang Yan froze completely. In that moment, his brain's processor crashed from overload, all calmness and reason shattered by the sudden, sweetly fragrant softness. Her lips were softer than he had imagined, carrying a faint honey-like sweetness. Nie Qingcheng stepped back slightly, and her enchanting face flushed with a captivating crimson. She gazed at Zhang Yan, who looked stunned, her eyes sparkling. Those fox-like eyes, usually filled with scheming and charm, now sparkled with a clear, spring-like innocence. "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a reward before?" She maintained her composure, yet her tone revealed a hint of shyness and tremor she wasn't even aware of. Zhang Yan's breath momentarily halted as he instinctively extended his tongue to lick his lips. That taste still lingered. Nie Qingcheng's cheeks turned a deeper shade of red, resembling a ripe peach. "You." She was both shy and angry, raising her hand to strike him, but upon seeing his left hand wrapped like a zongzi, her hand fell weakly, and she could only stomp her foot in frustration. "No licking." These 3 words sounded more like a spoiled plea than a command. Zhang Yan finally regained his senses, looking at the flushed queen before him, whose exterior was strong, yet soft within. The shock in his heart was gradually replaced by an indescribable feeling. He said nothing, merely observing her with a gaze filled with curiosity, helplessness, and a hint of indulgence. This woman always managed to do the most childish things in the most domineering ways. The next morning, Zhang Yan opened his eyes, sunlight streaming through the slits of the blinds, casting mottled shadows in the room. He instinctively lifted his left hand. That zongzi, wrapped like a mummy, loomed before him, looking particularly ridiculous. He moved his fingers, feeling no discomfort. Ding. The effects of the body enhancement agent intermediate are still in effect, enhancing cellular activity and speeding up wound healing by 500. In his mind, the system's notification flashed by. Zhang Yan tugged at the corners of his mouth. Not to mention it was merely a scratch that could be ignored. Even if it was a serious injury, a good night's sleep should have it healed substantially. He sat up, preparing to get out of bed to wash up, when the bedroom door was gently pushed open. Nie Qingcheng entered, carrying a cup of warm water. She had changed into a set of light pink loungewear, her long hair casually draped her bare face more radiant against her snow-like skin, with features like a painting. Seeing Zhang Yan awake, she quickly walked over, placing the cup on the bedside table, then nervously took his injured left hand in her hands. How is it? Does it still hurt? Did you press on it while sleeping last night? A rapid-fire series of questions brimmed with concern. Zhang Yan looked at her cautious demeanor, then at his own perfectly fine hand, only overly wrapped in bandages, and an uncontrollable thought emerged. He gently furrowed his brow, showing just the right amount of difficulty, then raised his zongzi hand and let out a long sigh. This sigh pierced through Nie Qingcheng's heart like a needle. Guilt instantly drowned her. It was all her fault. If she hadn't insisted on taking him to that place, how could he have gotten hurt? What do you want to do? Nie Qingcheng immediately declared, her tone firm. Zhang Yan looked up at her with a gaze that said, "You said it," then pointed to his own lips. "I want to brush my teeth." All right. Without a second thought, Nie Qingcheng turned and rushed into the bathroom. A few minutes later, she emerged with a toothbrush squeezed with toothpaste in one hand and a rinsing cup in the other. "Open your mouth." She approached the bed, commanding in a manner that left no room for refusal. Zhang Yan looked at the toothbrush held to his lips, his mouth twitching. Wasn't this a bit too much? But seeing Nie Qingcheng's determined expression that said, "If you don't open your mouth, he'll pry it open," he resignedly opened his mouth. Nie Qingcheng's movements were gentle, even a bit clumsy. Her entire focus was on that small toothbrush, her expression as concentrated as if she were performing a precise surgical operation. Foam quickly covered the corners of Zhang Yan's mouth. The warm breath brushing against his cheek carried her unique sweet fragrance, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. This feeling was too strange. After brushing his teeth, he was also tended to while washing his face. As Zhang Yan sat at the dining table, watching Nie Qingcheng bring over a bowl of fragrant century egg and lean meat porridge, he finally realized that he seemed to have unlocked some extraordinary switch. "Come, open your mouth." Nie Qingcheng scooped up a spoonful of porridge, carefully blowing on it until it was just right, then brought it to his lips. Her beautiful fox-like eyes were now filled with seriousness and anticipation, as if waiting for her master to feed her. Zhang Yan. This soft food not only filled him up, but was also fed to him. He silently opened his mouth and ate the porridge. It tasted great, perfectly cooked with the rice soft and the meat tender and savory. Yet Zhang Yan felt a bit lost in the taste. Because every time she fed him a bite, she looked at him with a gaze that said, "My dear is so obedient," making him feel uncomfortable all over. The bowl of porridge was almost empty. Zhang Yan's eyes shifted, plotting a scheme. When Nie Qingcheng offered him another spoonful of porridge, he intentionally didn't open his mouth completely. A playful grain of rice naturally stuck to the corner of his mouth. Oh no, it stuck. Nie Qingcheng put down the spoon and instinctively reached for a tissue. But just as her hand reached halfway, it stopped. She looked at the grain of rice at the corner of Zhang Yan's mouth and almost instinctively extended her right thumb. Her warm fingertip gently pressed against the grain of rice, then smoothly swept it away. The entire process was natural and intimate. Zhang Yan's heart skipped a beat. He was about to say something when he saw Nie Qingcheng make a move that shocked him to his core. She brought her thumb, which had touched the rice and a bit of his saliva, to her lips, then extended her pink tongue and licked. She rolled that grain of rice into her mouth. After doing all this, she still seemed to savor it, looking at the completely petrified Zhang Yan with a mischievous smile of triumph. Not bad. Boom. Zhang Yan felt his brain explode completely. This enchantress. She was definitely doing it on purpose. Just as Zhang Yan was about to speak, ending this ridiculous feeding game, Nie Qingcheng stood up first. She looked down at him, arms crossed, chin raised, reverting to her domineering queen persona. "Your hand won't heal for at least 10 days to half a month." She looked at the large white zongzi, her brows furrowing tightly. "From today onward, you're not allowed to eat at the school cafeteria. The food there is greasy, unappetizing, and unsanitary. At noon, come to my company." She extended her index finger, poking Zhang Yan's nose, declaring in a tone that left no room for negotiation, "I will personally take care of your meals." It was 11:30 in the morning. The classes at Jiangzhou University had just finished, and the campus was bustling with voices. Zhang Yan did not head to the cafeteria, but walked directly to the parking lot. His left hand, tightly wrapped in gauze, became the most eye-catching accessory on him, attracting many curious glances along the way. Zhang Yan paid no attention to this. He got into the matte black Cullinan, started the engine, and drove smoothly out of the campus. 40 minutes later, a futuristic skyscraper appeared at the end of his view. The headquarters of the Qingcheng Group. This landmark building in Jinghai City resembled a sword piercing the clouds, showcasing its owner's power and wealth. Zhang Yan did not take the VIP passage, but casually parked his car in a corner of the visitor parking lot. He opened the door, got out, and walked into the grand and lavish lobby that was so large one could easily get lost. The marble floor was so polished it could reflect light, and the 30-meter-high dome loomed above with the air filled with a high-end custom fragrance. Every detail silently proclaimed the word luxury. "Hello, sir. Do you have an appointment?" The receptionist, dressed in a well-tailored professional suit, wore an impeccable business smile, but beneath that polite expression lay a hint of vigilance. The young man before her, dressed simply in a white t-shirt and casual pants, though exuding a clean demeanor, did not seem like someone who could have business dealings with the Qingcheng group. Not to mention his left hand wrapped like a rice dumpling, which appeared particularly odd. "I'm looking for Nie Qingcheng, Zhang," Yan said, his tone calm. The receptionist's smile stiffened for a moment. To directly call out the name of their queen president. Had this kid lost his mind, or was he just trying to cause trouble? "I'm sorry, sir, but without an appointment I cannot let you go up." Her tone remained polite, but had taken on a hint of distance. "Or you could tell me your name and purpose, and I can help you connect with the relevant department." "Zhang Yan," he replied with his name. "She asked me to come for lunch." "Lunch?" The corners of the receptionist's mouth twitched uncontrollably. This reason was just too absurd. She was almost certain this person was here to cause trouble. Just as she was about to press the intercom to call security, a few disdainful remarks came from the side. "Oh, the threshold of this lobby is getting lower and lower, allowing anyone and everyone to come in. He looks like a college student, maybe he thinks he can strike it lucky. Does he think being handsome will catch the eye of some female executive?" A few well-dressed men in suits walked out from the elevator hall, openly mocking the scene at the front desk. They were mid-level managers at the group, who usually looked down on anyone with dreams of instant success. One man with a receding hairline even pointed at the receptionist and ordered, "Xiao Wang, what's going on? Hurry up and get security to kick him out. He's ruining the company's image." The receptionist looked troubled, just about to explain. Ding! A crisp sound rang out. Not far away, the elevator reserved for the president, symbolizing the highest authority, slowly opened. A figure rushed out in a hurry. It was Linda. She wore an expression of panic that she could not hide, running in 10-centimeter high heels faster than a 100-meter sprint, as if a beast were chasing her. All eyes in the lobby turned towards her unusual behavior. Even the executives who were still mocking Zhang Yan stopped in their tracks, peering curiously. In front of everyone's gaze, Linda rushed to the front desk. She did not look at anyone else in her eyes. There was only the boy in the white t-shirt. In the next second, Linda abruptly stopped just a step away from Zhang Yan. Then she bent down towards him. A standard, impeccable 90-degree bow. "Mr. Zhang." Her voice trembled slightly from running too fast, but every word was crystal clear, resonating in the eerily silent lobby. "How did you come down here?" "President Nie asked me to come down and meet you. She has been waiting for you for quite a while." Boom. The entire lobby felt as if a silent nuclear bomb had been dropped. The receptionist's mouth dropped open, her pen falling to the ground with a thud, her eyes nearly popping out. The expressions of the executives who had just been looking down on him instantly froze. Mockery, disdain, and contempt. All emotions shattered in an instant, leaving only a blankness named Linda. The chief secretary, known in the group as the Queen's Shadow, someone even the vice president had to treat, actually bowed so respectfully to this seemingly ordinary boy. "Mr. Zhang, President Nie is waiting for him." The combination of these words formed a terrifying storm of information that scrambled their minds into. The Mediterranean executive's face turned from red to pale, cold sweat suddenly pouring out from his forehead as he recalled what he had just said. Get him out. Ruining the company's image. It was over. Zhang Yan seemed oblivious to the petrified faces around him. He simply nodded calmly at Linda. "It's all right, just arrived. This way, please." "This way." Linda straightened up, her face now bearing the most respectful and humble smile. She turned to lead Zhang Yan herself towards the president's exclusive elevator, her posture as low as that of a palace made from ancient times. From beginning to end, she did not glance at the executives even once. Zhang Yan was the same. He stepped forward following Linda, and even as he passed the stiff stone sculptures, he did not spare them a single glance. That feeling of being completely ignored was more humiliating and terrifying than any direct slap to the face until the elevator doors slowly closed. Only then did the few executives seem to have all their strength drain, their legs going weak as they nearly collapsed to the ground. They exchanged glances, seeing only one emotion in each other's eyes. Despair. The president's exclusive elevator ascended smoothly. "Mr. Zhang, I sincerely apologize for my oversight. I should have notified the front desk in advance." Linda stood by, her waist bent at a 30-degree angle, cold sweat continuing to pour out. "It's not your fault," Zhang Yan said softly. Ding. The elevator reached the top floor. As the door opened, a tense atmosphere that felt frozen rushed in. Several department directors stood in the corridor, each one as quiet as a mouse. The door to the conference room was ajar, and inside, Nie Qingcheng's cold and sharp voice could be heard like a scalpel precisely dissecting something. The profit margin in the third quarter has dropped by 3 percentage points, and the marketing department's promotional plan is like a pile of dog shit. Wang, have you either lost your mind, or do you think my money grew on trees? Linda's face paled further, and she quietly said to Zhang Yan, President Nie is currently holding a senior strategy meeting. Why don't you wait in her office for a moment? Zhang Yan ignored her. He walked straight to the heavy wooden door and pushed it open. Inside the conference room, a dozen of the group's highest decision-makers sat upright, each one filled with trepidation. Nie Qingcheng sat at the head of the long table dressed in a white suit, her aura fully unleashed, resembling an ice queen. The moment Zhang Yan entered, her impending fury came to an abrupt halt. Her pair of eyes, capable of freezing anyone, melted the instant she saw Zhang Yan. The ice and snow melted and spring flowers bloomed. Everyone in the conference room was stunned, unable to comprehend who had the audacity to barge into the meeting. However, the next second, their ruthless boss, who recognized no kin, made a decision that left them collectively questioning their lives. Nie Qingcheng did not even glance at the group of executives standing up directly. Dismissed. 2 words, crisp and decisive. The market manager, who had just been scolded severely, instinctively spoke up. But President Nie, regarding the budget for the new product. I said dismissed. Nie Qingcheng's voice was not loud, but carried a forceful authority that brooked no dissent. She walked around the long table and directly approached Zhang Yan at the door, her face even wearing a gentle smile they had never seen before. I'm going to have lunch with my family. The words "my family" hit each executive's heart like a heavy hammer. They watched helplessly as their boss walked up to the boy. As all the executives were forced to leave one after the other, they couldn't help but look back and sneak a glance. That last glimpse became an indelible memory for them. The door to the conference room slowly closed. Through the gap, they clearly saw the high and mighty queen, the Nie Qingcheng, who instilled fear in their very bones. Actually, squatting down in her high-end tailored suit and expensive high heels. She carefully held the boy's left hand wrapped in gauze, looking up with a voice so soft it seemed to drip water, nervously asking, "Why are you only just arriving? Does your hand still hurt?" The heavy wooden door silently closed behind the last fleeing executive. The world fell silent. The almost palpable low pressure in the conference room dissipated completely with their departure. Nie Qingcheng remained in a half-squat position, her head tilted back, her fox-like eyes, which could stir up storms in the business world of Jinghai, now resembled a puppy, filled with cautious tension. "Why are you so late? Does your hand still hurt?" Her voice was soft and light, as if afraid even the slightest breath would worsen his injury. Zhang Yan lowered his gaze, observing her anxious demeanor, then glancing at his left hand, which was wrapped like a piece of art. A wave of absurdity washed over him. He withdrew his hand. "It doesn't hurt." Nie Qingcheng immediately stood up, her face filled with disbelief, wanting to say something more. "I'm hungry." Zhang Yan interrupted her casually. These 3 words were more effective than any comfort. Yes, yes, yes. Nie Qingcheng seemed to wake from a dream, her previous tension instantly replaced by annoyance. "It's all my fault. Oh, I lost track of time during the meeting. You must be starving, right?" She grabbed Zhang Yan's uninjured right hand and hurriedly led him out of the conference room towards the grand double doors at the end of the corridor. The CEO's office. Spacious. Empty. Cold. This was Zhang Yan's first impression upon entering. The entire space was nearly 200 square meters, with a transparent floor-to-ceiling window that could capture most of Jinghai City's bustling scenery. The black office desk resembled a docked battleship, with every item meticulously arranged, exuding a compulsive precision. The entire office was like Nie Qingcheng herself, magnificent and powerful, yet cold and unapproachable. "Sit." Nie Qingcheng gestured towards the luxurious leather sofa by the window, her tone leaving no room for negotiation. She pushed Zhang Yan onto the sofa, then personally went to the bar to pour a glass of warm water and handed it to him before walking back to the massive desk in her high heels. The moment she sat down, the warmth and tension on her face faded, replaced by a cold mask. She picked up the desk phone. "Have Manager Wang redo the budget proposal. If he fails, he can leave. Notify the legal department to prepare for the bankruptcy process against the Zhao Group. I don't want to see this name in Jinghai again. The 3 o'clock meeting is postponed. I have something to attend to." One directive after another, calm, clear, devoid of any emotion. The woman who had been flustered over a scratch in the alley, and the queen before him, who could decide a family's fate in a snap, seemed like 2 entirely different people. Zhang Yan sat quietly on the sofa, drinking water, watching her. Sunlight streamed through the window, enveloping her in its glow. She furrowed her brows, slightly focused on reviewing documents, the Mont Blanc pen gliding over the paper from time to time. Very beautiful, yet there was a sense of distance. After finishing his water, Zhang Yan placed the cup on the coffee table. Boredom, a pure physiological boredom, began to spread through his limbs. His gaze swept across the office, finally resting on the crystal fruit bowl on the coffee table. It was filled with various fresh fruits, among which a cluster of dark purple grapes, plump and glistening with tiny droplets of water. Zhang Yan's heart stirred. He reached out with his uninjured right hand and picked up the fruit bowl. Then in an extremely relaxed manner, he began to peel the grapes while sitting on the $1,000,000 sofa. His movements were slow and focused. Using the nails of his thumb and forefinger, he gently pinched the top of a grape, tearing a small opening, then following the grain of the flesh, he completely peeled away the thin, astringent skin. 1 grape, 2 grapes. Soon a small translucent mountain of grape flesh piled up on the napkin in front of him. Meanwhile, his injured hand wrapped in gauze casually rested on his knee, seeming like nothing but a useless ornament. After peeling half a cluster of grapes, Zhang Yan stood up. He held the napkin filled with grape flesh and quietly walked to the desk. Nie Qingcheng was deeply engrossed in a financial report, her brows furrowed into a frown, completely unaware of his approach. Zhang Yan remained silent. He simply extended his right hand, pinched the plumpest peeled grape, and gently offered it to her lips. Nie Qingcheng, irritated and about to bite the pen, suddenly brushed against something cool, soft, and elastic at her lips. She instinctively thought it was the soft candy she had placed on the table. Without a second thought, she slightly parted her lips and took the object in. The sweet and sour juice burst in her mouth. Very sweet. But the next second, she sensed something was off. That object seemed to be connected to something. Her tongue unconsciously reached forward, gently touching a warm, slightly calloused fingertip that was trembling slightly. A faint electric current shot through her body along her tongue. Nie Qingcheng's body stiffened suddenly. Time seemed to slow down at that moment. The pen in her hand came to a halt on the paper. Slowly, inch by inch, she raised her head. Her sharp phoenix eyes, which had been focused, collided with Zhang Yan's clear, teasing gaze. His fingers lingered at her lips. The pose was extremely ambiguous. The office was terrifyingly quiet, the only sounds being the subtle whir of the central air conditioning and their gradually heavy breaths. Zhang Yan watched her dazed expression, biting her own finger, the amusement in his eyes growing stronger. He wanted to withdraw his hand, but Nie Qingcheng seemed to have come to her senses, lightly biting down. You? Nie Qingcheng finally regained her voice, her cheeks flushing with a charming rosy hue at a visit. Zhang Yan raised an eyebrow, signaling her to let go. Instead of releasing her grip, Nie Qingcheng glared at him with her misty eyes, as if to say, "This is your own doing." They held their positions for a full 5 seconds. Plop. Nie Qingcheng finally released her mouth and let go of the pen in her hand. The expensive pen fell onto the table, producing a crisp sound that shattered the thick silence. She did not go. The blush on her face quickly faded, replaced by a mischievous, cunning smile that made Zhang Yan feel a bit uneasy. She stood up. Her high heels made 2 soft sounds on the floor as she walked around the massive desk. She stopped in front of Zhang Yan. Then before he could react, she wrapped her arms around his neck. With a twist of her body, she sat down, without hesitation, directly into his embrace. Zhang Yan's body stiffened, instinctively wanting to stand, but her legs locked him in place. Soft, astonishing elasticity pressed tightly against him through the thin fabric. The rich, cold fragrance mixed with her unique body warmth aggressively invaded all his senses. I can't focus on the documents anymore. Nie Qingcheng rested her chin on his shoulder, turned her face, her warm breath brushing against his ear, her voice soft and charming, carrying a hint of brazen assertiveness. It's all your fault. So. She extended her tongue, lightly licking her overly moist red lips due to her previous actions, looking at Zhang Yan's suddenly tense profile, the amusement in her eyes dripping with allure. You have to take responsibility. The body in his arms was astonishingly soft, its warm temperature seeping through the thin fabric, continuously transmitting a familiar scent, cold yet laced with a hint of sweetness, that dominantly invaded all of Zhang Yan's senses. You have to take responsibility. The voice was soft and seductive, like a feather gently brushing against his eardrum. Zhang Yan's body stiffened for a moment before he relaxed. He did not push her away nor stand up. He merely lowered his eyelids, gazing at the pair of long, straight legs coiled around his waist, and calmly asked, "How do I take responsibility?" This question was like a bucket of cold water dousing the flames that had just ignited in Nie Qingcheng. She was stunned. The script shouldn't have been like this. Shouldn't he be panicking, blushing all over, and then be at her mercy on the sofa? Why was he countering her instead? Nie Qingcheng, undeterred, held him tighter, rubbing her chin against his shoulder, her voice drawn out with a hint of coquetry. Of course. You'll be responsible for the rest of your life. Zhang Yan said nothing, only raised his left hand, which was tightly wrapped in bandages, and waved it in front of Nie Qingcheng. I injured my hand. He paused before adding, I have class this afternoon. The implication was clear. Have you had enough fun? If you have, I should be leaving. Nie Qingcheng looked at the white zongzi of his hand, then at Zhang Yan's clear and calm face devoid of any suggestive thoughts, and an inexplicable flame of anger flared up. This unromantic blockhead. Yet this anger miraculously extinguished when faced with his clean, innocent eyes. In its place arose a strange sense of guilt and unease. He was injured. Here she was messing around. Nie Qingcheng pouted reluctantly, slipping out of his embrace, standing upright, and casually tidying her slightly disheveled suit. All right, you stingy boy. She muttered softly, her face regaining its regal demeanor. Which is more important, class this afternoon, or your hand? She walked to the desk, picked up a small black bottle, and tossed it to Zhang Yan. This is an air freight medicine for your injury. Change it once a day, and you'll be fine in 3 days. After speaking, she added in a tone that brooked no argument, for these 3 days no water, no heavy lifting, and absolutely no cooking for yourself. Did you hear me? Zhang Yan caught the cold little bottle, nodded. Seeing his obedient demeanor, Nie Qingcheng's earlier frustration finally dissipated. She returned to her large office chair, waved her hand, as if shooing away an annoying little creature. All right, go on, head to your class. Come back early tonight. When that matte black Cullinan reappeared in the parking lot of Jiangzhou University, it immediately caused a stir. Wow, it's that Cullinan again. Who is the owner? So high profile, driving it to school every day. Zhang Yan stepped out of the car, ignoring the curious gazes around him, and walked straight towards the teaching building. As he reached the bottom of the stairs, a figure shot towards him like a cannonball. Yangu, my dear brother. You find— Wang Hao grabbed his arm, his chubby face filled with excitement, gossip, and a trace of undisguised awe. Something big has happened. A colossal event. Zhang Yan was slightly dizzy from being shaken, frowning. Get to the point. Zhao Yu dropped out. Wang Hao lowered his voice, but his excitement was impossible to conceal. Zhang Yan paused in his steps. Seeing Zhang Yan react, Wang Hao became even more animated, mysteriously pulling out his phone, opening a trending search page, and thrusting it in front of Zhang Yan. Look at this. On the screen, a bold red headline was glaringly painful to the eyes. Jinghai Zhao Group announces bankruptcy, chairman taken away for investigation over multiple violations. Below, a photo showed Zhao Ye's usually spirited father being escorted by 2 uniformed officers, his hair, graying face full of despair. Zhang Yan's expression remained unchanged. He had anticipated this outcome long ago. Nie Qingcheng had said that as the weather turned cold, Jinghai no longer needed the Zhao family. She never joked about such things. Seeing Zhang Yan's calm demeanor, as if he were merely reading an inconsequential piece of social news, Wang Hao swallowed hard, lowering his voice further so that only the two of them could hear. Yangu, the school forum is going crazy right now. They say, Zhao Yu blocked you yesterday afternoon, and then his family was gone by that night. Wang Hao cautiously observed Zhang Yan's expression, his small eyes filled with fear and curiosity about the unknown. Yangu, this. It can't really be related to you, right? Zhang Yan retracted his gaze, stuffing his bandaged hand into his pocket, and continued walking forward. He did not answer. He simply let out 2 words nonchalantly. Class. These 2 casually uttered words struck Wang Hao like a thunderclap. Not admitting, but also not denying. This nonchalant attitude was 1,000 times more terrifying than directly admitting, yes, it was me who did it. Wang Hao followed behind Zhang Yan, looking at his upright figure, feeling as though he was trailing a deity walking among mortals. From that moment on, the atmosphere in the teaching building turned eerily strange. All the students who saw Zhang Yan, regardless of gender, instinctively ceased their conversations, retreating to the sides to clear a path for him. The gazes that had previously held admiration, jealousy, and curiosity now transformed into a complex emotion mixed with awe, fear, and an unwillingness to meet his eyes. As if he were not an ordinary student, but a behind-the-scenes monarch wielding life and death. Wherever he walked, whispers abruptly ceased. The seat he sat in created a 3-meter radius around him that no one dared to approach. Zhang Yan was completely indifferent to this. As usual, he took out his textbook, opened it, and focused intently on the professor, lecturing on the dull subject of macroeconomics, as if everything from the outside world had nothing to do with him. However, the more he acted unconcerned, the more the people around him felt a chill of fear. That invisible pressure, as if in a casual chat ships could be reduced to ashes, made the atmosphere in the lecture hall grow heavy. Class ended. Zhang Yan packed his things, stood up, and prepared to leave. Just as he stepped out of the classroom and into the corridor, a slender figure blocked his way. It was Su Wanqing. This girl, hailed as the campus beauty of Jiang University, was standing there, lively, her white dress dazzling under the afternoon sun. She did not wear her usual gentle smile. Her beautiful face was drained of color, appearing somewhat pale. She looked at Zhang Yan, her usually doe-like, clear eyes now swirling with extremely complex emotions. There was fear, curiosity, and a trace of an inexplicable attraction that even she herself could not define. Biting her lower lip, she seemed to muster great courage before finally speaking. Zhang Yan. Her voice trembled slightly, laced with an almost unnoticeable tension. I have something to say to you. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the corridor windows, casting elongated patches of light on the ground, with tiny dust particles floating in the air. The entire corridor was eerily quiet. All eyes were focused on the 2 people confronting each other in the center of the corridor. One was Su Wanqing, the recognized beauty of Jiangzhou University's music department. The other was Zhang Yan, the mysterious new student who had just single-handedly caused a family to be expelled from Jinghai City. Su Wanqing's usually gentle and smiling face was now devoid of color, pale as paper. She bit her lip tightly, her fingers curling slightly due to nervousness as she clutched the hem of her pure white dress. She gazed at the boy before her, his clear eyes swirling with complex emotions that even she couldn't comprehend. There was fear. The rumors of the Zhao family's downfall swept through the campus like a storm, and at the eye of the storm stood this seemingly harmless boy. The terrifying power that could stir up a storm in silence made her instinctively feel terrified. But more than that, there was an irrepressible curiosity and attraction. Who exactly was he? Why could he play such soul-stirring piano melodies while effortlessly stirring up the winds? The calmness and mystery he exuded, which belied his age, resembled an unfathomable whirlpool, drawing her and uncontrollably urging her to explore. Zhang Yan. Under the scrutiny of countless gazes, Su Wanqing finally mustered the courage, her voice trembling imperceptibly. I would like to invite you to join the Classical Music Society. The moment those words left her mouth, a wave of gasps echoed through the crowd. The Classical Music Society. It was the most prestigious society at Zhang University with the highest entry threshold. Those who could join were all exceptionally talented artists in their respective fields. And Su Wanqing was the president of this year's society. My God, the school beauty is personally inviting him. This treatment is too incredible, right? I heard that someone who won a gold medal in the province last year wanted to join, but was turned away. Su Wanqing ignored the murmurs around her, her gaze fixed on Zhang Yan's face, afraid to miss a flicker of his expression. Seeing that Zhang Yan didn't immediately refuse, she grew bolder, her voice softening significantly, laced with a hint of youthful hope and shyness. This semester the society has a duet finale performance. I still need one partner. Boom. If the previous murmurs were merely small disturbances, this sentence detonated like a bomb, completely igniting the crowd. A duet with the school beauty, Su Wanqing. That was a scene that all the boys at Zhang University wouldn't dare to even dream of. In an instant, countless envious, jealous, and resentful gazes shot toward Zhang Yan like daggers. However, at the center of the storm, Zhang Yan showed no change in expression. He didn't even lift his eyelids, merely lowering his head to glance at the watch on his wrist. Then, under Su Wanqing's hopeful gaze and the attention of the entire crowd, he slowly uttered 2 words. Sorry. The color drained from Su Wanqing's face as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her. She froze in place, as if she hadn't heard clearly. What? Zhang Yan finally raised his head, his clear eyes calmly gazing at her, as if she were an unimportant, not interested. He paused, offering a reason that nearly dropped everyone's jaws. I have a part-time job. Piano was merely a skill granted by the system, not a personal hobby. But if Nie Qingcheng likes to listen, wouldn't he? For some reason, Zhang Yan suddenly thought of Nie Qingcheng. Part-time job. No time. The corridor fell into a deathly silence. Everyone looked at Zhang Yan as if he were an alien. Someone who drives a Cullinan to school claims he needs a part-time job. To turn down the opportunity to play a duet with the school beauty for a part-time job. What kind of magical realism plot is this? Su Wanqing was completely dazed, feeling as if her worldview was being ground into the dirt. For the first time in her life, she actively invited a boy, and it was also the first time she was rejected so decisively, so absurdly. The immense shame and embarrassment engulfed her like a tide. Her cheeks instantly flushed red, and her eyes quickly misted over. Part-time job. You're lying to me, aren't you? She didn't believe it. She couldn't believe someone would reject her. This must be a tactic to lure her in. It must be. Su Wanqing stepped forward, her emotions getting out of control as she reached out and grabbed Zhang Yan's sleeve. Is it because of that woman who drives the Rolls Royce? Her voice suddenly rose, tinged with a sharpness and jealousy she didn't even realize. Zhang Yan, wake up. That kind of aloof, rich woman only thinks you're novel, or she's just playing with you. She will never take you serious. Why would you want to be someone else's plaything? Why can't you? Amidst the chaos in the corner of the crowd, a phone camera silently focused on this scene. Click. A faint shutter sound was drowned out by the noisy discussions. Zhang Yan's brows finally furrowed. He disliked being touched. Even more, he disliked when someone used such a presumptuous tone to discuss Nie Qingcheng. His expression visibly grew colder. Let go. His voice was not loud, but carried an undeniable chill. Su Wanqing shivered at his cold gaze, but her grip tightened, tears welling in her eyes, looking as if she was about to cry. I won't. I'm doing this for your own good. You can't let yourself fall. Zhang Yan was too lazy to argue with her further. He extended his intact right hand, moving slowly but accurately to grasp Su Wanqing's wrist. Then one by one he pried her fingers off his sleeve. The force was not strong, but it carried an irresistible, my affairs are not for you to meddle in. He looked at her face filled with shock and grievance, calmly delivering his, and don't use your ignorance to speculate about a world you can't even begin to imagine. After saying this, he turned and walked away. There was no trace of reluctance, no hint of hesitation. Only Su Wanqing was left standing there, frozen in place amidst hundreds of sympathetic, mocking, and gloating gazes, like a clown abandoned by the entire world. As soon as Zhang Yan stepped out of the crowd, his phone in his pocket began to vibrate furiously. It was a barrage of messages from Wang Hao. He swiped the screen. In the next second, a prominently highlighted campus forum link popped up. The title was shocking and filled with a huge scoop of the century. School beauty, Su Wanqing openly pursued and was rejected. Piano prince admits to being supported by a mysterious rich woman. and beneath that glaring title was a high-definition close-up photo. The angle of the photo was particularly clever. In the image, Su Wanqing with tear-filled eyes was desperately clutching his sleeve, her face filled with a humble plea. And he was captured in a cold, impatient profile. The sunlight behind him divided him from the crying girl, creating two entirely different worlds. One in the light and the other in the shadow. In the top-level president's office of the Qingcheng group, Nie Qingcheng was in a good mood. She held a Mont-Blanc pen between her fingers, not reviewing documents, but mindlessly twirling it. The pen spun rapidly like a black butterfly, dancing gracefully between her fair and slender fingers. A faint smile lingered at the corners of her mouth, one she was even unaware of. Uncontrollably, memories surfaced in her mind from noon in the office, when she had forcibly held that young man in her embrace, his ears flushed, body stiff, yet too timid to resist. And the grape he had offered to her lips, along with the warmth of his fingertip, calloused yet gentle, that had accidentally brushed against hers. Heh! Nie Qingcheng chuckled softly, causing the spinning pen to pause momentarily. That little rascal, quite sweet. Just then the office door was knocked on, the sound urgent, as if there were a fire. Nie Qingcheng retracted her smile, resuming her icy demeanor as the door swung open. Linda rushed in, almost tumbling. Her face, usually exuding an elite aura, was now bloodless, even paler than freshly printed A4 paper. Cold sweat trickled down her forehead, and her meticulously styled hair was now somewhat disheveled. Nie, President Nie. Linda's voice trembled uncontrollably, tightly clutching a tablet, as if it were a bomb that might explode at any moment. Nie Qingcheng's brows furrowed slightly. If Linda was this flustered, it must be something serious. Speak. A single word, cold and resolute. Taking a deep breath, Linda, trembling, as if heading to the gallows, extended the tablet. President Nie, please take a look at the campus forum of Jiangzhou University. Nie Qingcheng took the tablet. On the screen, a title in bold blood-red font instantly pierced her eyes. The Century Scandal. School beauty Su Wanqing publicly pursued and rejected. The piano prince admits he has been taken care of by a mysterious rich woman. Her pupils constricted sharply. She glanced down, landing on the pinned high-definition image. The angle of the photograph was exceptionally clever. In the image, the girl named Su Wanqing wore a pure white dress, tears glistening on her face, desperately clutching Zhang Yan's sleeve, her expression one of sorrowful pleading that would evoke pity in anyone. Zhang Yan, on the other hand, only showed a cold profile, seemingly impatient to break free. Sunlight streamed from behind him, casting him and the crying girl into two worlds of light and shadow. Nie Qingcheng's grip on the tablet tightened inch by inch. She did not explode immediately. Instead, she scrolled down to the comments section. God, Su Wanqing is so unfortunate. Even after such humble pleading, she was still rejected. My goddess, I feel for her. What's so good about Zhang Yan? He's just a kept man by a rich woman. What a show-off. To be honest, they look quite compatible, but that rich woman must be quite old, right? Zhang Yan, wake up and be with my goddess. Exactly. Once the rich woman gets bored, you'll be nothing. Su Wanqing is your true match. A match made in heaven. True match. Nie Qingcheng read those words, softly chewing on them, her voice barely above a whisper, as if she were talking to herself. The temperature in the office plummeted at a terrifying speed. The air felt as though it had been sucked dry, becoming thin and oppressive. Linda stood by, hardly daring to breathe, feeling as if she were on the icy plains of Siberia, the biting chill creeping from her feet to the top of her head. Crack. A crisp, jarring sound echoed, making one's teeth ache. The expensive Mont-Blanc pen in Nie Qingcheng's hand snapped in two. Black ink splattered out, leaving a shocking stain on her fair hand. Yet she seemed completely unaware. She simply tossed the broken pen into the trash can. Then she lifted her head. Her fox-like eyes, usually glimmering with charm, now lacked any warmth, only a bottomless coldness that could freeze one's soul. Pure school beauty. She tugged at the corner of her mouth, revealing an extremely icy smile. Very good. Linda trembled violently, nearly losing her balance. It's over. The queen's jealousy had erupted, this time completely. Meanwhile, at Jiangzhou University, in a quiet spot by the window on the third floor, one could hear the sound of pages turning. Zhang Yan leaned back in his chair, intently reading an original text on game theory. He had not paid any mind to the unpleasantness that had occurred in the corridor that afternoon, nor to the storm brewing on the campus forum. As he turned a page, preparing to study the next model, a cold mechanical voice abruptly pierced his mind, warning him with unprecedented urgency. Warning. Warning. Detected level high concentration of jealousy is forming. Source: Nie Qingcheng. Warning. Jealousy concentration has surpassed the critical value. Approaching the host's current location at a high speed of 120 km per hour. Risk assessment: extremely dangerous. Comparable to a Category 12 typhoon making landfall. The system advises host must immediately prepare for full defense. Or kneel and beg for mercy immediately. Zhang Yan's action of turning the page halted. He stared at the dense English formulas on the page, remaining silent for a solid 3 seconds. Level jealousy. Category 12 typhoon. He rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache. What crazy thing was this woman doing again? At the headquarters of Qingcheng Group in the underground parking lot, 5 black Maybachs sat quietly in the president's reserved parking spots like 5 poised black beasts. Nie Qingcheng stepped out of the elevator in 10-centimeter heels emanating a chill that could freeze. 20 bodyguards in black lined up swiftly opening the car doors for her. President Nie, are we returning to the manor? Linda asked timidly following behind. Nie Qingcheng did not respond. She entered the back seat of the middle car, her long legs crossed the black stockings glinting dangerously in the dim light. She lifted her hand, gently wiping away the dried ink on her hands, back her movements graceful yet tinged with an indescribable ferocity. Then she raised her gaze. Her beautiful phoenix eyes looked through the car window towards Jiangzhou University. Her voice, light as a snowflake, carried a weight capable of crushing anything. Prepare the car. To Jiang University. She paused, a chilling smile curving at the corners of her mouth. I want to go have a meal at the cafeteria? Jiangzhou University, second canteen. At 6 in the evening, it was the peak time for crowds. The entire canteen hall was like dumplings thrown into boiling water, chaotic and crowded with a complex aroma of food, sweat, and cheap detergent permeating the air. Students held their trays, forming long queues at various counters. The shouts of the cafeteria ladies, the clinking of trays, and the playful banter among classmates intertwined to create a symphony uniquely belonging to youth. Zhang Yan held a stainless steel tray, calmly standing in line for the braised series. He had just come out of the library, and the system alert in his head, comparable to a typhoon, did not cause him any panic. When trouble comes, we meet it, Hedon. That woman, no matter how troublesome, couldn't possibly tear down the canteen, could she? The line moved slowly forward with 7 or 8 people in front of him. At that moment, the canteen hall, which had been so noisy it felt like the roof would lift off, suddenly fell silent without warning. The feeling was eerie. It was as if the film playing at high speed had been muted. All sounds were pulled away in an instant, leaving only a buzzing in the ears. A boy in front of Zhang Yan turned his head curiously to glance towards the entrance. The next second, his tray clattered to the ground. Braised eggplant and rice spilled everywhere. Yet he seemed oblivious, mouth agape, eyes wide, as if 2 glass marbles were about to pop out of their sockets, his whole being seemingly frozen in place. This bizarre scene spread like a contagious virus. More and more people turned their heads. More and more people. The entire canteen fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's gaze was like iron filings drawn to a magnet firmly nailed to the greasy glass door entrance. There stood a woman, dressed in a sharply tailored beige trench coat that highlighted her stunning hourglass figure. She wore oversized sunglasses that concealed half her face, her aura powerful enough to thin the surrounding air. Behind her, 4 burly men in black suits and sunglasses followed her. They stood like 4 silent iron towers, one on each side, protecting her in the middle, exuding an aura that warned others to stay away, creating a stark and shocking contrast with the bustling canteen. This was hardly a scene for dining. It resembled a scene from a gangster movie where a boss made an appearance. Under the gaze of thousands of dazed eyes, the woman moved. She stepped forward, her long legs clad in stiletto heels that could double as weapons, entering leisurely. The heels clicked against the greasy terrazzo floor, producing a crisp sound. Each step felt like it was treading on everyone's hearts. The crowd parted like the Red Sea, creating a wide. No one dared to block her way. Not even a soul dared to breathe loudly. At a nearby table, Su Wanqing and a few music club members also paused with their chopsticks. When she caught sight of the woman, whose face, even partially obscured by sunglasses, radiated extraordinary beauty, her complexion turned pale in an instant. It's her. The woman who drives a Rolls Royce. Why is she here? Su Wanqing felt her mind go blank, her heart gripped tightly by an invisible hand, making it hard to breathe. The woman, however, ignored everyone's gaze. Her target was remarkably clear. She walked through the crowded crowd, past the dazed faces, heading directly towards the lone figure in the food line, who did not turn back, seemingly indifferent to everything around. She stopped behind Zhang Yan. At that moment, the air in the entire canteen felt as if it had completely solidified. Zhang Yan finally sensed the familiar oppressive fragrance behind him. He sighed helplessly and slowly turned. Their eyes met. Nie Qingcheng raised her hand and removed her sunglasses. When her stunningly beautiful face, which could steal breath away, was fully exposed under the harsh white light of the canteen, a clear sound of gasps echoed through the crowd. Photos could never capture even a fraction of her real beauty. It was a beauty so aggressive that it rendered any adjective utterly powerless. However, the next second, this queen, who was beyond ordinary beauty, made a move that left everyone astonished. She smiled coyly, the icy aura that kept strangers at bay instantly dissipated, replaced by a sickly sweet little girl-like charm. She stretched out her arms and, in full view of everyone, affectionately wrapped her arm around Zhang Yan's intact arm, her body leaning into him. Then she tilted her head, her voice sweet enough to melt steel, directed at the equally stunned cafeteria lady, pointing to the oily pot of braised pork. Dear. Her voice was soft, yet clearly resonated throughout the silent canteen. I want to eat this too. The entire place turned to stone. Su Wanqing's chopsticks fell into her tray, with a thud, splattering soup everywhere. She looked at the two people so close together at the woman's unmasked possessiveness feeling like a complete joke. Zhang Yan gazed at the woman in his embrace who was openly declaring her claim, then glanced at the pot of braised pork glistening under the light, his temples throbbing. He frowned and lowered his voice. This meat is too fatty, you don't usually eat it. Nie Qingcheng upon hearing this not only did not loosen her grip, but hugged him tighter. She rested her chin on his shoulder, turning her face, her enchanting fox-like eyes forming pretty crescents. Her red lips parted, uttering a few words, her voice soft and sticky, laced with a hint of unreasonable stubbornness. You feed me, and I will eat. That soft and sticky phrase, accompanied by a hint of unreasonable arrogance, was like a deep-water bomb dropped into a calm lake. Boom. The brains of thousands of teachers and students in the second cafeteria collectively crashed. Time seemed to stretch infinitely at that moment. All the noisy sounds vanished, leaving only Nie Qingcheng's overly sweet words, "If you feed me, I will eat," echoing repeatedly in everyone's eardrums, sending shivers down their spines and shattering their worldviews. Standing behind the window, the cafeteria lady, accustomed to various displays of affection between college couples, had her iron spoon suspended in midair as the trembling piece of braised pork seemed to sense the terrifying low pressure shaking worse than someone with Parkinson's. She opened her mouth, staring at the woman before her who was too beautiful to be real, and then at the handsome young man she was affectionately holding, her mind blank. What is happening? Are they filming a movie? Zhang Yan felt the soft touch on his arm and the thousands of piercing gazes around him, and he couldn't help but sigh helplessly. He knew this woman was doing it on purpose. From the moment she stepped into the cafeteria, she had been declaring her sovereignty to the world in the loudest and most arrogant way possible. The stir on the campus forum had clearly ignited her jealousy, which was comparable to an armory. Now any resistance or explanation would only add fuel to the fire. He turned his head and met Nie Qingcheng's fox-like eyes filled with a hint of provocation and expectation, and finally nodded calmly. Okay. A single word, light as a feather, yet it felt like a decree, causing the cafeteria lattice heart that was hanging in suspense to finally settle. The lattice hand trembled, nearly dumping an entire basin of braised pork into Zhang Yan's plate, but in the end she still shakily served him a large spoonful piled high like a small mountain. Zhang Yan held the tray and turned around. The crowd blocking his way parted like a school of fish encountering a natural enemy, creating a wide passage sufficient for 4 people to walk side by side. There was no need for the 4 fierce-looking bodyguards to take action. Nie Qingcheng held on to him affectionately, walking in her high heels like a queen inspecting her territory, escorted by thousands of gazes heading towards a corner of the cafeteria that had just been cleared. The 4-person table had evidently just endured a fierce battle. Its surface was shiny with grease, and remnants of rice grains and soup were still evident. Nie Qingcheng merely glanced at it, and her pretty brows immediately furrowed her face, revealing unmistakable disgust. With her level of cleanliness, sitting here was more unbearable than being killed. Yet she held back, for she knew this was her. Just as she hesitated about whether to sit down, Zhang Yan had already placed the tray down. He didn't sit, but instead pulled out a thick stack of napkins from the box on the table. Then, under Nie Qingcheng's slightly surprised gaze, he began to wipe the table. Once, twice, 3 times. His movements were not fast, yet extremely serious, missing no corner. His focused expression seemed not to be cleaning a greasy dining table, but rather polishing a priceless antique. Only after the table was spotless did he toss the used napkins into the trash and pull out a chair. Sit down. Nie Qingcheng looked at him, the irritation born from the environment instantly replaced by a warmth. She obediently sat down, watching Zhang Yan take a seat across from her, then picked up chopsticks and began to carefully search through the pile of braised pork. He picked up every piece of fatty pork, leaving only the lean or half-fat pieces in the center of the plate. After finishing all this, he raised his head and pushed the tray towards her. Here, I've picked out the fatty parts for you. His flat tone was as if they had been living together for many years. Nie Qingcheng's heart felt as if it were gently grasped by a warm hand, soft and utterly helpless. She picked up her chopsticks, just about to grab a piece, when a white figure caught her peripheral vision, struggling to walk towards them with a tray. It was Su Wanqing. Her face was pale, and her eyes were red and swollen, evidently just having cried. Several female companions beside her were anxiously trying to persuade her, but she seemed not to hear, stubbornly moving step by step towards the corner that was isolated by the entire cafeteria. The air in the cafeteria became tense once again. Everyone stopped eating, holding their breath, ready to witness the final chapter of this century's battlefield. The main wife has arrived, and the white moonlight does not retreat, but advances. Is she going to declare war in public? Su Wanqing finally reached the table. She looked at Zhang Yan, then at the woman beside him, whose powerful aura made her feel inferior. After stammering for a long time, she finally squeezed out a broken voice. Zhang Yan. I. Her words were not finished. Nie Qingcheng moved. She didn't even lift her head or glance at Su Wanqing. Instead, she leisurely picked up a piece of the best lean meat that Zhang Yan had just selected for her with her chopsticks. Then in the dead silence of the room, she held that piece of meat to Zhang Yan's lips. The action was natural and intimate. Zhang Yan glanced at her, and in her eyes he saw a hint of an irresistible command. He opened his mouth and ate the piece of meat, chewing and swallowing. Only after doing all this did Nie Qingcheng seem to finally notice that someone was still standing beside her. She finally managed to lift her beautiful phoenix eyes, her gaze skimming over Su Wangqing's pale face, as if it were merely a speck of dust by the roadside. Then she turned back to Zhang Yan, letting her gaze linger on his face, the corner of her mouth curling into a doting sweet smile. Her voice was not loud, yet it pierced Su Wangqing's heart like the sharpest knife. Focus on eating. Don't look at those messy people, or it will ruin your appetite. Boom. The last thread of reason, named rationality, in Su Wangqing's mind snapped completely. Those messy people, ruining appetite. These words looped infinitely in her ears like the most vicious curse. A vast sense of humiliation and despair engulfed her like cold seawater. She could no longer hold on. The tray in her hand crashed to the ground with a loud noise, splattering soup all over. Yet she seemed to feel nothing, merely covering her mouth and letting out a suppressed sob as she turned and ran out of the cafeteria like a deer shot by a hunter, stumbling and crying. The entire cafeteria fell silent. Everyone was stunned by the ruthless and merciless queen's crushing scene. So ruthless. To kill, and also to destroy the heart. With that annoying fly dealt with, Nie Qingcheng felt remarkably clear-headed. She looked at Zhang Yan with satisfaction, thinking that this little rascal was particularly pleasing to the eye today. She leaned close to his ear, her warm breath brushing against his earlobe, whispering in a voice only the two of them could hear. That voice carried a hint of mischievous triumph and an indescribable allure. You did well. When we get home tonight, let me draw your portrait, okay? The commotion in the cafeteria came to an end with Su Wangqing's frantic escape and the quiet departure of 5 Maybachs. Yet the tremendous waves it stirred were only just beginning to ferment wildly in the pond of Jiangzhou University. It is foreseeable that for a long time to come, terms like cafeteria, Queen's Century, battleground, and mysterious rich woman will firmly occupy the top 3 spots on the campus forum's hot search list. The instigator of it all was now leaning back contentedly on the soft Nappa leather seat of the Maybach, a victorious smile gracing his lips. Inside the car, the atmosphere was somewhat subtle. Zhang Yan stared ahead, seemingly studying the back of the driver's head. He could clearly feel the woman's gaze beside him, as if it had tiny hooks gently scraping across his cheek. Is it beautiful? Ultimately, it was Nie Qingcheng who could no longer contain herself, leaning in closer, her warm breath brushing against his ear. Zhang Yan did not turn around. What? Me? Nie Qingcheng puffed out her chest defiantly, the collar of her beige trench coat, revealing a tailored white silk shirt cinched by the seatbelt into a breathtaking curve. Just now wasn't I very cool? Her tone was reminiscent of a Persian cat that had just won a fight, wagging its tail in anticipation of praise from its owner. A fleeting image of Su Wangqing's paper-white face and her final stifled sobs as she fled awkwardly crossed Zhang Yan's mind. He tugged at the corner of his mouth, giving a fair assessment. Pretty fierce. Fierce. Nie Qingcheng seemed to have heard the greatest joke. She extended a slender finger and gently poked Zhang Yan's cheek. You little rascal, you should understand that was to help you clear the wildflowers. Those who dare to covet me only fleeing in tears is already me being particularly generous today. Her voice held an innate, unassailable dominance. Zhang Yan did not refute her. Just then the cold, mechanical voice in his mind arrived as expected. Ding. Congratulations to the host for perfectly completing the hidden task, the Queen's possessiveness. Task evaluation, S rank. Extinguishing the peach blossoms with a thunderous hand and demonstrating sovereignty with utmost pampering perfectly pacified the impending outburst of jealousy. Task rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the divine skill, divine brushwork master level. Skill description: the host will master all painting techniques from ancient to modern, including, but not limited to, traditional Chinese painting, oil painting, sketching, printmaking. Each stroke will contain the essence of the Tao, and each painting could become a classic of the ages. Accompanied passive talent: immortal in the painting, your artworks will possess an irresistible charm towards the opposite sex, capable of luring them into dreams or calming their spirits. Countless knowledge and insights about light and shadow, structure, color, and artistic conception flooded Zhang Yan's mind like a burst dam. The pinnacle skills of all human art history transformed into his most primal instincts at that moment. He instinctively looked out the window. The rapidly retreating street scenes were no longer mere buildings and traffic in his eyes. They were flowing, dynamic paintings composed of countless color blocks, lines, and light. In an instant, he could accurately calculate the perspective relationships of each building and the subtle color changes reflected by the sunset on the car window. Hey, what are you thinking about? Nie Qingcheng, seeing him lost in thought, pinched his arm in mild dissatisfaction. Zhang Yan came back to his senses, about to say nothing, when Nie Qingcheng suddenly remembered something, and her beautiful fox-like eyes lit up. All right. She clapped her hands, leaning in closer, nearly pressing against him. You haven't fulfilled the promise made in the cafeteria yet. What? Zhang Yan was taken aback. The painting. Nie Qingcheng pointed a delicate finger at her cheek, a mischievous smile, curving her lips. You draw me a portrait. She enunciated the words you and me very clearly. Consider it your gift for today, to thank me. As Zhang Yan gazed at her stunningly beautiful face, so close an absurd feeling welled up in his heart. Me painting you. Was that what she meant all along? And does this system have surveillance? Or can it foresee the future? Just after receiving the skill, the test immediately came knocking. What? Not willing. Nie Qingcheng narrowed her eyes dangerously, seeing him silent. Or do you simply not know how? Zhang Yan met her gaze and calmly replied, I can. Then that's fine. Nie Qingcheng was satisfied, leaning back against the seat, lazily stretching her body, her graceful curves fully revealed beneath the snug fabric. It was as if she suddenly thought of a fun game, her eyes sparkling as she beckoned Zhang Yan with her finger. So what do you want to? Her voice carried a hint of evident mischievous temptation. In a trench coat, or in a shirt. As she spoke, she leisurely undid the belt of her trench coat, revealing a finely crafted silk shirt underneath. The shirt's buttons were only fastened to her chest, and with her breath that patch of snowy skin became faintly visible. Or, her fingertip hovered over the first button, poised to undo it. Do you want to draw something different? In that moment, the air in the car seemed to ignite. Zhang Yan's breath caught for a moment, his throat tightening. His gaze uncontrollably fell upon her astonishing curves. That face capable of causing nations to fall, that slevel figure enough to drive any man mad, and those eyes that always seemed to have hooks, now written with "pick me at your leisure." An absurd yet crystal clear thought emerged unbidden from the depths of his mind. Paint me like those French girls you've painted before. The classic movie line automatically played in his mind, accompanied by Nie Qingcheng's soft and alluring voice. Immediately after, an uncontrollable image unfolded in his mind. On a soft velvet daybed, this queen, usually so high and mighty, shed all her disguises and defenses, wearing only her favorite silk robe, lazily reclining to the side. No, not even the robe. She laid herself bare, presenting her most perfect and private side to him, without reservation. Sunlight streamed through the large floor-to-ceiling window, casting a layer of pure and exquisite glow on her skin, which was as smooth as milk. And he, seated beside her, held a paintbrush, the sole and absolute master of this breathtaking canvas. Thump, thump, thump. Zhang Yan could clearly hear the sound of his heart racing out of control. He felt his throat dry and his body temperature rising uncontrollably, just before that dangerous thought could slip from his lips. In his mind, that cold mechanical voice appeared with unprecedented bold red text frantically flashing on the screen. Warning! Warning! Ahead is a forbidden zone for self-destruction. The host is tangoing dangerously on the edge of a cliff. System core reminder, though showing off his good life is more important. Please host immediately hit the brakes at the cliff's edge, turn back to safety. As a bonus reminder, impulsiveness is the devil, regret comes with the dawn. That movie line laden with strong implications, and the system's frantic notifications akin to a red alert doused the rising warmth within Zhang Yan like 2 buckets of ice water. The air inside the carriage seemed to thicken due to his suddenly halted breath. Nie Qingcheng maintained a highly seductive pose, her fingertip resting on the first button of her shirt, her captivating fox-like eyes keenly observing every subtle change on his face. She saw his throat move, noticed the suspicious flush creeping up his ears, and caught a fleeting flame of desire reflected in his clear eyes. She was quite satisfied. This little rascal finally no longer resembled a wooden doll, indifferent to everything. Zhang Yan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the vivid images swirling in his mind, while ignoring the system's incessant buzzing warnings. He met Nie Qingcheng's gaze, his voice sounding a bit hoarse due to intentional restraint. Don't mess around. Go back to painting. The simple words, lacking any hint of romance, felt like a promise. The smile on Nie Qingcheng's face deepened. She knew she had hooked him. She sat up, lazily readying the belt of her trench coat, restoring her dignified and elegant demeanor, as if the enchanting figure, who almost disrobed in the car, was merely Zhang Yan's illusion. All right, she replied simply, yet her tone lingered like a feather lightly scratching at the tip of Zhang Yan's heart. Yunding Manor, 3rd floor. A whole wall of floor-to-ceiling windows shattered the magnificent glow of the evening sunset, pouring in unabashedly. This was Nie Qingcheng's private studio. Rather than a studio, it was more like a small art collection gallery. A faint scent of turpentine and high-grade oil paint wafted in the air, while a temperature and humidity-controlled cabinet against the wall displayed various types of brushes and top-quality pigments from around the world. Zhang Yan stood in the center of the studio, gazing at the enormous easel that was nearly 2 people tall, feeling somewhat unreal. He was really going to paint for that woman. The skill of divine brushwork stirred within his mind. Countless inspirations regarding light composition and brushstrokes bubbled up like boiling water. He walked to the easel and skillfully unfurled a fine linen canvas, beginning to mix the paints. His movements were slow, yet exuded the calmness and professionalism of an expert. At that moment, the door to the studio was gently pushed open. Nie Qingcheng walked in holding several pieces of clothing. The first was an ice blue silk cheongsam with handcrafted embroidered lotus flowers sprawling from the hem to the chest, the high slit design nearly reaching the thigh, each inch appearing custom-made for her, tightly hugging her breathtaking curves. The second was a black haute couture evening gown with a backless design embellished with tiny diamonds that sparkled like a flowing river of stars under the light, glamorous noble radiating a queenly aura. And the last piece was a simple men's white shirt. The shirt looked somewhat familiar. It was the one Zhang Yan had worn yesterday, with a barely noticeable crease at the collar. Holding the clothes, Nie Qingcheng walked to Zhang Yan, like a little wife waiting for her husband's opinion, a sly smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Which one do you think is good? Zhang Yan's gaze shifted from the blood-red cheongsam to the opulent evening gown, finally settling on the white shirt that belonged to him. His throat began to feel dry again. The cheongsam was too enchanting, the gown too distant. Only this white shirt carried an inexplicable sense of belonging and laziness, resonating with the intimate space. It represented not temptation or conquest, but a sense of possession. The shirt. Zhang Yan heard his own voice, calm, as if discussing the weather. The smile in Nie Qingcheng's eyes instantly exploded like starlight. She knew he would choose this. All right, she hugged the clothes, turned, and walked into the studio's dressing room, glancing back to give him a meaningful look before closing the door. Zhang Yan stood still, taking a deep breath, trying to calm his somewhat chaotic heartbeat. He refocused his attention on the palette, mixing several pigments with the palette knife to create an extremely delicate skin tone in a flesh pink. Time passed second by second. Click. The dressing room door opened. Zhang Yan instinctively looked up. In that instant, he felt his breath seized by an invisible hand. Nie Qingcheng stepped out wearing nothing but that oversized white shirt that belonged to him. The smooth silk fabric hung loosely on her, barely covering mid-thigh, the hem of the shirt swaying with her movements, outlining an incredibly alluring curve. Her long straight legs, resembling jade carved from sheep fat, were completely exposed to the air. She was barefoot, her smooth feet resting on the soft Persian carpet, her 10 round and adorable toes slightly curled, glowing with a healthy pink. Bottomless. This term had never been so vividly striking as it was now. She walked to the velvet chaise longue by the window, lying down in a position as lazily as a cat. One hand propped up her head, the other casually resting at her waist, her long black hair cascading like a waterfall onto the winered velvet, creating a strong visual impact. She slightly lifted her chin, her fox-like eyes, always carrying a hint of seduction, appeared somewhat dreamy under the evening glow. Can we start now? My exclusive painter. Zhang Yan's hand holding the paintbrush trembled uncontrollably. He felt he wasn't facing a model, but confronting a peerless enchantress just awakened, ready to devour one's soul. He forced himself to withdraw his gaze, refocusing on the blank canvas before him, picking up the charcoal pencil to begin outlining. The first stroke fell very steady. The skill of divine brushwork endowed him with control beyond human limits. His heart raced, yet his hand was as steady as a rock. The lines extended across the canvas, accurately capturing light and shadow, leaving only the sound of the charcoal pencil scraping against the canvas. The atmosphere was quiet yet incredibly heated. Fine beads of sweat began to emerge on Zhang Yan's forehead. He dared not look up, relying solely on the memory of that stunning glimpse and his extraordinary painting instincts to construct that perfect body on the canvas. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, yet also felt fleeting. When he finally outlined the basic contours and light relationships with the charcoal pencil, he realized his back was already drenched in sweat. He raised his head, preparing to pick up the oil brush to begin coloring. His gaze inevitably crossed once again with that woman on the chaise longue. She seemed to have grown a bit impatient. She changed her posture, curling one leg up while the other stretched out casually, the hem of the white shirt tugged up by the movement, nearing a dangerously revealing edge. She watched him sitting upright and sweating nervously, a mischievous smile playing at the corner of her lips. Her red lips parted slightly, her voice languorous yet dangerous, like a whisper in a lover's ear. If you don't paint well, there will be a punishment. Swish. The brush, freshly dipped in paint, left an abrupt, deep red stroke on the canvas, one that didn't belong to any contour. Like a glaring wound. The deep red brushstroke left on the canvas resembled a glaring scar, instantly shattering the thick silence. Zhang Yan's heart raced like a drum, and he could clearly hear the sound of his blood surging through his veins. The system's frantic warnings still echoed in his mind, but he could not afford to pay attention to them. If you can't paint well, there will be consequences. Nie Qingcheng's lazy yet dangerous words carried an undeniable provocation, like an incantation wrapping around his ears. Zhang Yan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the heat rising in his heart, and devoted all his focus to the canvas before him. He knew this was not the time for wild thoughts. His fingers moved slightly, gently spreading the paint on the palette. Then, with a nearly reverent attitude, he dipped his brush into the paint once more. The skill of the god-level painting art was unleashed by him without reservation at that moment. The world before him was no longer simply Nie Qingcheng, but an artwork woven from countless lines, colors, light, shadows, and structures. Every breath she took, every subtle muscle twitch, even the faint emotional fluctuations deep in her eyes were magnified infinitely, and his view crystal clear. He saw the cunning and teasing in her fox-like eyes as well as the deep-seated pride and vulnerability hidden within her bones. He noticed the almost imperceptible smile at the corner of her lips, as well as the tension in her jawline that revealed her insecurity. The brush tip rustled softly as it danced lightly across the canvas. Zhang Yan was completely immersed in the world of creation, entering a state of flow where he lost all sense of self. He was painting not just Nie Qingcheng's appearance, but the complex, ever-changing, contradictory, yet charming soul within her. The charcoal pencil's lines outlined her graceful jawline, meticulously capturing the elongated curve. The colors from the oil paintbrush layered upon one another, accurately reproducing the delicate sheen of her skin and the soft texture of the silk shirt. He could even depict the alluring temptation of her long straight legs, subtly revealed beneath the shirt, with vivid brushstrokes. The studio was very quiet, with only the faint sound of the brush grazing the canvas and the subtle rustle of fabric as Nie Qingcheng occasionally adjusted her posture. Nie Qingcheng initially just wanted to tease this little rascal to see him make a fool of himself, but when she saw Zhang Yan's intensely focused expression, she gradually restrained her playful intentions. She looked at him. His gaze was clear, devoid of any distractions, as if in this world there was nothing but her and the canvas. His fingers were long and strong, gripping the brush with each movement imbued with the meticulousness and fluidity of an artist. Beads of sweat trickled down his temples, yet they did not affect his concentration in the slightest. A strange feeling surged within Nie Qingcheng's heart. She had seen countless men go crazy for her beauty, bowing to her power. But no one had ever looked at her with such pure eyes nor depicted her with such a nearly reverent attitude. As she gazed at the emerging image of herself on the canvas, it felt wonderfully surreal. The painted version of her was more like her than the reflection in the mirror. It was not a flat portrait, but a woman with flesh and blood, a soul and a story. Unknowingly, 2 hours had passed. The sky outside had completely darkened, and the studio was illuminated by soft lights. Zhang Yan set down his brush, rubbed his sore shoulders, and let out a long sigh. A masterpiece oil painting had been born from his hands. In the painting, Nie Qingcheng lay sideways on the daybed, wearing a loose-fitting white shirt that hung loosely on her, failing to conceal her exquisite curves. One of her legs was slightly bent, while the other was casually extended, the hem of her shirt being pulled, revealing large patches of snowy white skin. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, her gaze dreamy with a hint of an elusive smile at the corner of her lips. What was most vivid were her eyes. Those fox-like eyes, naturally alluring, carried a captivating charm, yet also revealed a hidden pride and fragility. And the tear mole at the corner of her eye, it was the finishing touch, making her in the painting seem as if she could step off the canvas at any moment, alive and standing before you. Zhang Yan gazed at his work. A wave of indescribable satisfaction surged within him. Is it done? Nie Qingcheng's voice sounded from behind him. Zhang Yan turned around, and Nie Qingcheng had already stepped down from the daybed. Barefoot, she walked on the soft carpet, one step at a time towards the canvas. Her expression was calm, revealing no signs of joy or anger. Zhang Yan said nothing, silently making way for her. Nie Qingcheng approached the canvas, her gaze resting on the painting. She was stunned. The woman in the painting was her, yet not quite her. Those eyes, like hooks, were full of seduction, yet contained a softness of being cherished, a kind of innocence she had never discovered in herself, belonging solely to a little woman. That pride and fragility were depicted vividly, like a thin veil that he easily lifted, exposing everything under the glaring light. She looked at the painting, then at Zhang Yan. The self in the painting was more like her than the self in the mirror. She felt as if she were stripped bare, all her disguises, all her strengths, all her secrets laid bare in this paint. An unprecedented, intense sense of unease flooded over her like a tide. Nie Qingcheng suddenly turned around, her gaze turning dangerously sharp, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, bristling with fur and displaying its claws. She stepped closer to Zhang Yan, her beautiful fox-like eyes now resembling two poisoned daggers. You see right through me. Her voice was low, carrying an uncontainable tremor and a fear she had not even realized herself. She raised her hand, her fingertip lightly, yet firmly pressing against Zhang Yan's chest. This makes me feel very unsafe. The air in the studio seemed to be sucked dry, becoming thin and boiling hot. Nie Qingcheng's fingertips, like a small piece of ice, lightly pressed against Zhang Yan's heart through the thin fabric of his t-shirt. Those fox-like eyes, which could always stir up blood and chaos, now resembled a frightened young beast filled with wariness and a hint of panic that even she herself had not noticed. You see right through me. Her voice was low, carrying an uncontrollable tremor. This makes me feel very insecure. Zhang Yan said nothing. He simply lowered his eyelids, staring at her hand, which was pressing against his chest, the knuckles slightly pale from the pressure. Then he extended his intact right hand, moving slowly, but with an irresistible gentleness, and gently covered the back of her hand. His palm was dry and warm, like a fine net, tenderly wrapping up all her anxieties and sharp edges. Nie Qingcheng's body stiffened for a moment. She raised her head and collided with the clarity of Zhang Yan's eyes. There was no probing, no scrutinizing, not a trace of playfulness. Only a pure, almost devout admiration and a focus that made her heart race uncontrollably, as if she were not a secret that had been seen through, but a unique treasure created by him. "This is for you." Zhang Yan finally spoke, his voice calm, yet like a stone thrown into Nie Qingcheng's turbulent heart, like instantly smoothing all the ripples. For her, those 3 words felt like a magical incantation. The aggressive hostility that had just erupted within Nie Qingcheng dissipated at a visible speed. In its place was a more domineering, more justified sense of possession. This painting was his. The person in the painting was her. Therefore this painting completely and utterly belonged only to her. Nie Qingcheng turned her hand to grasp his palm, the hint of panic and unease on her face instantly replaced by a sly and triumphant smile. She released the finger that had been pressing against his chest, turned towards the entrance, and with an unyielding, queenly tone issued an order into the intercom of the security system. "Uncle Fu, come up for a moment." Within a minute, an elderly but sprightly butler dressed in a proper tailcoat with graying hair appeared at the studio door. "Miss." The old butler bowed, his demeanor as graceful as that of a medieval noble. "Go and bring me the finest Versailles gilded frame from my collection." She pointed at the still-drying oil painting on the easel, her chin slightly raised, her tone betraying an uncontainable sense of pride. "It should be framed with the highest grade of bulletproof tempered glass." Uncle Fu followed her gaze, and when he saw the person on the canvas, a hint of astonishment flashed in his usually placid eyes. Having been by Nie Qingcheng's side for decades, he had never seen her display such an expression as that in the painting. It was a softness that came from being utterly conquered and willingly submerged. After it's framed, Nie Qingcheng paused, a sweet and charming smile curving her lips as she uttered a sentence that left Zhang Yan stunned. "Hang it in my bedroom, right on the wall facing the bed. I want to see it first thing when I open my eyes and the last thing before I close them." Uncle Fu's expression remained unchanged as he bowed again. "Yes, miss." Just as Uncle Fu was about to leave, a hearty laughter came from outside the studio. "Qingcheng girl, I hope I'm not interrupting your work by coming uninvited." An elderly man dressed in a traditional Chinese jacket, looking sprightly, walked in slowly with the guidance of a bodyguard leaning on a Zetonwood cane. Upon seeing the visitor, the domineering aura on Nie Qingcheng's face softened a little, replaced by a hint of respect for her elder. "Uncle Chun, what brings you here? You didn't give any advance notice." This elder, referred to as Uncle Chun, was a renowned collector of antiques and paintings in Jinghai City, and a family friend of the Nie family, having watched Nie Qingcheng grow up. "Haha, I heard you brought back an authentic work of Tang Yin from Sotheby's, and my heart has been itching like a cat's claw, so I came to have a look." Uncle Chun waved his hand with a smile, casually scanning the studio. When his gaze inadvertently swept over the bright oil painting on the easel, his smile suddenly froze. His eyes, which had seen countless masterpieces, seemed magnetically drawn to the painting, unable to look away. What is this?" Uncle Chen's breathing suddenly became hurried. He released his cane, disregarding any greetings to Nie Qingcheng, and rushed to the easel in 2 quick steps. He stood before the painting, his body trembling slightly with excitement. He did not even look at the person depicted in the painting. All his attention was captivated by the divine craftsmanship and the overwhelming emotions that seemed to burst forth from the canvas. Divine, truly divine. Uncle Chun extended his wrinkled hand, wanting to touch it, but abruptly stopped an inch away from the canvas, afraid that his mortal breath would tarnish this masterpiece. The light and shadow, the brushwork. This is no longer mere technique. This is the Tao, the soul of the painting. He circled the easel like an obsessed child, continuously exclaiming in admiration. Finally, he suddenly turned around, and his muddled old eyes burst forth with unprecedented fiery light, fixating intensely on Nie Qingcheng. "Girl, name your price." His voice was slightly hoarse with excitement, but carried an undeniable, "I want this painting. He'll offer 100 million. 100 million. Those 3 words detonated like a thunderclap in the quiet studio. Uncle Fu, standing nearby, couldn't help but gasp in shock. 100 million for a contemporary artist's work. This price was unheard of in the history of art auctions. However, facing an offer that could drive anyone to madness, Nie Qingcheng merely took her time, extending her hand to link arms with the silent Zhang Yan beside her. Leaning against him, she wore an expression of lazy triumph, her lips parting to speak to Uncle Chun, her words more cutting than any direct refusal. "Uncle Chun, I'm truly sorry. This is not for sale." She paused, her enchanting fox-like eyes curving into beautiful crescent moons, the light in them dazzling. "The artist is my man." She deliberately elongated her tone, speaking with a tone that was both innocent and cruel, smiling as she said, "You should ask your husband to create one." The air in the studio solidified completely due to Nie Qingcheng's light, yet profoundly impactful words. Chun Jinglin's old face, flushed with excitement, instantly froze, his expression appearing like it was paused, swiftly cooling from extreme fervor to a blank confusion. Having lived for over 70 years immersed in the world of antique calligraphy, and paintings what scenes had he not witnessed. Yet this moment before him completely surpassed his realm of understanding. Looking for your man to paint. The words spoken. Shun Jinglin's gaze moved back and forth between Nie Qingcheng's face, which carried a hint of pride and a majority of smugness, and the calm young man beside her. Finally his mind began to slowly recover from the shock of that 100 million. The painter. Is this piece capable of making even a seasoned connoisseur like him go weak at the knees, and even call out for a sky-high price of 100 million actually originated from this seemingly 18 or 19-year-old boy's hand? Ridiculous. Preposterous. Yet looking at Nie Qingcheng's protective demeanor akin to a mother leopard, and then at the divine charm flowing from the painting that only those closest could possibly capture Chen Jinglin's mind, known as having a fire eye and golden vision, had no choice but to accept this unfathomable fact. He swallowed hard, opened his mouth dryly, and ultimately the resolute determination on his face transformed into a long, complex sigh. The younger generation is formidable indeed. Chen Jinglin's gaze returned to Zhang Yan, and in his eyes there was no longer any casualness towards the younger generation, replaced instead by a solemn respect akin to that for a peer or even a senior master. Young friend, may I know your esteemed name? Zhang Yan. What a fine name, Zhang Yan. Chen Jingluan nodded, a bitter smile appearing on his face. Today I, an old man, have truly opened my eyes. You girl, your vision is far sharper than your grandfather's. He shook his head at Nie Qingcheng, his expression one of complete surrender. It's absurd, the token of love between young lovers. Let alone 100 million, even 10 billion, this girl wouldn't sell it. Continuing to indulge in this would be disrespectful. Chen Jingluan reluctantly took one last look at the painting before turning to leave, supported by Fu Bo, his heart filled with shock and regret. The studio finally returned to silence. The smile on Nie Qingcheng's face could no longer be hidden like a cat that had stolen a fish. She tiptoed over to Zhang Yan, her warm breath tickling his ear. Did you hear? Old Chen praised my vision. Zhang Yan looked at her smug little face, feeling somewhat helpless, yet he allowed her to loop her arm, through his enjoying this unique moment of her boasting. Night deepened. The oil painting that Chen Jingluan had appraised at 100 million still did not find its way into Nie Qingcheng's bedroom. Due to the wet paint, Fu Bo carefully moved it to the climate-controlled storage room, waiting for the arrival of a top-tier. Zhang Yan finished his shower and stepped out of the bathroom in a bathrobe, immediately spotting a scene that made his heart skip a beat. Nie Qingcheng was sprawled on the king-size bed in the bedroom, holding a tablet, her slender ankles gently swaying in the air. What she wore was the very white shirt from the painting, with her two long legs so fair they dazzled, crossing, without a hint of concealment, the shadow of the shirt's hem, hinting at infinite imagination. Come here. She patted the spot beside her without lifting her head. Zhang Yan walked over and sat down beside her, his gaze falling on her tablet. On the screen was a calendar application. One date was circled in red with a heart and a small line of text. Birthday of darling Qingcheng, must have a surprise. The date was September 28th. Today is September 20th. Only 1 week remains. Zhang Yan's heart stirred slightly. He turned to look at the woman beside him, who was intently browsing something on a shopping site, her long eyelashes casting a beautiful shadow on her eyelids. A gift. He wanted to give her a gift. Once this thought emerged, it spread like wild grass, unstoppable. But what to give? She lacked for nothing. Even a pen she carelessly discarded might be worth a year's salary for an ordinary person. More importantly, what money could he use to buy it? With her black card, Zhang Yan's brow unconsciously furrowed. He could comfortably accept the meals she cooked, live in her house, drive her car, and even use her money to resolve some troubles. Because in his heart, this was a kind of closeness. But birthday gifts, no. That must be earned completely and thoroughly with his own money. It represented his feelings and a man's dignity. But now all his savings added together amounted to only a few thousand. He couldn't even afford the cuff of her white shirt. A strong, unprecedented urge to make money ignited within him. Just then a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind, as if sensing his intense desire. Ding. Your daily fortune bag has refreshed. Detected strong wishes from the host. Beginner protection period benefits triggered again. The quality of the fortune bag has been upgraded. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Eye of Investment Beginner. Skill description: you will gain the ability to see the value trends of any investment projects, including, but not limited to, stocks, futures, antiques, land, within the next 7 days. Return rates, risk rates, key turning points will all be presented to you in data form. A rush of cool information flowed into his brain. Countless financial terms regarding Klein's price-to-earnings ratios and the Dow Jones Index transformed from dull symbols into tools he could easily understand and master. Zhang Yan's breath momentarily halted. He instinctively turned his head, his gaze falling once again on the tablet in Nie Qingcheng's hands. She had just opened a financial news push. On the screen, dense stock codes and red and green numbers suddenly underwent a drastic transformation in his eyes. Those tedious numbers vanished. Instead, they were replaced by Klein graphs that pulsated and emitted different colored lights. Jinghai Technology 688001 predicted return rate for the next 7 days, 3, 4. Risk level low. Jinghai Bank, 601128 predicted return rate for the next 7 days, 1. 2. Risk level extremely low. Most stock Klein graphs emitted varying shades of red light indicating losses. A few emitted faint green light indicating meager profits. The entire world seemed to transform into a giant, clearly marked casino. And he was the only one who could see the hidden cards. What are you looking at? So entranced. Nie Qingcheng finally lifted her head from the shopping site, looking at him curiously. Nothing. Zhang Yan averted his gaze, but his heart raced uncontrollably. He picked up his phone using the excuse of going to the balcony for water and quietly opened the bedroom's floor-to-ceiling window. Standing in the cold night breeze, he opened a stock trading app. On the homepage, hundreds of stocks transformed into a sea of twinkling red and green lights in his eyes. He needed money. He needed a startup capital. His fingers swiftly glided over the screen, his gaze sharp as he quickly filtered out those insignificant meager returns. Suddenly his fingers stopped. In a nondescript corner of the pharmaceutical sector, a stock he had never heard of radiated a startling, eye-catching emerald green light. That light seemed ready to burst forth from the screen. Wanobio 300836, current stock price 18. 3 yuan. Predicted return rate for the next 7 days, 428. Key turning point: in 3 days the company will announce phase 3 clinical data for a new targeted anti-cancer drug far exceeding expectations, and the stock price will meet 4 consecutive limit ups. Found it. It's this. A fervent light burst forth in Zhang Yan's eyes. He could almost see that soaring Klein and countless bills flowing towards him. He took a deep breath, suppressing the joy surging within him, and opened his account. In the next second, the expression on his face froze. In the account balance column, a string of lonely numbers seemed to mock him mercilessly. Available funds 103582. 5 yuan. The night breeze on the balcony carried the unique chill of September brushing against Zhang Yan's face, yet it could not cool his mind, which was burning with joy. 100,358.5. The lonely digits on the phone screen felt like a bucket of ice water poured over him, instantly extinguishing the raging fire in his heart. So what if he found it? Faced with the terrifying return rate of 428, this mere 100,000 in principle felt utterly insignificant. Even if he invested everything, even if it truly performed as the system predicted, hitting for consecutive limit ups, this amount of money multiplied fivefold would only yield around 500,000. 500,000. For an ordinary university student, this was a sum that could change one's fate. But for Nie Qingcheng, Zhang Yan's mind flashed with images of the priceless artworks in her collection, the rows of limited edition luxury cars in her garage, and even the Mont Blanc pen she carelessly discarded. 500,000 might not even be enough for her to buy a desired handbag. A gift bought with this money as a birthday surprise for her. Zhang Yan's brows knitted together. No way. Absolutely not. He could comfortably accept the life of luxury, but his inherent pride would not allow him to treat the first birthday he wanted to prepare sincerely in such a perfunctory manner. If he was to give a gift, it must be the best. If he was to give, it must be with money he earned himself with dignity. But where would the money come from? Should he ask Nie Qingcheng for it? The moment this thought arose, he extinguished it immediately. That would be more painful than death. A strong sense of helplessness mixed with unwillingness surged in his chest. Clearly holding a tool that could predict the future, yet being trapped in place due to insufficient capital, felt utterly suffocating. Just as Zhang Yan's desire for money reached its peak, a cold mechanical voice unexpectedly echoed, "Ding. It has detected that the host is facing a severe financial crisis, and the Perfect Life Assistance System, version 1.5 has urgently launched the Financial Assistance module. Do you need to apply to the system for a dream startup fund? This system is an official platform with transparent interest rates fair to all, aimed at helping the host better experience a perfect life." Zhang Yan was stunned. He looked at the lines of faintly glowing blue text in his mind, his expression becoming somewhat strange. A loan. The system also offers lending services. This range of services is indeed quite broad. A sense of absurdity washed over him, alleviating the previous frustration. He couldn't help but internally ridicule that this system was truly underutilizing its talents by not venturing into finance. Does the host need a loan? Please confirm within 10 seconds, as this service is a limited benefit during the beginner protection period. A late confirmation will revert to the market standard interest rate. Zhang Yan no longer hesitated. Why refuse money that is offered? Moreover, he now possessed the eye of investment. This loan was not a debt for him, but a lever that could move the earth. Need it, he silently thought. Please confirm the loan amount with a maximum application limit of 1,000 yuan. 10 million. Zhang Yan's heart skipped a beat. Without any hesitation, he directly chose the maximum limit. Loan amount 1,000 yuan confirmed. Loan term 365 days. Loan interest rate annualized 3.65. Beginner benefit price calculated daily, repayable at will. Funds will be injected into the host's bound bank account in 3 seconds. Please check carefully. This is not a loan, it's practically a gift. 3 seconds later, His phone screen suddenly lit up. A bank SMS popped up. Dear Mr. Zhang Yan, your savings card account ending in 6688 received a transfer of 100 yuan on September 20th at 2130. Your current account balance is 10103582. 50 yuan. Looking at the long string of numbers, Zhang Yan let out a long sigh of relief. All the annoyance and helplessness evaporated in that moment. He reopened the stock trading app, looking at the glaring green light of Wano Biotechnology, unable to suppress the smile on his lips. The game has only just begun. Hey, what are you grinning at all alone out there? From the bedroom came Nie Qingcheng's lazy and curious voice. She called out several times without a response, finally unable to resist getting out of bed barefoot on the soft carpet, walking to the balcony door. She leaned against the door frame, arms crossed, the oversized white shirt she wore accentuating her stunning curves even more with this motion. Zhang Yan snapped back to reality, putting away his phone and turning around. A hint of unrestrained joy still lingered on his face, appearing especially gentle in the cool moonlight. Nothing. Nie Qingcheng raised an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced. She strode over to him, her long legs bringing a sweet fragrance that enveloped him. She poked his chest with her finger, her beautiful fox-like eyes squinting slightly, carrying a hint of scrutiny. Come clean or face harsh consequences. Did you attract some little girl outside again? No. Zhang Yan found it somewhat humorous. He caught her mischievous hand and shook his head. That's not it. Then what is it? Zhang Yan looked at her face, which was filled with tell me. Now his heart moved, and he decided to keep her in suspense. I'm preparing a surprise for you. A surprise? Nie Qingcheng froze for a moment, then her fox-like eyes, which always seemed to have a hook, instantly lit up like a galaxy of stars. She didn't care what Zhang Yan would give her. Even if he gifted her a stone picked up from the roadside, as long as it was from him, she would treat it as a priceless treasure. What mattered to her was his heartfelt intention. This little rascal, this oblivious blockhead, finally got it. Thinking of this, Nie Qingcheng's mood instantly soared to the highest point. The smile at the corner of her mouth could no longer be hidden as she leaned almost entirely into Zhang Yan's embrace, tilting her face up, asking with an expectant yet slightly proud tone. What kind of surprise? Can you give me a hint? If I told you, it wouldn't be a surprise anymore. Zhang Yan squeezed her palm. Greedy. Nie Qingcheng pouted, but the smile in her eyes grew even stronger. She tiptoed, her soft lips gently brushing against his earlobe, her voice soft and alluring, as if announcing an irresistible promise. All right, I'll wait. She stepped back half a step, her misty eyes sizing him up, and finally her lips curved into a dangerously charming arc. But I must remind you, if the surprise isn't big enough and doesn't satisfy me. She extended her tongue, lightly licking her moist red lips, articulating her final warning. I will reclaim it all with interest. The night breeze on the balcony failed to disperse the intoxicating fragrance emanating from Nie Qingcheng, leaving Zhang Yan nearly fleeing in panic. The next morning he declined Nie Qingcheng's offer to drive him to school, citing an important core class in the morning, and hurriedly left the Yunding Manor. He did not head straight to school, but took a taxi back to his rented apartment, which he had not returned to for quite some time. After ensuring no one was around, he placed a bank card containing 10 million and a new SIM card into an old backup phone designated for this operation. Once this was done, he changed into a clean outfit resembling an ordinary college student and walked into the campus of Jiangzhou University. Boys' dormitory room 302. 2:50 p.m. Only 10 minutes left until the share market closes. Zhang Yan was alone in the dormitory, as Wang Hao and the other two roommates were still in class. Zhang Yan sat at his desk, intently focused on the screen of the old phone. On the screen was the interface of the stock. In his eyes, the entire world transformed into a torrent of data. Hundreds of stocks displayed different colors. Red signified losses, while green indicated profits. His gaze was locked onto an inconspicuous corner of the pharmaceutical sector. Huanhua Biotechnology 300,836. The Klein chart of this stock resembled a dying green caterpillar, having plummeted since the market opened without any resistance, currently lying on the limit down board, barely alive. The comment section was filled with despair. Dog stock. Give me back my hard-earned money. It's over. I've been completely trapped at the peak in preparing to uninstall the software. Whoever buys this trash stock is a fool. It's likely to continue its limit down tomorrow. Yet within Zhang Yan's investment, this despised garbage stock radiated a rich, almost tangible, dazzling emerald green light. That light was purer and more brilliant than any jade he had ever seen. Huanhua Biotechnology 300,836. Current stock price 18.30 yuan 10.02. Predicted return rate for the next 7 days, 428. Critical turning point: in 3 days, the company will announce the Phase 3 clinical data of a new targeted anti-cancer drug, far exceeding expectations, and the stock price will see for consecutive limit up days. Zhang Yan's breathing was steady and strong. Without the slightest hesitation, his fingers swiftly tapped the screen. Fund account. Input transfer amount 10103582. 50 yuan. Confirm. Buy. Stock code 300,836. Buy price 18. 30 limit down price. By quantity. He directly pressed the Allen button. The system automatically calculated the maximum number of shares he could purchase 552100 shares. A final confirmation window popped up on the screen. You are about to buy 552100 shares of Huanhua Biotechnology at the price of 18.30 yuan, totaling 10103430. 00 yuan. Do you confirm? Zhang Yan's finger hovered just above the confirm button, only a millimeter away. Just then, click. The dormitory door was suddenly flung open. Brother Yan, help. Wang Hao's stout figure burst, and like a cannonball, his face etched with the terror of the apocalypse. He lunged toward Zhang Yan's desk, pointing at his phone screen with a mournful expression, crying out, "It's over. I just heard from a friend in the finance department that the market is about to crash. My fund investment from last week is making me panic." As he lamented, he instinctively glanced at Zhang Yan's phone screen. In the next moment, Wang Hao's wailing was abruptly cut off, as if an invisible hand had gripped his throat. His pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks. The expression of terror on his chubby face froze, instantly replaced by a more extreme and incredulous shock. What did he see? Huanhua Biotechnology. That super garbage stock that had been plummeting since the first day of school, trapping countless investors. And the buying price. The limit down price. What made his scalp tingle and his blood feel as if it were freezing was the buying quantity and total amount. 552100 shares. 10 million. Brother Yan. Wang Hao's voice trembled like a leaf in the cold wind, rubbing his eyes vigorously, believing he was hallucinating. But the glaring numbers remained imprinted clearly on his retina. What? What are you doing? Zhang Yan's expression showed no change. He didn't even glance at Wang Hao, calmly uttering two words. Buying stocks. Wang Hao's voice suddenly soared by 8 degrees like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. You call this buying stocks? This is a leap to ruin. He pointed at the screen displaying the dark green Klein chart, sweating profusely in urgency. Brother Yan, are you crazy? This stock is about to be delisted. If you go Allen now using 10 million. Tomorrow's opening will directly cut your investment in half. Wang Hao was nearly in tears. He didn't know where Zhang Yan had gotten so much money, but this was 10 million, not 1,000. Could he just watch him jump into the fire pit? He couldn't do it. Brother Yan, listen to my advice. Hurry, cancel it. It's not too late. Don't act impulsively. Wang Hao reached out, trying to snatch Zhang Yan's phone. However, his hand hadn't even touched the phone yet. Zhang Yan's finger had already gently pressed the red confirm button. A successful transaction prompt popped up. Order has been successfully executed. Wang Hao's hand froze in midair. He watched in disbelief as Zhang Yan's account balance instantly dropped to 0. In its place was a holding of 552100 shares of Huanhua Biotechnology and a glaring, striking floating profit and loss figure. 0.00 yuan. Wang Hao's mind buzzed, blanking out. It felt like all his strength had evaporated. His legs turned to jelly, and he sat down on the ground. It's over. Everything is over. His best friend was about to go from being a millionaire to $1 million debtor. Zhang Yan closed the trading software, tucked the phone into his pocket, and throughout the entire ordeal his face showed not a trace of emotional fluctuation, as if what he had just thrown away was not 10 million, but merely 1,000 yuan worth of game currency. He stood up and patted Wang Hao, who was slumped on the floor, on the shoulder. Let's go, time for dinner. Wang Hao, dazed, looked up at Zhang Yan's excessively calm face, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. Time passed second by second. 2:59 p.m. Only 1 minute remained until the market closed. The stock price of Huanhua Biotechnology remained firmly nailed to the limit down board, unmoving. Wang Hao's heart sank into an abyss. He seemed to envision the opening tomorrow with an even larger green downward line and the desperate face of his brother after bankruptcy. However, just in the last 30 seconds before closing, an anomaly arose. The previously stagnant trading volume bar of Huanhua Biotechnology unexpectedly erupted with a towering red giant bar. One transaction. A single mysterious buy order worth hundreds of millions, like a prehistoric beast, violently crashed into this silent market. The limit down board was instantly pried open. The stock price surged upward at a visible speed from 10.02, 9, 7, 5. Wang Hao's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets as he glued his gaze to the wildly soaring Klein on the screen, his heart racing as if it were about to leap out of his throat. Yet just at this critical moment, at 3 p.m. sharp, ding, the closing bell rang. The final stock price settled at 4.88. Meanwhile, at Jiangzhou University, in front of the art college, a flashy red Ferrari SF90 with an extremely ostentatious drift came to a halt at the roadside, instantly attracting everyone's attention. The car door opened, and a young man dressed in a Versace floral shirt and wearing sunglasses stepped out, cigarette leaning against the car door. He scanned the bustling crowd, finally fixating on a white silhouette that had just exited the teaching building. He extinguished the cigarette, a playful smile with a hint of inevitability curling at the corners of his mouth as he stepped forward, blocking the girl's path. Watching long time no see. At precisely 3 o'clock in the afternoon, The closing bell rang like a somber funeral knell, shattering the last remnants of hope within Wang Hao's heart. He collapsed onto the ground, his eyes vacant, repeatedly muttering, "It's over. All over. 10 million. Just like that. Gone." That was a sum he had never even dared to dream of in his lifetime, and within a mere 10 minutes he witnessed it transform into a pile of worthless stock codes. The culprit behind all this, however, simply tucked his phone back into his pocket and extended a hand, attempting to pull him up from the ground. "Let's go, time for dinner." Zhang Yan's tone was as bland as if he were commenting on the pleasant weather. Wang Hao, dazed and confused, lifted his head, his round face wrinkled like a bitter melon, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. "Yan Ge, you have such a carefree heart. That's 10 million. You're going bankrupt tomorrow. How can you even think about eating?" Zhang Yan looked at his devastated expression, feeling somewhat helpless. He certainly recalled the strange 30 seconds before the market closed. That mysterious influx of capital worth hundreds of millions crashed through the limits like a bull rampaging into a porcelain store, prying open the limit down, pulling the stock price from 10 to 4.88. Although his account still displayed a floating loss of nearly 500,000, all of this was anticipated by This was just the beginning. The real show would unfold 3 days later. Of course, he couldn't explain this to Wang Hao. "You won't go bankrupt," Zhang Yan stated succinctly, adding a bit of force as he pulled Wang Hao up from the ground. "Trust me, let's get something to eat." Wang Hao stumbled along behind him, still muttering. Looking at Zhang Yan now felt like gazing upon a gambler who had lost his entire fortune and gone insane, his eyes filled with sympathy, regret, and a painful confusion. As the two stepped out of the dormitory building, they hadn't walked far when they noticed a large crowd gathered on the main road of the campus, the sounds of chatter and commotion echoing continuously. At the center of the crowd, a flamboyant red Ferrari SF90 stood like a beast, poised to pounce, arrogantly parked by the roadside. A young man dressed in a garish Versace shirt with his hair dyed a light color leaned against the car, door, a cigarette dangling from his lips, impatiently conversing with a few girls in front of him. Opposite him stood Su Wanqing. At this moment, her beautiful face was devoid of any color, her eyes swollen, obviously just having cried, shaking her head vigorously as if refusing something. "Oh, isn't that young Master Li? Why is he back? I heard he just returned from abroad and came to find Su school flower right after getting off the plane, but upon hearing about the cafeteria incident yesterday, his face turned green with rage. Now this is going to be a good show. Li Zifeng has been pursuing Su Wanqing for years. Now that someone has jumped ahead and he's just a kept man, can he tolerate it?" The surrounding gossip reached Zhang Yan's ears without missing a word. He did not pause his steps, having no interest in such trivial disputes, only wanting to bypass the crowd and quickly fill his stomach. But just as he intended to leave, trouble found him. "Stop!" A loud shout emerged from the center of the crowd. The young man, named Li Zifeng, extinguished his cigarette, pushed through the crowd, bringing along several equally raucous lackeys, aggressively blocking Zhang Yan's path. He scrutinized Zhang Yan, his gaze filled with unabashed disdain and provocation, as if looking at a stray dog that had wandered into his territory. "You are Zhang Yan." Li Zifeng lifted his chin, his tone arrogant. Zhang Yan slightly furrowed his brows. Wang Hao, seeing the situation, was so frightened that his legs turned to jelly. He quickly leaned into Zhang Yan's ear, explaining in a voice as small as a mosquito's. "Yan Ge, this is Li Zifeng, one of the 4 young masters of Jinghai. His family is in real estate, extremely wealthy, famously a playboy. He has been chasing Su Wanqing since high school. You mustn't provoke him." Li Zifeng, seeing Zhang Yan ignoring him, assumed he was afraid, and his mocking expression intensified. "What's wrong? Lost your voice?" He snorted, pointing at the pale-faced Su Wanqing nearby. "You're the one who made my Wanqing sad. A kept man dares to play hard to get. Take a look at yourself in the mirror. Do you think you're worthy?" As soon as these words were spoken, laughter erupted around them. The term kept man struck Wang Hao like a needle, making his face flush with embarrassment. However, Zhang Yan's expression remained as calm as still water, not even a ripple of disturbance. He merely cast a faint glance at Li Zifeng, his eyes akin to those of someone observing a clown. Then he turned around, preparing to leave. This feeling of being completely ignored ignited a rage within Li Zifeng that surpassed any direct rebuttal. His face instantly flushed a deep shade of red, and he stepped forward swiftly, once again blocking Zhang Yan's path, his voice turning harsh. "Trying to leave? Not so easy. Kid, I don't care which rich woman you're hanging on to. If you make Wanqing shed a tear, this matter won't end here. I heard you play the piano quite well." "Oh really? Does that old woman like your style? When you're in bed, do you have to play a lullaby to set the mood?" Li Zifeng's words became increasingly vulgar and unbearable. The surrounding laughter grew louder. Zhang Yan halted his steps. He slowly turned around, the previously calm and undisturbed glimmer in his clear eyes finally revealing a hint of coldness. He could disregard what others said about him, but he would never allow anyone to use such filthy words to insult Nie Qingcheng. "Do you have a problem?" Zhang Yan's voice was very flat, betraying no hint of emotion. Li Zifeng thought his words had struck a chord, becoming even more smug as he pointed towards the nearby basketball court, his chin raised higher. "Don't play coy with me. Do you dare to have a little fun with me?" Just the two of us, a unknown basketball game. 10 minutes, whoever scores higher wins. He patted the shoulder of one of his lackeys, a cruel smile on his face as he announced the stakes. The loser kneels on the ground, bows to the winner 3 times, and calls out Grandpa 3 times. So what do you say? Do you dare to play little kept man? The gaze of the entire crowd instantly focused on Zhang. Everyone knew that Li Zifeng was the shooting guard of the school's basketball team. Although he had gotten in through financial means, his skills were undoubtedly top-notch among ordinary people. This unknown match was nothing short of a one-sided massacre. Everyone was waiting to see Zhang Yan humiliate himself, anticipating him being pressed to the ground by Li Zifeng. Wang Hao was so anxious he was nearly in tears, desperately gripping Zhang Yan's arm, shaking his head vigorously. Yan, go. Don't fall for it. He's deliberately humiliating you. However, just as everyone expected Zhang Yan to find an excuse to refuse, the cold mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host is facing severe provocation and family members are subjected to verbal insult. Hidden mission triggered. Mission name: teach the playboy a lesson. Mission requirement: on the basketball court, crush Li Zifeng with absolute strength to uphold family honor. Mission reward: mastery in basketball. A vast stream of information surged into Zhang Yan's brain in an instant. From Jordan's fadeaway jumper to Kai's long-range three-pointer, from Iverson's crossover to O'Neal's slam dunk. All techniques, tactics, and muscle memory related to basketball transformed into his primal instinct at that moment. He felt as if he had battled on the NBA court for 20 years, every cell brimming with mastery over basketball. Zhang Yan slowly pulled his arm away from Wang Hao's grip. He lifted his head, staring directly at Li Zifeng's face, which was filled with arrogance and cruelty. Unknown, I'm game. His voice was not loud, but it clearly resonated throughout the crowd. Li Zifeng's smile grew increasingly sinister. Looks like you've got some guts. Get ready to call me Grandpa. The surrounding jeers reached a crescendo. However, in the next second, Zhang Yan's calm voice rang out again like a thunderclap, instantly shaking the entire scene. But kneeling and calling you Grandpa is too childish. He extended his hand, pointing at the flashy red Ferrari behind Li Zifeng, then gestured towards the direction of the parking lot, where a matte black Cullinan was quietly parked. In the dead silence that enveloped the crowd, Zhang Yan looked at Li Zifeng, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint yet chilling arc that sent shivers down everyone's spine. Let's raise the stakes. The loser will smash their own car. This calm yet audacious statement detonated like a silent nuclear bomb on the main road of Jiangzhou University. Lost. He smashed his own car. That was a Ferrari SF90. A top-tier supercar worth over and that Cullinan an almost 10 million mobile palace. The surrounding students felt their brains hammered, buzzing, and completely incapacitated. What kind of bet is this? Crazy. Everyone thought Zhang Yan must have gone mad. The sinister grin on Li Zifeng's face had completely stiffened. He had envisioned countless reactions from Zhang Yan, pleading stubbornness or simply being terrified, but he never expected the other party to propose a wager 10 or 100 times crazier. What? What did you say? Li Zifeng's voice had even changed pitch, doubting whether his ears were malfunctioning. Zhang Yan's expression remained unchanged as he repeated himself, his voice not loud, but piercing like nails, driving each word into everyone's ears. I said the loser smashes their car. This time, everyone heard him clearly. The crowd erupted. No way. Did I hear that right? Smash the car. This guy is too ruthless. This isn't just a bet, it's a matter of life and death. A few million cars can be smashed just like that. Is he out of his mind because of Li Zifeng? What makes him think he can win against the school's point guard? Wang Hao beside them was no longer just weak-kneed. He felt as though his soul was about to float away. He clutched Zhang Yan's arm tightly, his lips trembling, unable to utter a complete sentence. Yan, brother Yan, don't play around. Let's go home. Home for dinner. Su Wangqing's already pale face was now devoid of any color. She looked at Zhang Yan's overly calm profile, her heart feeling as if gripped by an invisible hand tugging painfully. She couldn't understand how things had escalated to this point. She just wanted him to stop wallowing in despair. Why did he have to use such a self-destructive method to vent against a wealthy heir? Under the gaze of thousands, Li Zifeng's face shifted from red to green, then from green to white, as if he had opened a dye shop. He felt like he was being roasted on fire. The bet was initiated by him, and the rules were set by him. Now Zhang Yan had merely escalated the stakes. If he didn't dare to accept, Li Zifeng would become a complete joke in the Jinghai circle. But accept. That was his treasured SF90. What? Zhang Yan looked at his expression twisted like he was constipated, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Are you scared now? These 3 words struck Li Zifeng's face like 3 resounding slaps. Who the hell is scared? Li Zifeng, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, instantly exploded, veins bulging on his neck. Am I afraid of a pretty boy like you? Let's bet. Whoever doesn't smash their car is a grandson. He shouted with red eyes, pointing at the nearby outdoor basketball court. Now. Right now? If I don't beat you to the ground today, I won't bear the surnamely. With that, he shoved people aside and stormed toward the basketball court. The crowd automatically parted to create a path, everyone pumped with adrenaline, excited to follow. Who would want to miss out on such a jaw-dropping gamble worth millions? Wang Hao looked at the irreparable situation, blackness clouding his vision, nearly passing out. Zhang Yan, however, simply patted his shoulder and leisurely followed behind. Outdoor basketball court. The cement ground had faded white lines, and the red paint on the hoop was peeling off, revealing the rusted iron ring beneath. Li Zifeng took off his flashy Versace shirt, revealing a professional Nike basketball compression outfit underneath, his muscular lines unmistakably defined. He received a basketball from his lackey and dribbled it hard on the ground, producing a dull thud. The rules are simple: 10 minutes, valid points, whoever scores the most wins. Li Zifeng tossed the basketball to Zhang Yan, his gaze disdainful. He'll let you attack first so no one says I bully you. Zhang Yan caught the ball and weighed it in his hands. The skill of god-level basketball mastery made the spherical leather ball feel like an extension of his body, immensely familiar and intimate. He didn't take off his jacket or perform any warm-up moves. He simply stood quietly at the center circle. Li Zifeng sneered, immediately adopting a standard defensive posture, lowering his center of gravity and spreading his arms like a cheetah ready to pounce. The surrounding audience had packed the entire court, all phones raised high, aimed at the two in the center of the court. Goalie, teach that pretty boy a lesson. Let him know what professionalism is. Amidst the thunderous cheers, Zhang Yan moved. He didn't use any fancy dribbling, simply with his right hand, he tapped the ball to the left and launched into motion. The action was simple, but the speed was astonishing. Li Zifeng felt a flash before his eyes, as that white figure had already dashed past him. So fast. Li Zifeng was startled, but as a member of the school team his reaction was quick. He immediately turned and chased, taking 2 steps to block Zhang Yan's path. He anticipated that Zhang Yan would go for a layup and jumped early, spreading his arms wide to attempt to block. However, Zhang Yan made a move that left everyone baffled midair. He didn't go for a layup, but at the peak of his jump flicked his wrist, lightly passing the basketball behind him too. No, it wasn't a pass to the air. The basketball accurately struck the side of the backboard and rebounded at an unusual angle. It landed right back into Zhang Yan's hands, who had just landed and completed his turn. Self-pass and self-rebound. Li Zifeng was still in midair, watching helplessly as Zhang Yan caught the ball and jumped again. This time there was no fancy display, just pure violent aesthetics. Boom! A loud sound echoed as Zhang Yan slammed the basketball down into the hoop with one hand. The entire hoop shook violently, emitting a creaking sound, as if it couldn't bear the weight. The crowd fell into complete silence. Everyone's mouths formed an O shape, and the cheers abruptly ceased. The smiles on Li Zifeng's followers' faces froze completely. Wang Hao rubbed his eyes, thinking he was hallucinating. What is this operation? Zhang Yan landed, walked expressionlessly to the basket, picked up the ball, and threw it to the stunned Li Zifeng. It's your turn. Li Zifeng finally came to his senses. With a grim expression, he took the ball, and the hint of disdain in his heart had vanished, replaced by a heavy sense of seriousness. This kid has some skills. You're lucky. Li Zifeng taunted, but he began to take things seriously. He employed his signature moves, performing a series of between-the-legs dribbles and cross-steps, trying to shake off Zhang Yan's defense. His movements were fluid, among ordinary people he could definitely be considered a master. However, in front of Zhang Yan, who possessed the divine-level basketball mastery, all his actions resembled a kindergarten child playing pretend, childish and full of flaws. Zhang Yan barely moved his feet, merely standing in place and watching him perform. At the moment, Li Zifeng accelerated, preparing to force his way through on the right. Zhang Yan made his move. His right hand was as quick as lightning, accurately slapping the basketball. Smack! A crisp sound echoed. The basketball slipped from his hands. Steal! Li Zifeng, having exerted too much force, lost his balance and stumbled forward, crashing down hard. The venue fell into silence once more. Then a wave of uncontrollable laughter erupted. Huh! Is this the level of the school team? Being treated like a monkey. Li Zifeng lay on the ground, listening to the mocking voices around him, his face turning the color of pig liver, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide. A great humiliation. Meanwhile, Zhang Yan, after stealing the ball, didn't even glance at him. He picked up the ball, stood outside the three-point line, and adjusted his posture. Everyone thought he was going to attempt a three-pointer, but instead he slowly turned around, facing away from the basket. In the astonished gaze of the crowd, he threw the basketball behind him with one hand. The basketball arced through the air in an astonishing parabolic trajectory. Everyone's eyes followed the orange ball as it moved through the sky. Time seemed to slow at that moment. Swish! A sound that was incredibly clear and pleasant. It's a behind-the-back three-pointer. A hit. Damn! Someone exclaimed in utter shock. The entire basketball court went completely wild. If the first dunk was stunning, then this behind-the-back three-pointer was a miracle. Wang Hao jumped up from the ground, waving his fists and shouting, "Awesome! Yengu is amazing!" Su Wanxing also covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. She had never imagined that the young man elegant like a prince at the piano could unleash such a wild and domineering side on the basketball court. Li Zifeng got up from the ground looking at the glaring 5-0 on the scoreboard, then at the spectators who had turned against him and started cheering for Zhang Yan. His mentality completely collapsed. I don't believe it. Bring it on. He charged at Zhang Yan like a mad bull, grabbing the ball once more. The next 8 minutes became an unforgettable nightmare in Li Zifeng's life. It was not a match. It was a one-sided, cruel, and humiliating slaughter. He was made to pass through the legs. He was toyed with behind-the-back passes. He was shot over from above. Even when he jumped to block, Zhang Yan used a pull-up move to pass the ball through his armpit and scored with a reverse layup. The score changed from 5-0 to 1-0, then to 1-5, finally settling at 1-8. Li Zifeng scored not a single point. He lay on the ground like a dead dog, gasping for breath, his body drenched in sweat, his eyes filled only with numbness. The skills he prided himself on felt as fragile as a piece of paper in front of his opponent. Only 10 seconds remained. Zhang Yan held the ball and slowly walked up to Li Zifeng. He lowered his gaze, looking at the muddy ground, his voice calm, but carrying a chilling aura that made everyone's hair stand on end. It's over. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly burst into action. He stomped heavily on the concrete floor. Like a cannonball, he shot up into the sky. His target was not to score. Instead, it was to utterly crush his opponent's will. Boom! A sound 10 times louder than any previous dunk erupted. Then crash. Amidst the terrified screams of thousands in the audience, the thick organic glass backboard shattered under Zhang Yan's inhuman strength. Countless shards rained down like a violent storm. Zhang Yan hung from the teetering hoop, looking down at the already stunned Li Zifeng, resembling a deity descended to earth. The game was over. Zhang Yan landed lightly, walked up to the pale-faced Li Zifeng and brushed off the dust from his hands. Your car. Li Zifeng shuddered, suddenly looking up, his eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness. You cheated. This doesn't count. He got up from the ground, fiercely shouting. You want me to smash your car? Dream on. Get him. Take him down. The few followers behind him exchanged glances and, steeling themselves, prepared to charge. At that moment, a deafening engine roar approached from afar. 5 black Maybachs formed an imposing convoy, slowly entering everyone's view and stopping at the edge of the basketball court. The door of the lead car opened. Linda, dressed in a sharp black suit and high heels, stepped out of the vehicle. She held a delicate silver thermos in her hand. Ignoring the stunned faces around her, she walked through the crowd directly to Zhang Yan, her expression instantly shifting to the most respectful and humble smile. Mr. Zhang, Linda said, slightly bowing as she handed over the thermos. President Nie was worried that your training was exhausting and would deplete your energy, so he specifically instructed the kitchen to prepare bird's nest and pear soup for you to replenish your strength. On the basketball court, the air felt as heavy as a block of lead, suffocating those present. The shattered backboard, the scattered glass shards, and the figure hanging on the hoop like a descent of a demon combined to create a striking image deeply imprinted in the minds of everyone present. Linda's appearance added a touch of calm, yet lethal color to this chaotic scene. She slightly bowed, presenting a delicate silver thermos to Zhang Yan, her face adorned with a professional and impeccable respectful smile. President Nie is worried that your training has been strenuous and exhausting, so she specifically instructed the kitchen to prepare bird's nest with pear for you to help replenish your energy. Each word was spoken clearly and gently, yet it struck everyone's hearts like an invisible heavy hammer. Training. Replenishing energy. This was evidently the most elegant way to inform everyone that the astonishing performance just executed by Mr. Zhang was merely a trivial warm-up. And who could make the special assistant of the Qingcheng group drive 5 Maybachs just to deliver a bowl of sweet soup? His identity need not be elaborated. Li Zifeng's subordinates, who had just been aggressive and ready to charge forward, were now frozen in place, as if under a collective immobilization spell, their faces grayer than the concrete beneath them. As for Li Zifeng himself, he trembled all over. The resentment and unwillingness he felt moments ago were instantly replaced by an overwhelming chill. He was no fool. He recognized Linda, the woman known as the Queen's Hand in the business circle of Jinghai, someone even his father would bow to. He also recognized the 5 sequentially numbered Maybachs, which were exclusive vehicles of Nie Qingcheng. He just hadn't expected that Zhang Yan was actually being supported by Nie Qingcheng. Damn it! What kind of luck is this? Li Zifeng's lips trembled as he pointed at Linda and Zhang Yan in a show of false bravado. Don't push me too far. He was still struggling, trying to salvage some face with his family background. Linda didn't even spare him a glance. She simply took out a tablet from her pocket, her slender fingers gently swiping across the screen before turning it toward Li Zifeng. Li Zifeng, the only son of Li Zhengwo, chairman of Fengdao Real Estate. Fengdao Real Estate is a secondary supplier in our Qingcheng Group's downstream industrial chain, primarily responsible for the landscaping projects of 3 properties under the group, with an annual contract amount of 130 million. Last quarter, due to delays and quality issues, they have already been placed on the group's risk observation list. Masterly Linda raised her gaze, her eyes hidden behind golden-rimmed glasses, finally reflecting a glint of sharpness. Should I continue? Li Zifeng's face turned pale in an instant. He felt as if he were stripped bare and thrown into the snow, all his trump cards and supports turned into a ridiculous, insignificant joke before his adversary. The surrounding students, although not fully understanding the terms like supplier or risk list, could clearly read the instant pallor that overcame Li Zifeng's face. Everyone realized that today's spectacle was far more thrilling and terrifying than they had imagined. The wager was proposed by Zhang Yan said as he took the thermos from Linda, its warmth still radiating. He didn't even open it, merely looking calmly at Li Zifeng, as if stating an established fact. Now it's your turn to fulfill it. I. Li Zifeng stammered, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Was he supposed to smash his own SF-90, which he had just acquired a month ago? That would be worse than killing him. But if he didn't smash it, he couldn't bear to think of the consequences. Just as he was in a mental struggle, nearly collapsing, Linda's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID and pressed the speakerphone button. A lazy, magnetic voice tinged with displeasure at being disturbed resonated clearly throughout the basketball court. Linda, what is it? I'm doing a face mask. I told you not to disturb me. It was Nie Qingcheng. Everyone's hearts. Linda maintained her bowing posture, respectfully reporting to the phone and to Zhang Yan. President Nie, it seems Master Li is unwilling to fulfill the wager with Mr. Zhang. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the call which felt as long as a century. The entire basketball court was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Then Nie Qingcheng's voice, laced with coldness, rang out again, each word like a piece of eternal ice striking at Li Zifeng's nerves. Let him smash it. If he doesn't notify the legal and financial departments. Tomorrow I don't want to see Fengda on the supplier list in Jinghai City anymore. The moment her voice fell, the call was abruptly disconnected. Beep, beep, beep. The busy tones sounded like the death knell. Li Zifeng's body shook violently, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground once more. It was over for him. It was over for his father. The entire Li family was finished. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Almost at the same time, Nie Qingcheng hung up Li Zifeng's phone in his pocket, He trembled as he pulled out the phone. The name flashing on the screen was none other than his father's. He pressed the answer button in a daze. Unfilial son. You ungrateful wretch. Who did you offend out there? His father's frantic roar, filled with fear and despair, came through the call. Qingcheng Group has just unilaterally terminated all our contracts. They want us to pay 10 times the penalty. The company is finished. The Li family is finished. You right now? Immediately. Kneel down. Whatever they want you to do, you must do it. Do you hear me? The phone slipped from Li Zifeng's powerless hand, crashing to the ground, the screen shattering. He raised his head, his handsome face streaked with tears, devoid of the arrogance and tyranny it once held, leaving only endless fear and regret. He looked at Zhang Yan, at the calm youth who had remained unfazed throughout. He finally understood the kind of deity he had provoked. Amidst thousands of mixed gazes of sympathy, Schadenfreude, and Li Zifeng struggled to rise from the ground. He no longer looked at anyone, like a walking corpse. He staggered step by step towards the Ferrari parked by the roadside, still gleaming with a fiery red glow. He picked up a broken steel pipe from the ground, which was used to secure the backboard. With a piercing, inhuman scream, he raised the steel pipe, using all his strength to smash it down on the pristine windshield. Bang! Crash! The crisp sound of shattering glass intertwined with the man's uncontrollable, desperate wails, becoming the most magnificent finale to this million-dollar gamble. Zhang Yan never glanced at him again. He simply walked over to a nearby bench, opened the thermos lid, and a sweet and gentle aroma wafted into the air. On the basketball court, the piercing sound of alarms and the crowd screams gradually subsided, with Li Zifeng's desperate wails and the sounds of smashing cars. The students dispersed in small groups, still bearing the shock on their faces, as if they had just watched an epic film that drained their souls. But everyone knew that the scene that unfolded at Jiangzhou University today would become a legend passed down through many years by the new students. About the boy who shattered the backboard, about the Ferrari he personally destroyed, and about the 5 Maybachs that descended like black phantoms. Linda worked efficiently, having completed a phone call before Zhang Yan finished his bowl of bird's nest and pear. Soon professionals in uniforms from the Qingcheng Group arrived, setting up a perimeter and beginning to clean up the scattered glass shards and the precariously hanging basketball hoop. The entire process was orderly, not disturbing the school authorities, as if they were merely dealing with an insignificant daily matter. Mr. Zhang, the car is ready. Shall we head back to the manor or go elsewhere? Linda stood respectfully at the side, her posture humble and her tone polite. Zhang Yan tightened the lid of the thermos and stood up. Back to the school dormitory. Linda was slightly taken aback, but didn't ask further, promptly opening the door of the Maybach in the middle. Male dormitory room 302. Wang Hao slumped in the chair like a puddle of mud. Since returning to the dormitory, he hadn't uttered a word, merely staring at Zhang Yan with the eyes of someone observing an alien creature. He watched Zhang Yan being dropped off by the Maybach and saw the powerful female assistant bowing at a 90-degree angle to Zhang Yan. His brain a CPU bombarded by 10 million, and the smashing of a Ferrari was completely fried. Zhang Yan ignored him and walked straight to his desk, pulling out an old phone used for stock trading. The screen lit up and the sea of red profit numbers in his account looked like a blazing flame. The next 3 days became the most surreal and tormenting days of Wang Hao's life. On the first day, Huanhua Biologics hit the daily limit. Wang Hao was seated in front of the computer at 8 in the morning witnessing the pre-market bidding stage, where billions of buy orders frantically sealed the stock price at the limit unchanged. He watched the red number in Zhang Yan's account jump from 1 million to 3 million in an instant. He pinched his thigh. It hurt. On the second day, Huanhua Biologics continued to hit the daily limit. Wang Hao stopped pinching himself and began to doubt his life. He saw Zhang Yan's profits soar from 3 million to over 5 million. He didn't eat all day, only drinking 8 bottles of water. On the third day, Huanhua Biologics still hit the daily limit. Wang Hao was completely numb. He watched the profits in Zhang Yan's account exceed 8 million, feeling as if he were gazing at a myth. 3 days, merely 3 days. 10 million in capital had turned into nearly 20 million. What does this concept mean? This is a speed that even a money printer can't match. He could no longer contain himself, trembling as he asked Zhang Yan, who was reading in a voice almost delirious, "Yan, brother Yan, are you a stock god?" "No." Zhang Yan turned a page of his book without lifting his head. "Then how did you know it would rise?" "I get it." Wang Hao. He believed in Zhang Yan's nonsense. If guessing could yield such results, all the fund managers in the world would collectively jump off buildings. On the fourth day, the market opened. Huanhua Biologics unsurprisingly hit its fourth daily limit. Wang Hao looked at the profits in Zhang Yan's account, which had already surpassed 10 million, his heart stopping. He even began to anticipate the fifth limit, the sixth limit. However, less than 10 minutes after the market opened, Zhang Yan put down the book in his hands. He picked up the old phone and opened the trading software. "Brother Yan, what are you doing?" Wang Hao's heart jumped to his throat. "Selling." Zhang Yan's tone was calm, as if he were saying it's time to collect the clothes. "Selling?" Wang Hao nearly jumped from his chair. "Are you crazy? This is only the fourth limit. There are surely more to come. Selling now is a massive loss." In his view, this stock was like a hen that laid golden eggs. Every day, it opened its eyes to an income of over 2 million. Who would be willing to kill it? Zhang Yan did not explain. His investment clearly indicated that the upward momentum of Huanhua Biologics had peaked at today's limit. At any moment during trading, it could break the limit. He had to sell all his shares at the highest point. His fingers swiftly tapped on the screen without any hesitation. "Sell all shares. 552100 shares." On the limit order with over 1 billion in buy orders, his sell order of over 500,000 shares was like throwing a small stone into the ocean, instantly swallowed by the surging buying pressure without causing a ripple. "Order has been filled." A transaction success message popped up. Zhang Yan's stock account instantly cleared. Meanwhile, the available funds section displayed a long string of numbers so immense it nearly suffocated one. 531289300. 00 yuan. 5,312,000. Wang Hao's eyes went blank. He felt his respiratory system completely destroyed by this string of numbers. His brain, starved of oxygen and darkness, encroached upon his vision. He braced himself against the table, barely managing to stay upright. Zhang Yan, however, merely took a calm glance at the number before opening the system interface. "Do you wish to return the dream startup capital?" "Yes." Loan principal 1,000 yuan has been repaid. Interest 7 days 7,000 yuan has been deducted. After completing all this, Zhang Yan looked at the final balance in his bank card. 432255512. 50 yuan. 4,322,000. In just a week, he transformed from a poor student with only 100,000 in savings to a millionaire worth tens of millions. He let out a long breath. Very good. Now he finally had the confidence to prepare a proper birthday gift for that woman. He turned off his phone, stood up, and patted Wang Hao, who was still lost in thought. "Let's go, we'll treat you to a meal." In the heart of Jinghai City, at the Duobao Pavilion. This is the most prestigious top-tier private auction house in Jinghai City, and even the entire East China region. Everything that circulates here is a rare treasure. Zhang Yan took a taxi and stopped in front of the ancient and elegant Zeton wood door of Duobao Pavilion. Outside, a row of Rolls-Royces and Bentleys made his yellow taxi stand out glaringly. Dressed simply in a white t-shirt and jeans with a backpack, he looked like an ordinary university student who had mistakenly wandered into this place. The hostess, in a cheap how at the entrance with a graceful figure, flashed a hint of barely perceptible disdain in her eyes upon seeing him get out of the taxi, but her good professional demeanor made her maintain a standard smile. "Hello, sir. Do you have an appointment?" Zhang Yan shook his head. "No, I would like to find your appraiser and have a look at some. I want to find someone knowledgeable to get an understanding of the market for top-tier jade, preferably to directly acquire a piece of premium raw stone." He didn't want to wait until the auction. That would be too slow. The smile on the hostess' face faded slightly, but she still politely gestured for him to follow her. Alright sir, please follow me. Just as Zhang Yan was about to step through the heavy Zeton wood door with the hostess, a light teasing whistle sounded from behind. A silver Aston Martin DB11 silently glided to a stop at the entrance. A young man about 25 or 6 years old stepped out dressed in an exquisitely tailored gray suit, his hair meticulously styled. However, his complexion bore a sickly pallor, and his eyes were gloomy, resembling a venomous snake lurking in the shadows. He was accompanied by another well-dressed, rich second generation. The rich second generation's companion glanced at Zhang Yan's back, curled his lips, and disdainfully said to the gloomy young man, "Brother Kai, look, these days, even the most ordinary people dare to come to Duobao Pavilion. Can a poor student who takes a taxi afford even a piece of tile here?" The gloomy young man referred to as Brother Kai scanned Zhang Yan's simple attire, an ordinary backpack, yet a playful and meaningful smile curved at the corner of his mouth. He ignored his companion's complaints and merely stared at Zhang Yan's disappearing back, speaking in a voice only the two could hear. "Interesting. Is this the golden canary that Qingcheng has recently kept by their side?" The interior of the Baobao Pavilion was even more opulent than Zhang Yan had imagined. The floor was paved with seamless white marble polish to a mirror-like sheen, while the air carried a subtle, refined fragrance, a delicate blend of aloes wood and aged parchment. Masterpieces by celebrated artists adorned the surrounding walls. Any single piece would ignite fierce competition among so-called connoisseurs outside. This place bore no resemblance to an auction house. It felt more like a heavily guarded private museum. Zhang Yan stood out starkly in this gilded splendor, backpack slung over his shoulders, dressed in an ordinary white t-shirt and denim jeans, like a drop of clear water splashed into searing oil. The hostess in her qipao maintained her professional smile, yet a fleeting glint of disdain flickered deep within her eyes, growing increasingly unmistakable. "No appointment, and you expect to see a senior appraiser directly? Do you truly believe the Baobao Pavilion is someplace anyone can walk into unannounced? A marketplace? No appointment, and you expect to see a senior appraiser directly? Do you truly believe the Baobao Pavilion is someplace anyone can walk into unannounced? A marketplace? Sir, our chief appraiser, Master Wang, is currently entertaining a distinguished guest. If it's convenient for you, please wait here a moment." Her words implied, without saying so outright, that the duration of that moment remained entirely uncertain. Zhang Yan remained unruffled. He seated himself, lifted the teacup, and prepared to gather his thoughts. What he needed was a top-tier jade, preferably an uncut, peerless raw stone. He intended to carve with his own hands a singular birthday gift for Nie Qingcheng. Armed with the ultimate structural and aesthetic insight granted by the divine artistry system, and bolstered by the prospect of future carving skills as system rewards, he held quiet confidence in crafting a masterpiece destined to endure through generations. As he pondered, footsteps echoed beyond the screen, followed by hushed, yet unmistakably contemptuous voices. "Brother Kai, I told you. These days, every stray cat and dog thinks they belong at the Baobao Pavilion. A penniless student who rides taxis. Do you think he could afford a single floor tile here?" Then a sallow, brooding youth in a gray suit, accompanied by his lackey, stepped around the screen and strode. Zhou Kai, the brooding youth, fixed his gaze upon Zhang Yan like two slimy serpents, scanning him openly and without restraint. His stare brimmed with morbid curiosity, cold scrutiny, and the condescending amusement one reserves for a mere plaything. "You are Zhang Yan." Zhou Kai cut straight to the point, his voice rasping like sandpaper on stone. Zhang Yan lifted his eyelids, meeting the gaze with calm silence. Instantly, the lackey leapt forward like an eager lapdog, jabbing a finger toward Zhang Yan's nose. "Kid, Brother Kai asked you a question. What the hell are you playing mute for? Heard you've been causing quite a stir lately, humiliatedly ziefing that fool. So you've clung to Miss Nie's coattails. Does that really make you someone important?" A barely perceptible furrow appeared between Zhang Yan's brows. He disliked being scrutinized publicly, and detested even more the flippant tone used when speaking of Nie Qingcheng. He set down his teacup and rose to leave, only for Zhou Kai to blur forward like a phantom, blocking his path instantly. Taller than Zhang Yan, Zhou Kai loomed over him, his pallid, unhealthy face twisting into a cruel, predatory smile. "Did I say you could go?" He slowly withdrew a checkbook and a Parker gold fountain pen from his inner jacket pocket. "I've looked into you. You're an orphan, a destitute student surviving on food deliveries and women's charity." His tone dripped with condescension as he scribbled swiftly across the check. "Name your price. How much will it take for you to leave Nie Qingcheng and vanish from Jinghai?" The hostess, witnessing this, paled in terror. She longed to intervene, but dared not. She knew precisely who Zhou Kai was, the heir of the Zhou family, Jinghai's infamous madman, volatile, unpredictable, and ruthlessly brutal. Zhang Yan regarded the self-assured youth before him, and felt inwardly a faint wry amusement. Again, had this tiresome trope, "take 5 million and leave my daughter," suddenly become fashionable. Just as he prepared to speak, a cold, mechanical voice resonated within his mind. Ding. Host has encountered monetary humiliation. Hidden quest triggered. Quest name: accept the gift. Objective: accept all funds offered by the target and ensure the giver experiences the joy of being a fortune-bearing boy. Reward: determined by completion level. Zhang Yan's expression shifted, subtly intriguingly. Accept the gift and make the giver feel joyful. This system was growing ever more delightfully mischievous. At that moment, Zhou Kai finished writing the check and tore it free with a sharp, crisp rip. He did not hand it over. Instead, he pinched it between two fingers, as if handling something foul, then flicked his wrist. The slender slip of paper fluttered toward Zhang Yan's face, heavy with insult. Take it. Zhou Kai tilted his chin upward, his gaze dripping with contempt, as though observing a dog groveling for scraps. 5 million. Leave Jinghai. That sum should keep a worthless creature like you comfortable for life. The check drifted down, landing silently at Zhang Yan's feet. The reception area fell into a suffocating stillness. The lackey's face twisted into a cruel, anticipatory grin. Even the hostess held her breath in tense silence. All expected either furious defiance or humility, yet Zhang Yan's response defied every expectation. He showed neither anger nor hesitation, only serene composure as he bent at the waist. Under Zhou Kai's and his lackey's increasingly scornful stares, Zhang Yan reached down and picked up the check. Now that's the spirit. Pragmatism defines true brilliance. The lackey's sneer choked off mid-sentence. For Zhang Yan, having retrieved the check, did not immediately tuck it away. Instead, he held it delicately between thumb and forefinger, lifting it to eye level, examining it closely against the light, as though authenticating an ancient artifact. Then, with deliberate precision, he tapped the check once with his thumb. A clean, rhythmic snap rang out. Only then did he raise his head. His limpid eyes held no trace of humiliation, only pure earnest. He looked directly at Zhou Kai and posed a question that froze every mind in the room. That's it. Zhou Kai's triumphant smirk froze rigid on his face. What? I mean. Zhang Yan lightly shook the check in his hand, his tone as placid as discussing today's weather. Just 5 million. He paused, then let a quiet, sincere disappointment shimmer in his clear gaze, piercing and unbearable to Zhou Kai. In your estimation, Nie Qingcheng is worth only this much. Inside the guest reception area of the Baobao Pavilion, the air seemed to have been vacuumed into absolute stillness. Zhou Kai's smug, contemptuous expression warped and melted like an oil painting doused in sulfuric acid, leaving behind only a grotesque, incredulous blankness. The lackey standing behind him choked on the mockery he'd been about to utter, his face swelling into a deep mottle. Even the kippa-clad receptionist beside them, seasoned by countless storms, stood utterly dumbfounded, gazing at the slender youth before her, as if her entire worldview were being ground mercilessly beneath a heavy heel. What kind of reaction was this? Struck across the face with a 5 million yuan check, shouldn't it provoke fury, humiliation, or ecstatic elation? Yet this tone, so casually dismissive, like inspecting cabbage at a wet market finding the head insufficiently weighty, what on earth did it mean? What did you say? Zhou Kai's voice cracked dry and hoarse. He half believed he'd hallucinated. Zhang Yan waved the check lightly in his hand. His limpid eyes held not a trace of wounded pride, only pure earnest bewilderment, as he repeated himself, calm and unruffled, as though discussing today's weather. I said just 5 million. He paused, and in those clear eyes flickered a sincerity, so piercing, so devastatingly disappointed it seared Zhou Kai's very soul. In your estimation, Nie Qingcheng is worth this much. Boom. Those words struck Zhou Kai's crown like a nine heavens divine thunderbolt, shattering his mind in one brutal, deafening blow. At last he understood. This wasn't about how much money was offered. It was a surreal, inverted humiliation, delivered with surgical precision. You're asking for death. Zhou Kai's pathologically pale face flushed violently, his sullen gaze igniting with the feral glare of a cornered beast. His lackey snapped back to awareness, jabbing a finger at Zhang Yan's nose and roaring, "Brat, don't mistake generosity for weakness. Brother Kai offering you money is a privilege. And yet you dare haggle here. Who do you think you are?" Zhang Yan ignored the snarling dog entirely. His gaze remained steady, unblinking, fixed upon Zhou Kai's face. Who I am matters little. What matters is that you, young Master Zhou, seeking the most elite woman in Jinghai City, offer merely 5 million yuan to bribe away her attendant. Should word of this spread through Jinghai's elite circles, what will they say of Brother Kai? Zhang Yan spoke slowly, each syllable a scalpel, precise and incisive, slicing one by one into Zhou Kai's fragile, hypersensitive nerves. Will they praise your frugality and domestic prudence, or laugh at your empty purse and impotence? The 4 words impotence pierced Zhou Kai's heart like a white-hot iron rod. To a self-proclaimed scion like him, insults of cruelty or madness were bearable, but never inadequacy. Who the hell is impotent? Zhou Kai erupted, shoving aside his lackey, chest heaving violently, eyes blazing crimson as he glared at Zhang Yan. I have more money than you can imagine. He yanked out his checkbook again, his fingers trembling with rage. Watching Zhou Kai's flustered frenzy, Zhang Yan's lips curved into the faintest, most perfectly timed smile, adding just enough fuel to the fire. Since young Master Zhou shows such sincerity, why not round it up? 10 million sounds auspicious. You. Zhou Kai nearly spat blood. He had never encountered such shameless audacity. Yet under Zhang Yan's placid gaze, and beneath the subtle lingering scrutiny of several nearby onlookers, his fury curdled into desperate no-exit madness. Refuse. That would be admitting impotence, acknowledging he'd been utterly manipulated by some pretty-faced scratch, scratch, scratch. His golden pen slashed across the check with a grating shriek. Ryup. Another 5 million yuan check tore free, hurled violently into Zhang Yan's chest. Is that enough? Zhou Kai gritted his teeth, the words forced out like shards of broken glass. Now take your money and get the hell out. Zhang Yan calmly stacked the 2 checks and slipped them into his backpack, his movements effortless as if collecting wages long overdue. Ding. Hidden quest accepting the offering completed. Inquest rating S. Retaliation in kind. Not only securing wealth, but delivering the ultimate humiliation, making the offender feel like a puppet on strings. Quest reward distribution in progress. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the passive skill photographic memory basic level. Zhang Yan glanced once at Zhou Kai's contorted apoplectic face, then offered him a genuine approving smile. Young Master Zhou is magnanimous. With that he turned and walked out of the Baobao Pavilion without looking back, leaving Zhou Kai's murderous glare burning into his back. Leaving the Baobao Pavilion, Zhang Yan didn't pause, not even for a breath, before hailing a taxi to the nearest bank. Inside the VIP lounge, he retrieved a spare aging mobile phone and transferred the full 10 million yuan, down to the last cent, into the public donation account of Jiangzhou Orphanage. In the transaction memo field, he paused thoughtfully, then typed carefully, donated by Mr. Zhou Kai, a charitable benefactor from Jinghai City, for the children. Having completed the transfer, he erased all digital traces, removed, and snapped the SIM card, tossing it into the trash bin. Stepping outside the bank, he tilted his head toward the horizon, where twilight blazed in radiant molten hues, his heart light, unburdened, profoundly serene. At 9 p.m., Cloudtop Manor. When Zhang Yan entered his bedroom, Nie Qingcheng lay sprawled across the bed reviewing documents, wearing the silk robe he knew best, and whose mere presence quickened his pulse. Burgundy silk shimmered against skin like fresh fallen snow, her long, elegant legs swung lazily at the bedside, like the sinuous, irresistible tails of mermaids luring men to ruin. Back already. She didn't lift her head, merely murmured languid and unhurried. Zhang Yan approached, wrapped his arms around her from behind, rested his chin on her shoulder, and breathed in the familiar, intoxicating scent of her hair. Something amusing happened today. Oh. Nie Qingcheng finally set down her papers, turning her head, her bewitching fox-like eyes alight with quiet curiosity. Tell me. So Zhang Yan recounted the afternoon's encounter at the Baobao Pavilion, the way Zhou Kai had hurled a check at him, how he'd persuaded the man to double the sum, and how he'd ultimately donated every cent to the orphanage, all told as a light-hearted anecdote, vivid and animated. He spoke with easy charm, but Nie Qingcheng's languor gradually faded, replaced by focused intensity. When he delivered his final line, young Master Zhou is magnanimous, she couldn't suppress a soft, startled chuckle. Then the laughter swelled, richer, deeper, unstoppable. Ha ha ha. You little rascal, you'll kill me laughing. She shook with mirth, tossed aside her documents, and tumbled fully into Zhang Yan's embrace, her shoulders trembling, tears of pure delight glistening at the corners of her eyes. Wrapping her arms around his neck, she planted a fierce, affectionate kiss on his cheek, her gaze brimming with undisguised admiration and tenderness. Brilliantly done. That fool deserves exactly this treatment. Still nestled against his chest, she lifted her sultry, honeyed gaze, her slender finger tracing his nose with feather-light teasing. You, my dear, you grow more delicious to me with every passing day. Gazing at her radiant, laughing face, Zhang Yan's heart softened, warm, tender, wholly at peace. Yet in the next instant, Nie Qingcheng's smile dissolved, vanishing like mist beneath winter's first frost. Those same eyes, moments ago warm with affection, now glazed over with glacial frost. Deep within their depths, a flash of lethal, predatory intent flickered and vanished. The Zhou family. Her crimson lips parted, her voice cold enough to freeze a soul solid. Daring to purchase my people with coin. How bold they are. She reached for her phone and dialed Linda, her tone devoid of warmth, of inflection, of humanity. Issue effective tomorrow. Sever all business lines with Zhou families, Kaising Logistics. I want them erased from Jinghai City within 7 days. After hanging up, she treated the directive as trivial, a mere flick of the wrist, then curled back into Zhang Yan's arms, a languid Persian cat once more. She toyed with his fingers, then, suddenly remembering something, tilted her face upward, offering him a sweet, dazzling smile. By the way, little troublemaker, as a reward for your splendid performance today, I'll take you somewhere delightful in a few days. This weekend, the Baobao Pavilion hosts an exclusive internal appreciation gala. Rumor has it the centerpiece, a treasure unseen in a century, is Imperial Green Jade. On the weekend, the autumn air in Jinghai City was refreshing. A discreet black Bentley silently glided into the underground parking lot of Duobao Pavilion. Unlike the last time, this internal appraisal meeting had a significantly higher level of security. Every corner from the parking lot to the venue was guarded by solemn-looking personnel in black suits. The elevator went directly to the top floor, and when the doors opened, a more private and luxurious world unfolded before them. It lacked the ornate splendor of the lobby below, instead exuding an air of simple elegance steeped in time. Wang Wallywood armchairs, Song Dynasty good kiln porcelain, and on the wall hung an ink-wash landscape painting, the artist of which was unidentifiable but possessed a profound artistic conception. The venue was not large, only set with a dozen independent tables, each spaced at just the right distance apart. Those seated here were none other than the true elites of the Jinghai City and the entire Huaxia collecting circle. Zhang Yan's arrival did not cause much of a stir. He still wore a simple white t-shirt and jeans, following Nie Qingcheng like a neighbor boy accompanying an elder to see the world. Today, Nie Qingcheng wore a dark green velvet qipao, her long hair loosely tied back, revealing a fair and elongated neck. She adorned no extravagant jewelry, only a string of sandalwood prayer beads on her wrist, emanating a lazy yet noble aura. Her arrival prompted several distinguished elderly gentlemen over 50 to rise, smiling and nodding in greeting. "Qingcheng girl, it's been a while. You've become even more beautiful. President Nie's presence truly brightens the place." Nie Qingcheng simply nodded lightly, and with Zhang Yan sat down in the first row directly facing the exhibition stage. She showed little interest in the pleasantries, instead turning her head with keen interest to look at Zhang Yan, lowering her voice, her warm breath brushing past his ear. "How is it? Isn't it quite boring?" Zhang Yan shook his head as his attention was fully captured by the treasures about to be unveiled on stage. The appraisal meeting was about to begin. From the blue and white large jar of the Yuan dynasty to the cloisonné porcelain of the Qing Palace, and then to the paintings of modern masters, each item was worthy of sparking fierce competition outside. However, the atmosphere inside was very calm, as everyone sipped tea occasionally, holding up paddles, with the prices remaining within a relatively rational range. It resembled more of a communication meeting among insiders, nurturing collections through shared appreciation. Zhang Yan did not raise his paddle at all. Nie Qingcheng did not urge him, quietly accompanying him, occasionally peeling a segment of orange and bringing it to his mouth. Finally, after auctioning off a dozen pieces, the host announced the entrance of the final highlight lot in a tone filled with mystery and excitement. Two staff members carefully carried a large tray covered with red cloth and gently placed it at the center of the exhibition stage. "Dear guests, the next treasure can be said to be the most legendary piece we have ever handled since the establishment of Duobao Pavilion." The host paused for effect, creating suspense before abruptly unveiling the red cloth. Beneath it was not the jewel-like product everyone had imagined, but a large dull stone almost half a person's height. The surface of the stone was pockmarked, covered in weathered traces and various cracks, looking as if it had been casually picked up from a construction site. The crowd erupted in an uproar. "What is this? Is this the highlight treasure? A broken stone? This is a gambling stone. Does Duobao Pavilion also engage in this? Look at this skin. It has none of the desirable traits of a good stone with so many cracks. It's the typical dogshit land. If it has any green inside, that would be good, but imperial green." An elderly gentleman sitting not far away, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and appearing quite refined, shook his head with disdain, letting out a scoff. He was the vice president of the Jinghai Gem Association and had spent a lifetime in the stone business, priding himself on his fire-eyed golden vision. To him, this raw stone was worthless. The host seemed to anticipate the crowd's reaction. He cleared his throat and spoke loudly. "Dear guests, please look. Although this raw stone appears unremarkable, it weighs 80 kilograms. And during our inspection, with a strong flashlight, we discovered a window that showcases an exceptional color." Saying this, he picked up a powerful flashlight and aimed it at an inconspicuous corner of the stone. A beam of strong light shone onto it. In an instant, a rich, vibrant green that seemed almost ready to drip with moisture burst forth from that green was bright, intense, pure, and harmonious, devoid of any impurities, resembling a pool of the purest crystallized life spring that had solidified for 1,000 years. "This!" A collective gasp echoed in the hall. Even the vice president of the Gem Association sat up straight, adjusting his glasses, his face revealing a look. This color. Starting price, 10 million. Each bidding increment must not be less than 1 million. The host took advantage of the momentum and struck the auction hammer. The hall fell silent in an instant. Everyone was stunned by that breathtaking green, but reasons swiftly returned to their minds. Gambling stones are all about the unknown. Even divine beings cannot discern a single jade piece. Although this stone revealed a promising sign, who could guarantee how deep that green truly was? Is it a narrow sky or a full hall of color? If it is only a thin layer, then that 10 million would be completely wasted. 11 million. After a moment of silence, someone finally tentatively raised their paddle. 12 million. 15 million. The price began to rise slowly, but those raising their paddles appeared very cautious. The vice president of the Gem Association, after much hesitation, also raised his paddle, 18 million. This seemed to reach the psychological price point for most people. Just when everyone thought that the stone would be sold at this price, a clear and calm voice suddenly echoed in the venue. 30 million. The hall fell silent in an instant. All eyes suddenly focused on the young man in the front row who had not raised his sign the entire time. Zhang Yan's expression showed no change, as if he had just announced not 30 million, but merely 300. The vice president of the Jade Association looked at him, as if he were a fool, a mocking curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. Young man, impulsiveness is a devil. Having money doesn't mean you can spend it like this. A suppressed murmur of discussions arose around. Has he gone mad? 30 million for a gamble on an uncertain stone. What background does this young man brought by Mr. Nie have? He is too ignorant of his own limitations. Perhaps he is a spoiled second generation, thinking money comes easy. Nie Qingcheng ignored those voices, merely turning her head to look at Zhang Yan, her beautiful fox-like eyes curving into lovely crescents. Do you like it, eh? Zhang Yan nodded. In his eye of investment, the stone that everyone else dismissed was radiating an unprecedented, almost blinding, brilliant green light. Amidst that green light, there even flickered a hint of noble crimson. Imperial green jade raw stone contains rare red jade. Predicted return rate for the next 7 days, 850. Key turning point: after being carved by a master craftsman, its value will undergo a qualitative change, becoming a treasured rarity. Good. Nie Qingcheng smiled in satisfaction, picked up the sign on the table, and directly handed it to Zhang Yan, saying in an uncompromising tone, "If someone tries to snatch it from you, keep raising the bid until they dare not continue. I don't have enough money, I have some here." Her voice was not loud, but it clearly echoed throughout the venue. The unabashed doting and dominance silenced those who had hoped to see a joke. Ultimately, amidst the complex gazes mixed with jealousy, confusion, and mockery, Zhang Yan purchased the broken stone for the exorbitant price of 30 million. On the way back, Zhang Yan held the massive raw stone sitting in the back seat of the Bentley. "Have you thought about how to?" Nie Qingcheng asked. Zhang Yan stroked the rough surface of the stone. "I want to personally make..." Nie Qingcheng was momentarily stunned, then an indescribable immense joy, like warm tides, instantly flooded her heart. He wants to personally make her a gift. This made her happier than if he had given her a mountain of gold. "I don't want anyone else's help." Zhang Yan looked at her earnestly and said, "So I need a quiet place, one where I won't be disturbed." Nie Qingcheng immediately understood. She took out her phone and directly dialed the president of Jiangzhou University. "Hello, President Wang. This is Nie Qingcheng. Does your school's Department of Mechanical Engineering have a metalworking training center?" "Yes, I need to borrow it for about a week." "Clear the place, all equipment, my staff will handle maintenance. Security will also be fully taken over by us." "Yes, just like that." After hanging up, she smiled at Zhang Yan, revealing a done deal expression. That night, Zhang Yan moved into the Jiangzhou University Metalworking Training Center, which had been completely cleared out and secured by Qingcheng Group's top security team under 24-hour watch. Facing a room full of cold cutting machines, grinding machines, and various precision instruments, Zhang Yan took a deep breath. He carefully placed the massive raw stone on the workbench. Now everything was ready. Just as he was about to start preparing to dissect the stone, a cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Detecting that the host is about to perform artistic creation, the Perfect Life Assistant System v1.7 version urgently activates the ingenious design module. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a divine level skill, divine craftsmanship master carver. Skill description: you will master all carving techniques in human history. Your hands will be the most precise chisels in the world, capable of transforming decay into the miraculous, giving life to stubborn stones. A torrent of vast, boundless knowledge instantly flooded into Zhang Yan's brain. From the vein patterns of jade to the growth rings of wood, from the ductility of metals to the smooth texture of ivory, all ultimate secrets of carving transformed in that moment into an innate instinct. He looked at the dull stone before him again. In his eyes, the rough stone skin had vanished, replaced by a flawless emerald green, extraordinary jade. He could even clearly see that within the pure green depths, a naturally formed phoenix feather-like crimson was quietly sleeping. A crystal clear thought took shape in his mind. The phoenix flies, its wings fluttering. He picked up the cutting machine without the slightest hesitation and cut along a seemingly absurd trajectory. Ziz. The harsh sound of friction filled the air as stone shavings flew. When the heavy stone skin fell away in response, a deep, rich, imperial green, as if burning with the flames of life, suddenly revealed itself to the air. The brilliance flowed dazzling as the starry river. Zhang Yan did not pause. He switched to finer polishing tools, beginning his first creation before achieving divinity on that piece of exquisite jade. His hands were steady as a rock. His heart was as calm as still water. Under his chisel, the outline of the phoenix gradually became clear, with feathers elegantly unfolding, every detail vivid and lifelike. Most remarkably, he perfectly carved that hint of naturally formed red jade into the phoenix's eyes, which looked down upon the world with a regal gaze. This was the finishing touch. Time flew by in the midst of intense concentration. It was unclear how long had passed. When the last cut was made, Zhang Yan set down his tools, exhaling a long breath of turbid air. A crystal-clear, exquisitely crafted phoenix pendant lay quietly in the palm of his hand. It seemed not like a lifeless object, but alive. Just then, a faint yet overwhelmingly regal phoenix cry echoed unexpectedly in the depths of his mind. Ding! The immortal work Phoenix Flies has been completed. Artwork rating mythical level. Special effect 1 calm spirit wearer's mind is at peace, immune to evil. Special effect 2 disaster shield can protect the wearer from a fatal injury once. After activation, the pendant will turn to powder. In the metalworking training center, the sound that seemed to come from the distant primordial chaos echoed in Zhang Yan's mind for just a moment before falling into silence. The phoenix pendant in the palm of his hand also withdrew, all anomalies returning to its ancient and warm. The glimmering red jade under the light emanated a deep glow as if the phoenix had closed its eyes, quietly falling into a deep slumber. Zhang Yan carefully placed this masterpiece, which had consumed his entire week of effort, into a velvet box he had prepared long ago. After finishing all this, he felt an immense wave of fatigue wash over him like a tide. A week's time passed. September 28th, Friday. For the upper echelons of Jinghai City, today was an extraordinarily special day. It was the birthday of the queen of the Qingcheng group, Nie Qingcheng. From dawn, the headquarters of the Qingcheng group was almost overwhelmed with phone calls. Countless self-proclaimed prominent figures used various connections to try every possible means to present a carefully prepared gift to the queen. This was not merely a congratulation, it was a statement, an attempt to ingratiate a survival instinct in the power forest of Jinghai, vying for sunlight and rain. Outside the president's office, Linda was calmly handling all of this. Mr. Wang, I sincerely apologize, but President Nie is not seeing visitors today. We appreciate your kind gesture. Uncle Chin, yes, I know you watched President Nie grow up, but she truly has very important arrangements today. I will convey your painting, but we cannot accept it. Director Li, you are too kind. President Nie has stated that she won't accept any gifts today. I hope you can understand. Linda hung up one call after another, maintaining a professional smile, but inside a storm was raging. Having been beside Nie Qingcheng for so many years, she had never seen her act so unusual. In previous years, although Nie Qingcheng never made a grand affair, she at least held a small internal reception to accept congratulations from core partners and family friends. But this year she had declined, all, leaving none behind. Even last afternoon she had notified the entire board in an uncompromising tone that she would take a day off today. The entire Qingcheng group fell into a strange silence because of this decision. Everyone knew that only one person in the world could make that workaholic queen lay down her billion-dollar business empire to celebrate an ordinary birthday. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Nie Qingcheng closed the last document in front of her on time, glanced at her watch, and a hint of eager tenderness appeared on her cold, beautiful face. She stood up, picked up the trench coat on the sofa, and walked out of the office without looking back. President Nie, after I leave, the company will be offline and no one is to work overtime. Any urgent matters can wait until I return tomorrow. Leaving this sentence that left all executives dumbfounded, she stepped away in her high heels, her figure disappearing at the entrance of the exclusive elevator. Yunding Manor. When Nie Qingcheng pushed open the heavy carved wooden door, what greeted her was not the usual silence, but a rich and complex warm aroma of food. The aroma forcefully penetrated her nostrils, instantly stirring all her appetite. She took off her high heels barefoot on the soft carpet, following the scent step by step toward the kitchen. In the kitchen, the familiar figure was busy with the ingredients, wearing a SpongeBob apron she had bought with his back. His movements flowed like water, his knife skills exquisite like a top artist. Each chop and stir carried a Nie Qingcheng quietly leaned against the door frame, watching his silhouette as the afterglow of the setting sun shone through the window, casting a warm golden edge around him. At that moment, her heart, which was decisive and hard as iron in the business world, softened completely. Half an hour later, when Zhang Yan carefully brought the last dish, boiled cabbage, to the table, a faint sound of footsteps came from the staircase. He instinctively looked up. In that instant, he felt his breath halt. Nie Qingcheng was coming down. She wore a burgundy backless long dress. The silky satin fabric flowed like liquid, perfectly outlining her breathtaking shaped curve. The color of the dress resembled the finest burgundy wine, noble, yet filled with dangerous allure. Most striking was the vast, unhidden whiteness of her back. From her slender neck to her exquisite butterfly bones, and to her perky waist, every inch of skin radiated an ivory-like warmth under the crystal chandelier. She wore her hair in a lazy bun, a few strands playfully falling by her ears, and on her face, which usually bore an air of aloof beauty, there was now a childlike, expectant shyness. She walked one step at a time to the dining table. Looking at the table full of dishes comparable to a national banquet, at the blooming red rose in the center, at the two high-stem glasses filled with red wine, and at the flickering candlelight. Her eyes suddenly turned red without warning. She had experienced the highest luxury in the world, received priceless gifts, and attended countless extravagant banquets, but never had any scene made her feel so at peace. Why are you just standing there? Nie Qingcheng sniffed, forcibly suppressing the rising sourness, her face blooming into a captivating smile as she actively pulled out a chair for Zhang Yan. My exclusive chef, are you not going to sit down and enjoy this meal with me, the birthday star? Zhang Yan came back to his senses and sat down opposite her. The candlelight flickered, stretching their shadows long. Try this. Zhang Yan served her a piece of dompa pork stewed to tenderness in abalone sauce. Nie Qingcheng took small bites, yet her eyes were fixed on Zhang Yan as if he were the most delicious dish. Try this soup next. Zhang Yan served her a bowl of crystal clear, yet exceptionally tasty boiled cabbage. Nie Qingcheng set down her spoon and suddenly grasped Zhang Yan's hand resting on the table. Her fox-like eyes, usually sharp, were now misty and veiled in a thin fog. Zhang Yan, moi. This is the happiest birthday I have ever had in 24 years. Her voice carried a barely perceptible happy tremor. Zhang Yan turned his hand, holding her soft palm in his without speaking, just gently rubbing her hands back with his finger. The meal was slowly finished in a warm and sweet atmosphere. After Zhang Yan tidied up the dishes and walked out from the kitchen, he saw Nie Qingcheng leaning on the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the night view outside, her graceful silhouette resembling a beautiful painting under the moonlight. He took a deep breath, walked over, and gently embraced her from behind. Close your eyes, he whispered softly. Nie Qingcheng obediently closed her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering like small fans. She felt Zhang Yan take something out of his pocket. Then a cool, warm object was gently placed around her snowy neck by his hands. Zhang Yan stepped back half a step, looking at his masterpiece with a satisfied smile. The pendant of phoenix soaring hung quietly between her collarbones, the imperial green contrasting strikingly with her burgundy dress, both noble and mysterious. Even more remarkable was that the red jade, serving as the phoenix's eye, seemed to sense its owner's aura, radiating a faint, warm glow. All right, you can open your eyes now. Nie Qingcheng slowly opened her eyes and looked down. When she saw the exquisitely crafted phoenix that seemed alive on her chest, she was completely stunned. She reached out her hand, gently touching the warm jade. An indescribable sense of peace spread throughout her body in an instant. This is... She suddenly raised her head, her beautiful fox-like eyes fixed on Zhang Yan, her gaze filled with overwhelming shock and joy. Zhang Yan did not answer immediately, but took out the box he had prepared earlier from under the sofa, which contained the scraps he had cut off. He opened the box, revealing the piece of jade ruff he had cut off, worth at least several million. He looked at Nie Qingcheng, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint arc, his voice calm, yet carrying a tenderness that no woman could resist. The stone bought for 30 million shouldn't go to waste. So I just made a small piece. He stepped forward, cupping her stunningly beautiful face in his hands, and pressed an incredibly sincere kiss on her smooth forehead. Happy birthday. The kiss imprinted on her forehead was gentle, yet carried a scorching warmth. Nie Qingcheng shivered, her fox-like eyes, which could always stir up storms, now trembled like butterfly wings dampened by rain, fragile and quivering. The thin mist in her eyes could no longer bear it, transforming into hot tears that silently slid down her smooth. She said nothing, only tightened her arms, suddenly using all her strength to embed herself forcefully into Zhang Yan's embrace, as if she wanted to meld herself into his very being. The phoenix pendant hanging at her chest seemed to sense her overwhelming emotions, the red jade, representing the phoenix eye, radiating an even warmer glow. Just a little thing I made. Nie Qingcheng buried her face in his chest, her voice muffled, laden with a heavy nasal tone and a hint of grievance she herself was unaware of. Zhang Yan, you bastard. This is the best gift I've ever received. In her life, she had never been this unrestricted, nor had she ever been this happy. Zhang Yan said nothing, merely reached out, gently patting her slightly trembling back one stroke at a time. He could feel that the woman in his arms was shedding all her armor completely and unreservedly handing her soft and lonely heart into his hands. The flickering candlelight elongated their shadows, intertwining, inseparable. That night, they did not return to the bedroom. Instead, they embraced and slept in the spacious living room on the soft sofa. The next morning, a beam of golden sunlight peeked through the large floor-to-ceiling window, playfully dancing on Nie Qingcheng's eyelashes. She slowly opened her eyes, her consciousness still somewhat hazy. The first sensation was an unprecedented lightness and peace, as if floating on clouds. Over the years, due to managing a vast business empire, she had hardly ever had a good night's sleep. Even in dreams, her mind was filled with various data reports and business games. Yet last night, she slept exceptionally soundly, not even having a dream. She moved her body and realized she was like an octopus, completely draped over Zhang Yan. One leg was carelessly draped over his waist, her arms tightly wrapped around his neck, her cheek pressed against his warm chest, clearly hearing his steady and powerful heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. This sound brought her more peace than any lullaby in the world. Her cheeks instantly flushed with a beautiful rosy hue. She cautiously lifted her head, gazing at Zhang Yan's enlarged sleeping face just inches away. As he slept, he shed the calmness and composure of the day, his delicate brows and eyes relaxed, exuding a pure and innocent youthful aura, causing her heart to soften. She couldn't help but reach out her finger to gently trace his brow bone. At that moment, Zhang Yan's eyelashes fluttered, slowly opening his eyes. Their gazes met, and the air instantly became somewhat heated. "Good morning." Zhang Yan's voice was hoarse from just waking up, deep and alluring. "Good morning." Nie Qingcheng's voice was faint like a mosquito's buzz, instinctively wanting to climb off him. But as soon as she moved, Zhang Yan groaned. "Don't move. What's wrong?" Nie Qingcheng asked nervously. "My arm is numb." Zhang Yan spoke with some helplessness. One of his arms had been resting beneath her for the entire night, and had completely lost feeling. Only then did Nie Qingcheng realize her crime, her face turning even redder. She hurriedly fumbled to help him lift his arm out, clumsily kneading it with her soft little hands. "All right, it's fine now." Zhang Yan felt the warmth of her fingertips, the softness in his heart nearly overflowing. "I should get up, I have class in the morning." As he said this, he prepared to sit up. However, as soon as he moved, the woman in his arms suddenly coiled around him again, like a startled, beautiful serpent. Not only did she not let go, but she also hugged him tighter. Her breathtakingly beautiful face rubbed against his chest, mumbling indistinctly in a tone that mixed a bit of stubbornness with a hint of petulance. "Don't go." Zhang Yan's movements froze a mix of laughter and tears. "Qingcheng, stop messing around, or we'll be late for class." "So what if we're late?" Nie Qingcheng lifted her head, her enchanting fox-like eyes now watery, resembling a reluctant Persian cat, her eyes filled with unwillingness. Zhang Yan shook his head, ruffling her long hair, his tone resigned. Fine, I won't get up, I'll stay with you." He thought that if he stayed with her a little longer, she would be satisfied. But he still underestimated how clingy a woman immersed in happiness could be. This delay went straight until during this time Zhang Yan attempted to get up several times, only to be forcefully suppressed by Nie Qingcheng with various excuses. "I'm hungry, if you hold me, I won't be hungry anymore. I'm cold, but if you hold me, you'll be warm. The sun is shining outside, it's too bright, I just want to stay in your arms." Zhang Yan completely lost his temper and could only let her hang on him like a large pendant. It wasn't until Uncle Fu knocked on the door 3 times, reminding them that lunch was ready, that Nie Qingcheng reluctantly. After lunch, Zhang Yan thought he could finally gain a moment of freedom. He wanted to go to the study to read for a while. "What's so interesting about books?" "Watch me." Nie Qingcheng directly pressed him down on the sofa, curling up in his arms like a little cat, forcing him to watch a boring soap opera. He wanted to go to the balcony for some fresh air. "It's windy outside, you'll catch a cold." "You can't go." Nie Qingcheng hugged his waist from behind and refused to let go. The most ridiculous part was when Zhang Yan needed to go to the restroom. As soon as he stood up, Nie Qingcheng looked at him with a wary expression. "Where are you going?" "To the restroom." "Oh." She nodded, then took long strides to follow him. Zhang Yan, helplessly amused, stopped at the restroom door. "Are you coming in too?" Nie Qingcheng's cheeks flushed, pouting, while crossing her arms, leaning against the wall outside the door with an air of, "I'll just wait for you here. I'm afraid you'll be flushed away by the toilet." Zhang Yan. He felt as if he hadn't found a girlfriend, but rather adopted a cat that was annoyingly clingy. The entire day passed in this sweet, yet helpless, conjoined twin state, until night fell. The two remained curled up on the sofa, with Nie Qingcheng resting her head on his legs, holding a tablet, casually scrolling through the news. Zhang Yan held a book, quietly reading. Time passed peacefully, and the world felt stable. "Zhang Yan." Nie Qingcheng suddenly spoke up. "Moi. You didn't go to school all day today, or when your teachers give you a hard time." She looked up at his defined jaw. "It's fine, I had my roommate ask for leave for me," Zhang Yan replied casually. "Oh." Nie Qingcheng nodded, fell silent for a few seconds, then spoke in a tone that seemed casual, but carried a hint of probing. "You skipping class like this isn't good. How about I talk to your principal and arrange for all your classes to be online? Or simply don't go, I'll support you." Zhang Yan gazed into the misty eyes cradled in his arms, hearing the confident declaration, "I will support you," as a string in his heart was gently plucked. He lowered his head and kissed her smooth forehead, his voice tinged with a hint of helplessness. "All right, you support me, but I must at least get this kept man out to earn some face for you, right?" Nie Qingcheng blinked, somewhat puzzled. Zhang Yan pinched her cute nose and leisurely explained, "Think about it, when others mention me in the future, would it sound better to say that waste kept at home by Nie Qingcheng, who couldn't even finish university, or that genius who graduated top of the entire department and casually won several international awards, eventually brought home by Nie Qingcheng?" Nie Qingcheng was taken aback. She had to admit that the latter certainly made her appear more impressive. She enjoyed the envious and almost crazed gazes directed at her, as people remarked that not only was she wealthy and influential, but her taste in men was also world-class. "Then, you must come back immediately after class." She pouted, resembling a little girl whose favorite toy had been taken away, reluctantly releasing her grip and proposing her final condition. "All right." Zhang Yan agreed with a smile, finally managing to extricate himself from the enchantingly comfortable sofa. The next day, Monday, Zhang Yan, carrying a backpack, walked into dormitory 302, where Wang Hao was slumped in a chair staring at the green Klein charts of funds on the computer screen and sighing deeply. Hearing the sound of the door, he weakly turned his head for a glance. The next moment, holy crap! Wang Hao jumped up from the chair like a rabbit whose tail had been stepped on, his hefty frame bursting with unexpected agility as he dashed up to Zhang Yan. He scrutinized Zhang Yan from head to toe, his gaze akin to that of someone seeing a fossil that had gone missing for nearly 10 days only to return on its own. Yan, brother Yan, you're still alive. Zhang Yan, you're finally back. Wang Hao, seeing him silent, grabbed his arm with a face full of excitement, as if he had survived a disaster. You have no idea what I've been going through these days while you were gone. I couldn't eat or sleep, terrified I'd see you on the news. Zhang Yan looked at him with a hint of amusement. What would they see me for? Seeing you kidnapped and killed. Wang Hao exclaimed, frowning. Think about it, you took over 50 million. That's over 50 million. What if some unscrupulous trader had their sights on you and took you to harvest your kidneys? Zhang Yan patted his shoulder. Don't worry, my kidneys are still intact. That's good, that's good. Wang Hao sighed in relief, but soon after the gleam of gossip ignited in his eyes. He pulled Zhang Yan aside, lowering his voice with a sly yet curious smile. Brother Yan, honestly, in this past week of your disappearance, did you spend time in a two-person world with that girl? What gift did you give her for her birthday? That 30 million stone, did it yield anything? Is it really an imperial? Was the scene particularly grand? Did it have any movie-like moments with helicopters pulling banners and rose petals raining down from the sky? Faced with this barrage of questions, Zhang Yan simply took out his textbook from the bag and calmly uttered 2 words. Class. After saying that, he walked out of the dormitory amidst Wang Hao's desperate wails. As he made his way from the dormitory building to the lecture hall, Zhang Yan distinctly felt that he had become the center of attention on campus. Almost everyone he passed would instinctively stop, casting curious, reverent, and even slightly fearful glances. Look, it's him. Which one? The one with the backpack. My goodness, he looks so refined in person, you wouldn't guess he's the kind of guy who could shatter backboards. A girl pretended to adjust her hair, but secretly raised her phone, quickly snapping a picture of Zhang Yan's back. Got it. I'm going to post this on the campus wall. The title will be "That Man, He Has Returned." I heard Li Zifeng is still in the hospital having some mental issues, going crazy at the sight of anything red. Deserved it. Who told him to mess with someone he shouldn't? You should have seen the scene when 5 Maybachs drove into the school. The aura was simply overwhelming. These whispers floated into Zhang Yan's ears without missing a word. He maintained a blank expression, his steps unwavering, as if these discussions had nothing to do with him. He entered the lecture hall, which already had quite a few people seated. The moment he stepped inside, the previously somewhat noisy environment fell into a brief silence. All eyes were suddenly directed at him. Zhang Yan ignored these gazes and walked directly to an empty spot in the back row, placing his bag down and sitting down. Soon the class bell rang. The professor teaching this course on advanced mathematics was an elderly man with graying hair, wearing reading glasses, known for his strictness in the school, named Professor Liu. Professor Liu, holding his teaching materials, walked up to the podium, adjusted his glasses, and habitually scanned the whole room. When his gaze fell on that quiet figure in the back row, he paused slightly. Then, to everyone's astonishment, this professor, who usually couldn't even be bothered to glance at the class representative, actually walked down from the podium. He walked through the rows of desks and directly approached Zhang Yan. The classroom was eerily quiet, and everyone held their breath, thinking this failing rate killer was about to confront Zhang Yan. After all, Zhang Yan had skipped almost a week of his classes. However, the words Professor Liu spoke next dropped everyone's jaws to the floor. You must be Zhang Yan, right? Professor Liu's tone was unexpectedly gentle, even carrying a hint of concern. I heard from Principal Wang a few days ago that you were unwell. Are you feeling better now? That's good. Professor Liu displayed a warm smile. Young man, studying is important, but your health is even more important. If you ever feel unwell or have something important to attend to, you can call me directly to ask for leave. No need to go through those tedious processes. After saying that, he patted Zhang Yan's shoulder and turned back to the podium. The entire classroom was in utter silence. All the students looked at Zhang Yan as if he were a monster. Is this really the professor who hardly spoke 10 words all semester, never highlighted key points before exams, treating students like air? This attitude is just too respectful, isn't it? The few classmates sitting in the front row exchanged glances, their faces filled with jealousy and confusion. They worked hard to prepare and review, eagerly answering questions in class just to get familiar with the professor and hopefully receive a higher score on their usual performance at the end of the term. In contrast, here was someone who had missed a week of classes, and the professor not only didn't scold him, but even came over to inquire about his well-being, granting him the privilege of asking for leave anytime. The disparity between people is just too vast. Zhang Yan sat down again, opened his textbook, and remained unaffected by the envious and jealous gazes surrounding him. The class slowly passed in this bizarre atmosphere. As soon as the class bell rang, Zhang Yan closed his book ready to pack his things and rush back to Yunding Manor. However, just as he stood up, a girl in a white dress with flowing long hair and a gentle demeanor blocked his path. The appearance of the girl made the students who were already prepared to leave the classroom halt once more. Lin Qingcheng, the president of the music club. What is she doing here? And why is she directly blocking the door? Oh my goodness, what is this situation? Under the watchful eyes of the students burning with curiosity, Lin Qingcheng's beautiful face bore a slight blush along with genuine admiration. She looked at Zhang Yan, slightly bowed, and then presented a beautifully crafted invitation with both hands. Hello, Junior Zhang Yan. Her voice was crisp and pleasant like a mountain spring. I am Lin Qingcheng, the president of the school music club. On behalf of all the members, I sincerely invite you. She paused, her bright eyes sparkling with anticipation. To join us. Inside a tiered classroom, the previously boisterous clamor was abruptly severed, as if by an invisible commanding hand. Hundreds of eyes locked onto the rear corner. There stood two figures. One was Zhang Yan, a legendary figure who had instantly drawn attention upon returning to campus. The other was Lin Qingcheng, president of the music club, clad in a white dress and radiating an air of serene aloofness. The scene struck with visceral intensity. Many boys dropped their pens, forgotten on the floor. Lin Qingcheng held out the gold-embossed invitation with both hands spine straight, yet her gaze betrayed an uncommon, unyielding resolve. Junior brother Zhang Yan. Her voice, though soft, carried with crystalline clarity across the hushed room. The music club sincerely invites you to join. Even if you choose not to attend regular rehearsals, we would be honored to appoint you as our special advisor. Special advisor. Appointing a freshman to guide a cohort of elite art majors, each brimming with pride and talent. Whispers erupted like wildfire. Damn. It looks like Goddess Lin's gone Allen. An advisor. That's practically professor-level status. No choice. The piano performance at the welcome gala was transcendent. Even I'd kneel if I were club president. Everyone assumed this gesture offered more than enough dignity. No reasonable man would refuse. Zhang Yan, however, merely glanced once at the invitation. He didn't even bother removing his hands from his pockets. Not interested. 3 words. Cold, blunt, final. His thoughts were consumed by the woman waiting for him at Yunding Manor. Nie Qingcheng was still at home, expecting him to return for remedial lessons. He had no time to indulge children playing at adulthood. Lin Qingcheng's hand froze midair. A flicker of disbelief crossed her delicate features, then flushed into crimson. For the first time in her life, she had been rejected with such unvarnished finality. Zhang Yan. Lin Qingcheng bit her lip, her literary stubborn temperament flaring. She withdrew the invitation, stepped forward, and fixed her gaze unwaveringly upon his eyes. I know your skill is extraordinary. Your disinterest in the music club is irrelevant. But you must not demean our passion for music. She turned and gestured to a club member nearby. In moments, a portable electronic keyboard was placed atop a deck. Power connected. Machine powered on. Lin Qingcheng pointed to the keys, her tone edged with defiant challenge. Right here. You need not perform some grand composition. Just play anything. A fragment. That convinces me you truly lack time. Not that you're simply arrogant. From now on, Lin Qingcheng will walk around you whenever we meet on campus. No further entanglement. This was a public ultimatum, and a wager of her dignity as a prodigy of the music department. The classroom exploded with fervor. Play something. Play something. Brother Yan, don't back down. Show the school beauty what you've got. Wang, however, the provocateur, leapt onto his chair and waved his plump arms. Brother Yan, let them witness true dimensional annihilation. Zhang Yan glanced at his Patek Philippe, a gift from Nie Qingcheng reminding him to return home promptly. If he lingered any longer, that clingy CO might storm the campus herself. Troublesome. He frowned faintly, murmuring the word under his breath. Under hundreds of watchful eyes, he strode toward the modest electronic keyboard. No tuning. No adjustment of posture. He simply pulled up a chair, sat, and rested a single hand upon the keys. All breath stilled. Everyone awaited another tempestuous rendition of Croatian Rhapsody. Yet, ding! At the very first note, silence crashed over the room. Then came a melody so familiar it lived in every memory for Elise. The quintessential beginner's piece, so ubiquitous it played from street sprinkling trucks. That's it. A boy in the front row nearly scoffed aloud, but his smirk froze the instant the second phrase unfolded. The simple melody flowed from Zhang Yan's fingertips, unadorned, unembellished. No virtuosic flourishes, no dense harmonies. Yet those stark, black and white keys resonated with startling vitality. It was no longer the overplayed exercise piece. It became an aging man turning the brittle pages of a yellowed photograph, or a heartbroken youth lighting a solitary cigarette in the rain. A profound, aching solitude. A sorrow so piercing it bypassed the ears entirely and struck directly at the heart's most tender recesses. Absolute silence descended. Those who'd come for mockery now gaped, eyes vacant. Some felt a sudden sting behind their noses, remembering a first love long lost to silence. Others blinked back tears, recalling a summer frozen forever in memory. True mastery lies not in ornamentation, but in essence. When technique reaches its zenith, only raw, unfiltered emotion remains. Nie Qingcheng stood closest, and thus absorbed the full force of the impact. Her defiant expression had drained to pallor, her body trembled faintly, uncontrollably. She was a connoisseur, and precisely because of that she understood better than anyone how terrifyingly precise control was required to transform Elise into this. This was no longer piano playing. It was storytelling, using notes to drag every soul into the open, then press it face down into the truth of itself. The final note faded, its resonance lingering like mist before dissolving into stillness. Zhang Yan withdrew his hand calm and unruffled, as if nothing extraordinary had occurred. He did not glance at his classmates still dazed in emotional aftershock. Nor did he look at Nie Qingcheng, frozen speechless hollow-eyed. He slung his backpack over one shoulder. Passing beside her he paused, just slightly, and uttered a quiet, almost weightless remark. Is this your pride? Far too fragile. Then he strode out, long legs carrying him swiftly from the room. Even after his silhouette vanished, no one dared. Minutes passed, until a stifled sob broke the silence. All turned. There stood Nie Qingcheng, the proud goddess of the music club, hands pressed to her mouth, tears streaming unchecked. It was the despair of utter annihilation, and the trembling awe of having witnessed divinity. Stepping outside the teaching building, the crisp autumn wind brushed his face, sharpening his senses. He retrieved his phone, preparing to message, Nie Qingcheng, I'm on my way home. Then two figures burst from the two classmates. Their faces were ashen, a sweat glistened on their foreheads, as if they'd sprinted a kilometer. Zhang Yan, don't go forward. One boy gasped, gripping Zhang Yan's arm with desperate force, his voice quivering. Zhang Yan slipped his phone away, eyes still lowered. The cafeteria area. He swallowed hard, pointing toward the inevitable intersection ahead, terror etched deep in his gaze. They're all from the physical education department. The varsity basketball team captain's leading them, to avenge Li Zifeng. They're holding weapons. Zhang Yan, run. These PE students don't hold back, they'll kill you. Zhang Yan followed his finger toward the distant crossroads. A cluster of towering figures in athletic jerseys blocked the path, baseball bats gripped in their hands, fury blazing in their eyes. Any ordinary student would already be paralyzed with fear. Zhang Yan merely gave them a cursory glance. He patted the boy's shoulder, then gently extracted his arm. Run. He smoothed his collar, a wry, knowing smile curling his lips. Perfect. Just finish playing. I'm feeling restless. Let them loosen my muscles. After a moment, Zhang Yan stopped in his tracks, his expression calm. The wind stirred the fallen leaves on the ground, and the air at the intersection was hot enough to make one feel uneasy. A group of tall men wearing basketball jerseys stood at the entrance, wielding baseball bats and steel pipes, forming a moving wall of flesh that blocked the path tightly. The leader, sporting a buzz cut and a face full of excess flesh, casually tapped the baseball bat in his palm, producing a dull sound that made one's teeth ache. So you're Zhang Yan. The buzz-cut man spat, tilting his neck, his gaze reminiscent of a predator eyeing a weak prey. Li Zifeng is our brother. You sent him to a mental hospital. Oh, we need to settle this debt properly. His followers let out a series of strange laughs, their weapons clashing together, creating a cacophony of sound. The kind-hearted boy who had reported earlier had long since fled, sticking to the wall to avoid getting splattered with blood. Zhang Yan stood still, gently moving his wrist, producing a crisp crack. Settle a debt. He lifted his eyelids, scanning the group with a gaze as flat as if he were asking for directions. Are the medical expenses on you, or should I call an ambulance for you? Damn, you're asking for it. Waste him. The buzz-cut man was enraged by this dismissive attitude and shouted, swinging the baseball bat down towards Zhang Yan's head. The wind howled. If that bat connected, it would either mean death or a concussion. However, Zhang Yan did not dodge. Just as the bat was less than 10 centimeters from his forehead, he moved. Not in a flashy, evasive maneuver, but in an extremely simple and direct manner. Interception. Master-level Jeet Kune Do, since it was Jeet Kune Do, it emphasized striking first, intercepting the opponent's intent. Bang! A muffled sound of flesh colliding. No one could see how Zhang Yan made his move. All they saw was the buzz-cut man being sent flying like he had been struck by a speeding truck, his body curling up as he flew backwards, the baseball bat slipping from his grasp and arcing through the air before crashing into a distant trash can. Cough! Cough! The buzz-cut man knelt on the ground, clutching his stomach, bile threatening to spill as his face turned a deep shade of purple, struggling to catch his breath. The entire scene fell into silence. The dozen or so athletes who had been ready to rush in were frozen in place, their feet rooted to the ground, their hands holding their weapons suspended in midair, unable to advance or retreat. With one move, he took down the captain, who was nearly 2 meters tall and weighed around 200 pounds. Zhang Yan brushed off non-existent dust from his sleeve and took a step forward. Wow. The group of burly men took a synchronized step back, their movements more precise than military. Are we still fighting? Zhang Yan asked. No one dared to speak. This was no weak man. He was clearly a tyrannosaurus in human skin. If not, move aside, you're blocking the way. Zhang Yan shook his head, seemingly indifferent to this battle that held no. He walked straight through the crowd. Those athletes who usually acted arrogantly in school were now behaving as meekly as quails, with some even subconsciously clearing a wide path for him. Only when Zhang Yan's figure disappeared around the corner did the buzz-cut man manage to catch his breath, leaning against a lamppost staring in that direction, his eyes filled with deep fear. After resolving this little incident, Zhang Yan rubbed his belly. Although the previous encounter hadn't taken much effort, he was indeed feeling a bit hungry. He did not return to the dormitory, but directly turned into the second cafeteria nearby. It was mealtime, and the cafeteria was bustling with noise and steam. Many people around recognized him, their whispers buzzing like flies. Hey, isn't that Zhang Yan? I just heard he beat up the athletes at the intersection. Really? Isn't he a pianist? Can he fight? Who knows, probably a bodyguard arranged by Nie Qingcheng intervened. With that physique of his, who could he fight? True, he's living off a woman, so he's definitely being protected. Zhang Yan turned a deaf ear, his attention fully focused on the last portion of sweet and sour ribs at the window. Fortunately, when it was his turn, that portion of ribs was still there. Any one portion of sweet and sour ribs, and one serving of vegetarian, 3 delicacies, 2 portions of rice. Zhang Yan swiped his card, watching as the ant's trembling hand finally steadied to place the ribs in his tray, his mood lifting slightly. He held the tray turned and was about to find a vacant seat. At that moment, a boy dressed in branded trendy clothes with dyed yellow hair suddenly darted out from the side, as if blind, colliding hard with Zhang Yan's arm. Slap. Although Zhang Yan reacted swiftly to stabilize his balance, the tray in his hand, inevitably, the freshly served sweet and sour ribs along with rice and sauce, went crashing to the ground. The greasy sauce splattered onto Zhang Yan's clean sneakers, creating a complete mess. The noise in the cafeteria instantly halved. All eyes were drawn to the scene. The yellow-haired boy exaggeratedly jumped back a step, patting the large logo on his hoodie with a look of disdain as he glanced at the food on the ground, then at Zhang Yan. Oh, isn't this our school's big celebrity, Zhang Yan? The yellow-haired boy spoke sarcastically, his voice loud enough for the entire cafeteria to hear. I'm really sorry, I wasn't watching where I was going. But speaking of which, how does someone of your stature still come to eat this pig food in the cafeteria? He deliberately emphasized the words stature with a heavy dose of mockery. Several boys nearby who were with the yellow-haired boy immediately burst into laughter. Exactly what young Master Chen said is right. Zhang Yan resides in Yunding Manor, eats delicacies daily. How could this cafeteria food be worthy of his precious stomach? I bet he was kicked out by Nie Qingcheng. After all, a rich woman's taste changes quickly. Once she's bored, she tosses him aside. Ha ha ha, that's tragic. Transitioning from luxury to frugality is hard. Just look at the way he stared at those ribs like he hadn't eaten meat in centuries. More and more students gathered to watch, and some even took out their phones to start recording, planning to post it on the school forum for some views. Zhang Yan glanced down at the ribs that he hadn't even had a chance to taste, his brows slightly furrowing. Wasting food. Unforgivable. He lifted his head, looking at the yellow-haired boy called young Master Chen. Apologize. Zhang Yan's voice was. Young Master Chen seemed to have heard the greatest joke, pointing at his own nose and looking exaggeratedly at the people around him. Apologize? Me apologize to him? Huh. He suddenly suppressed his laughter, stepping forward until his pockmarked face was almost pressed against Zhang Yan's, lowering his voice and speaking viciously. Zhang Yan, don't think that just because you're with Nie Qingcheng, you're really someone of importance. In Jinghai, you are nothing. Without her, you are even worse than this dog. Saying this, he pulled out a few red 100 yuan bills from his pocket and tossed them lightly onto the pile of food on the ground. Isn't it just a meal? I'll compensate you. 500 yuan, enough for a poor loser like you to eat cafeteria food for a month, right? Take it, no need for change, just consider it a reward from me. The red bills fell onto the greasy sauce, glaringly conspicuous. Around them, gasps of shock could be heard. This humiliation was too direct, too brutal. Everyone thought Zhang Yan would explode in anger, retaliate, or like a coward pick up the money and walk away. After all, in everyone's eyes, he was just a soft meal man relying on a woman. Without Nie Qingcheng, he indeed lacked the capital to stand up to these wealthy second-generation heirs. However, Zhang Yan neither picked up the money nor lashed out. He simply stared silently at young Master Chen, his gaze akin to that of someone watching a monkey performing tricks. Too little. Young Master Chen, seeing that he wasn't responding, thought he had hit a nerve and became even more pleased. Fine, I'll add a bit more. As long as you shout 3 times, I'm living off a woman, I'll reward you another 1,000 today. Zhang, he reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone. What are you doing? Calling the rich woman to complain. Young Master Chen scoffed. Save it, it's still working hours. Nie Qingcheng is busy with her business. How could she have time to deal with a small fry like you? His words were cut off mid-sentence. Because Zhang Yan did not dial a number. He simply opened a stock trading app and turned the screen towards young Master Chen, as well as towards the surrounding onlookers holding their phones. I don't like to trouble others, Zhang Yan said casually, his voice clear enough to resonate throughout half the cafeteria, especially for this little pocket money. On the screen was a clear asset overview interface. Total assets 132255512. 50 yuan. That long string of numbers hit everyone's retinas like a silent hammer. 1 10 100,000 10,000 100,000 million 10 million. Over 13 million. Young Master Chen's eyes nearly popped out his mouth agape, as if an egg could fit inside his throat, making a gurgle sound, yet he couldn't utter a single word. The students surrounding him holding their phones were trembling. The cafeteria suddenly fell silent. Even the sound of the spoon dropping from the serving ant's hand was crystal clear. This is what I earned last week. Zhang Yan put his phone away, his tone casual, as if he were saying he picked up $5 last week. I originally planned to buy an island to play with, but since you think I can't afford cafeteria food. He glanced at the greasy 100 yuan bills on the ground, a hint of mockery curling at the corner of his mouth. This money is better spent on treating your own brain. As for this cafeteria, Zhang Yan surveyed the crowd that had fallen into a stunned silence, finally locking eyes with the utterly dazed young Master Chen. If I wanted to eat, this 10 million should be enough for me to buy this cafeteria and treat all the students here to meals for 3 to 5 years, right? Boom. The crowd erupted. What the hell? Over 10 million. This is cash flow. Earned last week. Did he rob a bank? A godly rich man. This is not a soft meal man. This is clearly a capital tycoon going undercover to experience life. Who just called him a poor loser? If he's poor, then what am I? Am I a cell? The tide had turned. All the originally mocking and disdainful gazes transformed into shock and admiration, with many girls' eyes sparkling with stars. Young Master Chen's face turned red and white, frozen in place, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. He had humiliated someone with 500 only to have that person casually throw back $1 million. This slap in the face echoed loudly, leaving him swollen with shame. Zhang Yan couldn't be bothered to look at this clown again, turning to head to another counter to get a new meal. At that moment, a notification sound rang from his phone, crisp in the quiet atmosphere. The previously indifferent, aloof demeanor of a big shot who viewed money as dirt crumbled upon seeing the message on the screen. In its place was a hint of helplessness mixed with a touch of fondness, softening his smile. It was a voice message from Nie Qingcheng. He didn't hold back and directly pressed play. The voice of the queen, which struck fear in the business world of Jinghai, came through the speaker, laced with a hint of laziness and a touch of playful whining. Little brat, I'm working overtime, starving here. Don't eat that unnutritious cafeteria food. Hurry over. I want to eat your handmade noodles. Add more vinegar, less chili, or I'll deduct your pocket money in less than half an hour. The entire cafeteria fell silent once again, but this time the expressions on everyone's faces were even more colorful. This was the legendary soft meal, hard eating. A big shot with assets in the millions, summoned by a female CEO to cook noodles and even threatened with deductions from his pocket money. The key was this big shot seemed quite pleased. Zhang Yan put away his phone and shrugged at the still dazed young Master Chen. Sorry, but I really can't eat in this cafeteria anymore. Someone at home is waiting to feed me. With that, he casually placed the tray at the recycling point, striding out of the cafeteria with a light step under the envious and jealous eyes of the boys, leaving behind a back figure filled with hidden prowess and fame and a campus legend that was about to explode across. Leaving the bustling cafeteria behind, Zhang Yan paid no heed to the stunned or admiring glances following him. To him, the recent commotion mattered far less than the steaming bowl of noodle soup cradled in his hands. He had prepared the noodles himself in the school's kitchen, hand-rolled, springy, and resilient. The broth was a refined, clear stock painstakingly simmered from chicken frames and pork bones, skimmed meticulously of all surface oil to preserve only its delicate savory depth. Finally, he garnished it with finely minced scallions and a few drops of fragrant sesame oil. Such simplicity nourishes best and suits that exacting stomach perfectly. Half an hour later, the taxi came to a smooth halt beneath the soaring glass facade of Qingcheng International Tower. Though it was already 7 o'clock in the evening, this skyscraper, anchoring the heart of Jinghai's CBD, blazed with light, defiant against the dusk. White-collar professionals streamed in and out, faces etched with the peculiar blend of exhaustion and exhilaration unique to life in a metropolis. Zhang Yan, holding the insulated thermos, swiped his face effortlessly through the biometric gate into the dedicated elevator. Ding! The elevator doors parted slowly on the topmost floor. Silence reigned. Only a slender thread of light seeped from beneath the CEO's office door. Linda was absent, likely dispatched to tidy up the aftermath of the Zhou family's disastrous entanglement. Zhang Yan pushed open the heavy rosewood door. The air inside was chilled, almost crisp, too cold for comfort. Behind the expansive mahogany desk sat the woman who by day commanded with ruthless precision, the very embodiment of authority, now sprawled unceremoniously across the surface, utterly unguarded. Nie Qingcheng had buried her face deep in the crook of her arm, her normally immaculate long hair spilled loosely over her shoulders, disheveled and soft. At the sound of the door opening, she didn't lift her head, only emitted a muffled hum thick with fatigue and irritation. Linda, I told you, unless the sky collapses, don't disturb me. I'm sleeping. Zhang Yan said nothing. He closed the door, softly walked to the vast leather sofa, and unscrewed the thermos lid. A warm, intoxicating aroma. Wheat's gentle earthiness, the rich umami of slow-simmered broth, and the bright, verdant freshness of scallions, immediately unfurled through the sterile atmosphere, where ink fumes and the faint ozone tang of electronics once held dominion. The woman pretending to be dead on the desk twitched one ear, then shot upright, wild-haired and wide-eyed. Nie Qingcheng drew in a sharp breath. Her fox-like eyes, bloodshot and dull moments before, ignited with startling brilliance the instant they caught that familiar beloved scent. Zhang Yan. She practically launched herself from the executive chair, bare feet padding silently across the plush carpet as she darted straight to the sofa. Why did you take so long? I'm starving. Gone was every trace of the trillion-dollar conglomerate's formidable sovereign, replaced entirely by raw, desperate hunger. Her impeccably tailored couture shirt hung slightly undone at the collar, sleeves rolled past her elbows. She looked like a feral kitten starved for 3 days. Zhang Yan handed her the chopsticks, then gently tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Eat while it's hot. The noodles lose their texture if they sit too long. Nie Qingcheng seized the chopsticks, and without waiting for the steam to subside, lifted a generous mouthful straight to her lips. Huff, too hot, delicious. She mumbled indistinctly, cheeks puffed, eyes half closed in pure, unvarnished contentment. Zhang Yan sat beside her, watching in quiet stillness as she ate. The Zhou family project, and the internal reshuffling within the group, had clearly drained her utterly. Even beneath the warm amber glow of the lamps, the dark smudges beneath her eyes remained unmistakable. She finished every last drop, noodles, broth, everything, clean as a whistle. Setting down her chopsticks with zero decorum, Nie Qingcheng let out an unapologetic belch, then collapsed bonelessly onto the sofa, resting her head atop Zhang Yan's thigh. I'm alive again. She exhaled deeply, eyes closed, lashes trembling faintly. But these past few days have been brutal. I feel like my neck might snap and my skull buzzes with hundreds of flies. With that, she seized Zhang Yan's hand and pressed it firmly against her temple, her tone laced with playful petulance and unquestionable entitlement. Master Zhang, quick, massage your boss. Do it well, and there'll be a reward. Zhang Yan regarded her shameless display with a faint, indulgent smile. What reward, oi? A reward. Nie Qingcheng cracked open one eye, her gaze liquid and luminous. Her fingertip traced a teasing line across his palm. Tonight, you won't sleep on the sofa. Zhang Yan shook his head, but his fingers were already settling upon her temples. Supreme massage technique activated. His hands were long-fingered, strong, and radiated gentle, steady warmth. He applied no brute force, instead tracing meridian pathways with exquisite precision, kneading with a rhythm both subtle and profound. A low, blissful sigh escaped Nie Qingcheng's throat. The sensation was extraordinary, not like the painful mechanical pressure of ordinary therapists. His fingertips seemed imbued with quiet magic. Each gentle press sent a wave of soothing warmth deep into acupoints, dissolving accumulated tension and fatigue, drawing them out like shadows receding before dawn. From her temples to Fengqi point at the base of her skull, then down to the rigid, knotted trapezius muscles along her neck and shoulders. Zhang Yan rose, circled behind the sofa, and placed his thumbs firmly on the hardened slabs of muscle crowning her shoulders. This area is completely blocked, he murmured, increasing pressure, just slightly. Bear with it. Go easy. She winced, instinctively jerking away. Don't move. His palms settled firmly on her shoulder, anchoring her in place, while his touch grew infinitely more nuanced and sustained. Where flow exists, pain ceases. Endure this moment. It will pass. Gradually, the sharp, burning ache dissolved, replaced by an unprecedented sense of release. It felt as though a crushing weight she'd borne for weeks had finally lifted her body, floated weightless, buoyant, as if she might drift upward into the air itself. The office lay hushed. Only the whisper of the central air system disturbed the silence. Nie Qingcheng's breathing slowed, deepened, lengthened. The furrow between her brows eased, the face usually sharpened by ambition and calculation softened under the lamplight, serene, tender, disarmingly vulnerable. 5 minutes passed. Zhang Yan ceased his ministrations. On the sofa lay the titan of industry, curled like a sated cat, breathing softly, already lost to gentle slumber. She had fallen asleep. Zhang Yan made no move to rouse her. He slipped off his jacket and draped it gently over her form, then raised the thermostat by 2 degrees. He settled into the adjacent armchair, picking up a financial magazine from the table and flipping idly through its pages, keeping silent, vigilant watch over this sanctuary of peace. Time flowed steadily onward. Outside, city lights thinned, the moon ascended to its zenith. No one could say how long had passed. A stir on the sofa, the jacket slipping halfway off her shoulders. Nie Qingcheng blinked, awake, dazed and disoriented, staring blankly at the unfamiliar ceiling. Seconds ticked by before memory returned. She was in her office. She sat up sharply, glancing at the wall clock, 1:30 am. Awake. A calm voice. She turned. Zhang Yan sat close by holding a glass of warm water, his expression quietly affectionate. I slept that long. She rubbed her hair in mild chagrin, accepted the water, and took a sip. Why didn't you wake me? There are still mountains of documents awaiting approval. That sleep had been profoundly restorative, yet the thought of the towering workload instantly reignited her headache. You looked utterly spent, Zhang Yan replied, bending to retrieve the fallen jacket from the floor. Work never ends, but your health does. You wouldn't understand. She shoved the empty glass back into his hands and sank back into her chair before the computer, exhaling a weary sigh, her voice heavy with quiet despair. It's not merely about volume this time. She pointed at the densely packed PowerPoint slide on screen, her brow furrowed into a deep vertical crease. The group is launching a strategic push into next-generation battery technology. This is our core focus for the next decade. Yet we've hit a critical impasse on the technical blueprint. This proposal was drafted by the RD team over 15 grueling days. But something feels fundamentally wrong. Whether it's energy density projections or thermal management logic, it's all unnervingly conservative. Presenting this to global industry leaders would earn us nothing, not even a seat at the table. Frustration mounting, Nie Qingcheng reached for the cigarette pack on her desk. Her hand froze midair, gently but firmly stilled by Zhang Yan's. Smoke less. It ages your skin. He took the pack and dropped it decisively into the wastebasket. Nie Qingcheng shot him a glare, ready to protest. When he stepped around the desk and stood directly behind her, he offered no platitudes. Instead, he leaned forward, his long fingers reaching past her shoulder to grasp. They stood intimately close. The clean, faint scent of soap mingled with the lingering warmth of Yanchun noodles, enveloping her completely. Her heartbeat skipped, just as his calm, focused voice brushed her ear. This is your RD team's final proposal. Zhang Yan scrolled smoothly, his eyes scanning the dense technical document with astonishing speed. His gaze transformed, shedding all traces of gentle lover or detached student. Now he was incisive, laser-sharp, like a high-precision diagnostic engine dissecting flawed code. What's amiss? Nie Qingcheng blinked in surprise. This was cutting-edge solid-state battery research, dense with chemical equations and multi-layered physical models. Even doctoral candidates needed hours to parse it properly. Zhang Yan remained silent, fixing his gaze on a structural diagram on screen, a faint knowing curve lifting the corner of his mouth. This isn't conservatism. He released the mouse, straightened, and looked down at her astonished face, his voice resonant with absolute certainty. This is suicide. This electrolyte formulation ratio, if ambient temperature exceeds 45 degrees Celsius, thermal runaway probability escalates exponentially. Should you proceed with mass production using this blueprint? His fingertip lightly tapped the delicate bridge of her nose. I may soon be delivering prison meals to you. Nie Qingcheng froze, staring at him as if he'd descended from another world entirely. You understand this? Zhang Yan smiled faintly, then pulled up a chair, grabbed a sheet of white paper and a fountain pen. Toss this garbage. I'll draft a new one for you. His pen flew across the page, sketching an intricate molecular structure, without glancing up. Let's do this properly. Let's play for keeps. If we're entering this arena, we won't merely compete. We'll reset the board entirely, sweeping aside those international giants. He paused, pen hovering midair, then lifted his gaze. In those clear, unwavering eyes burned a fierce, breathtaking arrogance, one that sent a shiver through Nie Qingcheng's very core. Clear the field. At 6 o'clock in the morning, on the top floor of the Qingcheng building, the first rays of sunlight pierced through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a glow on the large mahogany desk. Nie Qingcheng held the thick document titled New Solid-State Battery Thermal Management and Mass Production Improvement Plan, her whole being frozen in shock, maintaining the same posture for a full 10 minutes. This plan was hastily put together by Zhang Yan in just an hour last night. As a top operator in the industry, she was acutely aware of the value contained in this document. What the technical department had produced was like a rough foundation that could barely be used. Zhang Yan's version, however, was akin to a nuclear weapon that could crush several international giants. From the optimization of the electrolyte ratio to the genius-like honeycomb heat dissipation structure, every data point was shockingly precise, even reducing the mass production cost by 30%. How is this even possible? Nie Qingcheng mumbled to herself, looking up at the sofa, which was already. Only a note was left pressed under her cup, the handwriting vigorous and powerful, exuding a sense of nonchalant elegance. The plan is revised. I'll remember to eat breakfast. There's an industrial design basics class with old Yen in the morning. If you're late, you'll fail. I'm slipping out now, don't miss me. Nie Qingcheng held that note in her hand, glancing at the valuable plan worth at least 10 billion. To avoid failing, tossing aside hundreds of billions in business to attend that basic class. Zhang Yan. Nie Qingcheng bit her lip, her eyes brimming with love that was about to overflow, eventually transforming into a helpless yet sweet smile as she scolded him. You, spendthrift man. At Jiangzhou University, in the lecture hall 404 of the Science and Engineering Building, the air was as oppressive as a fish pond before a storm. On the podium, an old professor with graying hair and thick glasses wore a grim expression, the teaching stick in his hand crackling against the blackboard. Yin Jinghai, the guardian deity of the industrial design department at Zhang University, was also notorious for failing students. No one dared to skip his class, nor did anyone dare to slack off. Is this the homework you submitted? Yin Jinghai casually picked up a design sketch, not even glancing at it, and threw it back onto the desk of a boy in the front row as if tossing away trash. We are designing a charging pile for new energy vehicles, not a disco ball. Why are there so many RGB light strips being used? Is it to let the car owners dance while charging? And what about this base? What material is it made of? Polyethylene. Are you trying to make the fire burn hotter while charging? The boy turned crimson from embarrassment, shrinking his neck and daring not to speak. The entire class of over 70 people fell silent. Wang Hao, huddled in the last row, held a book in front of his face and elbowed Zhang Yan next to him, whispering, "It's over old. Yin is on a warpath today." "Brother, Yin, did you bring your homework? If not, we need to think of an excuse to duck out quickly." Zhang Yan was looking down at his phone, the screen displaying a series of kissing emojis sent by Nie Qingcheng along with a transfer notification. "Pocket money, go buy some candy." The amount was 500,000. He replied with a "received," then calmly glanced up at the podium. That's good, that's good." Wang Hao sighed in relief. "I stayed up late last night to whip up a streamlined concept drawing. Though it lacks technical content, it's visually appealing and should help me scrape by with a passing grade." At that moment, Yin Zhenghua's gaze swept across the room like a searchlight. "Next, who's up?" No one dared to move. The earlier disco ball guy's dismal fate was still fresh in everyone's mind, nobody wanted to seek trouble. No one. If no one steps up, they'll call names. Yin Zhenghua flipped open the attendance sheet, tracing his finger along the names until it landed on one. Zhang Yan. A faint stir rippled through the classroom. All eyes turned toward the back corner. Recently, Zhang Yan had been in the spotlight at school, from dunking to playing the piano, and even slapping rich kids. Tales of his exploits could fill a book. But this was a specialized class, a place where hard skills prevailed. Being handsome alone wouldn't suffice. "I heard he skipped class for a week. Can he really complete this assignment?" It's dicey. Old Yin detests students who don't focus on their studies. He'll probably make an example of him today. Under everyone's gaze, Zhang Yan stood up empty-handed with neither a USB drive nor a sketch. He walked up to the podium empty-handed. Yin Zhenghua frowned, his gaze sharp as a knife behind his glasses. "Where is your design plan?" "Didn't bring it." "I didn't print it out." Zhang Yan approached the blackboard, casually picked up a piece of chalk, tossed it lightly, and caught it. "They'll draw it directly out, it's quicker." As soon as he said this, the classroom erupted in an uproar. Hand-drawn. For such a precise industrial design drawing, just the complex dimensions and perspective relations would take half a day to draft in CAD. He was going to freehand it on the blackboard. Yin Zhenghua's expression became even grimmer. "Zhang Yan, this is a classroom, not your stage to show off. Do you know the consequences of wasting everyone's time?" 5 minutes. Zhang Yan didn't explain, he simply turned to face the blackboard. In the next second, his wrist moved. Swish, swish. The sound of chalk scraping against the blackboard produced a strange rhythm in the quiet. No ruler, no compass. Yet every straight line he drew was as if calibrated with a laser, and each arc was standard to the point of causing chills. At first, the students below wore expressions of mere spectatorship. But as time passed, their mockery gradually turned to astonishment, ultimately evolving into sheer stupor. On the blackboard, a charging pile structure diagram, futuristic, yet filled with mechanical aesthetics, was taking shape at a visible speed. This was not just a simple exterior view. It was a sectional view. The internal circuit layout, heat dissipation, air ducts, and the interlocking structures of the retractable mechanical arms. Every detail was drawn with clarity, even marking material parameters and stress analyses at critical points. Yin Zhenghua had initially crossed his arms, prepared to scold. But as he watched, he lowered his arms. He couldn't help but take a couple of steps forward, removing his reading glasses to wipe them before putting them back on, staring intently at the blackboard, where the design labeled liquid cooling temperature control adaptive retractable charging pile was displayed. As a veteran expert who had spent his life in industrial design, he quickly recognized the terrifying aspects of this design. What is the biggest pain point of current charging piles? The cables are too heavy for female car owners to handle. High-power charging generates significant heat, leading to frequency drops. Yet what Zhang Yan drew was, all right. Zhang Yan tossed aside the remaining half piece of chalk and dusted off his hands. Exactly 5 minutes had passed. On the blackboard, an industrial design diagram that could be considered a piece of art quietly presented itself to everyone. "This is my plan." Zhang Yan turned around, his tone as calm as if discussing dinner plans. "It utilizes a dual-circuit liquid cooling structure and can support 800V fast charging. Additionally, the nozzle part is lightweight, and with the adaptive retractable arm at the bottom, even a girl with little strength can operate it with one hand." The classroom fell into a deadly silence. After several seconds, someone finally swallowed hard. "Wow, is this drawing made by a printer?" Forget about the drawing skills, a look at that heat dissipation structure. Why do I feel it's even more advanced than Tesla's supercharging piles? Yin Zhenghua stood in front of the blackboard, tilting his head back, as if admiring a masterpiece. He extended a trembling hand, pointing at an inconspicuous parameter annotation in the lower left corner of the drawing, his voice a bit hoarse as he asked, "How did you determine the flow rate of this coolant?" "Based on the second law of thermodynamics and Bernoulli's equation in fluid mechanics." Zhang Yan casually recited the two formulas, then added, "Considering the nonlinear increase of copper and magnetic losses under high current, this flow rate is the critical value. Going higher would cause cavitation, and going lower, the heat dissipation efficiency wouldn't be sufficient." Yin Zhenghua suddenly turned his head, staring at Zhang Yan. The look in his eyes resembled that of a bachelor who had been single for 50 years upon seeing an extraordinary beauty. "Good, good, good," Yin Zhenghua exclaimed 3 times, his face lighting up with joy as his wrinkles expanded in a smile. "This is design. This is the kind of talent we want to cultivate." He slammed the podium, pointing at the still-dazed students below, spitting words, "Look. Open your eyes and take a good look. This is what a thoughtful design looks like. Compared to this, what you all drew is just disco ball. Streamlined. What the hell use is that? The core of industrial design is solving problems, not creating light pollution." The earlier disco ball guy buried his head in his lap. Wang Hao's jaw dropped as he looked at his glowing roommate on the stage, feeling his knees weaken. "Brother Yan, what kind of black technology did you learn at the rich lattice house?" After scolding the other students, Yin Zhenghua turned back to face Zhang Yan, instantly changing his tone to one as gentle as a kindly old man. "Zhang Yan, do you have any plans to apply for a patent for this design?" "No." Zhang Yan shook his head. "It was just a casual homework assignment." "This is such a waste of talent," Yin Zhenghua lamented, then suddenly seemed to recall something, his eyes lighting up. "By the way, don't leave after class. Come to my office." "Professor Yin, I still need to go to the cafeteria." "What cafeteria? I'm treating you to a meal." Yin Zhenghua waved his hand decisively. "As luck would have it, I have a few old friends working on a national-level blue fire research project, also concerning new energy support facilities, which has been stuck on a few key structures." Saying this, Yin Zhenghua lowered his voice, speaking in a tone that only the two of them could hear. Almost temptingly, the head of that project group is academician Li from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. If you show him your drawing, he'll guarantee you'll directly enter the group, completing your undergraduate studies and seamlessly transitioning to a master's and doctoral program. How about that? Zhang Yan paused for a moment. Master's and doctoral studies. That's unnecessary. After all, his current worth means a degree is just a bonus. However, that blue fire project seemed to be in the pile of documents he had seen from Nie Qingcheng, a key project that the Qingcheng group was planning to bid on. If he could get into this project group. Zhang Yan's mouth curved into a playful arc, helping his wife thoroughly understand the bidding baseline. Could this be considered a form of soft rice hard meal? All right, Zhang Yan nodded, picking up his backpack. Then he'll trouble Professor Yan to lead the way. Yin Zhenghua was a decisive person. Instead of a simple dinner invitation, he directly brought Zhang Yan to a small private room deep inside the staff cafeteria. As soon as the door to the room was pushed open, a heavy smell of smoke rushed to meet them. There were no delicacies laid out. Instead, the round table was cluttered with blueprints, laptops, and several uneaten takeout boxes. 3 people were seated around the table. In the middle sat an old man with thinning hair, dressed in a worn jacket, who was staring blankly at an unfolded blueprint, with a furrowed brow, his cigarette almost burning down to his fingers. Beside him were a young man and woman, both looking like doctoral students, with weary expressions clearly showing they had been worn down by the project. "Oldly, stop staring. No matter how long you look at that blueprint, flowers won't sprout." Yin Zhenghua strode in, throwing his briefcase onto a chair, his tone brimming with barely contained excitement. "I brought you a savior." The man referred to as Old Li was none other than Li Jiangwo, an academician at the Chinese Academy of Sciences and the head of a national key project. He looked up, his bloodshot eyes scanning Zhang Yan, who was following behind, and his brows immediately knitted into a frown. "Old Yan, I am not in the mood for jokes right now." Li Jiangwo extinguished his cigarette, his voice hoarse. "The heat dissipation module for the Blue Fire project has been stuck for 3 whole months, and the upper management is pushing for progress. What are you bringing a freshman here for? To observe and learn? Or do you want me to give him an autograph?" The bespectacled male doctoral student beside him adjusted his glasses, a harsh tone in his voice. "Professor Yin, our discussion is classified. Having an undergraduate here is not quite appropriate, is it?" Yin Zhenghua was not offended. He merely chuckled, and like presenting a treasure, projected a photo of the blackboard diagram that Zhang Yan had drawn in class onto the TV in the room. "Whether it's appropriate or not, let's discuss this after you see it." The screen lit up, displaying the structural diagram of the liquid cooling temperature control adaptive telescopic charging pile, clearly before everyone. Initially, Li Jiangguo only glanced at it casually, but that glance seemed to glue his gaze to the screen. 1 second, 2 seconds. Suddenly, Li Jiangguo sprang up from his chair, his movement so vigorous that he knocked over the teacup in front of him, splashing tea across the table without noticing. He rushed to the TV screen, almost pressing his face against it, his finger trembling as it traced the complex pipeline structure. This design of the dual circulation loop. Li Jiangguo suddenly turned his head, staring intensely at Yin Zhenghua, breathing rapidly. Which research institute came up with this proposal? Is it from Germany or the United States? This completely solves the problem of heat accumulation under high-pressure loads. Yin Zhenghua's face broke into a wide smile, pointing to Zhang Yan, who was calmly finding a place to sit. Far away in the sky, yet close at hand. This kid drew it casually in 5 minutes on the blackboard during my... The room fell silent instantly. The male doctoral student, who had just looked scornful, now had his mouth agape, staring at Zhang Yan as if he had seen an alien. Li Jiangguo was stunned for a full half a minute. He quickly walked in front of Zhang Yan, examining him from head to toe, his tone filled with disbelief. Young man, did you really draw it? Zhang Yan pulled out a chair to sit down, casually twisting open a bottle of mineral water. I suppose so. He took a sip of water, his tone nonchalant. But this design is only suitable for civilian charging piles. If it's for the big guy you're working on. Zhang Yan's gaze crossed over Li Jiangguo, landing on the unfolded blueprint on the table. That was the core of the Blue Fire project, the design diagram for the heat dissipation system of the ultra-high power industrial energy storage station. This blueprint is useless. Zhang Yan casually let out 3 words. What did you say? The male doctoral student jumped up like a cat whose tail was stepped on, his face pale. Do you know what this is, eh? This is the proposal our team spent half a year perfecting after thousands of simulations. You a freshman, what do you know about industrial-grade energy storage? The female doctoral student remained silent, but her gaze towards Zhang Yan was filled with hostility. Although Li Jiangguo appreciated the design of the charging pile, hearing Zhang Yan so bluntly dismiss their hard work darkened his expression. Young man, it's good for young people to have some pride, but you shouldn't speak too definitively. Li Jiangguo pointed to the core area of the blueprint. The design of this liquid cooling channel employs the most advanced bionics principles, and the theoretical heat dissipation efficiency has reached its limit. That's just a theory. Zhang Yan interrupted him. He stood up, walked to the table, and casually picked up a red pen. If I'm not mistaken, the coolant you're using is glycol-based, right? Li Jiangguo was taken aback. Yes, so what? Under high flow rates and high pressures, glycol will produce cavitation at these 90-degree bends if the flow speed exceeds 3 meters per second. Zhang Yan unceremoniously marked 3 big red crosses on the 3 bends on the blueprint. Once bubbles form, the heat dissipation efficiency will drop by 40 instantly. According to your power settings, after 15 minutes of operation, the core module will melt down due to localized overheating. This is commonly known as a meltdown. After finishing, Zhang Yan tossed the red pen onto the table, hands in his pockets, calmly looking at the male doctoral student. If you don't believe me, you can run a set of simulation data right now. Set the parameters: flow speed 3, 5, ambient temperature 25, runtime. Let's set it for 20 minutes. The male doctoral student's face flushed red, gritting his teeth as he opened the nearby laptop. Let's run it. I refuse to believe that our data calculated by so many of us can't be as accurate as what you see at a glance. The sound of keystrokes echoed in the private room. Everyone's eyes were focused on the computer screen. The progress bar advanced slowly. For the first 10 minutes, everything was normal, and the temperature curve rose steadily. The male doctoral student let out a cold laugh and was about to mock when suddenly the temperature curve on the screen made a vertical leap of 90 degrees without warning. Red warning boxes popped up frantically, covering the entire screen. Warning: core area temperature has surpassed the critical value. Warning: system has melted down. Simulation failed. The runtime was frozen at 14 minutes and 32 seconds. It didn't even last 15 minutes. How is this possible? The male doctoral student slumped back into his chair, his face pale, cold sweat running down his cheeks. The female doctoral student covered her mouth, her eyes filled with terror. The proposal they were proud of actually had such a fatal flaw, and this flaw was spotted by a freshman as easily as solving an elementary math problem. Li Jiangguo swayed slightly, barely steadying himself by holding onto the table. The way he looked at Zhang Yan had completely changed. No longer was he seeing a junior, but a monster, an unfathomable genius. Incredible. Truly incredible. Yin Zhenghua was beside himself with glee, slapping his thigh, his smile wide enough to show his teeth. Oldly, what do you think? Is this savior I brought you substantial enough? Li Jiangguo took a deep breath, pushed aside the obstructive male doctoral student personally, pulled out a chair, and gestured for Zhang Yan to sit down. His attitude was respectful, as if treating an academic peer. Student Zhang, please take a seat. I was blind earlier. Please don't take it to heart. Li Jiangguo rubbed his hands together, looking at Zhang Yan with hope. Since you can see the problem, do you? This was the key. It was easy to spot a problem, but difficult to solve it, especially for such a core structure where one change could affect everything. Zhang Yan did not answer immediately. He sat back in his chair, fingers lightly tapping on the table, quickly recalling the battery proposal he had helped Nie Qingcheng revise last night. The principles were actually similar. It was just that the Blue Fire project had a larger power requirement, demanding greater structural strength. I have a solution. Zhang Yan nodded, pulling out a notebook he had originally intended for taking notes, tearing out a page. Change the right angle bends to double spiral flow channels to increase turbulence and disrupt the boundary layer. Additionally, add 0.5 nanographene to the coolant to enhance the thermal conductivity. At this position, add an adaptive throttle valve to balance the pressure difference. As his pen glided, a brand new, bold, and somewhat revolutionary heat dissipation structure appeared on the paper. Li Jiangguo and Yin Zhenghua leaned closer together, becoming more alarmed and excited the more they looked. This was no mere patch-up plan. This was simply a dimensional strike. With this design, not only could the overheating problem be perfectly solved, but it could also reduce the overall size of the system by a third. Genius. Simply genius. Li Jiangguo's hands trembled with excitement as he grabbed Zhang Yan's hand, the grip so tight, as if he feared Zhang Yan would run away. Student Zhang. No, teacher Zhang. You must participate in this project. I will apply for the status of a distinguished expert for you. As long as this project is completed, you'll definitely receive a share of the National Science and Technology Progress Award. The two doctoral students beside them were completely numb. A distinguished expert. A freshman. If this got out, the entire academic circle would be shaken. Zhang Yan calmly withdrew his hand. He was not interested in awards or titles. What mattered to him was the commercial value behind this project and what it could bring to Nie Qingcheng. Academician Li, I can participate in the project. Zhang Yan pushed the drawn sketch over his tone casual. But I have a lot of classes, so I might not be able to come to the lab every day. No problem. Absolutely no problem. Li Jiangguo now looked at Zhang Yan as if he were a precious gem. You can come whenever you want. If you can't come, we can send the data to you. One more thing. Zhang Yan's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. The manufacturing process for this heat dissipation system is quite special, especially the double spiral flow channel. General factories can't produce it. Li Jiangguo was taken aback, his brow furrowing again. That is a problem. While there are many precision machining factories in the country, very few can achieve this micron-level precision. I happen to know one. Zhang Yan interjected naturally, as if recommending a good restaurant. Qingcheng Group has a high-end manufacturing center that just imported several top-notch 5-axis machining centers. They should be able to do it. Qingcheng Group. Li Jiangguo thought for a moment. Oh, that's the company owned by that girl Nie Qingcheng. I heard they are also working on new energy recently, and their technical strength is pretty good. Since student Zhang recommends it, let's have them give it a try. Li Jiangguo waved his hand decisively. I will have someone contact them. Oh, as long as they can produce it, this order will go to them. It worked. Zhang Yan secretly smiled. This time, not only did he help Professor Yin save face and resolve academician Li's dilemma, but he also inadvertently landed a national-level super order for his wife. This must be what it feels like to enjoy soft rice hard-earned. Just as the atmosphere in the private room became warm, with Li Jiangguo eager to form a brotherhood with Zhang Yan, the female doctoral student who had been staring at the sketch weakly raised her hand. Teacher and student Zhang. Although this design is perfect, there is a problem. She pointed at a critical connecting component marked on the sketch, her voice trembling slightly. This high-pressure sealing ring must maintain absolute elastic deformation at 300 degrees Celsius and be corrosion-resistant. Currently on the market, it seems there are no such materials. The laughter in the room came to an abrupt halt. The smile on Li Jiangguo's face froze. He had been too focused on the ingenious structure, forgetting about material limitations. A skilled cook cannot make a meal without rice. No matter how good the design is, if there are no materials to produce it, it is just a piece of waste paper. This is troublesome. Li Jiangguo plopped back into his chair, grabbing at his already sparse hair. This type of special alloy could only be produced by a company in country, but last month they suddenly imposed a technical blockade on us, cutting off supply. If we have to develop new materials, it will take at least 2 or 3 years. The atmosphere instantly plunged to the bottom. Everyone's expressions dimmed, except for Zhang Yan. Leaning back in his chair, he twirled the red pen in his hand, and a familiar mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host is facing a research dilemma, triggering random event. Option 1, standby. Reward cash 100 yuan. Option 2, provide material formula. Reward mastery of advanced materials science experience card for 3 hours. Option 3, manual crafting on-site. Reward. Zhang Yan raised an eyebrow. Manual crafting. System, do you have some misunderstanding about the words manual crafting? This is a special alloy. But he glanced at the gloomy Li Jiangguo and remembered another project that Nie Qingcheng had shelved due to material supply issues. Zhang Yan stood up, took back the sketch, and heavily circled the position of the sealing ring. Who says it must be an alloy used by country R? Everyone looked up at him. Zhang Yan played with the cap of the mineral water bottle in his hand, the cheap blue plastic cap spinning quickly on his fingertips. There is a type of polymer composite material that can withstand temperatures up to 400 degrees, has 10 times the elasticity of rubber, and costs only 1/10 of an alloy. He looked into Li Jiangwo's eyes, which were rekindled with hope, and casually dropped the bombshell. And the formula is in my head. As long as you give me a chemistry lab, I can. Cook it up right now. Cooked. Li Jiangwo stared at Zhang Yan as if he were looking at a lying charlatan. The male doctor couldn't help but sneer. Zhang, your bragging is a bit too much, isn't it? The synthesis of polymer composite materials requires precise temperature control equipment and catalyst ratios. You think you can just cook it? Zhang Yan ignored him and looked at Li Jiangwo. Academician Li, give me a laboratory for 3 hours. If I can't make it, I'll withdraw from the project. His words were firm and decisive. Li Jiangwo hesitated for a few seconds, then gritted his teeth. All right. Old Yan, take him to the No. 3 laboratory in the chemistry building. Ew, it has the most complete equipment. Yan Zhenghua patted Zhang Yan on the shoulder, his eyes filled with trust. Let's go, Xiao Zhang, let them see what true skill looks like. 3 hours later, the door of the No. 3 laboratory in the chemistry building was pushed open. Zhang Yan walked out holding a stainless steel tray with a dozen silver-gray ring-shaped objects the size of thumbs. Li Jiangwo and the 2 doctors had long been waiting at the door. When they saw him come out, they immediately surrounded him. Is this the material you mentioned? The male doctor took a sealed ring, turning it over and over with a tone full of suspicion. It looks just like ordinary rubber. Are you sure it can withstand 400 degrees high temperature? Zhang Yan didn't say a word. He directly picked up a butane torch from the side and started burning the sealed ring. Flames licked the silver-gray surface as the numbers on the thermometer rapidly climbed. 100 degrees, 200 degrees, 300 degrees. Until the temperature stabilized at 420 degrees, he burned it for a full 5 minutes. Zhang Yan turned off the torch and used tweezers to pick up the sealed ring, tossing it into a basin of cold water nearby. Hiss! A crisp sound erupted and white steam rose. The male doctor trembled as he fished the sealed ring out of the water for a careful inspection. There was no deformation, no cracks, and even the surface glossiness remained unchanged. How is this possible? Li Jiangwo snatched the sealed ring, repeatedly squeezing it in his hand. Its elasticity, its toughness was simply too perfect to be true. Xiao Zhang. No, teacher Zhang. Li Jiangwo's voice trembled. Can you give us the formula for this material? I can give it to you. But there's a condition. Zhang Yan interrupted him, his tone calm. The mass production process of this material must be handed over to the Qingcheng group. Li Jiangwo was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. Deal. After leaving the chemistry building, it was already dark. Zhang Yan pulled out his phone, where dozens of unread messages from Nie Qingcheng lay on the screen. The latest one was 5 minutes ago. You little rascal, if you don't reply, I'll come to school to catch you. Zhang Yan was about to reply when suddenly his phone vibrated. Caller ID Qingcheng. Just as he pressed the answer button, Nie Qingcheng's voice, laced with a hint of grievance, came through. Zhang Yan, have you grown wings? You didn't reply all afternoon. Is there a vixen outside? Zhang Yan chuckled. I was doing experiments in the lab. My phone was on silent. If you better be honest then. Nie Qingcheng's tone softened. Are you free tomorrow evening? What's up? My best friend is back from abroad and insists on meeting you, the legendary pretty boy. When Nie Qingcheng said pretty boy, her tone clearly carried a hint of pride. She specifically wants to eat the meal you cook, so you better give me some face. Your best friend? What's her background? Su Qingyue, the eldest daughter of the Su family, a sister I've played with. Nie Qingcheng paused, her voice carrying a hint of warning. This girl has a sharp tongue. Don't let her get to you. All right, what time tomorrow? 7 in the evening at Yunding Manor. They'll have Uncle Fu prepare the ingredients. After hanging up, Zhang Yan looked at the pitch-black night sky, the corners of his mouth curling up in a smile. Best friend. Just the right chance to try out that newly unlocked dish. The next evening at Yunding Manor, Zhang Yan tied on an apron and busied himself in the kitchen. On the cutting board lay abalone, sea cucumber, fish fins, and fish maw, along with dozens of precious dried ingredients and seasonings. Uncle Fu stood by, watching Zhang Yan's fluid knife skills with admiration in his eyes. Young master's skills are probably unmatched, even by a Michelin 3-star chef. Zhang Yan said nothing, focused solely on preparing the ingredients. With the blessing of godly culinary skills, this legendary Buddha jumps over the wall dish was merely a piece of cake for him. At that moment, the sound of high heels clicking on the floor echoed from the living room. Then a crisp and pleasant, yet somewhat cynical female voice rang out. Yo Qingcheng, you seem to be living quite well. No need to open the door yourself. Nie Qingcheng's lazy voice came. Stop being so cheeky. Change your shoes, don't dirty my carpet. Got it, your mat? The footsteps grew closer. Zhang Yan looked up and saw a tall woman in a beige trench coat walking in. The woman appeared to be in her mid-20s with exquisite features and a capable demeanor. Her fox-like eyes bore some resemblance to Nie Qingcheng's, but were imbued with a hint of roguishness. Leaning against the kitchen doorway, she looked Zhang Yan up and down, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Tsk tisk Qingcheng, your taste is impressive. Su Qinghai whistled. He's quite handsome and has a nice figure. I just wonder how his cooking skills measure up. Nie Qingcheng walked up from behind and naturally linked her arm with Zhang Yan's, her tone laced with a bit of pride. You'll know how good my man's cooking is soon enough. All right, then I'll have to taste it properly. Su Qingyue pulled out a chair and sat down, crossing her legs and fixing her fox-like eyes on Zhang Yan with a mischievous smile. Zhang Yan, right. I've heard Qingcheng say that you cook exceptionally well. I specifically ordered today's dish. Buddha jumps over the wall. Can you make it? The kitchen fell silent for a moment. Uncle Fuss' expression was somewhat troubled. The ingredients for Buddha jumps over the wall are precious. Not to mention, just making the stock takes over 10 hours and mastering the heat is extremely challenging. This was clearly a deliberate challenge. Nie Qingcheng furrowed her brows about to speak, but Zhang Yan smiled. Buddha jumps over the wall. He turned to glance at the pot simmering gently on the stove, his tone calm. Just started simmering. In half an hour it will be ready to eat. Su Qingyue was stunned. She widened her eyes staring at the steaming pot, then looked back at Zhang Yan's nonchalant. You knew I would order this dish. Just a guess. Zhang Yan wiped his hands and walked over to Su Qingyue, extending his hand. Nice to meet you, Zhang Yan. Su Qingyue instinctively reached out to shake his hand, her mind still a bit dazed. This guy has some skills. Half an hour later the lid of the pot was lifted at the dining table. Instantly, an incredibly rich aroma like a flood bursting its dam filled the entire dining room. It was the sweetness of the seafood, the richness of the stock, and the ultimate deliciousness that emerged from the intertwining of dozens of precious ingredients after a long simmer. Su Qingyue's nostrils flared. She swallowed hard. Her eyes, which had previously held a hint of cynicism, were now fixated on the golden, translucent broth in the pot. This aroma. Nie Qingcheng smiled proudly and personally served a bowl for Su Qingyue. Taste it, don't be polite. Su Qingyue picked up the bowl, scooping a piece of abalone with her spoon and bringing it to her mouth. The next second, the abalone was tender and springy, completely soaked in the essence of the stock. With a gentle bite, the rich juices burst open in her mouth. Following that was the smoothness of the sea cucumber and the gelatinous texture of the fish maw. Each ingredient retained its distinct character, yet blended perfectly together. This wasn't merely a meal. This was akin to consuming a work of art. Su Qingyue took bite after bite, completely oblivious to her image, her eyes crescent-shaped from delight. After finishing an entire bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall, she set down the bowl and let out a long sigh. Then she suddenly stood up, walked around the table, and grabbed Zhang Yan's hand. Zhang Yan. Su Qingyue's eyes sparkled like stars. Take me as your disciple. From now on I will learn to cook from you. I'll pay any tuition. Nie Qingcheng nearly spat out the soup in her mouth. Su Qingyue, are you crazy? I'm not crazy, I'm serious. Su Qingyue held Zhang Yan's hand tightly, her expression earnest. Qingcheng, I have recognized this man. From now on, anyone who dares to say he's living off a woman will have to answer to me first. Zhang Yan was at a loss whether to laugh or cry as he pulled his hand back. Miss Su, you are exaggerating too much. Not exaggerating, not at all. Su Qingyue sat back down, lifted her teacup, took a sip, and finally calmed down. Su Qingyue was leaving the Yunding Manor while supporting herself against the wall. Before leaving, this famous little spicy pepper in the capital burped loudly without any grace, gripping Zhang Yan's hand tightly, insisting on adding a V, claiming she would often come to discuss culinary skills in the future. Nie Qingcheng stood beside them with a dark expression, directly shoving her best friend into the car, even kindly urging the driver to speed up and not let this person come back for food. After sending off this pair of lively characters, Zhang Yan looked at the long string of numbers in his mobile banking app, lost in thought. Over 13 million. For an ordinary university student, this was an astronomical figure, enough to buy a decent house in Jinghai and comfortably relax for a few years. But for Zhang Yan, who wanted to help Nie Qingcheng carve a path in the new energy sector, this amount of money was hardly. Last night in the lab, academician Li Jiangwo's forlorn expression was still vivid in his mind. Although they had resolved the heat dissipation structure and material formula, the hardware facilities in that lab were simply too shabby. Several key testing instruments were ancient relics from 10 years ago, running slower than a turtle and with a high margin of error. To excel at a task, one must first sharpen their tools. If they relied on that pile of scrap metal, by the time the Blue Flame project yielded results, it would be too late. Zhang Yan gently tapped a few times on the screen. Since they were going to play, they might as well play to the fullest. He skillfully logged into the alumni donation system of Jiangzhou University. No name, no contact information. In the remarks section, he wrote a line designated donation to Professor Li Jiangwo's team at the Mechanical Engineering Department for the purchase of the latest Zeiss spectral analyzer and high-precision CNC equipment from Germany. Amount 10 million. Click confirm. Watching the transfer successful message pop up on the screen, Zhang Yan tucked his phone back into his pocket and stretched lazily. Money is something that you can't take with you when you die. Using it to pave the way for his wife and conveniently brushing up the system's presence is worth it. The next morning, Jiangzhou University was in an uproar. As soon as Zhang Yan stepped through the school gate, he sensed that today's atmosphere was off. Usually sleepy students rushing to the 8 a.m. class were today all energetic, gathering in groups, spitting words excitedly, wearing expressions that said, "Do you know? Something big has happened." Passing by the administration building, Zhang Yan saw several staff members sweating profusely as they hung a gigantic red banner on the wall. Heartfelt thanks to the mysterious alumnus for donating 10 million yuan worth of research equipment to our school. The golden letters glimmered in the sunlight, piercing his eyes. Wow, Brother Yan, have you seen the news? Wang Hao suddenly jumped out from somewhere, holding half a meat bun, looking horrified. 10 million. A full 10 million. Wang Hao's excitement made the flesh on his face jolt. I heard it was an anonymous big shot who directly donated the money to our department, specifically requesting to upgrade equipment for Academician Li's project team. Zhang Yan kept walking, his expression calm. Oh really? That's nice. Nice. Brother, your reaction is way too calm. Wang Hao swallowed a few mouthfuls of bun, trailing behind Zhang Yan, muttering, everyone in the school is guessing who this mysterious big shot is. Some say it's senior brother Wang from our school who's doing real estate in Shenzhen, while others say it's senior sister Li who is ringing the bell in Silicon Valley. But I feel this whole thing is a bit eerie. Wang Hao stroked his chin, adopting a detective's pose. You see, this money wasn't donated to build a new building or establish a scholarship, but specifically for targeted support to prolong the life of the struggling Blue Flame project. What does this indicate? It indicates that this big shot not only has money, but also understands the field very well. They might even be someone from our department. Zhang Yan glanced at him. This chubby guy usually seemed a bit off, but his intuition at critical moments was quite accurate. Maybe they just simply want to support national research. Zhang Yan casually dismissed. Come on, who still has that kind of sentiment in this day and age? Wang Hao scoffed. I bet it's one of Academician Li's students who has become a big boss and can't bear to see their teacher using that pile of junk equipment anymore. As the two chatted, they entered the lecture hall. As soon as they sat down, the originally noisy classroom quieted down significantly. Many eyes subtly drifted toward Zhang Yan. After all, the story of him revealing a balance of over 13 million in the cafeteria was still circulating wildly, and now, with a sudden large donation to the school, it was hard not to draw connections. But soon everyone dismissed that thought. Zhang Yan was wealthy, but that money was made from stock trading, and it had only been earned recently. 10 million was all his net worth. Who would be foolish enough to donate their entire net worth without leaving a name? What would be the point? To earn a good person card? That doesn't make sense. Just then the front door of the classroom was pushed open. Professor Yin Zhenghua strode in. This failing grades killer, who usually always wore a stern face and looked unfriendly to anyone, appeared to be a different person today. With a radiant complexion and a brisk walk, even his old jacket, which had faded from washing, looked much more spirited. He slapped the course plan onto the podium, not rushing to start the class, but first clearing his throat. Before we begin, I have something to say. Professor Yin Zhenghua's voice was loud, filled with an unmistakable cheerfulness. Last night our department received an anonymous donation specifically for upgrading research equipment. This money came at the perfect time. It's like sending charcoal in the snow. With this batch of new equipment, our experimental progress can be accelerated by at least 3 times. A round of applause erupted from below. Professor Yin adjusted his glasses, scanning the classroom, and his gaze lingered meaningfully on a spot at the back by the window. Zhang Yan was flipping through his book, seemingly oblivious to it all. Professor Yan's mouth twitched slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately held back, only a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. All right, let's start class. As soon as the bell rang, Zhang Yan packed his things and prepared to leave. Zhang Yan, come to my office for a moment. Professor Yin Zhenghua's voice sounded from the podium, not loud, but carrying a tone that allowed no dissent. The surrounding students cast sympathetic glances. It's over, brother. Yin is going to be called out by old Yin again. Wang Hao patted Zhang Yan's shoulder. Take care. Zhang Yan's expression remained unchanged as he picked up his bag and followed. In the office there were only the two of them. Professor Yin Zhenghua closed the door without sitting down, directly walking in front of Zhang Yan, his sharp old eyes fixed on him. That money was donated by you, right? Without any preamble, he got straight to the point. Zhang Yan placed his bag on the chair, looking innocent. Professor Yin, what are you talking about? Don't play dumb with me. Professor Yin picked up a printed list of equipment purchases from the desk and shook it. Take a look at this list. A laser confocal microscope from Germany's Zeiss parts for a 5-axis machining center from Japan's Fanuc, and these special ceramic sintering furnaces. This is clearly based on the shortcomings we discussed yesterday. Professor Yin took a step closer, lowering his voice. Besides me, and only you know what we need the most. Moreover, the fact that you revealed that you had over 13 million in the cafeteria has spread throughout the school. Time, motive, and financial capability all match up. Are you still trying to deny it? Zhang Yan looked into the old professor's penetrating eyes and knew that continuing to pretend would seem disingenuous. He smiled, neither confirming nor denying, and simply walked to the water dispenser, pouring a glass of water for Professor Yin. Professor Yin, does it really matter who donated the money? He handed the paper cup over, his tone calm. What matters is that the Blue Flame project can continue, that those bottleneck technologies can be overcome, and that's enough. Professor Yin took the water, his hand trembling slightly. He looked at the 18-year-old freshman in front of him. Though still youthful, the depth in those eyes surpassed that of many who had lived half their lives. Not seeking fame, not seeking profit, and even unwilling to hear a thank you. This mindset, this vision. You kid. Professor Yan sighed, his eyes a little misty. Fine, if you don't want to admit it, then don't. The school wants to hold a donation ceremony. Since you are anonymous, I'll take care of that for you. But Zhang Yan, Professor Yan extended his rough hand, firmly patting Zhang Yan on the shoulder. From now on, as long as you're on Jiangda's turf, if anyone dares to trouble you, I, the old man, will be the first to object. Zhang Yan smiled. Then thank you for looking out for me, Professor Yan. Get lost. Professor Yan scolded with a laugh. By the way, the new equipment will arrive this weekend. You'll need to come for the debugging. No problem. Zhang Yan turned and opened the door. Just as one of his feet crossed the threshold, a familiar mechanical voice unexpectedly sounded in his mind. Ding. Detected the host's noble behavior of leaving without a trace, concealing merit and fame, which aligns with the core values of perfect life. Congratulations, host. Triggered a special reward. Acquired skill, advanced mechanical manufacturing proficiency, including precision processing and CNC programming. Skill description: your hands will be more stable than the most precise machine tools, and your brain will store all mechanical schematics in human industrial history. Give me a fulcrum. I may not be able to create the Earth, but I can manually create a Gundam. Zhang Yan paused, a playful smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Creating a Gundam by hand. The system's tone was becoming increasingly bizarre. However, this skill came just in time. With material formulas, design blueprints, and now even manufacturing processes filled out. Next, it was time to turn what was on that blueprint into a tangible money-making machine. He exited the office building, ready to send Nie Qingcheng a message telling her to prepare dinner, when his phone rang first. It was academician Li Jiangguo calling. Hello, Xiaozhong. On the other end, academician Li's voice sounded somewhat anxious, even a bit frantic. The manufacturing center of the Qingcheng group you recommended, I just had someone contact them. What? They can't take the order. Zhang Yan furrowed his brows. It's not that they can't take it, it's that they can't do it. Li Jiangguo sighed. Their chief engineer looked at the blueprints and said that the structure of the double spiral channel is too complex, and their existing machine's precision isn't sufficient. Even if they barely manage to make it, the yield rate would be less than 5. This is a core component. If we can't make it, this project will still be at a standstill. Zhang Yan lightly tapped his fingers on his pants seam as he held the phone. A yield rate of 5. That was for an ordinary engineer. For him, who possessed advanced mechanical manufacturing proficiency, as long as he had a machine, even a hand-cranked one, he could produce something good. Academician Li, don't worry. Zhang Yan looked up at the vibrant sunset in the sky, his tone as relaxed, as if discussing today's weather. Just because that chief engineer can't handle it doesn't mean I can't. Please arrange for me to visit that manufacturing center. In the northern suburbs of Jinghai City, at the high-end manufacturing center of the Qingcheng Group, the vast factory is brightly lit, with several expensive 5-axis CNC machines situated there, the air thick with the mixed scent of cutting fluid and machine oil. However, at this moment, the atmosphere in the factory is so oppressive that it makes one want to cough. General Manager, yeah, it's not that I'm not giving you face, nor is it that I, old Lu, want to shirk responsibility. A middle-aged man in a dark blue work uniform with hair as messy as a bird's nest is pointing at a pile of waste on the operating table, shouting with spittle flying. He is Lu Tiejuan, the chief engineer here, known as the Sharp Knife, in China's CNC processing field, usually so proud that he hardly gives the chairman any face. The blueprint you brought is simply nonsense. Lu Tiejuan slammed the oil-stained blueprint, making a loud sound. A double helix flow channel. Wall thickness of 0.5 mm. And to be machined on titanium alloy. Does the person who drew this know anything about materials science? Do they understand stress release? This is just drawing on paper. If it's really put into operation, even a deity wouldn't be able to produce it. Standing opposite him is Nie Qingcheng, clad in a sharp black suit, arms crossed, her expression as cold as ice. Behind her stands several technical backbones, all with heads bowed, not daring to breathe. Engineer Lu. Nie Qingcheng's voice is steady, but those familiar with her can hear the suppressed anger. These machines were imported from overseas at a cost of 300 million by the group. At that time, you patted your chest and told me that as long as it's something from Earth, you can manufacture it. That's normal equipment. Lu Tiejuan retorted, his neck stiff. This inhumane design is just here to We just tried it 3 times, and all 3 times the tooling broke. Those are imported alloy tool heads. If you don't care, I care. Moreover, Lu Tiejuan's eyes flickered, his voice slightly lowered. This machine is also acting strangely tonight. The system is responding a beat slow, the commands always lagging. I suspect the equipment hasn't been debugged properly. Nie Qingcheng took a deep breath, about to explode. The equipment is fine, the problem lies with the person. A clear voice abruptly pierced through the roar of the machines coming from the entrance of the factory. Everyone turned their heads in unison. Zhang Yan walked in leisurely, carrying a washed-out backpack and holding a bag of freshly purchased roasted sweet potatoes. His relaxed demeanor clashed starkly with the tense atmosphere of the heavy industrial site. Zhang Yan. Nie Qingcheng's originally cold expression instantly melted as she hurried over, her tone carrying a hint of reproach mixed with an undisguised reliance. Why are you only just arriving? These old stubborn ones are about to drive me crazy. Zhang Yan handed her the roasted sweet potato. Eat it while it's hot. I passed by and saw the old man packing up, and there were 2 left. Nie Qingcheng was taken aback for a moment, instinctively taking the sweet potato. The scorching temperature spread throughout her body from her palm, and the anger that had just built up surprisingly dissipated by half. Lu Taijun watched with wide eyes. Is this still the decisive and fearsome bamboo leaf green he once, holding a roasted sweet potato like a little wife? Who are you? Lu Taijun looked Zhang Yan up and down, a face full of disdain. Was it you who said that just now? What do you mean the problem lies with the person? Zhang Yan ignored him and walked straight to the 5-axis machine that was on strike. He reached out to touch the cold machine body, his movements gentle, as if caressing a lover's skin. In his mind, the skill advanced mechanical manufacturing proficiency was instantly activated and countless streams of data rushed past his eyes like a waterfall. I drew the blueprint. Zhang Yan turned around looking at Lu Taijun, his tone calm, as if stating a fact. Since I drew it, I can build. You drew it. Lu Taijun seemed to have heard the biggest joke. Young man, you can eat a random meal, but you can't talk nonsense. Look at your age. Have you even graduated from university? Have you ever touched a machine tool? Can you differentiate between code and code? The surrounding technicians also burst into laughter. This is too ridiculous. A young kid daring to show off in front of Engineer Lu. Nie Qingcheng frowned, just about to speak up for Zhang Yan. But Zhang Yan waved his hand, signaling her to enjoy the sweet potato. So it's Engineer Lu, right? Zhang Yan approached the operating table, his finger hovering above the keyboard. You said this machine is slow to respond. Lagging. That's obvious. Just now the compensation command was inputted, and it was delayed by a full 2 seconds. Lu Taijun huffed. In this kind of precision machining, a 0.1 second delay means scrap. That's not a machine problem. Zhang Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, a sharp glint flashing in his gaze. Someone added some seasoning to your system. As soon as the words fell, his fingers pressed down sharply. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of keyboard tapping was dense like a torrential rain. Zhang Yan's speed was so fast that it was only a blur. He didn't call up the usual operation interface, but directly accessed the machine's underlying Linux kernel. On the screen, the originally graphical interface vanished, replaced by rows of rapidly scrolling green code. What are you doing? Don't mess around. This is precision equipment. Can you afford to break it? Lu Taijun was taken aback, rushing forward to push Zhang Yan away. Stop him. Nie Qingcheng, while peeling the sweet potato, spoke indifferently. 2 bodyguards immediately stepped forward, blocking Lu Taijun like 2 iron towers. General Manager Nie, you're being reckless. Lu Taijun stomped his feet anxiously. This kid is messing with the underlying logic. It will explode. Nie Qingcheng took a bite of the sweet potato, but her gaze was fixed firmly on the focused figure, a hint of pride curling at the corners of her mouth. If it blows up, it's on me. In front of the operating table, Zhang Yan's world was filled only with those flickering characters. Sure enough. Under his hacker skills included in the mechanical proficiency CNC programming module Vision, a piece of abnormal code masquerading as tool, where compensation was tightly biting into the CPU resources of the system like a parasite. Whenever the machine was about to perform high-precision cutting, this code would send a large number of junk data packets, causing system lag, thus allowing the tool head to deviate from its path. This is not a malfunction. This is deliberate sabotage. Interesting. Zhang Yan's lips curled slightly. Want to play dirty? Let's see whose hands are dirtier. He didn't directly delete the virus, but quickly wrote a sandbox program like a cage, trapping that parasite inside. Since you want to steal data, I'll give you some good stuff. Zhang Yan tapped lightly, feeding the virus a segment of pre-prepared fake data filled with logical traps. Completing all this took less than 3 minutes. Done. Zhang Yan straightened up and pressed the green start button. Vroom. The spindle of the machine began to rotate, the sound deep and steady, completely devoid of the previous noise. The tool library turned, and a shiny ball-and-mill was precisely grasped. Coolant sprayed out. The next scene left Lu Taijun and all the technicians present with an unforgettable memory for a lifetime. The milling cutter danced wildly on the titanium alloy blank, as if it had come to life. Advancing, cutting, retracting, changing directions. Every action flowed like water, fast to the extreme, yet stable to a terrifying degree. The double helix dead corner, which Lu Taijun had believed would definitely explode the tool, was penetrated by the tool head, at an incredible angle, slipping through like an eel, leaving behind a trail of perfect metallic sheen. No lag. No vibration. Only the pleasant swishing sound produced by the metal being cut. 10 minutes. The machine stopped running and the protective door slowly opened. The white mist dissipated, revealing a uniquely shaped part that emitted a silver gray sheen quietly lying on the workbench. The complex double helix flow channel resembled a fine piece of art, and even under a magnifying glass, not a single flaw could be found. The entire place fell silent. Only the sound of Nie Qingcheng chewing on the sweet potato was particularly clear. Zhang Yan picked up the part, and casually tossed it to the still-dazed Lu Taijun. "Engineer Lu, how about checking the goods?" Lu Taijun clumsily caught it, taking out his caliper and roughness gauge, trembling as he began to measure. 1 minute later. This. Lu Taijun suddenly looked up, his gaze on Zhang Yan, as if he were looking at a living deity. Tolerance. Plus or minus 0.002 millimeters. Mirror-level surface finish. Is this something a human can do? Zhang Yan brushed off the grease on his hands and walked to Nie Qingcheng's side, casually taking a bite of the sweet potato in her hand. Quite sweet, he remarked, casting a glance at the chief engineer who was thoroughly questioning life. Engineer Lu, don't always say the machines are inadequate in the future. The machines are innocent, they simply don't want to be operated by novices. The air in the factory seemed to have solidified. Lu Taijun held the freshly produced part, his old face turning the color of pig liver, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. His proud technology appeared to be nothing more than a child's doodle before this young man. All right, stop questioning your life choices. Nie Qingcheng stuffed the remaining half of the sweet potato into Zhang Yan's mouth, brushing the dust off her hands, and resumed her queenly demeanor. She walked to Zhang Yan's side, her gaze sharpening. You mentioned there are seasonings in the system. Although Nie Qingcheng did not understand technology, she understood human nature. Zhang Yan's earlier actions, combined with the frequent anomalies in the company system, made her keenly sense the flavor of a conspiracy. Zhang Yan swallowed the sweet potato and nodded. Someone has implanted a backdoor program in the control system of the machine tool. He pointed to the still flickering screen. This program not only interferes with processing precision, but also steals processing data in real time. If I hadn't isolated it just now, the core blueprints for the Blue Fire project would have likely been lying on a competitor's desk. What a... Nie Qingcheng's expression changed abruptly, a chilling aura bursting forth. Industrial espionage. This is a bottom line that no company can tolerate, especially at such a critical moment involving a national-level project. Can we find out who it is? Nie Qingcheng's voice was as cold as ice shards. We're investigating it now. Zhang Yan pulled up a chair and sat down, his fingers dancing across the keyboard again. I just fed a bunch of false data to that virus. The other side must think they are in control and are currently receiving it. As long as they receive it, I can crawl through the network cable and skin them alive. On the screen, the virus that Zhang Yan had nurtured was flashing wildly like a greedy thief, transporting a pile of worthless garbled data. Zhang Yan stared at the string of bouncing IP addresses, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Found it. The other side is very cautious, using 3 layers of meat chicken jump points. The IP address has gone around overseas. Unfortunately, they ran into an ancestor. Zhang Yan pressed the return key. Tracking successful. Target physical address locked: Jinghai City, Qingcheng International Building, 23rd floor, Deputy Director of the Technical Department's office. Seeing the line of red text on the screen, Nie Qingcheng's pupils constricted sharply. 23rd floor. That's the core area of the Technical Department. She gritted her teeth, squeezing out a name through clenched jaws. Zhao Wenbin. Zhao Wenbin, Deputy Director of the Technical Department, and one of the main persons responsible for this Blue Fire project. Nie Qingcheng never expected that the seemingly honest, loyal old employee would be the one eating from both sides. Go! Nie Qingcheng turned and strode out, her high heels clicking sharply on the concrete floor, each step feeling like she was stepping on the enemy's heart. I'm going to clean up the mess. Half an hour later at Qingcheng International Building. Although it was already late at night, the lights on the 23rd floor were still on. Zhao Wenbin was sitting in his office, watching the progress bar on the computer screen display transfer complete, with a greedy and triumphant smile on his face. Done. He picked up his phone and dialed an encrypted number. Hello, President Wang, the goods are in hand. This time it's the core heat dissipation structure diagram. As long as you get it, the Qingcheng Group's project will definitely fail. Money. Don't worry, as long as the money arrives, I will immediately destroy the original data. He was completely immersed in his dream of becoming rich, unaware that the office door lock was slowly turning. President Wang's price is not bad, huh? A mocking voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Zhao Wenbin trembled all over, the phone dropping to the ground with a loud thud. He turned around abruptly, only to see Nie Qingcheng standing at the door with 2 bodyguards, her expression devoid of emotion. Meanwhile, the kept man Zhang Yan, who had been the talk of the company lately, leaned against the doorframe, playing with a USB flash drive. Nie General. Zhao Wenbin's face turned pale, instantly, cold sweat breaking out. Why are you here? I am working overtime. Working overtime to sell the company. Zhang Yan walked over, picked up the phone from the ground, glanced at the screen still in a call, and smiled at the other end. Is it President Wang? This is Zhang Yan. You'd better not rush to open the file package that Director Zhao just sent you. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds, then a gloomy voice came through. Who are you? What nonsense are you talking? I'm just afraid your computer might explode. Zhang Yan shrugged. In that file package, I included a little gift called Family Bucket. As soon as you decompress it, all the data on your company's servers will be automatically formatted, and good luck, comes will play on a loop. Beep. The call was directly hung up on the other end. Zhao Wenbin slumped in his chair feeling as if his soul had been drained. It's over. All over. Nie Qingcheng stepped forward looking down at the traitor with eyes devoid of pity. Take him away. She waved her hand and the two bodyguards immediately stepped forward dragging Zhao Wenbin out like a dead dog. The office fell silent. Nie Qingcheng stood by the floor-to-ceiling window gazing at the countless lights outside, her tense shoulders finally relaxing. This night with machine tool malfunctions and catching spies had kept her nerves on edge. If it weren't for Zhang Yan, the consequences would be unimaginable. A pair of warm arms gently wrapped around her waist from behind. It's all cleaned up. Zhang Yan rested his chin on her shoulder, inhaling the faint fragrance in her hair, his voice gentle. I just conveniently helped you upgrade the company's firewall. From now on, even if hackers from the Pentagon come, they will have to kneel at the door and sing conquer. Nie Qingcheng turned around, burying her face in his chest. Zhang Yan. Her voice was muffled, filled with a hint of fear, but more so with deep reliance. How come you can do everything? Repairing machine tools, writing code, catching spies. How many surprises do you still have that I don't know about? She looked up, her captivating fox-like eyes shimmering with moisture like a little cat seeking comfort after being wronged. I was really scared just now. Scared that the project would fail, scared that the company would be in trouble. I thought I couldn't hold on any longer. Zhang Yan chuckled, reaching out to stroke her nose. What are you afraid of? As long as I'm here, even if the sky collapses, I'll support you. Nie Qingcheng looked at the man 6 years younger than herself. Clearly a youthful and handsome face, but at this moment in her eyes, it seemed more towering and reliable than any mountain in the world. Suddenly she stood on her toes, wrapped her arms around Zhang Yan's neck, and bit down hard on those lips that always wore a carefree smile. Zhang Yan, I found that I can't live without you more and more. In this lifetime you can forget about running away. Zhang Yan tightened his embrace around her slender waist, deepening the kiss. Run. I haven't had enough of this soft meal, yet where would I run to? After a long time the two of them separated. Nie Qingcheng's face was flushed with a lovely hue, her eyes dreamy, yet carrying a hint of the unique dominance of a queen. Since you haven't had enough, then you need to work hard. She pushed Zhang Yan onto the boss chair, while she herself sat elegantly on the desk like a fairy, her long legs clad in black stockings swinging lightly. Catching spies just now was merely an appetizer. That President Wang, daring to reach into my Nie Qingcheng's territory, I won't let him off without shedding some blood. Nie Qingcheng picked up a document from the side and threw it at Zhang Yan, a dangerous smile curving her lips. Come on, my all-around husband. Help me investigate President Wang's background. Tonight let's give him a reverse acquisition, what do you think? Zhang Yan took the document, looking at Nie Qingcheng's eager expression preparing to wreak havoc, and helplessly shook his head. Fine. Just caught a spy, and now I have to start working as a hacker's henchman. But, seeing my wife so excited, what's the harm in indulging her a little? At your service, Your Majesty. Zhang Yan opened the computer, his fingers dancing across the keyboard once more. This time his target was no longer defense, but attack. The night has just begun. Zhang Yan was uncertain whether the computer on Wang's side had actually exploded, but he knew that the unlucky fellow's server was undoubtedly playing the cheerful good luck on a continuous loop at maximum volume, and there was no way to turn it off. The morning sunlight seeped through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the disheveled bed. As Zhang Yan moved his arms slightly, a long pale leg pressed down on him firmly. Nie Qingcheng was entwined around him like an octopus, her nightgown's shoulder strap slipped halfway down, revealing a large expanse of dazzling white skin. Don't move. She kept her eyes closed, her voice hoarse and lazy, tinged with the nasal sounds of still being half asleep. She rubbed her head against his chest like a cat guarding its food. What time is it? It's 8:30. Zhang Yan glanced at the alarm clock on the bedside, reached out to tuck her stray hair behind her ear. I have to go to school. Old Yan sent 3 texts yesterday, urging me to hurry up. Nie Qingcheng let out a dissatisfied hum, tightening her embrace even more. Can't you skip it? That old man is so bad, always monopolizing my time. She opened one eye, her gaze playful, her fingers tracing circles on his abs, her tone filled with a spoiled defiance. I could donate a building to your school and have him give you a break. Zhang Yan caught her mischievous hand and chuckled helplessly. Don't mess around this time, it seems to be serious. It's the National College Student Mechanical Design Competition. A competition? Nie Qingcheng pouted, finally releasing her grip and sitting up the blanket, sliding off her, completely unbothered by the sudden exposure. She rummaged through the drawer of the bedside table and pulled out a car key, tossing it casually to Zhang Yan. Then drive my car, but saves you from sweating in the subway. It was a key to a Porsche Panamera. Isn't that a bit too ostentatious? Zhang Yan frowned. How can it not be ostentatious for the man of Nie Qingcheng? She leaned closer and bit his lip hard. Be early and come back early. Ew, I want sweet and sour ribs for dinner. Half an hour later at the Jiangzhou University College of Mechanical Engineering. As soon as Zhang Yan pushed open the door to the dean's office, he was choked by the smell of smoke inside and coughed twice. Yan Jinghai was bent over his desk studying a document. Upon seeing Zhang Yan enter, he immediately extinguished his cigarette, and the wrinkles on his face instantly transformed into a smile. My great contributor has arrived. Quick, sit down. Yin Zhenghua was overly enthusiastic, personally getting up to pour Zhang Yan a glass of water. The design of the charging station last time, along with the heat dissipation problem you solved for Old Li, is now receiving high attention from above. Our college has made quite a reputation this time. Zhang Yan pulled out a chair and got straight to the point. Professor Yin, you called me here in such a hurry not just to praise me, right? Talking to smart people is always straightforward. Yin Zhenghua rubbed his hands together and pulled out an application form from the drawer, slapping it down on the table. The National College Student Mechanical Design Competition occurs every 3 years and is highly prestigious. Our school has 2 slots this time, and I registered you for it. Zhang Yan glanced at the form, his expression indifferent, not interested, too tiring. To him, these college competitions felt like child's play. With that time, he would rather go home and cook some soup for his wife, or help her tweak some code at the company. Come on. Yin Zhenghua was anxious. The theme of this competition is intelligent rescue, which happens to relate to our Blue Flame project. Moreover, he lowered his voice and dropped the bombshell. The prize for the champion of this competition is 500,000, and additionally, you'll gain direct access to a national-level laboratory. Zhang Yan didn't care about the money, but gaining access to a national-level laboratory. This meant being able to work with more advanced equipment and materials, which could be useful later for helping Nie Qingcheng with her research. All right then. Zhang Yan nodded. But I have a lot going on usually, and I might not be able to spend all my time in the lab. No problem. Special arrangements can be made. Yin Zhenghua breathed a sigh of relief, then seemed to remember something, his expression turning a bit strange. However, there is something I need to tell you in advance. This competition is a team event with at least 2 people per team. I have arranged a teammate for you. Who? Upon hearing the name Zhang, Yin had no immediate reaction, but Yin Zhenghua cleared his throat first. She is a senior in our mechanical department, and is recognized as a genius girl, having won numerous awards. Just a bit proud. You'll need to be patient with her. 10 minutes later, in the college's 3rd practical training, Zhang Yan met the legendary genius girl. Lin Wei was dressed in slightly oversized gray overalls, her hair tied back in a casual ponytail, and she wore thick glasses on her face. She was crouched in front of a semi-finished tracked robot, debugging the circuits, holding a soldering iron, her expression focused, as if she were defusing a bomb. Upon hearing the footsteps, she didn't turn her head, her voice as cold as ice. Hand me the wrench. Zhang Yan raised an eyebrow, but didn't move. Lin Wei waited a few seconds, then impatiently turned her head. Upon seeing Zhang Yan standing there empty-handed and looking lazy, her brows instantly furrowed into a tight knot. Who are you? No outsiders allowed in this lab. Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan pointed to himself. Professor Yin said for me to team up with you. You are Zhang Yan. Lin Wei stood up and looked him up and down. That gaze was not one of a teammate, but rather as if she were looking at some sort of hazardous waste. She had heard so many rumors about Zhang Yan at school that her ears were about to get calloused. What a freeloader, relying on rich women to get ahead, spending $1 million to buy a cafeteria. To her, these were all typical examples of someone not taking their studies seriously. As for the so-called charging station design, it was probably Professor Yin trying to gild this kid, finding a ghostwriter to draw it up. Is Professor Yin getting senile? Lin Wei took off her gloves and threw them on the workbench, her tone blunt. I don't need a vase teammate, especially one that's supported by a woman. Zhang Yan was not angry. Instead, he found it a bit amusing. This girl was interesting. Whether I'm a vase or not, you'll only know if you try. Zhang Yan walked over to the tracked robot and took a look. Is this your competition entry? An all-terrain tracked rescue vehicle. Lin Wei lifted her chin, her tone slightly proud. It uses an independent suspension system able to climb a slope of 45 degrees, currently ranking 1st in the campus selection competition. Rubbish. Zhang Yan casually spat out 2 words. The air instantly froze. Lin Wei's face turned red as if she had been slapped hard. She widened her eyes, staring at Zhang Yan, her voice trembling slightly with anger. What did you say? Do you even know what mechanical structure means? Do you know what mechanical transmission is? As a freshman, what gives you the right to? I said it's rubbish. You calling it anything else would be an overestimation. Zhang Yan interrupted her rant. He casually picked up a marker from the table and drew a circle at the connection point of the robot's track. This rigid connection structure is fine for flat ground. Once it encounters complex terrain like ruins, the track will face uneven forces and break within 10 minutes. And this center of gravity design. Zhang Yan tapped the robot's chassis with the pen, producing a dull sound. With the battery pack placed so high, are you afraid it won't flip over fast enough? A 45-degree slope. I bet it will be begging for help at a 30-degree slope. Lin Wei was stunned. She wanted to refute, but found herself at a loss for words. Because the 2 issues Zhang Yan pointed out were precisely the pain points she had been struggling with recently, yet had never found a perfect solution. But how was that possible? He had only glanced at it. It's a coincidence. It must be a coincidence. Lin Wei gritted her teeth, trying to maintain her composure. That's easy to say. What brilliant ideas do you have? Give me the pen. Zhang Yan didn't waste words, directly snatching a blank sheet of paper from the side. He didn't sit down, but stood there pressing one hand on the paper while the other began to dance with the marker. Advanced mechanical manufacturing proficiency was activated. Countless mechanical structures disassembled and reassembled in his mind. Since its rescue, it has to be fast, steady, and adaptable to all terrains. Tracks. Too slow. Wheeled. Poor passability. Then, swish, swish, swish. The sound of the pen scratching the paper was urgent and rhythmic. Lin Wei had originally stood by with a mindset of watching a joke. But in just half a minute her expression changed. From disdain to confusion, then shock, and finally to complete stupor. What appeared on the paper was not a traditional vehicle structure. Instead, it was a bionic spider structure with 6 multi-jointed mechanical legs. Most absurdly, Zhang Yan had not just sketched a rough draft, but had directly drawn the cross-section of the core transmission shaft. This is a 6-legged linkage mechanism. Lin Wei couldn't help but lean in closer, her voice trembling. But this structure requires extremely complex algorithmic control. Mechanical transmission is hard to synchronize. Who said it needs algorithmic control? Zhang Yan didn't lift his head, deftly drawing an incredibly intricate spherical gear assembly at the joint connection. Using this adaptive differential gear leveraged the ground's reaction force to automatically adjust the step frequency. As long as a forward force is applied, it can find balance on its own. This is called mechanical intelligence. The last stroke fell. Zhang Yan tossed the pen aside and blew on the ink on the paper. This is what we call alluring rescue. He looked at Lin Wei, who was now completely dumbfounded, a playful smirk curling at the corners of his lips. How does it compare to your hunk of iron that can only climb slopes? The practical training room was eerily silent. Lin Wei stared at the drawing, her eyes nearly popping out. As a genius in the mechanical department, she was all too aware of the value of this design. This was simply taking mechanical aesthetics to the extreme. The design of that adaptive gear was nothing short of brilliant. Not only did it solve the control problem, but it also minimized costs. Compared to this, her prideful tracked vehicle indeed resembled rubbish. Lin Wei opened her mouth, her face alternately flushed and pale. Those mocking words from earlier now felt like loud slaps, all coming back to her own face. She took a deep breath, though still feeling a bit awkward. Her professional ethics as an engineer compelled her to bow her head. I'm sorry. Lin Wei lowered her head, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. I failed to recognize greatness. This design is incredible. Zhang Yan shrugged and took a sip from a bottle of mineral water on the table. All right, since there are no objections, let's get to this. Drawing is just a rough idea. You'll have to supervise the specific parts processing. I don't like doing that kind of manual work. Lin Wei suddenly looked up, her eyes shining with excitement. No problem. Leave it all to me. The previous aloofness and arrogance vanished, instantly replaced by a fervor akin to that of a fan meeting their idol. Great master, how do we create the mold for this spherical gear? And the material for this linkage? Just as the two were preparing to get down to business, the door to the practical training room was suddenly burst open. Wang Hao rushed in, panting heavily, his bulk jiggling with each movement. Yan go. No. This is bad. Wang Hao leaned against the door frame, out of breath, holding up his phone. The screen nearly shoved in Zhang Yan's face. Something big has happened. The competition team from neighboring Jinghai University just issued an official announcement showcasing their core technical plan. Wang Hao swallowed hard, glancing at Lin Wei, then at Zhang Yan, his tone filled with despair. They are also using a 6-leg bionic structure, and they applied for the entire set of patents yesterday. If we use this plan, it would be an infringement leading to immediate disqualification from the competition. The drawing in Lin Wei's hand fell to the ground with a thud. Her complexion turned as pale as a ghost, her whole being seemed to lose its soul. How could this happen? A collision. In the field of mechanical design, the worst fear is a collision, especially when the other party has already applied for a patent, which means this path is completely blocked. It must have been leaked. Lin Wei gritted her teeth, her eyes reddening. The 6-leg bionic structure is not a new concept, but that idea for the adaptive gear. It can't be just a coincidence. Zhang Yan picked up the drawing from the ground and dusted it off. His expression remained calm, even not firm. Why panic? He glanced at the patent drawing supposedly from Jinghai University on the phone screen, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Since the road is blocked, then let's. Zhang Yan crumpled the stunning drawing that had previously amazed Lin Wei right before their eyes, precisely tossing it into the trash can. Take a different path. In this world, those who can fly will always be faster than those who crawl on the ground. In the training room, the air was so quiet that only the sound of the central air conditioning vent could be heard. Lin Wei stared at the crumpled drawing that had been precisely tossed into the trash, feeling as if her heartbeat had skipped a beat. That was a design that had just amazed her. Just thrown away. Are you crazy? Lin Wei suddenly stood up, the chair scraping loudly against the floor. That is the most perfect ground rescue plan. Even if the other party has applied for a patent, we can still modify it. Just adjust the gear ratio or change the length of the connecting rod. We can always find a way around it. You can't find a way around it. Zhang Yan took out a clean sheet of drawing paper, laid it flat on the table, his tone as calm as if discussing what to have for dinner. The core barrier of that patent lies in the words adaptive. As long as it runs on the ground and aims to achieve stable passage through complex terrains, it cannot escape this logic. He picked up a new pencil and twirled it around his fingers. Since they have blocked the roads on the ground, let's not go on the ground. Lin Wei was stunned, her brow furrowing into a knot. Not go on the ground. Fly. Rescue drones. That's so cliché. Moreover, the payload and endurance of drones cannot meet the requirements for material transport and debris clearance in this competition. Who said I want to make a conventional drone? Zhang Yan's lips curled into a smirk as he let the pencil drop. This time, he wasn't drawing a vehicle or a traditional quadcopter. Instead, he was drawing a sphere. A hollow spherical structure woven from high-strength carbon fiber. Inside the sphere floated an exquisitely precise dual-rotor duct fan system. This is... Lin Wei, who had an eye for quality, instantly widened her eyes. A spherical duct flying device. Zhang Yan explained casually as he drew. The outer cage structure serves as both a protective cover and wheels. On flat ground, it rolls forward using the thrust generated by the fans, saving energy and moving quickly. When encountering debris or obstacles, it directly increases thrust, takes off from the spot, and flies over them. As for the concerns you have about payload and endurance, Zhang Yan paused his pencil as he drew a key symbol at the position of the core motor. Do you remember the high polymer composite material we used to solve the heat dissipation problem for academician Li last time? Using it as the insulation layer for the motor coil can allow the motor to run in an overclock state for a long time without burning out. Thrust increased by 40, endurance increased by 30. This thing can fly, roll, and crash. Zhang Yan put down his pencil, blew the graphite dust off the paper, and looked at Lin Wei, who had completely petrified. What do you think? Can those people from Jinghai University still patent block me this time? Lin Wei stood there with her mouth agape, unable to close it for a long time. She looked at the drawing of that spherical machine that seemed to come from a science fiction movie, and her mind was filled with one thought: this is not a competition entry. This is clearly a showstopper. 2 days later, Yan Zhenghua rushed into the training room with 2 huge dark circles under his eyes, his hair a mess like a bird's nest. He hadn't been able to sleep these past 2 days due to worry. The patent declaration from Jinghai University felt like a mountain pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe. That was a death blow. If they didn't change the topic, they wouldn't even pass the preliminary round this time. Zhang Yan, Lin Wei, I've thought it over. Yan Zhenghua shouted as soon as he entered, his voice hoarse as if he had swallowed sand. Let's change the topic. No more rescue vehicles. Let's change it to an intelligent, sorting robotic arm. Although it's a bit cliché and won't win first place, at least we can secure a 3rd prize and not. His voice abruptly stopped, because he saw the thing in the center of the training room, which was having fun. A silver-gray hollow sphere the size of a basketball was rolling quickly on the ground, skillfully weaving around the obstacle poles. Suddenly, a pile of messy bricks simulated as ruins appeared ahead. Yan Zhenghua's heart tightened. It crashed. However, the anticipated collision did not occur. Just as the sphere was about to hit the bricks, a low hum suddenly emanated from within. Whoosh! A strong gust of air burst out. The sphere unexpectedly shot up into the air without any warning. It resembled a nimble, plump bird, elegantly tracing an arc in the air, smoothly flying over the obstacle zone, then gently landing to continue rolling forward. The entire process was seamless without any pause. The thermos cup in Yan Zhenghua's hand dropped to the ground with a thud, shattering into pieces. He rubbed his eyes and pinched his thigh. It hurt. This wasn't a dream. What? What is this thing? Yan Zhenghua trembled as he pointed at the sphere, his voice wavering. Zhang Yan was sitting at the nearby control panel, holding a remote control with half an unfinished lollipop in his mouth. Professor Yan, you're here. Zhang Yan handed the remote to Lin Wei, who was excited beside him, stood up, and patted his pants. This is our competition entry, codenamed Wind Fire Wheel. Wind Fire Wheel. Yan Zhenghua rushed over, ignoring the water stains on the ground, and circled around the stopped sphere several times, his eyes as if he was looking at a newly arrived alien creature. This structure, this design idea. As an old professor in the mechanical engineering department, he immediately recognized the ingenuity. This completely broke free from the traditional mindset of rescue robots. What tracks, what legged robots? Before this ball that could fly and roll, they seemed like relics from a primitive society. Zhang Yan, did you come up with this again? Yan Zhenghua suddenly turned his head, staring intently at Zhang Yan. Sort of. Zhang Yan shrugged. Mainly, senior sister Lin Wei has strong hands and skills, and worked all night to weave the carbon fiber cage. Lin Wei blushed beside him, mumbling quietly. I'm just doing the manual labor. The core motor and flight control program were all done by him. Yan Zhenghua took a deep breath, suddenly grabbing Zhang Yan's hand, his eyes turning red. Good boy. Good boy. The old man's voice choked. I've been thinking about how to explain this to the academy these past 2 days, how to ask for their favor. And you've pulled off this move, directly breaking through the sky. This is not going to a competition. This is clearly going to crash the venue. With this, not to mention Jinghai University, even MIT would have to stand aside for us. Looking at the excited, incoherent old Professor Zhang, Yan smiled and handed him a tissue. Professor Yan, don't cry just yet. This is just the beginning. When we get to the competition, this thing has a surprise mode, so you can get excited then as well. In the evening, Zhang Yan left the school preparing to pick up Nie Qingcheng from work at the Qingcheng group. Just as he reached the tree-leaned path at the school gate, a black Audi A6 silently slid over, blocking his way. The window rolled down, revealing the face of a middle-aged man, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking refined. Zhang Yan. The man greeted him with a smile, a standard smile that carried a hint of a businessman's shrewdness. Who are you? Zhang Yan stopped, his expression neutral. My surname is Zhao. I'm a representative of the sponsors for the Jinghai University competition team, and also the vice president of Tianqi Technology. Zhao opened the car door and stepped out, pulling out a business card from his pocket and handing it over. Would you like to have a chat about your wind firewheel design? Let's talk here. I'm in a hurry. Zhang Yan glanced at his watch. Nie Qingcheng had said they had a reservation at a private restaurant tonight, and if he was late, that woman would throw a fit. Zhao was not awkward. He retracted the business card, adjusted his glasses, and got straight to the point. Zhang, you're a straightforward person, so we'll be direct. We have some connections over at the training room, and saw your test this afternoon. It was very impressive. Zhao gave a thumbs up, his tone carrying a hint of persuasion. However, while this design is clever, it carries too much risk in a university student competition like this. Most judges are quite conservative and may not accept something so unconventional. So what? Zhang Yan looked at him with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. So Tianqi Technology wishes to acquire this proposal. Zhao extended a hand, opening his 5 fingers and waving them in front of Zhang Yan. 5 million. Just transfer the complete set of drawings and source code to us and withdraw from this competition, and the 5 million will be transferred to your account immediately. For a freshman, this amount of money is enough to spare you 20 years of hard work. Zhao's smile grew, increasing. He had investigated Zhang Yan, who, although rumors said this kid had some connection with Nie Qingcheng, to him, it seemed nothing more than a rich woman keeping a boy toy. What man wouldn't want some pocket money? He didn't believe that a boy living off a woman could refuse 5 million in cash. Zhang Yan looked at that hand and suddenly smiled. It was a somewhat helpless yet mocking smile. 5 million. Zhang Yan shook his head and sighed. Mr. Zhao, do you have some misunderstanding about me? Is it too little? Zhao frowned. Young man, don't be too greedy. 5 million is already. It's not that it's too little. Zhang Yan interrupted him, took out his phone, opened WeChat, and showed the screen to Zhao. It was his chat history with, just 10 minutes ago, Nie Qingcheng had sent a message. Honey, the restaurant tonight is a bit far, so I've transferred some pocket money for gas. Don't be stingy with the fuel cost. Below was a transfer red envelope. Amount 5200000. 5,200,000. Remark, love you. Zhao stared at that number, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets, the smile on his face instantly stiffening, as if he had been slapped hard. Gas money. 5 million plus. Is this some aerospace fuel? Mr. Zhao, look. Zhang Yan put away his phone and spoke sincerely enough to provoke someone. My wife casually gives me more for gas than your offer. If I accepted your 5 million, I'd have to explain to her where that money came from. What if she thought I was hiding money? That would be troublesome. So forget it. Zhang Yan walked past the now petrified Zhao, waving his hand and leaving him with a careful. Also go back and tell those people from Jinghai University. If they want to win, let's see who has the skills on the competition stage. Playing such offstage tricks is pretty embarrassing. Zhao stood there watching the departing figure, his complexion shifting between green and white. He took out his phone and dialed a number, his voice ominously cold. The proposal couldn't be purchased. This kid is a bit troublesome. Since softness doesn't work, we can't be blamed for following the rules. Check on that Lin Wei. Oh, I remember her family. Seems to be in a lot of debt, right? At 3 in the morning in the No. 3 training room of the Jiangda Mechanical Engineering College. The air was filled with the mixed scents of Red Bull instant noodle seasoning packets and the rosin that melted from soldering wire. To engineering students, this smell was known as the scent of cultivating immortality. While it could easily lead to sudden death, if inhaled too much, it was also a harbinger of miracles. Virum. In the center of the experimental table, a silver-gray carbon fiber hollow sphere was spinning at high speed. The internal dual-channel fans emitted a low howling sound like a wild beast trapped in a cage ready to break free at any moment. Lin Wei, with dark circles under her eyes like a panda, was fixated on the oscillating waveforms on the oscilloscope. The probe of the multimeter in her hand trembled slightly, unsure if it was due to hunger or anxiety. The posture correction delay is 0.3 seconds. Still a bit slow. Lin Wei bit her lip and made a heavy mark on the already annotated drawing. If we encounter a sudden side wind at this moment, the wind fire wheel may become unstable. Zhang Yan, sitting on a nearby swivel chair, casually fiddled with a screwdriver, looking much more relaxed than Lin Wei. 0.3 seconds. That's beyond human reaction limits. Zhang Yan tossed the screwdriver onto the table with a crisp sound, but in the machine's logic, that's definitely enough to. So what should we do? Change the algorithm? Or switch to a more powerful chip? Lin Wei ran her fingers through her already messy hair, anxiously pacing in circles. But there are only 3 days left until the competition. Changing the chip means redrawing the PCB, and we have to redo the wafer process. The manufacturer's schedule takes at least a week. Since that day, when Zhao the supervisor came by, Lin Wei had felt like a startled bird. She couldn't afford to lose the prize money from this competition, and the qualification to that national laboratory were her only chance at a turnaround. Stop pacing, you're making me dizzy. Zhang Yan reached for a bottle of water and opened it. Take a break. Haste makes waste. How can I sleep? Lin Wei sighed and reached for the cup of instant coffee that had long gone cold on the corner of the table. At that moment, the phone on the table suddenly vibrated. The screen lit up with an unfamiliar number that had no notes. Lin Wei flinched as if struck by an electric current, her hand trembling. Smash! The cup brimming with coffee tipped over due to the back of her hand. The brown liquid spilled like an out-of-control snake, splattering onto the experimental table and precisely flowing into the live testing main control circuit board. Zizz! A jarring sound of electrical short-circuiting rang out. Soon after, a wisp of blue smoke rose from the precision circuit board, accompanied by a pungent, burnt odor. The wind-fire wheel, which had been spinning rapidly, seemed to have its soul pulled away. Its blades abruptly jammed, letting out a mournful cry before coming to a complete stop. The training room fell silent in an instant. Only the wisp of blue smoke continued to rise, as if mocking humanity's stupidity. Lin Wei stood frozen in place, her face as pale as a sheet. She stared blankly at the now charred main control board, tears unexpectedly streaming down her face. It's over. Her body weakened. She slumped to the ground, covering her face with her hands, her voice filled with despair and collapse. It's all over. That was the core main control board. It integrated the most critical gyroscope module and Zhang Yan's complex flight control algorithm chip. Now it was burnt. In just 3 days, it was impossible to produce a new one. I'm sorry. Zhang Yan, I'm so sorry. Lin Wei cried uncontrollably, her body shaking and outpouring after the prolonged pressure burst. I was clumsy. I ruined everything. She not only ruined the competition, but also Zhang Yan's hard work. Zhao was right. She was a troublesome burden, a useless person who could only drag others down. Zhang Yan looked at the sobbing Lin Wei on the ground, and then at the still smoking circuit board on the table. He didn't get angry, not even furrowing his brow. He simply bent down, picked up the still vibrating phone, glanced at the number on it, hung up, blacklisted it, and tossed the phone back into Lin Wei's bag. What are you crying for? Zhang Yan's tone was flat, devoid of any emotion. It's just a burnt board. You'd think the sky, but it's too late. Lin Wei raised her head, her eyes swollen, snot and tears smeared across her face. The manufacturer takes 3 days to prototype, shipping takes 2 days, and soldering and debugging take another day. We won't make it. Who said we had to find a manufacturer? Zhang Yan walked over to the corner tool cabinet, rummaged for a moment, and pulled out a copper-clad board and a bottle of blue ferric chloride etching solution. He also pulled out a utility knife from the drawer along with a miniature drill press that was only used for rough tasks. Products made by manufacturers are mass-produced goods. Zhang Yan tossed the copper-clad board onto the table with a loud clang. He pulled over a chair, sat down, turned on the desk lamp, and the warm yellow light illuminated his sharp profile. Wipe your tears and heat up the soldering iron. Zhang Yan picked up a marker and quickly sketched on the copper-clad board, his tone as casual as if he were discussing dinner. Since the original one is burnt, that's just perfect. I never liked the previous wiring. The signal interference was too great. Tonight I'll handcraft a stronger one for you. Lin Wei was stunned, her tear-laden eyelashes trembling. Handcrafted? You mean you're going to etch the circuit board yourself? But this is a double-layer board. The line width is only 0.1 millimeters. In this era where even nanotechnology relies on photolithography, hand etching a board, this was like trying to build a rocket with a stone axe. Is 0.1 millimeters very fine? Zhang Yan chuckled, and the utility knife in his hand had already made the first incision on the copper-clad board. Advanced mechanical manufacturing proficiency activated. In his vision, this ordinary copper-clad board was divided by countless virtual circuits. Every line's direction and every hole's position were precisely imaged in his mind. His hands were frighteningly steady. The tip of the utility knife glided over the copper foil, removing excess copper while leaving behind delicate lines. The movements resembled not etching a circuit, but rather microsculpting a rare treasure. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of the knife scraping was particularly clear in the quiet of the night. Lin Wei was mesmerized. She forgot to wipe her face and climbed up to Zhang Yan's side. She watched as those lines, thinner than human hair, swiftly took shape under Zhang Yan's knife. No ruler was needed, no auxiliary lines. Each line was as straight as if laser cut. Was this the precision that humanity could achieve? This was clearly a humanoid CNC machine. 20 minutes later, Zhang Yan tossed the etched board into the etching solution, shook it a bit, and waited for the excess copper to react away before pulling it out, rinsing and drilling. Next was the soldering. If etching was a technical skill, then soldering nearly 100 surface-mounted components on this palm-sized board was an art. The soldering iron in Zhang Yan's hand seemed to come alive. Tin was melted, components placed, and soldering done in one go. Those tiny capacitors and resistors lined up obediently, standing steadily on the pads. Lin Wei held her breath, not daring to exhale, fearing that a single breath might disrupt Zhang Yan's hands. Watching Zhang Yan's focused profile, her inner panic miraculously vanished. In its place was an unprecedented sense of security. It felt as if with him around, there was no problem in the world that couldn't be solved. Done. Zhang Yan set down the soldering iron and blew away the lingering rosin smoke on the board. A brand new circuit board with a more intricate layout exuding a sense of industrial aesthetics lay quietly on the anti-static mat. Let's install it and give it a try. Zhang Yan pushed the board towards Lin Wei. Lin Wei trembling hands carefully placed it into the belly of the wind-fire wheel and connected the power. Virum. This time the fan's howling became purer and more powerful. The waveform on the oscilloscope straightened, instantly stable as a straight line. Posture correction delay. 0.005 seconds. Lin Wei screamed, staring at the data on the screen in disbelief. It's 6 times faster than before. How is this possible? Simply changing the wiring method resulted in such an increase in performance. This was not just a repair, it was a complete rebirth upgrade. Nothing is impossible. Zhang Yan rubbed his slightly sore wrist. The previous wiring was too convoluted, and the signals were lost inside. I just built them a highway. Lin Wei looked at Zhang Yan, her lips moving, 1,000 words stuck in her throat, finally transforming into a nasal-tinged master. I want to bow to you. Just then there was a knock on the training room door. Before the two could react, the door was pushed open. A faint high-end woody fragrance instantly dispersed the unpleasant smell of soldering in the room. Nie Qingcheng entered wearing a loose beige cashmere coat. Underneath was a silk nightgown, and she even wore a pair of fluffy slippers. She was carrying 2 large thermal food containers with the ever-elusive butler Fu Bo following behind her. I thought you were making an atomic bomb. Nie Qingcheng surveyed the messy training room, her brow slightly furrowing before her gaze softened as it landed on Zhang Yan. You haven't responded to my messages or answered my calls. Do you want to starve me? Zhang Yan glanced at the clock on the wall. 4 in the morning. What brings you here? Zhang Yan was somewhat surprised, walking over to take the food containers from her hands. Didn't I tell you to sleep early? I can't sleep. Nie Qingcheng allowed him to adjust her coat collar, her tone carrying a hint of pride. It's chilly without someone in the bed. She then turned her gaze to Lin Wei, who still had red eyes and looked disheveled. Lin Wei was startled and instinctively shrank back. This was the legendary Nie Qingcheng, the female overlord whose stomp could shake the entire Jinghai. And now she was appearing in this shabby lab, wearing sleepwear and slippers. What happened here? Nie Qingcheng looked at Lin Wei's walnut-like eyes, raising an eyebrow, her tone carrying a hint of danger. Zhang Yan, did you bully this little girl? No. Zhang Yan opened the food container. The aroma wafting out was of steaming crab roe dumplings and bird's nest porridge. There was a little accident earlier. The board burned and scared the child into tears. Oh, it burned. So what? It's not a big deal. Nie Qingcheng breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Zhang Yan wasn't messing around with romantic entanglements outside. She walked over to Lin Wei, took out a pack of wet wipes from her bag, and handed it over. Though her tone was still a bit cold, it was no longer as intimidating. Wipe your face, you look like a little cat. What's there to cry about for burning something? Even if this building blew up, Nie Qingcheng turned around, picked up a crystal-clear soup dumpling from the food container, blew on it, and directly offered it to Zhang Yan's mouth. Open wide. Zhang Yan laughed helplessly, and under Lin Wei's wide-eyed gaze, he took a bite of the dumpling. Is it good? Nie Qingcheng looked at him expectantly. Fu Bo's skills are getting better. Of course, I specifically asked Fu Bo to add some clarified butter. Nie Qingcheng smiled with satisfaction, reaching out to wipe the soup from the corner of Zhang Yan's mouth. Seeing your dark circles, I feel so sorry for you. Hurry up and finish eating so we can go home and catch up on sleep. Whoever wants to participate in this lousy competition can go ahead. Lin Wei stood by holding the pack of wet wipes, watching the scene unfold. A female CEO worth billions came to deliver takeout at 4 in the morning, even personally feeding him. And the kept man Zhang Yan wore an expression of calmness and indulgence. This was not soft reliance at all. This was clearly taking soft reliance to an extreme, turning it into an... By the way, Zhang Yan swallowed the porridge he had just eaten and suddenly remembered something. Did that Zhao supervisor trouble you again? He looked at Lin Wei. Lin Wei was taken aback for a moment and shook her head no. Just earlier there was a strange phone call. After you hung up there was no more movement. That's good. Zhang Yan picked up the just repaired wind-fire wheel and pressed the start button. The silver spheres steadily floated above the ground, emitting a faint humming sound like a warrior ready to strike. Now that we're wealth, it's time to get to work. Zhang Yan looked at Nie Qingcheng, a confident smile on his lips. Dear, didn't you say that Tianqi technology has been competing with you for the market lately? Now that we're wealth, it's time to get to work. Zhang Yan looked at Nie Qingcheng, a confident smile on his lips. Dear, didn't you say that Tianqi technology has... At the Jinghai City Exhibition Center Hall 1. The spotlight scorched the central stage, and the air was filled with an invigorating excitement that sent adrenaline surging. The audience seats, with thousands of seats, were packed to the brim. Banners from various universities hung like rainbows, and media cameras were already positioned ready to capture the next tech star. Backstage preparation area. Yan Zhenghuan nervously rubbed his hands together. The new suit he bought for the competition was wrinkled all over. He continuously gulped water, his gaze flickering, sometimes glancing at the stage, and sometimes at the fire wheel that looked like a large toy ball. Zhang Yan, is it really okay? Yan Xinghua's voice was tight. Just now I saw the six-legged robot from Jinghai University. It walked so steadily, just like a real spider. The judges over there were staring with wide eyes. Lin Wei stood beside him. Though her dark circles were covered with foundation, her hands were still trembling slightly. She gripped the remote control tightly, her knuckles turning white. Professor Yin, you've asked that 100 times already. Zhang Yan leaned against the aviation box, casually playing a switch game, without even lifting his eyelids. What good is being steady? Even a turtle walks steadily, but no one praises it for being fast. Your mindset. Yan Zhenghua forced a bitter smile. That's Jinghai University. And there's the backing of Tianqi technology. If we lose, I won't be able to lift my head in front of that Zhao. Just then a thunderous applause erupted from the front. The host's passionate voice boomed through the speakers, ringing painfully in the ears. Absolutely spectacular. The rescue robot wolf spider from the Jinghai University team has successfully passed the rubble area and the 30-degree slope. Time taken 3 minutes and 20 seconds. This is undoubtedly the best score of the competition so far. Let's see the scores from the judges. 9. 8 points. The atmosphere in the preparation area instantly dropped to freezing point. The teams from several schools behind looked extremely grim. 9. 8 points, basically locked in the championship. What could others do? Not long after, the Jinghai University team returned. Leading them was Zhao, followed by a few arrogant students. The wolf spider robot was displayed on a card like a victorious general. As they passed by Jinghai University, Zhao stopped in his tracks. He pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, his gaze sweeping over the silver-gray hollow ball on the ground, a smirk of unabashed mockery curling at the corners of his mouth. Oh, Professor Yin, is this your work? Zhao clucked his tongue. Why did you make a ball? Are you planning to perform acrobatics, or do you want the judges to kick it for fun? The students behind him burst into laughter. Zhao, don't speak too soon. Yan Xinghua's face flushed red as he forced himself to retort. I'm just kindly reminding you. Zhao glanced at Zhang Yan with a disdainful look. Young man, I gave you a chance to take the money and leave, but you insisted on coming here to embarrass yourself. If that ball doesn't even clear the threshold later, don't come crying to me. Zhang Yan finally set down his handheld. He lifted his head to look at Zhao as if gazing at a buzzing fly. Zhao, you might as well keep that 5 million for a night. Zhang Yan stood up, dusted off his pants. Also, hey, raise a suggestion, modify the motor cooling of your wolf spider. I think I smelled something burning when it came off the stage. Zhao's expression changed, and he instinctively glanced back at the robot, then sneered, bluffing. Let's wait. And next group, Jiangzhou University team. Project codename Fire Wheel. As the host announced, the Jiang University emblem appeared on the big screen. The originally lively venue suddenly quieted down, followed by a wave of whispers. This was because the item Zhang Yan and Lin Wei brought to the stage was simply too shabby. There were no complex mechanical arms, no imposing tracks. It was just a half-meter diameter carbon fiber hollow ball. It looked so light, almost like a child's toy sold at the nearby mall. On the judges' panel, several older experts frowned. This is a mechanical design competition, not a craft exhibition. One gray-haired judge whispered to another, does Jiang University have no one left to do this? They brought this thing just to make up the numbers. In the VIP box of the audience, Nie Qingcheng held a glass of red wine, gazing through the one-way glass at the familiar figure on stage. She had deliberately canceled 2 billion worth of contract negotiations just to watch this monkey show. President Nie, is this Mr. Zhang's work? The secretary next to her looked a bit incredulous. It doesn't seem very lethal at all. Nie Qingcheng swirled her wine glass, her red lips parting slightly. What seems harmless is often the most deadly. On stage, the host looked a bit embarrassed, holding the microphone and asking, Jiang University team, what is the design concept of your fire wheel? I see it seems to have no wheels. Zhang Yan took the microphone, tested the sound. Who said there are no wheels? He pointed at the ball. It is itself a wheel. As for the concept, Zhang Yan smiled, his gaze sweeping over Zhao, who was watching with interest. It's simple, and martial arts speed is invincible. Since it's a rescue, then there's no need to dawdle. Let's begin. Zhang Yan nodded at Lin Wei. Lin Wei took a deep breath and pressed the start button. Vroom. The deep mechanical sound rang out, the pure sound of machinery, tuned by Zhang Yan himself. In the next second, the entire venue erupted in an uproar. The silver-gray ball shot out like a gray lightning bolt. Its rolling speed was astonishing, leaving a trail on the flat track. What took the Jinghai University robot 2 minutes to traverse, it completed in just 10 seconds. Is this a race car? The judges widened their eyes. What good is speed? Zhao snorted from below. Ahead is the rubble obstacle area full of debris. How can that ball get through? It'll fall apart if it crashes. Sure enough, ahead appeared a pile of rubble simulating an earthquake. Everyone held their breath, watching as the high-speed rolling ball charged straight towards a pile of half-meter-high concrete blocks. Slow down. You're going to crash, someone couldn't help but exclaim. However, Lin Wei did not slow down. Zhang Yan did not move either. Just when the ball was less than half a meter away from the obstacle about to collide violently, the ball suddenly emitted a sharp whistle from within. The dual-channel fans powered up to full capacity. Whoosh! A strong airflow kicked up dust from the ground. The ball that was originally rolling on the ground unexpectedly against all physical logic rose into the air. It soared like an agile fat bird, tracing an extremely elegant parabola in the air, steadily crossing the pile of rubble, even performing a beautiful hovering adjustment in midair, then landing lightly and continuing to race forward. The venue fell into silence. In a hall of thousands, it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Even Zhao, who had been mocking moments ago, had his mouth agape in an O shape, his gold-rimmed glasses sliding down to his nose forgotten. Did it just fly past? This is a mechanical design competition, not a drone competition. But it wasn't over yet. The firewall did not stop after crossing the obstacle area. Ahead lay the final task area. In this zone, the robot needed to retrieve a first aid kit and deliver it to a designated location. This was a task everyone believed a spherical robot absolutely could not complete. It had no hands. The ball rolled up to the first aid kit and stopped. The carbon fiber skeleton on both sides of the ball suddenly opened up like a transformer, revealing the internal structure. There were no mechanical arms extending. Instead, a strong negative pressure suction was generated inside the ball, directly attaching the first aid kit securely to the ball's abdomen. Immediately after, the fans roared again. This time it did not land. It hovered in midair with the first aid kit flying close to the ground with an astonishing stability, traveling 20 meters before precisely dropping the first aid kit right in the center of the red target. The margin of error was less than 1 centimeter. Ding! Task completed. Time taken 48 seconds. The numbers flashing on the electronic scoreboard were glaringly red. 48 seconds. 4 times faster than Jinghai University's 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Boom! After a brief silence, the audience erupted entirely. Applause, screams, and whistles almost toppled the ceiling of the exhibition center. Damn! Awesome! This is some black technology. It can roll, fly, and even suck. Who could withstand that? Only those crawling on the ground fear uneven roads. It just flew over. This is a dimensionality reduction strike. On the judges' panel, the older experts were so excited they stood up, grabbing each other's arms red-faced, and arguing about the stability of the hovering just now. Yan Zhenghua sat down in a chair backstage, clutching his chest, tears streaming down his face. We won. We really won. On stage, Zhang Yan appeared calm, as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with him. He picked up the microphone and looked down at Zhao, whose face was pale as paper, and casually delivered a final blow. Zhao, I forgot to tell you just now. When we applied for the patent for this design, we slightly changed the name. It's not called a rescue robot. It's called the amphibious assault platform. After all, things that only crawl on the ground in our eyes, Zhang Yan shrugged, are slightly outdated. This was an outright slap in the face. The technology that Tianqi Technology prided itself on was rubbed into the ground, and he even spat on it. Zhao trembled all over, pointing at Zhang Yan on stage, unable to utter a single word for a long time. The upcoming scoring session was without suspense. Full marks. Even an evaluation of super full marks. When Zhang Yan and Lin Wei walked off the stage with the trophy, countless media swarmed in the flashing lights, nearly blinding their eyes. But Zhang Yan had no mood to deal with this. He casually handed the trophy to the still dazed Lin Wei and took the opportunity to slip into the backstage passage. There, Nie Qingcheng was leaning against the wall waiting for him. She had changed into a low-key trench coat and wore sunglasses, but her queenly aura still made the surrounding staff dare not approach. Seeing Zhang Yan come over, she took off her sunglasses, and her alluring fox eyes were full of smiles. Well, Nie Qingcheng reached out to help him straighten his slightly messy collar. Just now, Zhao Wenbin's face looked worse than if he had eaten a fly. What do you want to eat tonight? Sister treats. Sweet and sour ribs. Zhang Yan smiled and was about to grab her hand. Suddenly, a somewhat aged yet strong voice came from the side. Young man, please wait a moment. Zhang Yan and Nie Qingcheng turned their heads simultaneously. They saw an old man in a tang suit holding 2 walnuts, smiling at Zhang Yan. Behind the old man were 2 bodyguards in black with extraordinary demeanor, clearly not ordinary people. Who are you? Zhang Yan frowned slightly. I am Du Mingxian. The old man clasped his hands together, his gaze falling on Zhang Yan's long hands, a flicker of unusual light flashing in his eyes. Just now on stage, I saw your skill in operating that machine, as steady as Mount Tai, flawless. Hearing the name, Du Mingxian, Nie Qingcheng's expression instantly turned serious. He was a master in the Jinghai collecting world, known as Ghost Eye Elder Chun. Does Elder Du have any guidance? Zhang Yan replied, neither humble nor arrogant. Du Mingxian stepped closer, lowered his voice, his tone carrying a hint of temptation and a hint of testing. I have a little gadget that just came out of the dirt, very complex in structure, and ordinary craftsmen wouldn't dare touch it. I see that your hands are naturally suited for delicate work. Are you interested in coming with me to take a look? If you can help me open that thing. Du Mingxian extended a finger. This 1 million. Zhang Yan raised an eyebrow. Just now it was machinery, now it's antiques. This life is indeed getting more and more interesting. Just as he was about to refuse, the long silent system prompt in his mind suddenly rang out without warning. Triggered random task, sealed national treasure. Task description: assist Du Mingxian in opening the mysterious mechanism box. Task reward: master level appraisal, I permanent. The not interested Zhang Yan had started to say abruptly turned around. He looked at Du Mingxuan, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. All right then. Just in time, I want to see what kind of thing can stump Elder Do. 10 million. Zhang Yan looked at the finger that Du Mingxian had extended, his brows not even twitching, his tone as flat as if he were asking the price of scallions in a market. Old Do, your generosity surpasses that of certain tech companies that only know how to draw grand blueprints. Standing not far away, General Zhao, who was about to sneak away amidst the chaos, nearly stumbled and hit the carpet when he heard this. Du Mingxian laughed heartily, the walnut in his hand spinning rapidly. Of course, although I don't understand high technology, I know the rules. Craftsmen are worth this price. All right, I'll take this job. Zhang Yan tucked the gilded business card away and casually pocketed it. But it will have to wait. The stage is calling for the souls. The broadcast indeed was calling for the souls. The host's voice came through the powerful speakers, shaking the ceiling backstage. Please, the champion team. The Jiangzhou University representative team, hurry back to the stage. We are about to award the final grand prize. Go on. Du Mingxian stepped aside with a smile, watching Zhang Yan. He'll be waiting for you down here. This good show needs a proper grand finale. Zhang Yan turned to look at Nie Qingcheng. She was leaning against the wall, touching up her lipstick. When she saw him glance over, she raised an eyebrow and smiled, her fox-like eyes filled with teasing. What are you looking at? Hurry up and collect the money. Whether we can have Australian lobster for dinner tonight depends on your shivering. Yes, sir, my... Zhang Yan chuckled, pulling along the still-dazed Lin Wei, and strode towards the stage. Lin Wei felt like, until she stood once again under the spotlight looking at the sea of heads below and the dazzling flash of the magnesium lights, she suddenly snapped back to reality. We really won. The self who was once ridiculed by everyone and cornered by creditors now stood on the highest award stage in the country. Are we champions? Lin Wei turned to Zhang Yan, her voice trembling slightly. Be more confident, I'll remove the question mark. Zhang Yan casually tucked his hand into his pocket and took the huge check presented by the hostess. Otherwise this 1 million will be too hot to hold. 1 million. Lin Wei's eyes widened as she stared at the string of zeros on the check. Wasn't it said to be 500,000? The host timely brought the microphone closer, excitedly announcing, in light of the Jiangzhou University representative team's firewheel design having epic-making innovative significance, the competition committee has decided to add a special innovation award of 500,000. Total prize money, 1 million. Boom. The applause from below was thunderous and the cheers nearly lifted the ceiling off. 1 million. For the university students present, this was an absolute fortune. Lin Wei could no longer control herself, tears streaming down her face. She suddenly turned around and hugged Zhang Yan tightly, crying like a 200-pound child. Ooh. Zhang Yan, we're rich. I can pay off my debts. I won't be a deadbeat anymore. Zhang Yan was nearly rolling his eyes from the tight grip, patting her back helplessly. All right, your snot is on my clothes. This is a borrowed suit. The audience erupted into kind laughter. The host teasingly remarked, it seems our beautiful scholar is quite emotional. So Zhang Yan, as the biggest contributor of this competition, how do you plan to spend this 1 million? Is it for buying a house, or... Everyone's gaze focused on Zhang Yan. Even General Zhao, seated in the VIP area, perked up his ears, secretly thinking if he gets the money, he will definitely squander it. Today's youth can hardly hold on to wealth. Zhang Yan took the microphone and scanned the audience below. His gaze was clear, devoid of any greed for money, instead radiating an incomprehensible calm. I won't take this money. The entire venue fell silent instantly. Even the sound of camera shutters ceased. The host was dumbfounded. Not taking it. Then, 50,000 goes to senior sister Lin Wei. That's her deserved share of the technical equity. Zhang Yan pointed at Lin Wei, who was still wiping her tears beside him. As for the remaining 500,000, he paused, his gaze sweeping through the crowd, as if looking towards a distant place. I'll donate it to the Southern Jiangzhou Orphanage. Zhang Yan's voice was not loud, but it clearly echoed through every corner via the speakers. There are some younger siblings there who still need a few new winter jackets. This money will just help them stock up for the new year. Silence. After a full 3 seconds, the applause from below erupted 10 times more fervently than before. Yan Zhenghua cried under the stage, wiping his nose while boasting to the old professor beside him. Did you see? This is my student. This vision. This grace. Can money buy that? Lin Wei cried, even harder, clutching Zhang Yan's sleeve and refusing to let go. At this moment, the lights on the side of the stage suddenly changed. A spotlight shone on the entrance passage. The sound of high heels clicking on the floor was crisp and pleasant even amidst the noisy venue. Nie Qingcheng walked out. She had taken off her understated trench coat, revealing a well-tailored black velvet long dress, with a slit subtly exposing her fair and slender legs. A faint smile adorned her face, which was of a stunning beauty as she held a bunch of vibrant red roses. Her aura was overwhelming. The students who were just cheering instantly gazed in awe. Wow, who is that? So beautiful. She looks familiar. Oh my god, isn't that CEO Nie from Qingcheng Group? The top female tycoon of Jinghai. How did she get here? Under the astonished gaze of the audience, Nie Qingcheng walked directly up to Zhang Yan. She ignored the host beside her who wanted to interview her, as well as the countless flashing cameras. In her eyes there was only Zhang Yan. Well done. Nie Qingcheng stuffed the flowers into Zhang Yan's arms, her fingers lightly grazing his tie, her tone carrying a hint of intimacy only the two could understand. These flowers are a reward for you. As for the 1 million. She turned around to face the thousands of audience members, taking the microphone from the host's hand. Since my man wants to donate the prize money as his partner, I cannot be stingy. Qingcheng Group has decided to add a 10 million charity fund specifically donated to the Southern Jiangzhou orphanage with Zhang Yan in full charge. The crowd erupted. What the heck? 10 million. Is this the pampering of a top-tier rich woman? I want to eat this soft rice too. But my teeth don't allow it. Before the crowd could recover from their shock, Nie Qingcheng suddenly made an even. She reached out and hooked Zhang Yan's neck, making him lower his head slightly. Then under the gaze of thousands of eyes and countless live-streaming cameras, she stood on her tiptoes and pressed her red lips against the side of Zhang Yan's face. Boom! Although this sound was light at this moment, it was more deafening than the previous 1 million. Nie Qingcheng released her grip, looking at the bright red lip print on Zhang Yan's face, smiling with satisfaction, and leaned close to his ear, whispering, "Leave a mark, so that some unwise little vixens will think twice." After saying that, she linked arms with Zhang Yan, surveying her territory like a proud queen, leading him towards the stage exit, leaving behind shattered hearts of many young boys and girls, as well as a host who was already in disarray in the wind. Exiting the exhibition center, the sky was already completely dark. The roar of the Paramila's engine sounded particularly pleasant in the night. Zhang Yan sat in the passenger seat, still holding the somewhat cumbersome bouquet of roses. The lip print on his face had been wiped away with a tissue, but that warm sensation seemed to linger. Was I too ostentatious just now? Zhang Yan looked at the fleeting street scenes outside the window, chuckling helplessly. Tomorrow the school forum will probably be filled with my scandals. What are you afraid of? Who dares to gossip about someone from my Nie Qingcheng? Nie Qingcheng steered with one hand, while reaching over with the other to grasp Zhang Yan's hand, their fingers interlocking. Besides, I just love seeing those people's envious and jealous faces. Zhang Yan tightened his grip on her hand, a warm current surging within him. This woman always gave him the gentlest confidence in the most overbearing way. By the way, Nie Qingcheng suddenly slowed down the car. What did that Mingxian want from you? He said he wanted me to help open a box. Open a box? Zhang Yan did not hide it from her, quoted a price of 10 million. 10 million. Nie Qingcheng frowned. The old man of the Du family does have quite a few peculiar items, but he is very shrewd, so this money might not be easy to get. Let's give it a try. After all, I have nothing better to do. As soon as Zhang Yan finished speaking, the familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind again. Ding. Detected that the host has accepted the sealed national treasure task. Task update to unlock that mechanism box. Just having technology is not enough. You need a special key. Side quest triggered. Go to the Panjiaoan antique market looking for a Ming Dynasty copper finger ring engraved with the words Tiangong. Task deadline 24 hours. Task reward already issued. Unlock the treasure appraisal. Basic permissions and obtain key clues to open the mechanism box. Zhang Yan raised his eyebrows. He still needed to find props first. This system really knows how to keep people busy. However, the words Tiangong. He suddenly remembered that last time in Professor Yan's office, there was a mention of this title in an ancient book. That was a secret title for the royal court craftsmen of the Ming Dynasty. It seems this matter is more interesting than expected. What's wrong? Nie Qingcheng noticed his silence and glanced at him. Nothing. Zhang Yan looked at the flickering neon lights ahead, a playful grin appearing at the corner of his mouth. Just wondering if you have time tomorrow to accompany me to Panjiaoan. Panjiaoan. Nie Qingcheng was taken aback for a moment. What are you going there for? Are you going to pick up a bargain? No. Zhang Yan shook his head, his gaze deepening. I'm going to treasure hunt.